Good Friday morning, everybody. John and Lance along with Dell for the next 3 hours here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. And off we go on a holiday Friday. It is basically a holiday show as we get ready for the weekend of sports. And it is going to be the Texans still, last I saw, 2.5-point favorite.
Yeah, I think that's right. I think it's still that.
I'm not crazy about it. I don't know.
When's the last game you were confident about?
Oh, I've been confident on a lot of games.
Well, I'm just asking which one. Go back and look at the schedule. I don't remember you being confident.
Oh, yeah, absolutely I have been. Absolutely I have been. I mean, yeah. I mean, I've always got my worries about stuff, but I'm absolutely confident in a lot of games.
You were not confident in Jacksonville going into Jacksonville.
Yeah, I was very confident in Tennessee. And you see how that turned out. You see that? You see that? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So, no, there's been plenty of games that I've been confident.
You just reminded me that we lost to Tennessee and Will Levis.
Yeah, that happened. At Oklahoma City tomorrow night. That's going to be a nice test as you get ready for at Oklahoma City in Vegas. So here we go. We got the semifinals of the NBA Cup, and we've got the Texans on Sunday. So we got a nice weekend of action that we definitely will be talking about on Monday. And don't forget, the Christmas party is not this Monday, coming Monday, but the following Monday at Nick's Place, 2713 Rocky Ridge. We filled it up last year. We want to fill it up again. And we'll see who's going to – I don't know if we're going to have a Jeremy Piven. But you never know. That came last minute, right?
I already looked at the improv, and we will not have any kind of Jeremy Piven. No, we're very close to having Mark Normand is in January. He is a great comedian, but he comes here in January. Yeah, I was looking around, and it doesn't look like we have any special treats coming. I mean, over the years, we've had Eve Edwards, one of the early pioneers of MMA. And I've got something else on that front. He was at one of the Christmas parties and choked. We asked him to choke Jeremy Foster, and he did choke. He gave Jeremy a quick choke. And if any of you have seen videos, if a professional sinks a choking on somebody, it takes about 2 seconds and you're done. And that's what happened. It was great. Kevin Sumlin has appeared when he was head coach at University of Houston, appeared at the Christmas party before. We've had Alonzo Highsmith was there because he wanted to, and he helped design twists and stunts whenever we had our pass protection drills in the parking lot at Klein's Jewelry. So Zoe was there. We've had some different people show up. Last year with Jeremy Piven, he seemed legitimately excited and happy. I think he thought he was just going to do some show, and he's like, man, it sucks. I'm on the road. And he was legitimately had a good time with all the listeners. He really did. So that was a cool little thing for us to get. I don't know if it will. If you guys know somebody who's really famous and you can get them to come out to the Christmas party, we are going to give you tamales from Taqueria Serranos.
Yeah.
I'll make that promise to you right now. You got tamales coming for you. It's tamales for a star. If you bring us a star or somebody famous, you get tamales.
I'll tell you what. I'll throw in gyros as well. Okay?
This is a multicultural celebration.
Yeah.
If you can bring it, it's a Greek and Mexican Christmas. If you bring us a star, that's all you got to do. You probably know somebody famous. Like if Jennifer Reyna showed up, that would be good. Jason knows her. It could be local celebrity. It could be a national celebrity. Now, rumor has it, this is what the streets are saying. The streets are saying that we're bringing in a big 80-inch TV, and they're going to broadcast your face remotely on the TV. That's what the streets are saying. You're going to be virtual John at the party.
No,
I told the streets that's not what's happening.
That's not what's happening. John, I'm going to be there. Okay, let's stop. Stop already. I will be there. Are you kidding? Miss the Christmas party?
You're not going to miss Christmas party.
Yeah, no, I'm not missing the Christmas party. And I'm going to be there a lot in January as well. I've already got plans, and I'm going to be there a lot. I'll be in Cabo for a couple of days for the
Cabo Cup.
For the Cup. What is it? The Cabo Cup. Yep. The Cabo Cup will be we got Cabo Cup that's coming up in January, Del.
Is that when it always is?
It's either January, late January, early February. This time it's mid-January. So It changes every year. It's just too important to have it one static time during January. It's just too big a deal. So we move it around a little bit, but Cabo Cup is coming up, so we got that to look forward to, and we'll be coming to Houston from there and back and forth from Houston. So that'll be great. We basically had it was a Travis Hunter kind of night last night. The Bolitnikoff Award, the Defensive Player of the Year Award, and the Walter Camp Player of the Year Award. Holy crap.
Yeah. You think he's going to win Heisman?
Yeah, I guess.
I'd say so. I don't know why people are acting like this. I wonder who's going to win, him or Ashton Genty. It's definitely going to be Travis Hunter.
It's definitely him.
And the argument against him is he's above average as a wide receiver. He's not the best wide receiver. He's above average as a cornerback. He's not the best cornerback. Well, so we're giving it to a guy who just takes the most. This is the argument that's on social media.
Well, says you because he's the Defensive Player of the Year. He's the Bolitnikoff winner.
I'm not saying this. This is what this is. I think he should be.
Says
Heisman Trophy winner. Are you the one that says he's a total snap Heisman?
No, I'm not saying
that's
that.
One argument is he has the most total snaps.
What I'm
he
saying
wins the
is
Heisman.
he's not the best receiver in the country.
No,
he's not. I don't think he's the best corner in the country. But if you combine them, you can say he's the best player in the country, give him the Heisman. Yeah. But I don't think he should be winning the individual. Awards.
But he did.
I'm not. I know, John. I'm saying he shouldn't. I know.
That is a little bit crazy that he's winning. He's not the best receiver. He's not the.
Well, who's the best receiver?
I think the hype is just crazy.
The guy from San Jose State catches a bunch of dink and dunks. Like he's just a stat patter. So it's not him.
Travis is catching screens and taking them to the house. I mean, he's not a great route runner or anything. I mean,
no. I know who's the best. I really have no idea. I haven't studied him yet close for draft, but I really have no idea if he's going to be a corner or receiver. I know from a size standpoint, he's kind of, from a corner standpoint, I got to see how much he's going to weigh because Emmanuel Forbes was a first-round pick who's now out of Washington. Took him a year and a half, and he's already done. He was 166 pounds. That's the one, John, that had like 12 pick sixes in his career. It was incredible. It was like 9. Hyperbole a little bit. 9's insane. And all I could think of was this guy's 30 pounds lighter than Bryce Young. This cornerback is 30 pounds lighter than Bryce Young. Like, that's a massive problem. And he's out of 166 pound cornerback out of the league. I think Hunter is in the 170s. Now, so was Devontae Smith. And, I think he's going to have to be a wide receiver. I don't think he's going to be a corner at 170 something.
I don't know, and he's going to get he'll have a nice money second depending on how well he plays. We'll see if he translates.
He thinks he's going to keep doing this back. This is not unless Dion bosses somebody into he does this or he doesn't go to your team. Right. I mean, how long is he going to be on the sideline with injury? You can't play this guy this many snaps.
He caught 92 balls. Okay, 92 balls puts him up there with. He's like 6th in the league, fifth in all of football. He was 6th in yards, which is pretty good. There are a couple of guys that are ahead of him that maybe should have gotten some looks. Tetairoa McMillan from Arizona, he's really, really good. Arizona State had a great wide receiver who went down. He got hurt at the end here, so he wasn't able to. There are maybe he is. Maybe he is the best receiver. He's made spectacular plays. The thing about him, did you see any McMillan highlights this year? Did you see any Jaden Higgins? I mean, you want to talk about everything that Travis Hunter does is a man, oh man, if this dude, he gets if he cuts his nails, ESPN is on it.
McMillan is a freak. If he was on a different team, he's going to be the first receiver drafted. And it's not going to, I don't think it's going to be Travis Hunter as far as receiver. I know what people are saying about Hunter. Let's let the NFL draft process play out because you saw how Devontae Smith was far and away the best player in college football in 2020 when he won the Heisman Trophy. And then he even fell back a little bit. I'm trying to remember where he's drafted, like 6th or something like that. McMillan is big, makes unbelievable catches. You're right. I mean, people don't. I heard the argument. Dion trying to make the argument we don't get there's not enough credit for Shedeur and Travis. People aren't talking about them because they hate us, so they don't talk about us. What? I've never heard something that's more outlandish. Like literally, entire shows go on the road to be at Colorado against Colorado State. That big, massive Colorado State matchup. If anything, Deion last year was insane. This year there was less hype, but there was still plenty of hype. And Travis Hunter he's probably mad that Shedeur doesn't get the hype and Travis Hunter does. Like he's happy for Travis, but Travis is the show. It's not Shedeur. And I know NFL teams are not that crazy about Shedeur. So we'll see. I'm not sure how the draft rankings are going to stack out, but
I wouldn't be surprised at all. I wouldn't be surprised at all if Shedeur is not a top 2 pick.
Well, that's what everyone says, but remember now, anyone who, first of all, Deion has to give you permission to draft him, number one. Wow. And this is not a joke. I'm not being glib. Deion will hold him out if he doesn't. He's fully going to go the Eli Manning route. So this now will effectively eliminate 2 to 3 teams from even that he'll say, no, he's not going there. It's a bad organization, whatever. And I'm not here to argue with you about whether he should or shouldn't do it. Y'all can have your opinion. I don't care. But what I am telling you is that when you eliminate teams off the board, you have fewer options. And so I would tell you, be careful of that. And number 2, if teams don't think he's a good quarterback, they're not drafting him because he'll get you fired. Just like Trevor Lawrence, who was a good college quarterback and all that, he's partly going to get Doug Peterson fired this year. And really there's a long list of guys who are going to get fired because their quarterback, the quarterbacks never got developed. So you got to be able to play. Like I can see this being a Kenny Pickett year. I really could, where quarterbacks slip.
I could. Oh, well, there's that chance. I don't think so, though. I don't think so. I think that they're going to believe in. I think Cam Ward. But I'm going to tell you this: when they see this offseason, they see McMillan and they see Hunter.
Oh, they've seen him.
McMillan is 6'5".
They've seen him. I'm gonna dig around and see.
Yeah,
during
well,
the show,
I'm talking about at the combine. I'm talking about at the combine when they're standing next to each other, or they're. I don't think that there's any McMillan. You're right. McMillan should be the first.
McMillan is a freak. It's just a matter of what he runs.
But the hype around Travis Hunter right now, every projection, NFL projection, early projection, Field Yates, all of these guys, they got Travis Hunter number 1. Now, I wonder if there is any way. Is there any way he plays both ways in the NFL?
It's possible, but I think that only for the first couple years. The NFL will really want you to learn your craft. So if you're going to be a cornerback, they want you to really tighten it up with coaching and focus, and you have to be in meeting rooms. I mean, that's one of the things people don't really take into account because it's not a video game. You got to be in meeting rooms during the week. You got to be in the corner room. You got to be in the wide receiver room. There's a lot that goes into preparation, way more than college, and for most programs. And that's Travis, I don't think anyone doubts his work ethic. I've heard he has a great work ethic, but there's just not enough pure time to be truly prepared in both ways. So yeah, could he do some? Yeah, absolutely. I think it'd be easier to be a cornerback and then get into games with wide receiver packages. But something tells me that he's going to be a wide receiver who gets in as a third corner from time to time. And I do think they'll try it early on, because he's very talented. But
he's so good, man.
But man, if you remember now, he's got to tackle NFL backs. And one of the things NFL teams will do when they see him as a corner, all they're going to do, because you can take out the team's wide receiver. Remember this. The same Aziz had a shot to take out a quarterback, and he did it. And the NFL players will do that legally or by any means necessary. This is what NFL teams do. They use it's violent. And if they got a chance to take out your best offensive threat, Travis Hunter, by not blocking him, by the corner, the wide receiver will go block the safety, and now he's got to take on running back by himself. They're going to go low and try to run that dude over. They're going to try to put him out of the game because you're taking out touchdowns. I mean, it's not only you to wipe a cornerback off the field, if you run him over and you run at him multiple times and make him tackle you either are successful because he stops trying to tackle, or he ends up getting dinged up and you take offense off the field. I don't think people are thinking about that. That's a real thing in the NFL, and he's not 195 pounds. That dude's like 170.
He's listed as 185.
Okay, even 185 is not.
Well,
big.
But during the football season, you're going to lose.
But just look at him. Look at him. Yeah. Does he look like a a thick-bodied guy who can tackle, like a guy who's got the muscle tone the muscle on his body to tackle NFL running backs? It doesn't look like it to me. He's slender.
He didn't have the muscle tone to tackle that Kansas running back when they ran all over them.
Yeah, that's right.
So I saw that game, and Kansas took him out of the game because they didn't have to worry about throwing the football. Look, the Heisman is a different subject. You're talking about the NFL. He'll win the Heisman, whatever. But I'm not sure this can't miss thing that's going on with him just because of his size. I'm not questioning the talent. I'm with you. I think his long-lasting position is wide receiver.
Yeah.
Scoring touchdowns is a big deal.
Yeah.
In Kansas, he was making a business decision, Dell. Okay, we got business to take care of.
Well, that's one running back. Every running back's going to be that size and as talented, and he's going to be exposed if he's making business decisions every Sunday.
Devontae Smith was the 10th pick of the draft, and Devontae Smith was, I would argue, more talented than Travis Hunter. Hunter is more renowned as a wide receiver, not even close. Like, Devontae was more talented than Jamar Chase. But guess what? Jamar Chase was bigger and faster. They're about the same speed, but Jamar Chase had a pro body type, and Jamar Chase didn't even play that year. He was an opt-out. Remember that? He didn't even play, and he was the 5th pick of the draft. Kyle Pitts was the 4th pick of the draft. Freak daddy, both of them. And then Jalen Waddle, freak daddy speed. Like, Devontae Smith was the 4th pass catcher and 3rd receiver off the board, and this dude won the Heisman, and I would argue was much more talented as a wide receiver than Travis, just because I think Devontae Smith was one of the most talented wide receivers I've ever studied. He just happened to be small.
We got to break it here. 713-780-3776. We got Texans to talk. We got Astros news. We got to get ready for Oklahoma City and the NBA Cup. We got a lot to do. You got a lot to do. If you were in the bathroom this morning and you're looking at your hairline and you're going, man, oh, man, oh, man, oh, man, oh, man, oh, this stinks. Man, I lost more hairs. There's more hairs in the shower this morning. What? Okay, you can stop this. You can do something about it. You don't have to just accept it. You need Doc Linville. You need him in your life. I've got Doc Linville in my life, and I'm so happy for it. 975 Hair is where you go, and you find out. You go and you talk. You could do a virtual consultation with the doc. And he will tell you whether or not you're a candidate. You can come in, you find out whether or not you're a candidate for the neografting, which is awesome, where they take the hair from the side and the back, and they don't cut it. They pinch it out and they plant it in the top of your head. And 7-8 months later, it takes and it's awesome, and you see a lot more hair on the top of your head. Or you could get the PRP, which generates your own hair, to stimulate your own hair to grow. So if you're looking for the best way, don't just let it go. Don't, especially if you're younger. If you're in your 30s and you're losing your hair, man, come on. It's too young. You're too young. Do something about it, and you can. 975hair.com, 975hair.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right,
John,
back here.
Dell said something they cannot stand during the break.
Everything he says is can't stand.
No, this is one I can't I don't understand this. I don't even know how this is possible. What is something that you hate? Just give me something that you hate. I
hate cart path only.
Okay, is there a group of people you hate? And I know that sounds dangerous when I ask you that question. Yeah,
people that do the wave at Astros games.
Okay, that's great.
Yeah,
that's
I
great.
Hate those people.
That's no problem. People who do the wave. Yeah, I that's a good one. That's a good one.
Okay.
Dell. Well, I just told Dell there's somebody coming in to Houston.
Be brave. Say what you said. Since you're trying to put me on, say what you said.
Well, are you going to say what you said?
Say what you said.
Okay. I said there is a dwarf comedian named Brad Williams who's coming.
Brad Williams is cool. But I will finish. I'll say what I said.
You say he's cool. He's a funny comedian.
Yes, he is.
He's coming to Houston. I said, but not to the Christmas party. And I was met with what?
I said I hate stand-up comedians.
Have you ever heard of anyone who hates stand-up comedians, John?
I hate their energy, the self-importance. I get it. You got a job, and I know it's the most difficult job to ever be done in entertainment. That's the vibe a lot of them give off, how difficult it is.
Well, like Mark Maron does. A lot of them do get very dark. I'm a huge stand-up comedy fan and have been for years.
Anthony,
I don't mind the. It's not about
that.
It's not about the content. Do what you do. It's not the content. It's the It's the belief that look how difficult my job is. It's very difficult what I do. Please understand. And they talk about the art of stand up. I don't care about that.
Who hurt
Just
you?
make me laugh, funny man.
Where was it that you turned on stand up comics?
Once they started getting podcasts,
I knew it was podcast related. Yeah. I knew it.
It was a lot. Some of them are great and they're funny, and I'm in on them, but a lot of it's like, hey man, this is so tough. All the road stories, okay, I've heard it from you, I've heard it from that guy. They're all the same. So I know you got to tell your road story.
This is where your hate for Barry came.
Barry who? Laminack?
Yeah,
I don't hate Barry Laminack.
You know Barry's with Joel this week.
Apparently you do.
I'm going to be on the show later. They're going to ask me about Dolphin stuff. No, I don't hate Barry Laminack.
Well, apparently you do.
You hate stand-up comedians who are trying to go through the grind of working at the Chuckle Hut and all that stuff.
And that's part of the problem. They talk about how tough the grind is. You picked the profession. That's what you picked. I don't dislike individuals, but as a group, I get them out of my face.
It's such a weird thing and I knew it was podcasted in it because yes, you do learn too much. Like the curtain is pulled back once you do a podcast. Like you can't. It's not your tight, 15-minute set or your 1 hour. You get to be unadulterated, non-rehearsed. And so, there's probably some of that. But
it's not just that. I mean, being a producer on this show and others, they come in, they're doing their spot to promote their show in town, and it's like the anticipation of the host. Hey, we got to get this guy to say something funny, make me laugh. It's all right. Oh man, and they don't even like it. They don't like coming in and putting on a show because it's not what they want. They want to stand up in front of a crowd, but they know they got to make these hosts laugh to get people into the show. That's enough. What? I don't like
just funny people.
That's
all. They're trying to sell. They got to go sell their wares.
You know what? That is uncomfortable when we do bring in that comedians. You know what? You don't always have to, hey, funny man, make me laugh now.
No, but we've never tried to really do that.
No, we never do. Well, I'd like to have conversations with them, see their perspective. And usually those guys are just naturally funny.
We've got one of the things I always brag about is we've had some of the best comedians.
The best.
I mean, Patrice O'Neal loved doing our show. We had him on like 3 times. One of them we called him after LeBron went to Cleveland just because he was a huge basketball fan.
How many times has Caliendo been on?
Frank has been on a billion times.
Yeah.
We've had Bill Burr. I've had Bill Burr on at 2 radio stations. Yep. Jim Jeffries only once, and it was one of the most memorable. He killed it at Nick's place and then literally got up and walked out. It was one of the first times before people used to say, drop the mic. He dropped the mic. It was a WNBA
Norm
joke.
McDonald.
Norm wasn't as good.
Norm was great. He was
Norm was
on
fine.
Our interns.
Yeah, no, that was off the air. The off the air Norm was better, I thought, than on the air. And Louis C.K. was really good.
Yeah.
We've had some. I mean, we've had some really terrific comedians over the years. You know who sucked, and I had him at 790. Rob Schneider was awful. All he did was complain about how the headphones were hurting his ear. I said, you don't have to. It's just us talking. You don't have to wear headphones. We're not going to the phones.
You know who else?
We had Joe Rogan.
Sebastian Maniscalco.
Oh, Maniscalco. See, he was good for me.
He had no energy. He was bad.
Was he? He was good for me. But and then also we had Joe Rogan in here during 1560 where he was coming to do comedy during the I can't remember. He was in town for something, and all we ended up doing was talking UFC. It's probably about 2008 or 2009. I started asking him UFC stuff because I loved him from that, and I watched him on news radio, and that's actually before he became, well versed in 1,000 things, because he does his own work and his own. He's one of the I do my own research guys, but Joe, Joe was in here. We've had Nikki Glazer. Remember when Nikki Glazer was in here?
Oh, yep.
Blonde. You remember Nikki Glazer, right? Her sets are
she's good.
Raw now.
She's awesome.
She'll raw dog a set.
Listen, Jackie,
she does raw dog a set, Del. She will. She'll tell you that. I'll raw dog this.
Jackie has generational hate against comedians on the Del with John and Lance show this morning.
I don't care.
I don't know.
What were you talking about? King Tucky leaving. King Tucky going. It's a holiday show. You heard
we
got
to talk Aggie football, apparently. Let's go.
Let's get in on some of
the Vegas Bowl we got to talk about.
I got stories to tell you guys off the air.
Okay. Well, right now you got stories to tell about Craig the Surf. And then when we come back, I want to hear from Greg Cosell and what he thinks CJ needs to do. We'll do that on the other side. Don't go anywhere.
Yeah, but my conversation now revolves around getting a vehicle, and you can do it here in Houston if you want. And I know a lot of people will say, well, it's just, if I can choose a Chevy or a Buick or a GMC anywhere, so I'm going to do it here in Houston. That's fine. I will tell you this. Are you going to have salespeople who are fighting for you to get every discount possible? Are you going to have a sales staff or a general sales manager who is looking to get you the very highest amount in value on your trade-in? Are you going to find people who are willing to drop the price as low as they can go, because your happiness in bringing in additional business is all they can think about? Because this is how business works. You want people to be happy with you. You want, because then, they tell their neighbors and they tell their friends and coworkers. A lot of times here, you just got the mercenaries, a sales staff that goes from dealership to dealership to dealership. Their whole thing is about getting the most they can out of you and then moving on to the next sale. That's not how they operate out in Angleton. I promise you that. That's a family-owned business. And the way Craig the Surf demands that his company do business is just like your family. And that's why they don't lose sales staff. They've got everybody there that's been there for years, because the way they treat people. So yes, you've got 0% financing on GMC Sierra pickup trucks right now. You've got over $7,000 dealer cashback deals on Chevy Silverados. That's just a couple of examples of what I'm talking about. The deals are amazing. You can find them at Gulf Coast Chevy Buick at GulfCoastChevyBuickGMC.com, or head down to Angleton, where the service, the selection, the prices, they're all top notch, and no one beats the people at out in Angleton at Gulf Coast Chevy Buick GMC.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, so there's a guy, Greg Cosell. Nobody watches more film than Greg Cosell. Nobody analyzes. Nobody does more homework on. I don't know that NFL coaches do as much because they study one team each week, and Greg Cosell studies every team every week. So I'm not sure that Greg Cosell isn't the foremost authority on film. Well, Greg Cosell was asked, and with Ross Tucker, he's on Ross Tucker's podcast. He was asked about C.J. Stroud and his development. And here's Greg Cosell.
Nope.
Oh, we got the Fritz. Wait a minute. There's a technical difficulty.
Well, let me also say this. Greg Cosell also doesn't sugarcoat stuff. Like, he's not somebody who's going to say things that are performative. Well, it's not in his nature. He doesn't say performative things to make people for likes and clicks and retweets and happiness. He just tells
Greg
you the
Cosell
truth.
We've had Greg Cosell on for 2 years. Greg Cosell is not happy and happy-go-lucky. I've got to please people.
No,
none of that.
No, he's just, this is the truth. I'm sorry if it makes you mad. So whatever he says is what he's seeing on tape, period.
And I'm sorry if I deliver it in a way that isn't going to entertain you.
Yeah. I'm sorry that I'm not giving you I don't have my pom-poms out for your favorite quarterback.
ESPN dance, okay?
Sorry, I can't be like Dan Orlovsky and Harry Douglas dancing around and having a good time and saying every quarterback is brilliant.
Yeah.
I don't see any incompletions. I'm trying to find the accuracy problems for Anthony Richardson. I can't find them on tape. That's something Dan Orlovsky actually said with his mouth before the draft.
I can't find him. Here's Greg Cosell on what's wrong with CJ.
So we all like C.J. Stroud. That's not the point. But, every player can continue to improve, particularly quarterbacks, because he's only in his second season. And clearly their offensive line this season was not as good as it was in his rookie season when he was very, very comfortable in the pocket. But that becomes the next step in a quarterback's development, particularly a quarterback who at his core is a pocket passer. You have to learn how to play when everything is not pristine. Because as you know, Ross, you played offensive line. Not every week is the offensive line going to give quarterbacks just a totally clean, secure pocket. It's the NFL. The players you're playing against on the defensive line with the blitz schemes that exist now in the league, they're so multiple and they're so advanced. Quarterbacks have to learn how to function in noisy, muddied pockets when the pocket is squeezed. And I think that's one of the next steps in his development. It's easy to watch on TV and say, oh, it's a bad O-line, he's under pressure. You know what? That happens in the NFL. You now have to learn how to play when the pocket is squeezed. And I think he'll get there, but I think this year has been a learning experience in that regard.
Boy, 1,000,000,000%.
Yeah.
The one thing that really stands out, the difference, I was thinking about this between him and Joe Burrow. Did you see Joe, the way he escaped the trouble the other day in the pocket, how smooth he was at climbing and escaping to extend or climbing and throwing?
Yeah, CJ's not as good for whatever this year.
Oh, man, he
was really good at that last year.
It's so noticeable when the pocket squeezes, he's really struggling to climb and to elude or to slide and throw. It is very noticeable.
And I can't blame him. I'm not gonna. It's not a criticism, but I think he's watching the rush more. He's not looking downfield nearly as much as he was last year, because hey, listen, you absolutely are going to be shell shocked back there. You're going to have PTSD. You're going to have all of these issues when you've gotten hit as much as he has gotten hit, and the blind side and the big hits that he's taken this year. It's certainly not a criticism, but maybe it's just an observation. Last year, it seemed like he was always, didn't matter. He was looking downfield last second, knee on the ground, throwing the ball, escaping the pocket, running to the sideline, finding Nico middle of the field. I mean, it just seemed like it was so much easier for him last year. That this is a struggle and a big reason for it is because the rush is coming up the middle. And when a quarterback can see that, it's almost impossible to keep your eyes down the field. When a guy is running free up the middle, right at you, and or bullying his way and collapsing the pocket right in front of you, it's almost impossible.
Well,
you can't. It's hard to keep on looking down the field and even throwing the ball over those guys.
I think some of it too, John, is they're showing simulated pressure and then bringing guys off the edge, and that's turning into running backs and tight ends having to pick that up, and those guys are more easily collapsed into the pocket as well. So those edges, when those edges get tighter on him, he's not operating with very good pocket poise, and that's I think that's one of the reasons that he's rushing and making throws. He's feeling he's not comfortable when the pocket is not really look, you can't have a perfect pocket. You have to learn. Greg's right. He's going to have to learn. That's just life in the NFL.
That's it.
You're going to have to learn we can't just say offensive line all the time. Some of this is, I mean, if we're honest about it and we're not trying to just be CJ's best friend and hold his hand and go to parties with him and jump up and down on a trampoline, and you're actually being a big boy and you don't have your pull-ups on, you can actually say things like, CJ Stroud feels pressure that isn't pressure. A little tighter pocket doesn't mean you can't throw. It doesn't mean you can't stay focused on the delivery at hand. And the fastest way you can see that is that the A to B throws that he made all year last year, the everyday out throws that were right on the hands, are now missing. And that's like, there's only one of two things. Either the footwork's bad or he's rushing and panicking. And I think it's probably a combination of both a little bit.
Well, and I don't know that it's not getting any better. Juice Scruggs out. Juice Scruggs will not play this week.
Zach Thomas, apparently, Zach Thomas, I guess, is the left guard.
Is that how bad your 13th overall pick is?
Kenyon Green, well, he's just coming back from injury, so we don't know where he is physically, strength-wise, conditioning. I think we'll see Kenyon Green in the game.
You do?
He almost has to be. Can they even afford not to have him active? I think he has to be active, right?
I guess. I don't know. I mean, Kendrick Green, is he all right?
Where is Kendrick?
Where is he alive? Is he still with us? Or
Kendrick should be like Kendrick Green. Let me see where Kendrick Green is, because I feel like he should be the one playing.
I don't know. I mean, maybe he's just not. Maybe. Hey, they're with those guys every day, and they see and they know. But it is scary right now not to have Juice there and maybe Kenyon Green there after all this time off with a shoulder injury, where you're not going to get stronger with a shoulder injury. The only thing you can do is get weaker, and that was one of his problems anyway, getting bowled over. That and missing assignments. But I'm not sure. I'm not sure that it's better this week for CJ. So he better take Greg Cosell's advice and learn how to play in a crappy pocket or a collapsing pocket, because that's probably going to happen again this week. 713-780-3776 is the number.
Cleanups for something. I did ask a prominent NFL executive, not a GM, but an executive, about Hunter versus the world at wide receiver. He said much better wide receiver than cornerback, much better, that he will be a wide receiver, and that he's clearly the best wide receiver in this class. And he thinks he thinks he should be on par with Neighbors, Harrison, Odunze. The big three from last year, he said throw him in that category. That's who he is.
Really?
Uh-huh.
Wow.
Yeah, and this guy does not mince a lot of words either. And he's like, he's not a corner, and he is definitely a wide receiver, and he's a good one too. He said, believe the hype and put him up there. Really good player. So
wow,
that's one guy's. He didn't say anything.
I'd rather have McMillan, but I don't know. It's just something about the whole Colorado thing. I don't know. I still got that negative thing about it.
You got to get rid of that filter, because these are, he's not a Colorado, but whatever negative filter you have, he's going to go to the pros and play in the pros.
Play well.
He'll be who he is.
Plays well. Yeah. Congratulations on your Heisman and all your the awards. Kid is really, really good. I don't love the hype around him. I don't love how ESPN deifies him.
That's not his fault.
No, it's not his fault at all. It's not his fault. You know who's really, really, really good? Republic Boot Company. When you walk in Republic Boot Company, you are going to go, wow, this place is really, you've never smelled, you might have been in leather shops before, but you never smelled anything like this. The first thing, it just takes you over how awesome it smells in there. That's the first thing. Second, the entire line of boots and hats and jacket. I saw one jacket I had to. I mean, I didn't. Immediately I was like, "Oh, I'm buying this jacket. I love that jacket."
Mm-hmm.
And if you're going to find something that you love in there too, belts, pants. You need some chaps. You can get chaps in there. You want?
I didn't even know you could get chaps.
Yeah, you get chaps in there. Sure, absolutely, they'll have chaps for you.
That's not just for playing cowboy and dressing up for the rodeo. That's
it's whatever you want to do.
Yeah, that's if you're
chaps.
real though.
Yeah,
you got to be a real one
cowboy,
to have some chaps.
If you don't think that Republic Boot Company will have chaps for you? If you need chaps?
They got gifts, T-shirts, belts, jeans. They've got Texas flags, Texas blazers, boot care if you need boot care. Like, this is your one-stop shop for all things cowboy. It really is. And phenomenal Texas history in there as well. They've got so much Texas history available there. A custom boot maker that's considered the best in the world is right there in the Heights. It's insane. So make sure you stop in. And, of course, you can have little events there as well as social gatherings all the time. They've got some alcohol in there. They pour drinks. They've got music on their stage in there. It is an event when you go to Republic Boot Company. Get rodeo ready today and get your Christmas presents from republicbootcompany.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
So I'm reading a story in the Chronicle about CJ, and CJ said he got away from football. Well, he watched college games, but he said, I stayed away from the NFL. I needed time to clear my head. It was necessary. I spent time with family, and, just get away. And then he went back to work looking at Miami. But he did say he and Tua, Miami and Houston held joint practices before the 2023 season. And he said, Tua, here's the advice that Tua gave him. Really just take completions. Don't hold the ball too long. And that was Tua's advice. And Tua, it leads the league in completion percentage, right? Hey, this is what Tua does. That's how Tua is.
I get the feeling he didn't listen to Tua.
He doesn't feel like
I feel like he went over and big brother Tua and said, listen, is he gonna big brother Tua if they win, if the Texans win? Is he gonna go over and give him the Caleb Williams treatment?
No, I think he's actually going to. I don't know. I'm pretty sure that's not what he just said. Actually, he looks up to Tua. Tua might big brother him.
Yeah,
that might happen.
Yeah,
hey, bro, you're going to be okay. I know your completion percentage is only 63. Okay, you're going to get better though. You'll get better. Fewer touchdowns per game, fewer yards per game, completion percentages down. All of these things are happening for CJ right now, with a month to go in the season. So he's got to. It sure would be nice if he can get back to last year's CJ, but we'll see. Hey, this is a must-win for the Dolphins.
Yeah, they have to win out to have any real shot. Now, if they have some other teams give them some help, if they're 10-7, another team is 10-7. If it's not the Colts because they lost to them, they have the tiebreakers over those teams. If it plays out that way, so yeah, they get to 10-7, they got a real shot. And some of these teams had them play each other, so that'll help as well. So, yeah, you're getting a desperate team who has to win and has to win out. So this is a narrative-changing game for them because they don't beat good teams. They don't have to worry about the cold. The Texans are still looked at as a good team, but certainly vulnerable. So I think the Dolphins feel like this is one they can really get, but they have to go out there and do it.
Joe Mixon says, asked about, the Dolphins and being a desperate team. Well, I don't know that the Texans are nearly that desperate, seeing as how they have basically a 3-game lead in the division.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure that what Joe is saying here is accurate, but here's what Joe had to say asking about Miami's desperation.
Put the ball on it. Let's put the ball on it. I think these games is critical. It's also crucial that we approach the week 1 week at a time. Obviously we got a desperate team of Miami, but they're trying to go to the playoffs and make their run, but we desperate too. So, let's not lose track of, what's really going on in terms of how we feel about the situation. You know what I'm saying? I think we just got to go out there and execute, and obviously that's the game. That's how we play the game. That's what you got to do.
You agree? You believe him?
See, I look at it a little different than you do. I think that this team is desperate to get back on the path of their expectations. They're not hitting our expectations, and maybe we have high goals, and they're are they going to win their division? Yeah, they're going to win their division, but I don't think they're planning to go 9-7. And I know it's a 17 game. I know it's a 17 game schedule. I'm just using the Bill O'Brien.
It is
9-7
though.
is not the bar. I think they are playing, John, to get back on the track to be an AFC championship contender. I think they want to hit that path, and it hasn't hit for them.
It hasn't. But there is a difference playing, one and done. There is a difference playing playoff games. There is a difference. This is basically a playoff game for Miami. They've got to win, and the Texans don't. So they do have a little leeway. And you know what? If they don't win, it'll just be like, oh, well, we're going to get back at it next week. In 4 days, we're going to get back at it, and we're, going to play our butts off, and we're going to, do everything. We're going to try and get it right. Miami loses. I'll tell you who's a desperate team, the Rams. The Rams have been a desperate team.
What a trashy game that was.
That was the worst.
We haven't. Did you see who quit yesterday?
Oh my God.
Do we have Kyle? Do we have the Kyle Shanahan? Kyle was asked about. Do you have it, Del?
Not only do you have the Kittle. Did you hear Kittle?
I didn't hear Kittle.
Oh.
Devondre Campbell, who has been, he had a good rookie contract, and then he has just kind of been on the move ever since then. DeAndre Campbell left the field just like, bye, and left in the third quarter. And Kyle Shanahan was asked about it after the game was over. And the question, by the way, was more than just what happened to him. The follow-up question started asking about losing the locker room. But here's Kyle Shanahan being asked and answering.
So, well, first of all, yeah, they showed Devondre Campbell walking off the field. Greenlaw's back, right? So he got the snaps, and Campbell didn't play at all in the first half. And they asked him to go in the third quarter, and he said, nah, and he walked to the locker room. So that's the background of him, being pissed off, he was getting all them snaps.
Who else did this happen with recently? Was it in basketball where somebody said, I'm not going in? Remember, we've had this happen. Was it football or basketball? This just happened within the last couple of weeks with somebody else.
Yeah.
I remember they got suspended. This person got suspended.
I don't know the name.
But somebody else, it happened with another player who just said, nah. But Devondre Campbell, listen to this. I don't think he's going to be a 49er after today.
I don't think so.
Here's Kyle Shanahan.
Happened with Devondre Campbell. He didn't play, and he went into the locker room at some point.
Yeah, he said he didn't want to play today.
Play today?
Yep.
The coaching staff?
He did when I asked him why he didn't want to go in. So
during the game or before?
No, that was in the third quarter.
Is that all we have? Another guy asked him, what do you feel like this means? Like, what do you feel like this means, and how do you keep from losing the locker room now? And Kyle Shanahan's like, I'm not losing. The locker room's fine. I'm not losing the locker room. His answer was, the locker room isn't happy with Devondre Campbell either. But the narrative is now Kyle Shanahan's losing the locker room. And look, from the outside looking in, that team should have been way better. And they're the biggest disappointment in football, aren't they, John? Or them or the Jets are the biggest disappointments in football. Yeah. I don't know how Brock Purdy thinks he's getting his cheddar, because this is like giving me pause. You got Deebo Samuel is not performing. He got paid a bunch. He's not performing anymore. Brandon Ayuk is out. The offensive line hasn't been as good. I mean, defensively, they held up. It was 6 field goals in the game total. 6 field goals, 12-6. And the Rams, the desperate Rams, won. The Rams are making the playoffs, John. My Rams are going to make the playoffs.
But this is the same thing they did last year, by the way. It's the same exact thing that they did last year. They started crap and they finished strong. Hey, Dell, I put in Charvarius Ward, and I'll find the Kittle one too, but I put it in the rundown.
I have the Kittle one.
You got the Kittle one?
I want to hear from George Kittle.
Listen to Kittle. You don't hear guys saying this about teammates.
Or disbelief or just disconnection on the sideline?
Not disbelief or disconnection like as a team. That is one person who just decided not to, play for his teammates. And I don't think that doesn't make our offense look at each other and be like, wow, man, we're falling apart. It's more of we're like the defense, hey, we're falling apart. It's more of a one person making like Mooney said, a selfish decision. And I'm with Mooney on that. And I've never been around anybody that's ever done that. And I hope I'm never around anybody that does that again.
Oh, I think we know where that one. Yeah, he ain't gonna be. You can't keep him with the 49ers. What are we talking about?
Well, here's Dell. I put a new one in there. I put it just the X. So if you could grab Charvarius Ward, Mooney Ward as well, because that is it. That's you don't hear guys talking about teammates calling them selfish. Never seen them do anything like this. You cannot walk out because your feelings are hurt because you lost your playing time because one of the best linebackers in football came back.
Bro, do you think these checks will last forever? These checks don't last forever.
Yeah.
What are you doing? Take your backup reps and cash your check. God,
I mean,
so stupid.
the last one that we saw, the defensive back from the Colts at halftime. I'm done.
Vontae Davis.
Devontae Davis.
No, Vontae. Yeah, Vontae Davis.
Vontae Davis. Remember at halftime he said, okay, we're going to go back.
I'm good.
Nah, I'm going home. What? Well, but he knew he was done with football. I'm not sure Devondre Campbell knows.
I forgot he died this April. Did you know that? Vontae Davis? Yeah.
Yeah. And he walked out of the locker room. Here's Mooney Ward. He didn't mince words on Devondre Campbell walking off the field.
By the way, Deontay Johnson was the other guy who refused to go in.
Oh yeah,
remember
Deontay
for the
Johnson.
Ravens, like, no, I'm not playing.
Yeah. And then so they said, okay, leave, beat it. You're out. You're suspended. Now there's no way that Campbell's going to be part of the 49ers after today.
No, he'll be
way.
cut. He'll be cut. His teammates
yeah.
are done with him.
Yeah. When the teammates are saying stuff like that, well, stuff like this. You got Ward or no, Del?
Oh, he needs to get cleaned up. Maybe we can do it here after the break.
Okay.
We got top of the hour. We will get to start talking a little bit about Oklahoma City and the Rockets. The Rockets slayed the Dragon the other day in an unconventional way at the end of the game, a game that they lose 99 out of 100 times over the last couple of years. They found a way to win, and that's a very good sign. We'll talk about that and whether or not the Rockets can put back-to-back W's on the board against Oklahoma City. That's going to be the question.
Okay. I got to talk right now about Jim Fiume, and I want to talk about Gulf Coast Windows. I want to talk about over 35 years in the business. I want to talk about a guy who pulled himself up by his bootstraps. I don't know that he ever had boots because he's from New York. I'm not sure that he ever had boots, but he pulled himself up out of a bad situation. He was an orphan. He came to Houston. He started a window business, and he made one of the best window businesses in the city's history. Okay, because I'm telling you, Gulf Coast Windows, it's different. They have the best windows. They ain't gonna, here's a flimsy window, let us put that in for you. We ain't doing that. We're just not doing that. We're putting the best window that we could possibly have in the market in your window, be it aluminum, be it wood clad, be it a hurricane window, whatever it is, sliding door, and you've got the sliding doors, you've got all of these different doors. And you want to beautify your home, you want to secure your home, you want to add value to your home, and you want to, lower your energy bills. All of those things happen with one fell swoop. If you have to replace your windows or you're building anything new, use Gulf Coast Windows. GulfCoastWindows.com, 713-849-5454 or GulfCoastWindows.com.
Get that Maestro Bell for your liquor cabinet or that liquor shelf or the holiday party. Whatever you guys have going on, you need a tequila, get a Maestro Bell. That should be the brand that you bring in if you don't have one. They are made to impress. Always distilled and aged perfectly. Use the finest ingredients. It's made in Tequila, Mexico. Yes, that's a real place. But I think the difference with Maestro Bell is that you are going to get a very smooth finish that always impresses. It's a very impressive sipping tequila, and it's one that you need to add to your repertoire if you have a group of tequilas, or if you're just looking for one to be your go-to, your primary. Go buy a bottle and tell me what you think. Take a picture of it and give me your honest assessment, because when I ask for that and I get that, 100% of the time I've had very positive feedback. And the reason's simple. It tastes great. So no matter what type of tequila, they have a bunch of varieties for you to choose from. You're going to find something awesome with Maestro Bell. Wherever fine liquors are sold, it's Maestro Bell.
Welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. 713-780-3776 is the number. If you want to get in here with us, you're more than welcome to do that. Julian, we've been talking about his 49ers. Julian, your team sucks this year.
Bang. It's not bang bang Niner gang. It's pew pew Niner crew. Yeah, man. I mean, what can you say, dude? It's like 45 to 49 games of missed games from Pro Bowlers. Even when we're healthy, you got Debo dropping balls, and a few days before he's dropping probably a touchdown because of the way he runs. But even then, bro, he's not breaking tackles this year. All right, and so Greenlaw comes in, monster, right? Then he goes out of the game. As soon as he goes out of the game, 76 9-minute drive, dude. 76 yards, 9-minute drive. It's just not our year. And you know what it feels like when we went to the Super Bowl and then everybody got hurt, and then that year we were able to have Bosa fall into our laps. But this year, I don't think what's going to happen. We're going to be bad enough not to make it to the playoffs, but not good enough to have a high draft pick. And with Purdy, my guy Purdy, man, I've been a Purdy guy. Well, I digress. I did say I wanted Trey Lance over him initially. I was wrong, and I'm okay with that. I don't think he's more than a $45 to $50 million quarterback. If he wants more, I think we got to let him go. It's not because I don't think he's good. It's just because if we lock him in for that 55, 60, our window's already closed. If we do that, it's not just closed, brother. They're throwing away the key and putting on 3 different padlocks, and the guy who knows the code is deceased type thing. It's been a crazy year, and like I said, it's more like pew pew Niner crew. Y'all have a good day.
Well, he is right about the injuries they've had. I mean, it's crazy, the injury bug that hit them, and especially with their really good players. They showed a picture last night, and Kirk Herbstreit said, "Oh yeah, they're without Trent Williams. There he is." It wasn't Trent. It wasn't Trent.
No,
Williams.
That was Nesta Jade Silvera. I was like, Hey, I know that guy. He used to disappoint me at Miami.
And Kirk was like, "There's Trent Williams looking." No, that's not. And now they got guys walking off the field. And, that last drive. Listen, Purdy threw that interception with 5 minutes left, and then the Rams just ran out the clock. They couldn't stop them. And that's not San Francisco's defense. San Francisco, you got to stop them. And it wasn't like they were Kyron Williams came alive. He ran the ball, 26, 27 times last night?
Yeah.
Puka is great. Cooper Kupp I don't think he had a catch last night. Cooper Kupp didn't have a catch.
Sean McVay is just Sean McVay is so good.
They did put up 12, so there is that.
Have you noticed Sean McVay? I don't know why, and maybe I'm wrong here, but it doesn't feel like Sean McVay gets the attention he deserves, and that's probably wrong. I mean, it's not like they started great this year, but he knows who they are. They are. He got Kyron Williams, who's a workhorse running back. There's nothing special about Kyron Williams, but he's got that dog. He's got some dog in him, and they give him the ball, and he attacks. Attack. He eventually wears you down, and then they throw to 2 wide receivers. One right now is the primary, and Puka Nacua, who performs way better than he did in college. They've maximized him. You have a quarterback who spent much of his career languishing in a dead football organization in Detroit, and then came to the Rams with instant success. But the thing that really impresses me is that Sean McVay just says, "Okay, what do I have? All right, this is the meal I'm going to make with these ingredients." He doesn't try to make a meal out of the wrong ingredients. He basically says, "Okay, these are the type of players I have. Then this is the type of football we're going to play. We're going to do this." He wasn't looking to give the ball handoff. With Matt Stafford 3 years ago, he wasn't looking to hand the ball off 29 times to a running back. He played a different type of football. Now that this is what he's got, he goes, "Okay, let me flip it up a little bit, and this is what we're going to do now." And he finds ways to win. I'm just really impressed with Sean McVay. I'm impressed with Les Snead and the way that he's drafted. And the Rams are going to mess around and end up winning that division. I mean, No one wants to take that division right now, and I don't see why the Rams wouldn't. If you could go in and get this win, a division win on the road, you got a really good chance to win the division. And I think it's been a great coaching job by Sean McVay to get it back on track.
Yep. Now, here is Mooney Ward. For those of you just joining us, Devondre Campbell quit on the 49ers last night. We heard from Kyle Shanahan. We heard from George Kittle. Here is Mooney Ward, who you don't hear this out of teammates, talking about a guy, Devondre Campbell, walked off the field in the third quarter and refused to go in the game, and he will probably not be a 49er.
Mooney is his nickname. Charvarius Ward is who you probably know him as.
Ward,
but
right.
his nickname is Mooney.
Here's Mooney Ward.
I mean, he's a professional. He's been playing for a long time. I mean, if he didn't want to play, he shouldn't have dressed out. You know, he could have told him that before the game. So I feel like there was some subtle that he did. Definitely hurt the team because, you know, D went down, and we needed a linebacker, you know, and I think Flynn was named up too. So for him to do that, that's some subtle stuff to me, in my opinion. Like, he's probably going to get cut soon, so, you know, it is what it is with that.
They know the deal.
They know you don't do that. You don't do that. He'll get on with another team, more than likely.
31 years old now, and literally quit on the team when they had an injury and needed him to play. I don't know who wants to bring that into their locker room. Not at age 31. For what? Who needs that?
Yeah, some depth, some experience, some depth.
Well, is he going to play?
Yeah.
Can you trust him? Can his teammates trust him? Do you think his teammates will be cool with him?
Well,
because Niner teammates aren't cool with him.
Well, how should we? What should we speculate? Odell Beckham was cut by the Dolphins this morning.
Yeah, I knew that might be a problem.
So he was out for personal, is what I saw.
No,
that's what the list I saw
Sunday.
Yesterday's. I'm just saying yesterday's. I'm going to ask you what it was. Yesterday on the injury report, I was looking at Dolphins, Teron Armstead, all this, and I saw Beckham out personal. I thought, I got to ask Del what happened.
Well, I'm going back to Sunday on the game-winning touchdown to Jonnu Smith in overtime.
Great play. One of my favorite plays.
I'm sure. Great drive for you, Jonnu Smith. He caught the touchdown. Waddle was on the field, ran over to Jonnu Smith. Tyreek was on the field, ran over to Jonnu Smith. There is a wide receiver about at the 5-yard line who watches that touchdown go down, doesn't go celebrate, just walks off the field. It was Odell Beckham. I was like, that's interesting. That's an odd way to celebrate a game-winning score. Mm-hmm. And now, a couple days later, no longer on the team. I didn't think it was going to come to this, but it just caught my eye. Like, that's not generally how you deal with
a win
in that fashion in overtime, walk-off touchdown. He just, okay, game's over, I'm walking off the field.
But Odell, in his mind, he is this super god. Like he's this God level wide receiver, and he's not that anymore. He's not that kind of player, and he just can't transition to being just a guy, another guy on the roster. Once you have that kind of ego, it's pretty hard. It's pretty hard for big ego guys to take smaller roles, and he can't do it. And he's really not that good anymore. Do you remember when they brought him into the Ravens and people were acting like that was going to be a good addition last year? He was a zero.
Yeah.
He didn't do anything for the Ravens. And then this could be a little renaissance in Miami. He's got a lot of this speed is going to give him a lot of single coverage. He's done. He's cooked.
He was injured to start the year, so he didn't start the season on the active roster. I think he came in maybe 6 weeks in or so, and it's never been good. I mean, he came in when Tua wasn't even healthy, and it never got going for him. Jonnu took over as the third receiver on the team. Achane gets his catches too, so he was pretty much the fifth pass catcher.
I think they were trying to play him. At this point, they're not better with him. They weren't better with him on the field. And Mike McDaniel almost would rather go with 2 tight ends or 3 tight ends than have to go with 3 wide receiver package with Odell.
Well, he wasn't getting a lot of snaps, and he's not known as a blocker, which is part of the offense too. So there was no room for him, and they're getting a young receiver back off of IR, so they might want to make him active as well. So mutual parting of the ways.
40 minutes ago, this says Odell Beckham. You know how Twitter now takes AI and they summarize conversations.
I know what you're talking about. I've
Odell
seen it
Beckham's Jr.'s future with Dolphins uncertain amid contract talks. It says Odell Beckham Jr., the 3-time Pro Bowl wide receiver, remains in discussions with the Miami Dolphins regarding his contract. Contrary to earlier reports of a mutual parting, Beckham, who has been with the team this season, has contributed modestly with 4.5 fantasy points over 5 games. First of all, that's absolutely terrible. And despite earlier speculation, remember this is AI.
Who's starting Odell Beckham on their
nobody?
Fantasy team?
Despite earlier speculation, there's no confirmation of his release. So you two want to? Do you guys want to maybe?
Twitter told
take
us
it back.
I don't know. Tom Pelissero said it. Local Miami guys are saying it. I'm not sure who to believe. Chat GPT.
No, Tom Pelissero said it. It's a lot.
Yeah,
it's a lot. It's done. All right, 713-780-3776. If you want to get in here, you can more than welcome. Whatever it is that you want to talk about, let's hang out here this morning on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Right now, I'm talking about my peeps over at Chastang Ford. I really, I'm a big fan, and I always will be a big fan. And right now, guys, 1.9% for annual rate for 60 months, 1.9% financing. That's ridiculous. On a brand new 2024 F-150 Explorer or Escape. 3 different vehicles, 1.9% financing. It's just throw in $1,000 holiday cash and no payments for 90 days. So you're like, well, I don't know that I can, start making payments. I don't know if I can afford a new vehicle. I mean, you can't afford not to. When you change your interest rate to 1.9% financing, you throw another $1,000 on the deal. No payments for 90 days. Are you kidding me? This is the time to buy. This is it. They got to get these 2024s off the lot, so they're going to do whatever it takes. You see them online at ChastangFord.com. If you've been looking for a Bronco Raptor, they have one in stock with $12,000 off right now. Bronco Raptor. It's the time for you to get. Don't wait to make your holiday dreams come true. This is a great time if you're going to buy that youngster a car. They got the Bronco Sport. That's a great starter car that starts with really low payments and nothing down. It's ridiculous. The place to go, Chastang Ford. ChastangFord.com. You can do it all online because they're not going to upsell you. They're not going to mark up. They're not going to do any of that stuff because that's not what they do. ChastangFord.com or on 610 at Homestead, not Hempstead, 5 minutes from downtown Chastang Ford.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Oh, my God, I forgot about this. You guys, I played poker yesterday. Well, I played Big O. It's a 5-card poker game. I played with the guy that invented Omaha. He invented the game Omaha in Alabama.
Way.
Yeah.
Sounds like something I would say.
No. It really, he said he brought it to Vegas in 1982, but he said I invented it about in the 60s. He said, yeah, he brought it to Vegas. They put it on the table, and it just took off. Omaha. He invented the game of Omaha.
So that's your famous thing from yesterday?
From yesterday,
your brush with greatness?
Yeah.
Mine was a conversation with Henzo Gracie of the Gracie family was in at Riel, and I was having some drinks and talking, and Henzo came in. And I got to talk to Henzo Gracie, and he called Sebastian and FaceTimed him, and Sebastian's like, I got a Darce choke today and no gi in jiu-jitsu. He goes, I invented the Darce choke. I invented the Darce choke. And like he said, you did? You invented the Darce choke? He goes, yes, my student Darcy. And I don't even know what they're talking about. I don't know what that choke is, but so that was mine. It was the nicest guy in the world, man. Awesome guy.
Well, not only that, though, I got this. I got an email from Elizabeth Johnson, and it says this: the amount of $3.8 million was donated to you by Elizabeth Johnson from London for charity work.
Oh my God!
Yeah,
are you serious?
Contact EJ590196 at gmail.com for more information. I got $3.8 US.
Holy crap!
Yeah.
This is, I don't know how much longer you're going to do the show. You keep falling into this money. Not with this money.
Kind of money.
No, that is like
life-changing.
That is huge life-changing money. That's one where I'm like, man, holy crap. Oh my God. I just got $25,000. Well, this is according to my email. What? I just got a $25,000 deposit into my Cash App account. Payment it says right here in the email, payment to Lance Zerline, you have received 20. Okay. See, in the lead, in the title, it says $25,000, but in the body of this, it says 25.99, and it has dollars at the back of it instead of the front in your account.
Well,
so I got, so
not to worry.
It looks like, it looks like it's now $25.99 in my account. So, but that's not, oh my God. Elizabeth Johnson sent me this.
More?
The amount of $3.8 million was donated to you by Elizabeth Johnson from London for charity work. Please contact EJ590196 at gmail.com for more information.
She's giving you 3.8.
I just got 3.8. Did you get it it says here for charity work. Did you get charity
work? Same thing. I
got literally the same email for the charity
Del,
work.
are you getting 3.8?
I did.
Probably not. Beat it, Del.
Carissa Lewis sent me a letter, and it's from PayPal. Apparently, she's charging me $347.60 unless I contact her.
Well, better get a hold of her.
Yeah, I better call. And I have a feeling it may sound like a South Asian man on the line who tells me his name is Brad. I've got a feeling that may be what happens.
Speaking of too good to be true, Lance, how about this trade scenario?
All right.
The Miami Heat receive, first the Brooklyn Nets receive a 3-way deal. Brooklyn Nets receive Terry Rozier and Jaime Jaquez.
Okay.
The Miami Heat receive, the Rockets receive Jimmy Butler. The Miami Heat receive Ben Simmons, Dylan Brooks, Reed Shepard, Tari Eason, Cam Whitmore, and a 2025
Are y'all
first
out
round
of your freaking minds? Who said this?
This is a guy named Adam. It's on Yardbarker.
No, Yardbarker's the dumbest people. Literally, they're writers. They aggregate. They aggregate the worst writers I have ever seen. That is the worst deal I've ever heard. A future elite shooter, one of the best hustle guys and 6 men in all of basketball, both under club control. Atari not forever for an aging Jimmy Butler who doesn't even play full seasons. What?
I like the deal. I like it. Let's do it. Let's do it right now. I could see Dylan Brooks and Cam Whitmore. Okay.
Yeah, we can stop there.
We'll stop there.
And we'll give you a draft pick of some sort.
Yeah, what else?
You're not getting Reed and you're not getting Tari.
We don't need any
And
more
you know
draft
what?
picks.
Don't let these dumb nerds from Yardbarker write stupid nerd articles where they have no idea what they're talking about. I can't listen to that kind of stuff.
Yeah. No, I like it. I like it.
The fastest way, this is the best way to operate. If you want to start playing the trade or rocket game because you want to get somebody good off of another team, always make the trade from the other team's perspective, because it'll stop you from saying, hey, Jeff Green and Cam Whitmore and Jack Lundale. And once you have to make the trade for the other GM and you look at it as a fan of the Bucks, for example, it's amazing how different the trade gets. You're like, so do you want those guys coming back? No, I wouldn't. Oh, then what are you saying? The other side wants something better than your trash on your bench that doesn't even play. Stop trying to make salaries match and start making performance match. That's how trades get done. They want performance to match. Once you start talking about performance matching, then all of a sudden for Giannis, you're going Alperen Şengün and Amen Thompson. And then trash, and then contracts just to reach the threshold. That's what we're talking about. And do you want to do that? It would be, nobody's as productive. I mean, Jokic is, but Giannis has won at a high level. He loves ball. He is super productive. And I'm not advocating for making that trade. I'm just throwing that out there as a hypothetical. But Giannis is one of those guys that could be a big difference maker. Like, I could see them chasing a Giannis, but to get a Giannis, what would Milwaukee want back? Well, they want a productive 3-stat column guy in Alperen Şengün, and they'd want a young rising star in Amen Thompson, because you've already got a superstar. You've got an MVP caliber player and a superstar who has won a chip. Like, Milwaukee won, didn't they? Yeah, Milwaukee won that title 3 years ago. So, like, if you want something, it's going to hurt the Rockets a little bit. And I don't know if I'm interested in that level of pain, but what you tell me is you believe the Rockets are potentially interested, not necessarily in Alperen Şengün or Amen. I guess they've already said those. But if you want to make a trade for a guy like that, I'm sorry, it's not going to be a bunch of guys on your bench. It's not going to be Dylan Brooks. I mean, Dylan Brooks will make a contract, will make it work contractually, but no one else is taking your not best players. They're going to want one of your 3 best players, and your 4 best players right now are Jalen, Alperen, Tari, and Amen. Right? Do we both agree on that?
They're who? Alpi,
Jalen, Tari, and Amen are your 4 best players, right?
Okay.
It's not Fred.
No.
It's not Dylan.
I mean,
it's not Jabari. Those are your 4 best players.
We're not Ime. Ime would probably put them in different order, and he would have Fred in there.
You think he has Fred ahead of who? You think he thinks Fred's better than Jalen? I don't think he thinks so. Well, and Fred definitely doesn't have more trade value than Jalen.
I look at what he says about him, and I look at the minutes that he gives him.
That's because he has to. Jalen's the better player. I mean, the NBA would value Jalen Green. Yes.
Yeah, no, the NBA values Jalen Green.
But our backcourt shoots, they're miserable shooting backcourt. But the NBA would, and that's what we're talking about, potential, if you were even thinking about trading. And so, like, if those are the big 4 that another team would, because I think those are the 4 guys that teams would have some interest in. They're not taking Jalen and a bunch of guys off the bench. That's not how that's working. They're going to want a minimum of 2 of your 4 players there. They're going to want a minimum of that.
Yeah.
If you're trading for a star player, and I'm not like Jimmy Butler doesn't, I'll do something like that for Giannis. I'm not doing it for Jimmy Butler. Forget about that.
But I think you glossed over the real reason that this is so stupid. They get Ben Simmons. Like, they want Ben Simmons for Jimmy Butler.
Hold on. Oh, you mean Miami?
Miami.
Yep, Ben Simmons should be out of basketball. The only reason he's not, his contracts are guaranteed. He should not be in basketball anymore. Have you seen some of the stuff Ben Simmons has up his sleeve right now? It's it's one of those things where we have to pay him, so we might as well give him some minutes. No, you don't.
Are you getting the memes about Bronny and his first dunk?
I haven't looked at it.
And he's running around and he just throws one up like a really terrible shot that misses everything. And it's just like, oh my! And that's Ben Simmons. Ben Simmons won't take a shot. Ben Simmons refuses to go up.
Bronny had 30 in the G League.
Last night. Yeah. And when he gets to the NBA, it's like oh my God, it's so bad. So bad. Yeah, Bronny had his best night ever as a pro. Yeah. And now and LeBron's like, what?
So I thought he wasn't going to go to the G League. I thought LeBron told them. Do you think Dion gave him permission to go
I don't think Dion has a say over LeBron's kid.
Well, you don't know that for sure.
I feel like it's unlikely. I'll say that. You're right. I don't know. I'm not in those conversations, but I feel like that's unlikely. He wasn't going to go on the road in the G League, and they realized, hey, maybe we should start treating you like a normal player.
And apparently he wants Bronny to be part of a trade package with him. If the Lakers trade me, Bronny's in the package too. Like, come on, dude. You can't do that.
Yeah.
You got him on the team. You can't go this far.
All right, 831 ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, 713-780-3776. Houston Powder Coaters is what I'm talking about right now. I love talking about what Robin does for the people out there, and Robin is so awesome. When you get to meet Robin and you deal with her and you work with her, and she's going to explain how detailed, how complex, how awesome it is, whatever it is that you're doing. I mean, when I went through their facility and I saw all the different things, the prep that they do is incredible. And listen, it takes a little bit of time. So if you want to get your patio furniture back for the spring, I'm not saying it's going to take 6 weeks, or I think that might be about the average time. It takes about 6 weeks or so to get back. So hurry up and get your stuff in there now. Get your stuff in. They'll pick it up absolutely free. They'll bring it back to you absolutely free. And in between, when you see, I mean, you can go there and check out the facility. They got the chart there with all of the different colors that you could possibly use. It's fantastic. The way that they go about this thing is fantastic, and they make everything look incredible. Incredible. They had these these irons, right? These cooking irons, waffle-like irons that they were doing for this company. I think it was a company out of California. It looked like hundreds and hundreds of them, and every single one looked the same and perfect. Okay? That's the kind of workmanship that you get at Houston Powder Coaters. If you need to powder coat something, if you need to save something steel, HoustonPowderCoaters.com, HoustonPowderCoaters.com.
You're listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's John and Lance.
All right, so ESPN ranked Major League Baseball's best offenses post-winter meetings edition. Winter meetings are over. Who's got the best offenses in baseball right now? And this is done by ESPN. Well, it's done by a guy named Bradford Doolittle, who I trust.
Yeah. He does a lot of I think he's one of their baseball guys.
Well, his name is Bradford Doolittle, so you know he's a nerd. So I really, really trust anything that he writes about baseball because he's a nerd.
Mm-hmm.
Top 10 offenses. Number 1, LA Dodgers. I don't even know it's close. They haven't done anything on the hitting side. Their best trait, their worst trait is their batting average. They got to sign Teoscar Hernandez, or maybe they'll bring in Anthony Santander. We'll see. The Braves are second. They have Ronald Acuna. They have Matt Olson when Ronald Acuna is healthy. Sean Murphy, Michael Harris, Austin Riley. They're awesome. Where do you think the Astros are?
Jordan. Yeah. Okay. Well, Kyle Tucker, Jordan. Although the buzz yesterday was Kyle Tucker will be gone within 48 hours. Yeah. I don't know if I believe that or not, but we'll see. That's not really how the Astros operate. But so you still have Kyle Tucker, you still have Altuve, you still have Jordan, and then you have Yiner. 4 very good offensive players. Jeremy, Chaz. Oh God, Dubon. I don't know how they're going to do this. Singleton at first?
No, they got to bring in a first baseman. They got to bring.
Okay, well you can't.
Even if it's a Christian Walker or Paul Goldschmidt.
But right now I have to put Singleton there. They don't have. You can't give them. You can't rate. Okay, so is it all of Major League Baseball or just American League? The rankings.
Oh,
I'm gonna say. I mean, that's a really good. I'm gonna say 18th.
4th.
I mean, Altuve, Tucker, Jordan, and Yiner is really good. We are spoiled. Most teams don't have 4 hitters like that.
I was shocked. They got the Mets 3rd, Mark Vientos, Pete Alonso, although Alonso's a free agent, they're going to either sign him or Christian Walker or Paul Goldschmidt. I think he's going on the assumptions, too, that teams will do stuff. But here's what he says about the Astros. The best trait is the Kyle Tucker-Jordan Alvarez tandem. The worst trait, rumors about breaking up Tucker-Alvarez tandem. The Astros offense looks strong, has been strong for the past decade. The ideal scenario is that Tucker, subject to recent trade, stays put, they'd reach terms with Alex Bregman, and they reach an agreement with Christian Walker or Paul Goldschmidt. That version of the Astros will be favored to repeat in the AL West. Their depth chart looks light on walks, which makes someone as Goldschmidt a potentially great fit. Yeah, you take Bregman out of this lineup, and you're not walking much at all.
Mm-hmm.
Recognize the window is closing. You're not going to keep it open by dealing Tucker for lesser veterans. There is going to be a crash, especially if Bregman doesn't re-sign, and a plunge into mediocrity isn't going to keep it from happening. Keep Tucker at least until the All-Star break, then reassess if the season is going off the rails. It's what the Astros do. However, this is what they do. They wait. We're not giving up. The window is never closed under Jim Crane.
Hold.
The window is never closed under Jim Crane. Jim Crane says, as long as I'm the owner, we will always be competing to win championships. And here's what Chandler Rome had to say about that. Crane has claimed the championship window will never close under his ownership tenure. Just the thought of moving Tucker runs counter to Crane's declaration. But the owner has given the club his blessing to proceed, according to people familiar with his thinking. Jim Crane has given his blessing to trade Kyle Tucker.
Oh, man.
You like that? You like that?
No,
you like that?
I do like that. The other thing he said, I like that. It has to be. There's no he's chosen the path of grow our own, club control, ride it as long as possible. roll back to the and let's go back and replace that guy with somebody from within or with a modest free agent deal. That's the path they've taken. It's the grow your own, and it's not purchase, or it's not give massive contracts that put you in danger. I do think that he'd be more aggressive if 6 years and 7 years were the norm, but it's not. And let's face it, if something goes south on Soto, it's the worst contract in the history of sports. You can't. This is $765 million that is guaranteed. If something goes wrong with him, an injury, performance, it's something that the Mets will never get out from under for the rest of their lives. The length of contract is an absolute terror in the back of their minds because there's nothing you can do about it.
Yeah.
With that said, if you're going to go that way, then you got to rebuild. If you're going to grow your own, you got to rebuild your talent pool. That's the choice he's made. We're a talent pool. We are a talent pool team, and we're going to grow our own, and we're going to ride as long as we can with that. That's fine to do that, but you better bolster the talent pool. That's
it's so funny. This is such a conservative, no, we don't want any dead money organization.
Uh-huh.
And look at the dead money. Montero, Abreu, McCullers, Javier.
Yeah.
I mean, this is incredible for an organization that's philosophy is we are not going to sign bad contracts. Look at the bad contracts that they've signed.
Yeah.
I mean, and Lance, Lance is throwing. Did you see him? Have you
I
seen
saw him. I mean, I think he'll be back this year.
Yeah.
I don't know what that means, but ultimately, but I think he'll be back.
I guess
Effectiveness and
all right,
durability. I don't know.
Okay, under over innings pitched this year by Lance McCullers. I'm going to put it at. I'm going to say 92.
No, I'm gonna go higher. I'm gonna go 108.
Higher?
Yeah, I'm gonna go 108.
108.
Uh-huh.
You think he's going to throw 108 innings this year?
I think he starts, maybe makes 22 starts.
When does he start pitching on for a major league team?
Start of the season.
Specifically, our team.
Start of the season. He's
going to be here for the start of the season.
Yeah.
Okay.
He's had like 3 years off.
I know, but I've never. That's crazy talk, but okay.
Mm-hmm.
Under over on innings by Christian Javier.
Golly, I can't imagine he's back at the beginning.
I can't imagine that either.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember. He went out last year, right? Yeah, he went out last year. I mean, these injuries end up taking longer for the Astros seemingly than anyone else. So I would say Christian Javier, we're looking at 5, 10, maybe 65 innings.
So if you get 65,
yeah,
like a full season is 107, 160, 170. That's a full season.
Yeah.
Right? If you get 30 starts, 31 starts.
Okay.
And, that's what Hunter Brown pitched 170. Blanco pitched 167 last year.
Mm-hmm.
You figure if you get a half a season, obviously that's 85. I think Lance is going to be a half a season guy. We'll see. You expect him to start at the beginning of the season. I don't. We'll see, but they're going to have to bring him along slowly, dude. No, I don't think so. And Christian Javier, I don't see him until the All-Star break. What about?
It's a lot of negativity from an organization who says they have 10 starting pitchers.
Well, they do. They're just not going to be able to pitch.
And don't tell me how your arms are loaded. Like, I guess you can, but until we see how they perform, how they bounce back, can they handle can they make a start every 5 games?
Well, Garcia's not going to. Garcia's not. I don't know. I don't expect him at all.
Then why is he? Then he's done with baseball. How long is Luis Garcia going to be out?
Didn't they? Didn't they do his late?
No, Garcia.
All of last year, well, we know
Garcia came back last year, remember? And then he's like, nope.
Yeah,
they thought Garcia was back.
They thought they were ramping him up, thinking he was going to come back, and then it turns out, nah, actually, no, we're not doing that.
Well, and then they do something? Wasn't there something with him that they did, or was it Javier? They did something later. I forget which one it was. One of them they did. There was like, what have you been waiting for? Why did you wait so long to do this? And
I feel like that was Christian Javier.
Was it Javier?
But may have been. Well, so really he hasn't pitched full time since 2022. Okay. 2023 he had 2 wins. He pitched 6 games and 27 innings in 2023 and did not pitch in 2024. I mean, we're already like, he still can't make it back, John. He was gone in 2023. He had surgery. He didn't pitch all of last year. You don't think he's going to pitch this year? If not, then he's done with baseball. How bad is this injury? Where he misses 3 years?
Expect Lance. Do you expect Lance McCullers to throw?
Yes,
100
I do.
innings?
I do. I just told you. I think Lance McCullers will.
Yeah. Yeah. Well,
I mean, it's not unheard of that Lance McCullers, his inning totals have been. Well, he's hit 125 his rookie year, 118 his third year, 128 his fourth year. His sixth year, he hit 162 innings. And then, okay, sure, he didn't pitch. 47 innings in 2022, didn't pitch last year. That means he's fresh. And so,
Lance, can you see what I'm doing?
You're throwing a baseball against the wall.
I am sick and tired of these type of updates from Lance McCullers.
Yeah.
He's in some facility throwing a baseball at something that isn't a batter. I'm tired of it.
It's the videos.
It's as much to do with his ability to pitch to start the year as what I'm doing right now.
Dell's just throwing some kind of ball against a glass window.
I mean, honestly, that's all we've seen of Lance McCullers pitching for 3 years.
No, you're about to see
throwing
something.
a baseball off a wall.
No, it all changes this year.
Okay. All right.
He had 8 starts in 2022, none in 2023. Wait a minute. None in 2024.
This could be about several.
Oh, yeah.
pitchers.
So we're going in 2025.
Who are you talking about again?
He's got to be ready to roll. He hasn't pitched for 2
Which
years.
pitcher are you talking about? Because this could be about 3 of them. Which one are you talking about?
Oh, my
Is this
God.
McCullers or Garcia?
Lance McCullers
or
has
Javier.
Yeah.
Lance has 8 games pitched in 3 years.
And you're like, he's got to be ready.
Well, how could he not be?
How could he be not? How
If
can he
he's
not be last?
How
ready,
can he be?
If
he's
never
never there.
If he's not ready, well, did you see the video of him throwing? I mean, he was throwing hard.
Yeah,
No,
I'm
it
doing it
wasn't
right now.
against the wall. It wasn't against the wall. He was throwing to a guy catching. He was throwing hard. If Lance McCullers,
no, he was thrown into a net.
He wasn't.
The last one I saw was.
Well, I'll show you the other one. He was throwing with pop on the ball.
I am too. Look.
If Lance McCullers can't,
Look at Dell.
That's not Dell. That's not the same as Lance McCullers.
It's the same.
It's exactly the same.
If Lance McCullers is not ready by the beginning of the season, then he should retire. He's done with baseball. I mean, if you can't be healthy after 2 full years out and then half of 2028, well, you missed most of 2022. You came back at the end. You pitched in a World Series. You pitched then. You missed the next year, 23. You missed the next year, 24. If you're not healthy after 2 straight years of being out, then it's time to retire. I mean, other than that, you're just collecting checks.
We forget about JP France, who Charles Altuve calls J6 France. He will be available as of January 21st when Trump waves his magic wand and pardons him. He wasn't in the January 6th attack.
It's ridiculous, Art. That's not who he is. Is not what he did.
Right.
Okay. Last year, people forget. Last year he pitched. He was 0-3 with a 7.46 ERA. Okay.
And they rushed him back, and they had to shut him down.
They
even admit, we brought him back too quickly. Goodbye.
Yeah. He'll probably come back. Probably.
Goodbye. All right. You got to talk briefly, or not so briefly, about
a billion pitchers on the
We got 10
list.
starting pitchers. Don't worry about it.
We got 10. None of them are available.
We don't know which 10, but we got 10.
We got 10 signed.
Yeah.
But none of them are available. That's all.
Zadig Jewelers is, we're talking about things that you were not sure and they're not dependable or there's question marks. There's no question marks about Zadig Jewelers. Zadig Jewelers has the very finest gifts this Christmas season. If you're looking for a Christmas gift, an engagement gift, if you want to get yourself a brand new watch from one of the best timepieces from around the world, they've got the finest watches in the city of Houston. They are boutique locations, which means they have a boutique location basically means they have a carve out inside their store, which is over 28,000 square feet. And they get pieces that other stores don't get. And that's who they are. That's what they are. They have, there are boutique locations for certain watch brands, and they have pieces there that no one else can find. People who collect watches and who buy, sell, and trade watches go to my friends over at Zadig, because this is where you find the best watches, and they've got them available for you, and they have experts in the field who can help you find that right timepiece. Now, if you're looking for a diamond engagement ring, they've got an entire upstairs dedicated just to that. What I'm trying to tell you is, from a standpoint of quality, of value, and really finding something that is going to stand out in the market, it's going to be Zadig Jewelers. Nobody is touching the pieces that Zadig puts together. Nobody, and it's not even close. Zadig Jewelers at 1801 Post Oak Boulevard. Do not miss out on a chance to get a very special present, either for someone else or to treat yourself. Is Zadig Jewelers.
How about Demetrius over at Nico Nico's? He said, hey, John, anybody who mentions your name, you're going to get a half order of lucamaves. Lucamaves are awesome. What a great way. It's the dough that's fried with the honey on it and the powder. It's just delicious. So when you go to Nico Nico's, just drop my name and say, hey, I want my half order of lucamaves. Any of the locations in the Woodlands, on I-10 and the Beltway, or in Montrose. But how about this? Get a $50 gift card right now at Nico Nico's, and they're going to give you $10 back. So you're getting 20% off on your food. Listen, if you're going to eat at Nico Nico's, get a gift card for yourself and get $20 off. What are you nuts? Let's go. I mean, now it's supposed to be a gift card for somebody else, but that's a great little gift card too for somebody. That's a little stocking stuffer or somebody in the office that you want to appreciate. You want to tell them, hey, listen, go to Nico Nico's and you got $50 on me, and you only spend $40. What? So that is awesome. This is something. Download the app. It's OPA, OPA, and see all of the different foods and everything else. And when you use the app to order your food, you're going to get you're going to get discounts and all kinds of different stuff, and even free food. So there's all kinds of great reasons to go to Nico Nico's. The number one reason, how good the food is. Get on over to Nico Nico's this holiday season, or make your party a Greek party. It's Nico Nico's, catering at niconicos.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right. So let me ask you this question: what do you expect out of the Rockets tomorrow night? I mean, honestly, against this Oklahoma City team, I know they beat them the last time. They didn't have Caruso, which Caruso's Caruso, but Caruso, he's playing a role for them. He's playing a role. I know they're going to compete because I know they're going to play hard defensively. Do you agree with? Did you hear Charles' soundbite?
Charles Barkley?
Yeah.
Well, Dell's pulling it up right now.
Well, yeah. I don't think. Listen, they don't have good shooters. They just don't.
We're talking Rockets right now.
Rockets,
yeah.
Right. Rockets.
Well,
but
let's hear from the Chuckster.
Here's how Chuck looks at the Rockets.
Impressed with the Houston Rockets?
No.
They don't have any idea how to play basketball. Play good defense. But they play the game strictly on talent. Like, they should have won that game by they got so much more talent than the Warriors. But that's one reason I say they got a great record. They're not ready for prime time because the refs had to give them this game tonight. They got a bright future. But, man, they're going to have to learn discipline. They're going to learn to take care of the ball. They're going to have to learn shot selection.
And all of that to be said for a team that has like 3 guys under 23 in the starting lineup.
But sometimes it happens faster. Like, you ask Kenny and Shaq, like, sometimes it comes together. Like, they got a lot of talent. And they can't play like they used to be. Like, they're relevant. They got a terrific coach. Now they got to learn, like, we got to take care of the ball.
Yeah.
We got to stop taking bad shots. Like Jalen Green, he almost had 9 points again, except for those 2 free throws.
So I will say this. He's right about one thing. Sometimes it does come together offensively better. You know who's younger? There's only one team that's younger in the NBA than the Rockets.
Who is it?
Oklahoma City.
Oak City's younger?
Yeah.
Well, okay, we
barely,
could push Jeff Green off the island. If we started to get rid of old people, maybe throw them in a vat of grease or whatever.
The old people like Fred VanVleet, who plays the most minutes of anybody.
I know, but we got Jeff Green is weighing us down a little bit. I'm sure we're looking at average age of roster, right? Jeff Green is, man, kick that guy off the plane. All of a sudden, we get a lot younger.
You got 2 starters in their late 20s, early 30s. Dylan Brooks is 28.
Dylan and Fred, yeah.
Fred. And then the difference between right now the Rockets.
Well, he's Steven Adams, too.
Yeah. The difference right now between the Rockets and the Thunder is their best player is in his prime MVP candidate, Shea. As far as the youth, he's not young anymore. He's in his prime, and he's an MVP candidate, while all the Rockets' future best players are
But
3 years younger than him.
I'm okay with this growth path. I'm going to tell you something that kind of scares me. Any of that Jimmy Butler talk, I get worried about defensive-minded, aggressive coaches. Like it's the Van Gundy thing, where they really lean into reliable defensive players who are older and guys who have some grit. It's always comes with age. I don't know that I want to prematurely make the Rockets an older team. I like the fact that they're young and they're learning and they're clearly on the ascension. How many of the starters, Fred VanVleet and Dylan, those 2 guys are who they're going to be. I think Jalen's still learning and ascending. Amen Thompson, obviously Şengün, Jabari. You got a bunch of guys who are on the ascension. They're not on the downside of their careers and they're not plateauing yet. When you start making trades like multiple young players for a guy like Jimmy Butler, you know what you do? You prematurely close the potential window of opportunity. Like you maybe have an opportunity for something better happening, but you've now lost a certain element of youth and growth that I think the Houston Astros showed you. It's a different model, but the Houston Astros grew from within the same way the Rockets are. The Rockets are growing from within. If you look at the nexus of terrible Astros and they start getting draft picks and they start growing their own, and man, you can see it coming up. It wasn't right away, but 2014, then 15, they flashed. Then 16, they took wasn't really a step back. Well, yeah, 16 actually was a step back. And then 17, they hit a home run because they obviously added Justin Verlander. And then they kept growing, and Young Pin and Jordan came and Kyle Tucker came. You look at the Rockets right now, they're on a similar path in terms of young players building from within. It's homegrown. They could make a trade at some point, but I don't want them to start moving too many young players for older players who are not reliable. Like that's Jimmy Butler. You want to start talking about Giannis? That's a different animal. That's Justin Verlander. Jimmy Butler is more
Grinky.
Yeah, that's right. That's more grinky. It can help you in the short term, but I don't think it lasts long term.
I will say the one.
And he's not at his best.
You mentioned
anymore.
the model.
He's not in his prime.
The model hurts the Rockets because of all the young talent. At some point, then they've already made a decision to pay a couple guys. The constraints of the model will keep you from keeping them long term.
Jalen will be gone long term. I don't think this backcourt will be in place. Well, we know that Fred VanVleet may or may not be here next year. My guess is he's an Ime guy, and he'll be back for another year. And they can technically afford it. I don't think that in 2 years, I don't think the backcourt of Jalen Green and I know that VanVleet won't be here. I don't think I think ultimately Jalen Green, I had no problem with them signing him because now you can trade him anytime you want. I don't think Jalen Green is long for this team. I would personally, that's the guy I would shop. To me, the core guys, Tari, who you want to make sure is healthy, Amen is absolutely untouchable. For me, I would have told you Şengün is untouchable, but not if Giannis is in play. I would not. Nobody's untouchable if Giannis is in play. But I love the youth, and to me, I'm not in a big rush. I think your growth, so far you're seeing a big jump from last year to this year, and I remember the Warrior model where they jumped very, very quickly. The Astros model, very, very quickly. Different sports, but I think that you don't prematurely cut off your legs when you got a chance for a long run. Now, you can't keep everybody in the NBA. You can't, and so I'm keeping Tari. I'm keeping Amen Thompson. That's why, for me, Jalen Green is probably long-term. If I'm building out a sustainable model of a championship team, Jalen's probably the guy that will have to go so that I can keep Amen. And maybe Jabari will have to go too.
Well,
it depends on what he
take
takes.
a step with some consistency, though. And
Who's that?
Got the talent, and you see the flash of talent.
Who's that?
It's like every other game now. And so if he can start to, at least it's every other game.
Are you talking Jalen or Jabari?
Jalen.
Well, but he's not a fit for this level of the NBA. He was been a great fit in the 80s and 90s and even 2000s. The math model now of threes and frees, this isn't his. As long as he doesn't fall in love with the 3-point shot, I think he'll be fine. When he's attacking the basket, Jalen Green can be special when he's attacking the basket. But is that a sustainable model in the in the NBA? Is that sustainable? Because his field goal percentage and efficiency will go up, and he's actually a pretty good free throw shooter. He's gotten better defensively. There's a lot of things I like about Jalen Green. Shooting threes in one of them.
No. So this youngest team in the NBA thing, it's got so one place has the Celtics, one place has the Blazers, and the NBA has Oklahoma City as the youngest team in the NBA, but they've got the Rockets as an older team now. The Rockets have aged and are actually averaged 26.44. So this whole thing about the Rockets just being a young team now, which was Ernie's point, what about a young team and they're developing? They're not a young team anymore. They're actually 17th in the league. Oklahoma City's 1, Portland 2, San Antonio, Detroit. You notice most of these teams, though, they suck. Oklahoma City is really good and young. Portland sucks. San Antonio sucks. Detroit sucks. Memphis doesn't suck. Utah sucks. Wizards suck. Brooklyn sucks.
Rockets don't
Bulls suck. I mean, I
don't care. We've got more.
Generally suck.
But we've got more to but we've drafted very, very high, and Rafael Stone's done a very, very good job. We got way more in common with Oklahoma City than any of those scrubbo teams you just told me about.
Yeah.
So what do I care about those losers? I'm going to, you know what?
You played this game before about quarterback bridge. Don't do it.
I'm not in first class, but I'm in economy plus. I'm in economy plus right now, so don't play with me.
This whole thing about a young team, these guys have been together for years now.
The Rockets? Yeah, but they're still young
Jalen
basketball-wise.
and Alprin have been together for years now. And now Jabari's going his third. It's his third year. I mean, this is not. We're by NBA standards, Oklahoma City is young and inexperienced, and they're really, really good. You can be really, really good and not take goofy shots and actually play some semblance of offensive with some sensibility. As opposed to what we see a lot of times.
But wait, you're
Rockets.
acting like this is a bad team. Why are you so down on a team that's clearly taking a step?
But listen, they could be a lot better off.
They're not an efficient offensive
Hey, Chuck,
team.
what do you think about John and Lance, Chuck? What do you think about John and Lance getting to a break on time? Hey, well, they have no idea how to do a radio show.
Wait, is this top of the hour?
Yes.
Oh, my God.
They have no idea how to do a radio show.
Oh, my God. This is our top of the hour break?
Top of the hour break right now. It's top of the hour.
Can we just combine?
No, because you got so many lives today, you can't combine.
Oh, my God.
All right, time to talk about
5 Stars coming on today, too, to give you winners, by the way.
Oh, and Justin's coming on, too. All right, so we got to go.
Oh, bye.
GiveMeTheVin.com. That's what we got to talk about right now. GiveMeTheVin.com. If you're looking for the best way to get that car, get rid of that car. Now, you want it gone, all right? For whatever reason, what happened with your vehicle? You don't love it anymore, whatever. Oh, I love that car over there. I want to buy a new one. Well, go ahead, but I wouldn't trade it into the dealership. I just wouldn't. Or I'll trade it into the dealership, but I want to find out what it's worth. Because I don't know your dealership. I know my dealership that I love, and I've gotten the straight. I got the straight from them. But I want to know every single time what my vehicle is worth. And John Clay Wolf says, if I can't beat, I'm going to take that extra $100. Okay. John Clay Wolf says, I can't beat CarMax's offer. I'll give you $100. And you know what? It's another $100 in your pocket. But here's the deal. Go armed knowing what your car is worth. And John Clay Wolf does that. And if you've got a classic or a collectible, I'm telling you, here and now, the place to go is gmtvcc.com. Give me the VIN, classiccollectible.com, gmtvcc.com. John Clay Wolf pays top dollar for really, really neat cars. So you're looking to sell that vehicle, one place you have to go, GiveMeTheVin.com.
Quick Assist. Quick Assist is where you go to sell your tickets. It's that simple. Quick Assist allows you to get the most money for your tickets. You have season tickets that you want to sell. Quick Assist can jump in and help you out because what they do is they actually have an algorithm that will place your tickets with all the major ticket sites. And I mean all the major ticket sites. And then the algorithm will also read the pricing structure, and it will make adjustments to your price up or down based on where the market is. So if a ticket is a hot ticket, they'll raise the price for you so that you make more money on those tickets. If the market gets soft, it will lower the prices. What they do is they're guaranteeing basically that you are going to get your ticket sold at the best price. That's how it works, and it's no hassle for you. You simply sign up on the app, you upload your tickets, and they do the rest. Quick Assist. It's quick, ASYST. Download it today and list your tickets with confidence and knowing that you're going to get the best money for your tickets if you can't use them. Your ticket to anywhere, it's Quick Assist.
All right, welcome back. ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. How about your league, Lance? I'm so disgusted with your league.
What's happening now?
Oh, did you see Nico Collins got a $5,000 fine for tossing a ball to a kid?
Yeah, don't do that. We're trying to. These footballs cost a lot of money.
Oh, really? 5,000?
How's the league going to make up? Yeah, those add up.
Charge him for a football. What are you charging him $5,000
add
for?
Up.
Oh, stop it. Charge him for the football. What are you charging $5,000 for? Charge him for the football. And you know what? Do you know how many fans would be happy? Guys throw him a ball. It costs the guy $150, and everybody's happy.
We're not baseball. We're not Major League Baseball letting you
you're the
where you
worst.
bring your – do you think
thousands
people bring –
of baseballs going
look,
to the crowd.
Football. You know what we don't do? Have fans bring in their wide receiver gloves to the game to catch something. We don't do that in our league.
What a money-grubbing league.
You're not a player. You're a fan. Sit in your seats and do what you're told. And stop making a band. Stop.
What a money-grubbing league.
Being a pain in the ass.
Major League Baseball, Rob Manfred is it's like Santa Claus compared to Goodell. I'm telling you, what a curmudgeon. $5,000 fine for throwing a ball to a kid.
That's it.
What is wrong with
I've
your
had
league?
enough of you. Let's get to a break. We actually have to. We got five-star coming up.
I know. We got five-star.
We got five-star Justin. Yeah, I told Dell to combine breaks, but he wouldn't do it because he said John really
read. Did you guys want to combine to do 4 lives in one break?
No.
Then we can't combine them.
Well, to
all
John's
I wanted
point,
to do was tell everybody what a POS league that you're in.
What if we run out of footballs? If everyone's throwing it into the stands and we run out of footballs, then what do we do?
Don't worry, the players will buy them. The players are buying them.
John, they got to be rubbed up with that California mud, or is that baseball? Oh, those are baseballs. Yeah.
But they have
to do things. Yeah, they actually do have to do things.
No, the footballs are slick.
No, but footballs have to be compressed. They actually do something
they
for
do
footballs.
stuff
Yeah, well, then do a bunch of them.
They do stuff to footballs.
Hey, listen, you know how many balls would have been thrown into the crowd?
A lot.
Last night? 0. They had 0 touchdowns last night. And, there's a lot less scoring going on in the NFL, so we can throw the balls up there because your league sucks. XFL, baby. Go the Rock.
Get to your break.
The Rock.
Listening to this communist crap.
Game day men's health is what I'm talking about now. Feel better. Heal better. Are you hurting in any way, shape, or form? Do you have some kind of an injury? Well, if you do, my man, all my peeps over at Game Day Men's Health, my man, I've got there's Game Day Men's Health all over the city. Game Day Men's Health is just different. Game Day Men's Health is going to help you feel better. It's going to help you look better. It's going to help you lose weight. It's going to help you better at work. It's going to help you better in the gym. It's going to help you better in the bedroom. It's going to help you better. Be better. They've got labs right right there on the facility. All of the facilities do. They are going to give you a free consultation. Why would you pay to find out whether or not you could be a client of theirs? I mean, that is so ridiculous. And yet the other testosterone places, that's what they do. No, not at Game Day Men's Health. Go in there and find out for yourself. It's just different. Get the peptides that are going to make you feel better. Get the testosterone that's going to make you feel much better. And all the plan that they're going to put in place for you to be the best you can be. GameDayMen'sHealth.com. They're popping up all over the city. GameDayMen'sHealth.com.
Taqueria Surrounders. I've still actually got some tamales in my refrigerator in my office, and it's I don't know if it's a pork or chicken, but they're doing pork and chicken are the two tamales that they are selling right now for the holiday season. You can go in and get your multi-packs today from Taqueria Surrounders. Go to their bakery, and they've got all the conchas. They got all the sweets and desserts and breads that you could possibly want at any of the Arounders bakeries, but they also have your tamales. And those tamales are going to be big hits at your Christmas parties, whether they're coming up early, whether it's on Christmas Day, Christmas Eve, or maybe you just love tamales. They've got some of the best. They've got award-winning tamales here in Houston, and my family and extended family a little bit picky with tamales, and I can tell you they've been a big hit because they are legit. So I tell you about Around the Sports Bar. I tell you about the Taqueria Surrounders, where you can get breakfast, lunch, and dinner any time of the day that are available. I want to make sure that you know that the tamales and all of your sweets are waiting for you at any of the Arounders bakeries around the city of Houston. Stop in and grab some today.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Time to bring in 5-star. He had that Texas game right. They were going to start fast. They did. He had the first half. Don't bet on him in the second half. That's for sure. And sure enough, 5-star was dead on that one last week. 5-star, what up?
Hey, good morning. Great intro song, dear. That's one of my favorite jams right there, 50 Cent, man. It's easy to love me now.
That's right. And isn't that what handicapping's about? You got to stay with it because it's easy to love you on one week and be upset the next week. But the whole key is to stay even keel and be consistent with your betting patterns. Be consistent with how you look at, home dogs and road dogs. Yeah, but you can't go like one team is, 4 units and one game is 1 unit. Like you can, but that's going to lead to wild inconsistency. But how do you? Well, I don't know. How do you handle it? I know most pros have a scale, but they don't do it that drastically.
No, it's every now and then you might find a slam spot where you want to kind of go out the norm. But I always tell my clients in the group, man, like just bet everything the same. Like whatever I send you, just put the same amount of units on it. I'll specifically tell you if it's something to race. But just like you said, Lance, that's really a bad idea because now you get the greed factor going in. And every time that you get greedy, that's when you end up being in the hole and having to fight your way back out because the ones that always look easy are the ones that go against you simply because of the greed factor.
Yeah.
All right. So we got we're now just NFL games for now. I guess we're going to have to wait until and those games are we'll get the playoff games, the college football playoff games. That'll be coming up next week, I guess, right here, and we'll get your picks on that. So we got NFL games this week. You've been studying it. What do you like this week?
Yeah, I'll hit these real quick on the NFL guys, and if you guys do have any questions about the college football playoffs, I'll make sure that I leave enough time. We're going to go first half with the Lions, man. You can't go wrong with the Lions at home. They're 11-2 against the spread in the first half this season. In my opinion, they're the best first half team in football, guys. They averaged 19 points in the opening half against the NFL. And also, Bills defense, man, they struggle early on the road. They've been allowing 15 points average in the first half to opponents. I think that this is one where the Lions start early. I would not be surprised if Josh Allen fights back late and makes it a real interesting game, but I think that the Lions come to play early. And also we've noticed that with those injuries on the defensive side for the Lions, the regression usually happens after halftime. They kind of wear down and get a little tired, and they don't have the manpower that they had before. So let's go with Detroit Lions first half, money line.
Detroit Lions first half, money line. Detroit Lions first half money. Yeah, they're so good. That's a really good game though this week, man. That's a good football game we got going on there.
Yeah, a lot of points we're gonna see.
Steelers. You like the Steelers this week, plus the 5?
Yeah, I got to, because the Steelers are 7-0 straight up and against the spread in their last 7 regular season games as an underdog. That's all I need to see right there, because Mike Tomlin knows how to get his squad up for high-level games, man. 6 of those wins have taken place this season alone. But going back even further, the Steelers are 14-4 straight up and against the spread in their last 18 games as an underdog in the regular season. 5 points is just too many points to give Eagles team that isn't really coached well with Sirianni. And also, we got some stuff going on over on those sidelines with A.J. Brown and I got Jalen Hurts. You know, Jalen Hurts, one of the most likable guys in the world, does everything right. And then we got a diva receiver over there that's giving them hell for not getting the ball. So we're going to see how that works out this week against the Steelers with all that stuff going on in Philly's locker room. But me, I'm going to take the points and roll with Tomlin. Anytime I have a big game, he's getting points.
Not a bad, yeah. I guess again, as an underdog, yeah, they come through.
How about the job Russell Wilson's done? You know, yeah. I wasn't a Russell Wilson believer. I was in Seattle. I was a big defender. Wasn't impressed in Denver, and just thought, man, you might as well just leave Justin Fields alone and just let him keep rolling with the team. It's not explosive offensively, but you're winning games. Tomlin, I give him credit. He went to Russell. He's like, Russell's not losing his job because of injury. He went to him, and they're better with Russell Wilson in there, and he's been solid so far.
Well, it's Mike Tomlin again, too.
Yeah, Mike Tomlin. And you guys on X, I don't know if you guys remember now, but the first person who made a tweet about it when he made that change, when everyone was criticized, because I was a little wondering why he did it, too, because Justin Fields has been playing decent, was Le'Veon Bell. And he said exactly what happened. He said, watch how all of a sudden George Pickett is about to pop now that he has Russell Wilson back there, and that offense is going to open up. Pros know a little bit more than
yes,
regular people.
Yes, they do.
Yeah.
All right, and I like this one. Who you guys your third you pick?
You going to be at the game, John?
No, I'm gonna be. I'll be in Chicago for this, but I'm gonna be watching what's gonna go on.
Oh, you in beautiful Chicago. My wife keeps begging me to fly out there and come and eat some good food.
Dude, it's 19 degrees. Listen, it's 19 degrees there. Wait, okay? Just wait. Don't go now. All right?
I'm sitting in the front yard at 39 degrees here, but we going with the good guys, man. We're going with the Texans, man. The Texans are clearly the better team in this situation. I love the fact that going into the postseason right now at this stage of the year that everyone's kind of, not watching the Texans, kind of talking down on them. Someone had CJ rated the 22nd quarterback. I think it was the 33rd group or whatever. And I like those guys. They're pretty good at what they do, but they're all the way off for saying that CJ Stroud is the 22nd best quarterback in the NFL. That just doesn't make any type of sense to me. I think that this is a great spot for the Texans. Coming off a bye, now they get a chance to get healthy. And also people got to realize that CJ is played a lot of football in the last 2 years, man. So they needed this right now at the right time with this bye count so he could reset. Coming from college, he's still a young kid, and he was on his press run the last year as well, as we know. And I don't knock him for that because, everyone has to build that brand for after football. But just on the football tip, man, I see a lot of advantages with the defense for the Texans in this game. I think that the Dolphins are going to struggle to block them up. As you know, the Texans are one of the best teams against the sacks in the best team getting sacks in the whole, league, man. They're 6th ranked in that, and they're also 1st in pressure rate, and they're also 7th in most quarterback hits. So I think that they're going to be able to hit Tua and get him off his game a little bit. Another thing to look for, even though the Dolphins have won 4 of their last 5, it's been really lesser competition, but they've been 1 of 9 on their third downs last week against a Jets defense that's not nearly as good as the Texans are. While you look at the Texans, they're 6th in the league in getting people off the field on third down defense. Another thing to look at, the Dolphins allowed 100 yards receiving last week to not only Devontae Adams, but also Garrett Wilson. Nico Collins leads the NFL in receiving yards per game. I think this is a get-right spot for the Texans, man. I think that they're too physical for Miami, and I think they get this one done. Give me the Texans -2.5 and money line.
My biggest worry is the speed on the outside by the Dolphins. And Tua gets the ball out on time. Tua doesn't sit there and wait. Tua's getting plays on schedule. So, and the Texans don't have particular speed. They got Stingley, but after that, they're not fast in the backfield. So that's my biggest worry about this game. Them running a lot of slants, run a lot of crossing patterns, in which the Texans can't keep up with them.
they got to hit to it. They hit to it, which we know Danielle Hunter is. I think that they get him off his platform, and he has some, bad plays, and that's all that we need. I think that the Joe Mixon and that offensive line show up this week, and I think that they have a really good game. And as I said, I think C.J. Stroud is in a bounce-back spot. He hasn't had a big numbers game all season. I think that he looks well coming out the bye. Hopefully Slow will switch some things up. Maybe he saw what Carolina and Canales did with Bryce Young, what we've been crying about on the show, and that spread out the offense. Let CJ play 7-on-7. Him and Bryce Young are California quarterbacks, man. Those kids play 7-on-7 their whole life. That's what they're comfortable doing. You need to let them get back to that.
Do you ever, what's your policy on taking a play? If you think that you got a winner, I'll give you an example. So I saw where Saquon Barkley, I think, was minus 750. That's $750 to win $100. To win Offensive Player of the Year. It almost always goes to running backs. Almost always. The MVP award is a quarterback award now. The Offensive Player of the Year is a running back award. I'm looking at futures, and I'm thinking, well, so I looked at Derrick Henry, and Derrick's had a great year. Then I looked at Saquon. He's had an even better year. not as many touchdowns because Jalen Hurts is a touchdown hog. But do you ever look at plays where you're like minus 500, minus 600 and say, I think this is a lock. I know that it looks scary on the surface to be playing 6-1, but I think the money's good. I'm going to just go ahead and try to take some of this free money and lay maybe a little more than I'm usually comfortable with because I think that this is a lock.
In that position, if it's a lock, I usually know just because this lands. If you lose one of those type of bets with all of that big,
it's a killer.
Man, it's so hard. Yeah, it's so hard to catch back up. Now you're in the hole for all of your profits for so long. I always tell people you'll do better long term just playing money lines and plus money. If you're a real bettor, you're looking for long term investment. Ways to strategies and stuff. The best way is to always play money line because you're going to get in the long run where that juice is going to eat up everything you've done. Now, what I used to do was like say minus 600 on tennis and it's Nadal or somebody we know he's going to mow wherever he's playing it in. You might can find Djokovic as well, and he's minus 800. You can put those two together, get it down to a minus 200. That's a pretty good number. And then now I bet that and that, man. I try not to bet anything over minus 150. On the money line, but in rare cases on parlays, I will take a minus 200.
All right, we got to break it. We got Beat the Warehouse Live guy next right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. We got the Steelers, we got the Texans, and we got the Lions first half money line. That is 5-star in Vegas every week right here, giving us winners on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. As always, 5-star, man, we appreciate you, and we will talk to you again next week.
I appreciate you guys. Free bonus play for you guys. I'm not going to break it down. Navy +7 is a good look this weekend in that Army-Navy game. Y'all
all right.
Good one.
Also, are you in town the 23rd? Our Christmas party is the 23rd. Are you in town then or no?
No, I'm not, but I can fly in. I can come in,
we got a little party at Nick's place on the 23rd. It's a Monday. We're just saying we do this annually. Man. So, yeah. So we don't want to I don't want to get in your pocket to make you come in. We're just saying, if you were going to be here, if you made that decision, that's where we'll be on the 23rd.
Yeah. You know, I got a crazy holidays, guys, because what happens is my daughter's birthday is November 30th. My son's, my 4-year-old son is November 21st, and then my 10-year-old, his birthday is December 22nd. So it's like it keeps me kind of, in the holidays, and then right there is Christmas. But I'm taking them to see the Rockets, man, this weekend. Go Rockets.
Oh, nice. Oh, yeah, going to Vegas. That's awesome.
Yeah, that's right.
We heard that. I saw an article said that that's not a good ticket. It's an easy buy. Did you get a good deal on your tickets?
I'm going through one of your friends. You know what I'm talking about.
Oh, okay. All right. Never mind. I like that better. I like America's Guest. I love that. Love that.
Yeah.
5-star as always. We appreciate it. Justin, up next. We're playing Beat the Limo Guy right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. But first, we're talking John Daspit.
Yeah, you want an honest assessment and opinion of your case? Go to John Daspit, 713 call now or daspitlaw.com. He'll tell you, or his lawyers will tell you exactly what you're looking at. He understands when you have a legitimate case and when you don't. And he says, look, I disqualify people all the time, but if someone has been injured, if someone has been in an accident, if someone has lost property, there's a lot of different there's a lot of different people that John will, for a lot of different reasons that he will represent as a personal injury lawyer. To find them all, go to the website at dasperlaw.com. But when he finds someone who has been wronged, who has been injured due to someone else's negligence, nothing irritates him more than and should irritate you more than when that insurance company squeeze, and they don't want to pay you what you should get for your pain and suffering, for your hospital bills, for your medical attention that is needed, for the time missed from work. They want to cut you a fast check before you ever get a chance to call John Daspit. Don't do it. Grab this phone number, 713, call now. Call John Daspit before you do anything with the opposing insurance company to make sure that you're getting a fair deal for your pain and suffering and everything you've gone through. John Daspit will fight for you. He'll get you a strong settlement, and this guy has a winning percentage that is off the charts. John Daspit and the Daspit Law Firm throughout the state of Texas, they are your answer. Go to daspitlaw.com.
Time to talk HRP. HRP.net. HRP.net is where you are going to get your payroll and your HR on. It's where your business is going to be better. It's where you're going to be more efficient. It's where your bottom line gets lower. I've talked about this. I know of a business that they told me that a business got about 35 employees, and they said, well, we can save them about $150,000 a year. $150,000 to your bottom line with just 35 employees, that's significant, okay? And it's real money. That's real money in your pocket as CEO, CFO, the owner of the business, whatever you are. It is something that you need to look at. If you are somebody that's running your business and you're doing your payroll yourself, or you've got an admin company and you haven't looked at what they're doing lately, when you look at their charges that they're charging you for administration costs, it's like, wow, that's pretty expensive. Well, a way that you save with HRP is that it's not their 401k. It's not their insurance plan. They give you choices for those, okay? HRP doesn't give you their insurance or payroll or their 401k or their insurance plans. They give you choices. So that's a big deal. You're looking for a payroll company that's going to do payroll, HR, and your taxes. That's HRP. We love them. You'll love them too. HRP.net, 281-880-6525 or HRP.net.
You are listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
Welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. 713-780-3. Oh, what am I telling you? 713-780-3776. We got no time for calls. What we got is a caller on the line who's going to play Justin in Beat the Warehouse Live guy. Justin, what's up?
Good morning, fellas. How are you?
Good.
Doing good, man. How are you? How was you got your vacation? You're back now. Your Warehouse Live is going strong. What's going on?
Man, I was out there hanging with 5-star in Vegas and came back with the Vegas flu, but I'll be all right. I'll be all right.
5-star gave you some. Oh man, that's a shame. He gave you some crud.
Vegas flu.
He didn't
That's
say
a little different.
He didn't say 5-star gave him.
He
something.
said he was hanging out with 5-star.
5-star, and he gave me stuff.
He didn't.
Okay?
Say
He didn't
that.
say that.
That's what I heard.
What's wrong with
Remember
you?
when I said you
What
insulted
is wrong with
Justin?
you?
Remember when you pushed back on
You
me when I
insult
said
him a
you
little bit.
insulted Justin? You said, I don't do that.
Oh yeah, that's right.
No. You insulted him a little bit. You got a little out of order yourself.
So Justin, yeah,
So
every
true.
time I go to Vegas, I get sick. I don't know what it is. I get sick. Justin, this is about
You're
the
on
third time.
tables. You're around everybody. You're touching cards that haven't been sanitized.
Oh,
What do you think it is?
Yesterday, I'm at a poker table. The guy's eating fried chicken at the poker table. I'm like, what the? Dude, with fries. I'm like, oh, my God. The cards are oily. Okay, so what do we got going on at Warehouse Live this week?
A little slow because of the holidays. We're actually dark tonight. Tomorrow night we have Joss Man, who is kind of like a reggae Egyptian type of show. Sunday Fun Day's a killer with tributes to Godsmack, Metallica, Seether, and The Cult. Always free.
Nice.
And then nothing until next Thursday, which we have a little cabaret show called The Strip Before Christmas. So it might be worth checking out.
Nothing says Christmas like a strip show. That's it. That's nice. Yeah, Justin said, hey, when you get, I'm getting in. He said, Sunday Fun Day. Who's going to be there for this Sunday Fun Day?
Strippers.
No.
We got tributes to Godsmack, Metallica, Seether, and The Cult.
Well,
Yep.
that's good.
Nothing says me like that show.
Wait, the Cult Metallica. You might like. I like. I love.
I like Metallica.
Seether's good. Metallica's fine. I really like the Cult. I mean, it's not.
Lance John has seen all these bands like 7 times before. He just doesn't remember.
Didn't remember them. Yeah.
No. I literally. I'm always banging. Come on. I'm always banging up there at Warehouse Live.
Head banging, not banging.
Well, whatever. Okay.
I don't know about him. I really don't.
So, who we got? Who's our contestant this week, Del? Chris is our contestant. He's joining us today. Thanks for listening to the show. You became the winner yesterday, and you got to play Justin. What do you do for a living, Chris?
I actually work security.
Securities?
Yes, sir.
Oh, nice. Hey, Justin, if you ever lose your guys, if they're, you find out they're stealing from you or something, let's talk to Chris over here, okay? And Chris will come.
Got it. I'll help you out.
Yeah. Chris will help a brother out. He's security. Justin does. He's always got security over there at Warehouse Live. So good stuff. We appreciate you listening to the show, Chris. I hope you're ready. Justin has been on fire. Won again last week, Justin, while you were in Vegas. Not even thinking about. Well, actually, you probably were thinking about it, betting there in Vegas on games. But
yes,
you've been. I'm very disappointed in you this year. How many times you've won. And so we need Chris to go to a game. What game are we playing for this week, Justin?
Well, I'm going to try to give it away again. Nobody wants to win it, but we'll do the 29th Rockets versus the Heat.
Rockets, Heat, Jimmy Butler, and an audition for his future team in Toyota Center. We'll see that. That is this 29th. That's a nice little holiday gift for the family. 4 tickets. And the limo ride there and back, courtesy of Justin, because he's going to be terrible this week. Here we go. Let's play Beat the Warehouse Live guy. All right, Justin, as always, you're first. Who you got?
All right, let's come out with a little favorite. Let's take the Denver Broncos -4.5.
-4.5 against the Indianapolis Colts in Denver. -4.5. Chris?
All right, I'm going to go with the Cardinals -6.
The Cardinals are at home against the Patriots -6. -6 points. The Cardinals -6. Justin?
All right, I'm going to stay with the chalk and take the Packers -2.5 on the road at Seattle.
The Packers are at Seattle -2.5. Packers -2.5 at Seattle. Chris?
I'm going to stay with the Packers again and go total points between the Packers and the Seahawks.
Under over?
Over.
Over 46. Over 46. Packers-Seahawks game. Over 46. Justin?
I'm going to go against 5-star a little bit, although he did think they would come back in the second half. I'm going to take Buffalo and the points plus 2.5.
Buffalo is plus 2.5 points against the Detroit Lions. Plus 2. That's a hell of a game. At Ford Field, holy crap, that's a good one. Plus 2.5 Buffalo. All right, Chris?
I'm going to go with Miami plus 3.
Miami, I don't know that we have 3. Yeah, it's 3 now. Miami's plus 3 now against the Houston Texans.
Wow.
Miami
Fading the home team.
Yeah, fading the home team. Miami
That's
plus 3.
That's also a 5-star fade.
Yeah. 2 5-star fades right away. How about that? That's not healthy. That's not healthy, boys. I'm just telling you. Justin?
I never thought I would be betting on the Carolina Panthers as a favorite, but let's do it. -3 against the Cowboys.
They're -3 against the Cowboys. The Panthers are playing better football lately.
Yeah.
They really are.
Much
And the
more
Cowboys suck.
Much more competitive.
How about before this season started, what that line was and what it is now? Holy crap. Carolina -3. They would probably have been about an 8-point or 9-point dog before the season started. Chris?
I'm going to go with the Lions -2.5.
Lions -2.5 is a
Get the children out! Filthy. Dirty, filthy. 12:30, filthy.
Double banger. We didn't know we were going to have a double banger. We didn't have one last week. We got a double
banger today.
-2.5 against the Buffalo Bills. All right, Justin, your last pick.
All right, let me see if I can bait him into a second banger here. Let's take the Cleveland Browns +4.
The Cleveland Browns are +4 this week in their football game, their contest against a team in the National Football League, which is from Kansas City. Cleveland +4 at home against the Kansas City Chiefs. Chris?
You took it, man. That was my sleeper. I was going to go with that one last. Tell you what, I'm going to go Atlanta -4.
Oh,
Atlanta -4 at Vegas.
Interessante.
-4
Yeah.
at Vegas.
That's a handicapper pick.
How about that? Atlanta -4 at Las Vegas. All right. There's our 5 picks each. One double banger. Thank you. Good night. Del?
Dirty, filthy.
Okay. Justin went with Broncos -4.5, Packers -2.5, Buffalo +2.5, part of our double banger, Panthers -3, and Browns +4. Chris had the Cardinals -6, Packers Seahawks over 46. He went against the home team and 5-star Miami +3, Lions 2.5, part of our double banger, and Atlanta -4. If that sounds right to everyone, good luck.
Good luck, gentlemen. But mostly good luck to Chris. Mostly good luck to Chris. Hey, Chris, we appreciate you, man. Thanks for listening. And best of luck this week. We want to see you going to that game, that Heat game.
Thank you, gentlemen. Appreciate it.
All right, there it is. And Justin, warehouselive.com, warehouselive.com to see all the shows, everything going on. Sunday Fun Day. That's my jam right there. Sunday Fun Day. So get on out there. It's always a good time. All those cover bands are great. Justin, man, as always, we appreciate it, and we will talk to you again next week.
All right, guys. Have a good weekend.
All right, there is Justin right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. A double banger. We didn't have one last week. Good to have double bangers. It's good to double bang, I think.
He couldn't just let it alone. Couldn't just leave it alone, right?
I just said.
No, he was banging up on stage earlier. Now
I'm banging the stage. I'm going to double bang. He's already said it's a holiday show. Yeah. What did you expect?
You said it was a
what
holiday
did you
show
honestly
in the
expect?
first segment.
No, he said it, so I just said that's what John's saying.
Okay.
Oh, that's what John said.
I just take the lead.
That's what John said.
That's what John said, Mom.
That's what John said.
If John jumped off a building and double banged it, would you say that? No. No, I would not follow him.
Yeah, no, I don't want you following me. Never mind.
Well, I mean, if you had an order, you choose.
Well, if there's an order,
yeah,
I'd
you'd
much
rather him
prefer
be after you. Yeah.
Yeah, but I much prefer that way.
You're as bad as he is, Del. You're just a phony about it.
I'm not as bad as you two.
At least John's a real one. You're a phony.
You guys start. If I have a joke, I'll pile on, but I'm not starting this. That's on you guys.
Won't start none, won't be none. That's all. Time to talk about Aqueduct Plumbing. Billy Brown. He's going to your house today, right, Lance?
Billy Brown's going to be there between 12 and 2. Well, his guy is.
Yeah.
And I'm getting my tankless water heater serviced. It hasn't been serviced for a couple of years. And I remember what a disaster it was last time. But I've got another little thing for them to take a look at. And that's the thing. I'm going to call Billy in advance to make sure they know that. But, if you've got something that you need done, think of a whole list of things. You need something changed with a small thing. You got a small leak in in your sink. Get it done now. Get all your work done now. If you have big work to be done, well, that you should not delay, because I delayed one time and a leaking pipe underneath my home became a bigger and bigger problem, and it caused a lot more damage that way. So don't mess around with it. Make sure that you go with the pros over at Aqueduct Plumbing Company.
No, absolutely. Why would you wait on a leak? Get there now. And put this number in your phone so you've always got it. 281-488-6238, 281-488-6238, or you can go to aqueductplumbingcompany.com. All right. You kids want to play ball. They're going to watch the Rockets tomorrow night. They're going to want to play basketball, Dad. All right. It's nice out. They want to be outside. Do you want your kids playing video games all day long? No, you don't. You want them outside. You want them playing. You want them playing. Listen, your girls, boys and girls, shoot. Just shoot. They need shooters, okay? Basketball teams need shooters. Your kid can shoot. Well, they're not going to be 6'9", okay? But if he can shoot, he is going to be valuable in high school, in grammar school, high school, college. And listen, there's scholarships out there for them girls, okay? So get them girls shooting in the driveway. Let's go. Who's going to be the next Caitlin Clark, Time Athlete of the Year? But you got to do it with a pro dunk goal. They want to lower the goal. They want to shoot. Let them get that touchdown, then move the goal up, move the goal up, move the goal up. But you only can do it one way. ProDunk.com. Best goal ever. You'll love it. Wife will love it. Kids will love it. ProDunk.com. ProDunk.com. All right, we got news of the weird that we got to get to, but did you see this story about Quinn Ewers? Apparently, and this is from NFL Rookie Watch, which has 160,000.
No, don't say this. Don't say this. It's one of
got
the worst.
160,000 followers?
It's wrong. You don't even need to, don't waste your time. That account is considered one of the worst by football people. It's a college kid who always puts quotes around everything and claims he has sources. It's terrible. It's not true. You don't even need to bother reading it. Quinn's coming out. He's not transferring.
He's not transferring.
Not transferring. He's coming out.
Okay, Quinn's coming out. He's not going to go.
That account sucks. Block it.
It does. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Well, that just
I chased that story down yesterday, and it caused Quinn Ewers' agent to have to, and actually a couple people to basically make fun of the account that did it because it's such a dip bleep account.
No kidding.
Yeah.
All right. Well, that's good. That's good news then. That's good to hear. How about, okay, we didn't even do this. Let's do this real quick. Who you got Sunday? Texans or Dolphins?
Texans.
Dell?
Until the Dolphins beat a good team, why would I take them? Take the Texans.
Take the Texans.
I will say this. It was pointed out on a podcast. It's a different personnel group, but Anthony Weaver was part of that Baltimore Ravens staff who didn't allow a touchdown to Bobby Slowick's offenses.
He's part of the Texans staff that allowed a billion touchdowns.
And that was years ago. But the more recent evidence is he was a part of a staff who Bobby Slowick could not solve. So the question will be, with different personnel but the same type of defense, can Bobby Slowick have answers? Because he did not have answers last year.
That is true. That is true. I'm not crazy about the matchup of the Dolphins offense against the Texans defense. I think we got a shootout, boys.
I said over. The Dolphins defense gives up points to good quarterbacks, and we still like CJ. And the Dolphins have been scoring a lot of points. So I think the number is 46. We talked about it yesterday on my show.
That's the number we're looking at. Yeah.
Yeah. So I think the over is a good play too.
I like the over. I like the over in this one too. I think they're going to have. You know what? The Texans are susceptible to big plays, and you know what the Dolphins do? Big plays.
Big plays.
I think we got a shootout here, boys. I think we got a shootout. Take the over.
With 54-yard field goals. For the Texans shootout, are we getting 7
I don't know if you heard.
Are we getting 10 field goals?
After the break, we solved that problem. Okay?
I'll just have to trust that we're not a field goal team anymore. We're a touchdown team.
We ain't a field goal team no more.
Right.
I don't know if you heard. We're all grown up. Packing extra underwear for a trip brings a sense of security, says a psychologist. Do you bring extra underwear when you take a trip?
Sometime I will do a +1.
You'll do a +1.
Yeah, sometime I will do
just
a +1 on underwear. Well, I mean, you just never.
A shart.
What did you actually say on the air just now?
Well, if you have a shart.
Just in case of a shart?
Yeah.
You said that on a Friday before we're actually on a holiday? I don't bring extra underwear because of a shart. Maybe a workout. Maybe, I don't know. You just do.
You assume there might be a loss of bowel control, and that's why you bring extra underwear?
That's John's assumption.
I'm just saying you might have.
Lance Erline here for incontinence.
What if you have a slip up? What if it slips? What? Change underwear. I got to change with me. I feel better about myself. That's it. That's all. That's all I'm saying. A workout. Yeah. Okay. I believe that too. Let me get Lance's. Let me get a quick workout in. No chance.
So you think it's more likely
It's all about a shark.
His bowels loosen on accident than he would work out.
Which happens more? Which happens more? I'm going to go shart in this one. Americans spend
You shouldn't
more.
keep saying the word shart. I feel like
you shouldn't either.
I know
apparently,
it's technically not a bad word, but it just I feel like I don't know why that one's getting me.
It ain't a bad word. So Americans spend more time living with diseases than the rest of the world.
Big deal anyway. Of course we do.
We are sick. American Medical Association finds people in the U.S. are sick for an average of 12.4 years.
We play through it.
Big deal. Have you been sick for 12.4 years of your life?
Yeah, big deal anyway.
We went from 10.9 to 12.4.
Yeah, big deal. So we're I mean, They say we have plastic in everything now. Like supposedly you've got plastic in your lungs. You got there's so much, they can't really get rid of. The dirty little secret is you can't get rid of plastic anymore.
Yeah, it
so
used to be Teflon.
Yeah.
Now it's plastic.
Yeah, you got
now
plastic in there. Yeah, I'm sick. Big
all
deal
these
anyway.
Shots were taken.
I fight through it.
Yeah, no. We're a disease. We're just one giant disease, especially in Las Vegas.
How about those giant chicken breasts that you eat? Hey, chickens don't grow this big. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, right. No, that's why I get the little baby tiny wings. That's what I like. All right, but kill them early before they get all the steroids in them.
Sounds like organic for me.
Yeah. Apparently, Nancy Mace. Have you seen Nancy Mace?
I've seen her. Yeah.
Yeah, Nancy Mace. Apparently, she went to some event and she said a trans.
She's scrapping with the trans community right now.
A trans protester assaulted her, and he shook her hand, and she had him arrested. Did you see the video of her? What is it called?
What was in his hand?
What do you?
What?
Nothing.
He may have shaken it. Oh, if you put something on your hand and shake somebody's hand and they go, "Oh my God," that you could get. It could be gross.
That's actually not what she said. But apparently she's also got a video of her drinking something and then putting it and kissing another woman and putting it in her mouth. And then she goes and gives the liquid to someone else.
Hold on a second.
Yeah.
That's a porn video. It sounds like you're.
No,
it sounds like you're doing something that involves snow.
Del, do we know the word for it?
Snow.
I was sticking it in my mouth, but I was doing it wrong.
Oh.
Is that what happened? Is that the story you're describing?
No, it's when you drink something and you pass it to somebody else. Huh?
I don't know.
No,
there's a word for it.
It starts with snow.
Don't
do it.
Oh, never.
Don't do it.
Nope.
Don't do it.
Nope.
There's that video of her?
Yeah.
Where? Send it.
Okay.
You want to see it?
No, not on this computer.
To your phone?
Yeah, you know what? I don't need to see it. No, never mind. I'm fine. I got people to write up.
Yeah, there was some video out there that and oh well. I think
could
it's cool.
be AI.
Oh well. It was actually an old video. It didn't look like it, but who knows? All right, we're done. Hope you had a great week, everybody. Going to be in studio next week, and don't forget the Christmas party on December 23rd. We want you all to be there. Right now, I want to talk about Coors Light. I want to talk about playing poker yesterday and drinking Coors Lights. That was my life. That's what my life is all about. I love my life. Yeah, I hope you love your life too. And if you love your life, you'll love it more with some cold, clean, crisp, refreshing Coors Light. I don't know what beer you drink, but if you haven't tried a Coors Light, please do. Please try it. I mean, it just hits different. Okay, the water is cleaner. I don't know where a lot of these beer companies get their water from. I know Coors Light gets theirs from Colorado water, which is cold, clean, and crisp and refreshing, which is why it's the world's most refreshing beer. Okay, keep Texas chill. Get that Colorado water, and let's go. And let's have a big time this holiday season. Make sure you got your fridge stocked with Coors Lights because it is the holiday. It's the football season, the holiday season. I mean, every season, to me, is worth a great, cold, clean, crisp, refreshing Coors Light. Let's go. Climb on, brother. We'll talk to you again next week, everybody. Have a great weekend.
We made it, Sean. Our final show before there's an actual Texans game to discuss. Well, at least on this show, you still have got Gallant George, sans George. We made it through the Aziz Al-Shayer controversy. We've got actual practice notes to discuss, players in and out. Drew Scruggs not available. The Texans are splitting snaps between Zachary Thomas and Kenyon Green. That very much feels like Kenyon Green's going to start on Sunday. So that can be comforting to some of you or not. If you watch them play, it's probably or not. But we're here. There's an opponent who's desperate. We're here from Joe Mixon, who says, hey, we're desperate too. Levels of desperation can vary, but the Texans are back in action on Sunday. And I went through some of the defensive numbers for the Dolphins when it comes to stopping good quarterbacks. They're not great. The one guy they handled was Matthew Stafford. They forced him into kicking field goal. They forced the Rams into kicking field goals, which is something they did quite a bit last night. And the Texans will kick a field goal or two, particularly from like 50 yards out. So that could be the play for the Dolphins. Let the Texans move between their 30 and the Dolphins 40 and force them to kick field goals. We will see. That's a bad outcome for the Texans, because I don't think they're going to hold the Dolphins to a lot of field goals if the Dolphins play it as of late as any indication. But I mentioned the Rams and the 49ers last night. Pretty nondescript game. That weather was bad. A lot of field goals were kicked, 6 of them overall. But we did have a crash out. Not to level of crash out Spider-Man, but when your snaps are taken away and you're a veteran, perhaps you don't walk off the field when you have to go in the game because the starter is back and playing, but has a twinge in his knee that he's not comfortable with. So when your team asks you to go in the game, perhaps you just go play, as opposed to saying, nah, I'm good. That's what happened with Devondre Campbell. Like, I'm trying to think if that is a product of being in the league a long time and not caring as much, because you think a veteran understands that if you do that, you could possibly be ending your career. You are a backup by trade at this point. And is anybody going to invite you into their building if you're doing that? If you missed it, Dre Greenlaw was back in action. The linebacker for the 49ers who got hurt in Super Bowl warmups. So he's back. He's playing. And for the first 2+ quarters, he's doing well. He feels a little twinge in his knee, and he explained it. He just didn't feel right. It wasn't the Achilles he was coming back from. It was the knee that felt a little weird. So he didn't want to take any risks with that. So I'm just gonna chill out, and I'm not gonna play. And the 49ers like, hey, Devondre, you've been filling in all year. You want to play? Devondre's like, nah, I don't want to play. You took my snaps away for a guy who you love and is a heartbeat of your defense along with Fred Warner. I don't want to play anymore. And he walks off the field. I'm trying to think in my life how that would go. Like, what could get me to that point? Like, if I broke my hand and I couldn't run a board. Look, guys, I know it's stupid, but I'm trying to find a relative scenario where this works out for me. If I broke my hand if I broke my hand, I couldn't run a board. And, maybe it's, let's say AJ is filling in for a week, 2 weeks maybe, until I'm ready to go. And they're like, AJ, we're gonna keep you around for today because we're not sure how Dell's hand's gonna evolve and how's it gonna work out. He may get tired, maybe he loses a little bit of flexibility in his hand, so he can't run the board. And then when I'm doing great first 2 hours, and then my hand starts hurting, I can't finish. I don't want to push this any further. And AJ's like, you know what? Nah, I'm out. It's as stupid as what Devondre Campbell just did. Yeah. What are you doing? Why not just play? You're already suited up. In fact, we'll hear from Mooney Ward, Travarius Ward, the former Chief, now 49er. He said this. He goes, if you didn't want to play, just not suit up. That would have been bad too. I guess he had no intention, but hey, he had just expected Dre Greenlaw to play, so he wouldn't have to pull the I'm not gonna go out there move. But when it came down to it, he had no interest. Here is Mooney Ward on his, what looks to be his former teammate's refusal to go back in the game.
He's a professional. He's been playing for a long time. If he didn't want to play, he shouldn't have dressed out. He could have told him that before the game. So I feel like there was some subtle that he did definitely hurt the team because, D went down and we needed a linebacker, and I think Flynn was banged up too. So for him to do that, that's some subtle stuff to me, in my opinion. Like, probably going to get cut soon, so, it is what it is with that.
He's probably going to get cut soon. It hasn't happened yet, but it feels like it will. A guy the Texans won't have to deal with got cut or waived or mutually agreed to part ways. That's the line that's coming out of the Dolphins. Odell Beckham. So if you were very worried for whatever reason about Odell Beckham having a big day, I say this isn't 2018. Stop worrying. But he won't be out there against your Texans because the 9 catches for 50-something yards wasn't what he was looking for in Miami. He's going to try to find a different spot to play. So that transaction happened. I imagine the Devondre Campbell one will happen in a matter of hours. Yeah. Will he meet with Kyle Shanahan and he'll go, "Hey, Kyle, I made a mistake," or he never steps foot in that facility again? I'm going with the second option.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Devondre, we'll send you your stuff.
Yeah. Do you think the Dolphins and Odell Beckham wait until Friday to announce that they're mutually parting ways in order to disrupt the game plan for D'Amico Ryan?
You think Odell was in on it too? He goes, "Look, guys,
I'll help you out. That's why it's mutual.
Look, don't bash me.
No hard feelings.
But let's and I want you guys to keep winning. So let's figure out a way to screw with D'Amico Ryans and his game plan.
Yeah.
For the because I'm a big part of this offense.
Yeah. Now we're like, wait, I thought we were gonna have Stingley travel with Odell Beckham for the 15 snaps that he's in.
It would be funny. Like Stingley doesn't travel with anyone.
Except
but he wants
Odell Beckham.
He goes LSU and LSU. You know how great my rating will be if all I do is follow Odell Beckham around. My coverage rating will be
the PFF rating.
Yeah, you know how great it'll be if all I have to do is lock him up for the entire game. There are some numbers about what Kamari Lassiter and Stingley have done in coverage. It's good, which is why you're probably going to have to deal with a lot of Eric Murray and Jimmy Ward on the Dolphins' best guys. They will formation and motion guys to get they hope one-on-ones. We hope, at least if you're on the Texan side of things, can we figure out a way not to get those guys isolated on two of the fastest receivers in football? Jalen Petrie officially goes on IR. That move was made, so we knew he wasn't going to play. But now it's official that he's out for the year, so the Texans take a hit there. And as I mentioned, Juice Scruggs not available either. So it's a game they should win. And we had predictions late in the John and Lance show right before News of the Weird started. And I thought to myself, there's a clear path for a Texans loss because they've shown it. They've shown the ability to play down the competition. And for the most part, they've come out ahead. But we've seen in their last loss that they can lose to anyone. And that's the problem. They have put themselves in a spot, at least in my head, and maybe it's their own head as well. When they go out in the field, they can lose to anyone they face. They nearly lost to the Jags, a Mac Jones-led Jags team. And then we know they lost to a Will Levis team. So could they host the Dolphins and get their ass kicked? Very likely. Not likely. Very possible. I think it's a shootout. Sean and I talked about it yesterday. We're talking points upon points upon points, I feel like. Unless the Dolphins' offensive line issues at tackle allow Hunter and Anderson to eat. Neither their starting tackles going into last week's game have practiced all week. You guys remember Kendall Lamb, former Texan, been around a long time. He is their starting right tackle now because of the injury to Austin Jackson. So Kendall Lamb has not practiced all week. The Dolphins media isn't treating it like it's a big deal, so maybe they just assume he'll be limited today. He'll get out there, and then he'll be ready for Sunday. But he has a back injury that he finished the game last week but did not practice all week. Teron Armstead's not expected to play. So if we just go by injury report, the Dolphins could throw out a rookie left tackle, and Patrick Paul, the former Coug, and then they'd have to make do somehow at right tackle, which would be a clear Texans advantage if it already isn't. Considering even if it is Patrick Paul and Kendall Lamb. So be on the lookout for that. Practice reports will come out a little bit later today. And maybe the Texans will have a chance to go up against the Dolphins like third and fifth tackles this year. Time for those guys on the front four to eat, get home before, and use your back seven to disrupt that timing offense of the Dolphins. We'll get to some of what the Texans said yesterday. We will hear from C.J. Stroud. We'll hear from D'Amico. Joe Mixon spoke. We'll also hear from Greg Cosell. Greg Cosell, noted ball watcher, watches a lot of film, doesn't hold back. Is pretty much down the line with his opinions. He has an opinion on C.J. Stroud and what he needs to do to take a step forward. He, like many of us, have noticed he is not the same player he was last year, and he thinks there's a big issue why CJ has maybe regressed. So we'll get to that today on the show. What else is there? Are we going to do? We're not going to do a giant Rockets Thunder preview. We've seen these two teams play twice already. It's like, are the Rockets going to win? I don't know. Could they win? Sure, but are they? I don't know. Is their backcourt going to shoot better than they did against the Warriors? I don't know. It is a Jalen Green night, though. It is every other night. So if you got a prop for Jalen Green scoring, the Thunder game is one where you take the over. I do love that we are putting a bit of importance on this game, because the team is themselves like, can they handle the pressure of playing in Vegas on a Saturday afternoon or Saturday night? Can they handle the Thunder in this new tournament? Can the Rockets go win themselves the NBA Cup? Once again, I don't know. Maybe they can win it. Just watch. There are expectations without real consequences. That's what it is. That's the perfect thing about this. You win it, great. If you lose it, whatever. We got 55, 60 plus games left in the regular season anyway.
I had the legitimate thought of, this will be a good test for them in like a big game kind of atmosphere, a Vegas big game atmosphere. And I was like, I guess in the playoffs, you're still just playing home and road. Like, you're never going to play a neutral site game unless it is.
It's only the NBA
the Cup.
The Emirates NBA Cup is the only time you're playing neutral site games of any importance.
It's going to be a neutral site. It's not even like the Final Four where it's in a football stadium and it's like, well, the sight lines are different. Nope, you're playing where they play summer league
in a regular ass arena. Yeah. It's not any of what the best teams in college basketball have to do at the end of the season. So Rockets, Thunder this weekend for a chance to go to the finals to either face the Bucks or the Hawks. If they do make the finals and it's the Hawks, the indignity of watching Trae Young celebrate against you is something I'd like to avoid. I want them to win. I want them to beat the Thunder. But the risk of dealing with Trae Young celebrating a moment, ice cold Trae, come on. Mostly because I don't want to watch Trae Young in that type of atmosphere. Go Bucks.
Handle that problem for us.
Yeah,
Bucks.
Hey, Milwaukee, handle that problem, because as much of a I'm not going to call him a joke, because he's a very good NBA player. As much as he's sometimes not taken very seriously, he has his moments, and when he knows he's having a moment, he'll let you know about it too. And I don't want that, because the Jalen Green 5 for 17, 14-point game while Trae Young is going for 35 and a win is not how I want to spend part of my weekend. Knock it off. Lillard, do your thing. Lillard, you know how embarrassing it would be if you let Trae Young beat you in a winner-take-all game? And then we get a preview of our next great player, Giannis, in the finals. When he sees that Rockets team and goes, this is where I want to play.
Future Rocket.
Yeah, future Rocket Giannis Antetokounmpo, watching his new team beat up on his current team. Okay, we'll get into probably less Rocket stuff because, hey, the game is a game. We'll see what happens, but we'll get into the Texan stuff when we come back. Also, I see you want to get in on something. Anyone else want to get in? 713-780-3776. We'll hear from C.J. Stroud when we come back.
This is the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleye.
Just to clean it up, the Rockets play the Thunder tomorrow night. If they did make the finals, they'd play on Tuesday against the winner of Bucks Hawks. Rockets 7:30 tomorrow for a chance to win the second, well, I guess it's the first NBA Cup.
First Emirates NBA Cup.
Yeah. Yes. Thank you for the correction. The first Emirates NBA Cup.
Last year was just
the in-season tournament, the IST. This time we got a sponsor and a cool new name. Same trophy, I think, though. We will hear from CJ Stroud, but let's first hear from someone we think is far more important. Los Salsa, what's up?
¿Qué pasó, Deli Jelly?
It's not my name.
Hey, so I had my nephew in the car, and he wants to know what shark means. And while we're on that topic, never forget, 2 girls, 1 cup. Later.
Well, to give you some context, the morning show had John Granado in his bag, and he said the word, well, that word several times, and then Lance joined in. Apparently, John thinks Lance having extra underwear on a trip, he's more likely to need it for incontinence than he would for like getting a workout in. That's the genesis of that call. And no, I don't believe you had your nephew in the car, because which sibling is letting you take care of their kid?
Yeah.
Not a chance.
Well, you're sitting there talking about Minka Kelly or whatever.
Yeah. Asking nephew La Salsa of whether Minka Kelly's going to get an OF page. Who's going to let you take care of their kid? Cut it out. You don't have to use that pretext. Just say, what was that on the show earlier? Then I'll explain it to people. It wasn't everyone's finest moment this morning, but the standard's not that high. So
for
fit
Friday,
right in.
For Friday, I think that was perfectly fine.
Sure.
Just grading on the Friday at 9:50 curve.
Yeah, Sean was in the control room as it was going on. I think you enjoyed some of it. I'm not sure all of that. I'm not sure the word was what you enjoyed, but maybe the conversation around it was pretty good. But yeah, you can find it on the podcast. Not immediately, because there's no intern, so I'm the one responsible for it. So don't yell at me. I've already got the first 2 hours edited. I have not edited hour 3 because, I got this to do. So it'll be up relatively shortly after 12, and you'll be able to listen to the greatness that is John and Lance. You can sense sarcasm.
The Hall of Fame worthy work that was News of the Week.
Can't take it away from them, I guess. They've already been inducted.
They're testing it, though.
Yeah, I mean there is a rule that says once you're in, you're in, but they're pushing the people who made that induction possible. Okay, let's hear from CJ Stroud. He spoke about the emotional toll, the physical toll of playing a season. He talked about how the bye was necessary, but he also was asked about what's the goal to end this year, and it's a pretty simple one. Here's CJ Stroud.
Winning. Yeah, it's really no crazy proof to the pudding. Just win, I know it sounds simple, but finding a way to win. There's a lot of games come down to one score, and some teams find a way, some teams don't. And I think, we've put ourselves in position in a lot of games to win games and haven't got it done. And other times we do get it done. So you don't want to be 50-50 in December and January. You want to be on the upper scale. So I think these practices and those little small details is what get those wins. Not the last 2 plays or 3 plays of a game. Those don't really define the game. You can win and lose a game that way, but also handling business in the first half and the beginning of the second half can win you the game as well. So I think that's where we got to do better.
It is a reasonable approach. You would like less one-score games, particularly against the competition you faced. They haven't exactly played a crazy difficult schedule, so this one is more in line with if you get out of there with the win, considering the talent on the other side and really the line of I think 2.5, maybe 3. It's been fluctuating. You get out here with the 1-score win against a talented football team who at least is playing well offensively. You'll take it. And of course, how you get there is important. If you're scrapping and clawing, it's like an ugly football game, then you'll take the win. Win is a win, but the questions will remain. But if it's a game where you play well, and it just so happens that it was a game between two teams who are playing really good football, and you come out ahead and your quarterback plays well, which is maybe it probably is overemphasized when we talk about teams. Anytime the quarterback plays well, you feel a lot better about how the game goes. Like if CJ's bad and you win a game 17-14, you're going to take it, but you're not going to feel great about it because your quarterback put up another performance where Sean can't play Shred 'em, Shroud. So if you get a good performance from your quarterback, that'll make you feel better. And Greg Cosell talked about CJ this year. Greg Cosell is a longtime film guy. I think he had a long run with NFL Films. But he was on the podcast with Ross Tucker. Ross Tucker has some funny things to say about Bill Belichick being a college coach because he played for him. He goes, that needs to be filmed. That guy trying to recruit 17-year-old kids pretty much said he said he's the worst possible guy to be a college football coach. One of his former players. So we might get to that at some point. But Greg Cosell pretty much talked about CJ's, what you might say, regression this year. And he talked about the offensive line not being as great. But he did say if CJ's going to take the next step, he needs to do this.
So we all like C.J. Stroud. That's not the point. But, every player can continue to improve, particularly quarterbacks, because he's only in his second season. And clearly their offensive line this season was not as good as it was in his rookie season when he was very, very comfortable in the pocket. But that becomes the next step in a quarterback's development, particularly a quarterback who at his core is a pocket passer. You have to learn how to play when everything is not pristine. Because as you know, Ross, you played offensive line. Not every week is the offensive line going to give quarterbacks just a totally clean, secure pocket. It's the NFL. The players you're playing against on the defensive line with the blitz schemes that exist now in the league, they're so multiple and they're so advanced. Quarterbacks have to learn how to function in noisy, muddied pockets when the pocket is squeezed. And I think that's one of the next steps in his development. It's easy to watch on TV and say, oh, it's a bad O-line, he's under pressure. You know what? That happens in the NFL. You now have to learn how to play when the pocket is squeezed. And I think he'll get there, but I think this year has been a learning experience in that regard.
And he's going to go against possibly a system he didn't fare too well against last year. Anthony Weaver is the Dolphins defensive coordinator. He was part of those Baltimore Ravens staffs. Well, the Baltimore Ravens staff last year that gave the Texans so much trouble, didn't score an offensive touchdown in the regular season game or the playoff game. The Dolphins don't have the personnel the Ravens do. They are not as physical, but they will do things to muddy the pocket. They have Chop Robinson, who's a rookie pass rusher, who's up there in pressures on the quarterback. Bradley Chubb may get spot duty back from a devastating leg injury. So the Dolphins pass rush and the games that Anthony Weaver will employ with that front could be a test for C.J. Stroud and that offensive line trying to keep a pocket clean or managing a muddy pocket. So C.J.'s done a pretty good job, particularly with Nico, of escaping pressure and finding Nico in the scramble drill stuff. It may be another game for that, particularly if we're watching Kenyon Green try to block Zach Sealer and even older Calais Campbell. That's not something I feel is going to go well if Kenyon Green is starting, which seems possible. Look, he's splitting snaps with the guy they picked up off the street. Are they really going to lean into the street free agent or their first rounder if he's already splitting snaps when he's been designated for return? Feels like it's going to be a Kenyon Green joint again. And the last time he stepped on the field, not good against the Jets or the teams before. So I thought we were done. Like I thought this wasn't going to be a thing anymore, discussing Kenyon Green and playing. But here we are.
We're back. Never been more back.
Kenyon Green's pulling a John Wick.
To be fair, he should be better than Zachary Thomas.
Yeah, Zachary Thomas. Did I say Taylor? Zachary Thomas.
No, just maybe.
I might have. Zachary Thomas is his name. Yes.
Yeah, he should be better. Like you shouldn't be in a position where you want street free agent from the New England Patriots offensive line.
Very true.
The 2024 New England Patriots.
He wasn't good enough to play for them or even be a backup for them. They said, "Get out of here."
Like Kenyon Green should be an upgrade off of that.
I would say if he wasn't good enough to play for that offensive line or even be one of their depth guys, why did you pick him up? I know.
Even if he wasn't a scheme fit over there and he'll fit the Chris Strasser scheme so much better, I think New England is in the situation where if you have any talent at all, you'll be on their offensive
They'll give
line.
you a chance because that's a bad offensive line. Well, he's joining a offensive line that has names. Former Patriot Shaq Mason, Larry Tunsil, Titus Howard, but they have not performed up to their names or previous accolades. So, Kenyon Green or Zachary Taylor? I think we're going to see the former first-round pick back.
You said Zachary Taylor.
I know that time. I said Zachary Taylor. Zachary Thomas. Zachary Thomas is
Thomas. It's Zach Thomas versus the Dolphins.
How dare you? It's Zachary Thomas.
He should have a neck roll.
I know it's not great choices between Kenyon Green and Zachary Thomas, but I would have hoped they would have found a better option. But here we are because Juice Scruggs won't be playing. I say good luck to CJ. Good luck to Kenyon Green. Or maybe combine them, Kenyon Thomas. Good luck to those two. And have at it as Dolphins, Texans in a big game for both teams. Texans trying to get right. Dolphins trying to stay in the playoff picture. Eric, I see you. You want to talk about several things likely. There is news regarding the Astros and their likely trade of Kyle Tucker. The reports are the Yankees are lowballing them. We'll have a quote from someone familiar with what the Astros are thinking. This time, someone was actually talking to them as opposed to us being familiar with their thinking, like our bit from earlier in the week. And we'll hear what the Cubs are likely trying to deal the Astros to secure Kyle Tucker. If anyone else wants to get in, you can. 713-780-3776. We'll hear from Eric when we come back.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Del Olaleye Show
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Del Olaleye.
The 2024 ESPN 97.5 Christmas party. We're just a couple Mondays away. It'll be December 23rd. You can join us at Nick's Place for all the partying and games. From John and Lance through the Killer Bees, you can come hang out with us and get the Christmas weekend kicked off. A lot of prizes to win. Some of them you might have to do things for. Others we might just hand to you. Really depends on the type of prize. We're not just going to give away good prizes. We're going to have to ask you to put in some work. I imagine, as we said before, eggnog will be part of the equation.
Gonna have to chug some nog.
Yeah.
Just the goods.
I would say don't eat before. Be prepared.
Do you want to do it on an empty stomach?
I'm trying to think of things that you wouldn't throw up. Like would oatmeal be okay? Like as a breakfast thing?
Yeah, maybe an oatmeal.
I don't know if eggs would work out for you.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. It is eggnog.
Yeah. Do you want to?
But somehow that feels like a bad mix.
Yeah, I'm not exactly sure what the proper breakfast foods are when you're going to chug like a quart of eggnog.
Yeah, I think probably a balanced breakfast of oatmeal and a banana, maybe.
I was thinking like dry toast.
Toast, yeah. There we go.
Yes, something.
Maybe not Fruit Loops or whatever.
Yeah.
I would stay away from that.
Unless you want to give us a show. a rainbow-colored upchuck. But there it is, the Christmas party, December 23rd at Nick's Place. Prizes will be had, and shows will be there to listen to and watch in person. John will be here. He will be in town. We won't be virtually Zooming him in. Like it's the 2020 playoffs in the NBA, where he's one of those fans that you see on the screen. He'll be there, and you can interact with him, and I'm sure Coors Lights will be had by all. Okay, Eric, you want to talk about whatever Eric normally wants to talk about. What's up, Eric?
Hey, Dale. I know hindsight is 2020, but last year when they traded Joey Loop and Wagner for Kikuchi, do you feel that deal is a bust now? I mean, if they were going to looking for trade Tucker, shouldn't they traded Tucker last year or Bregman, and we would have kept Joey Loop as an up-and-coming right fielder. I also heard that the Cubs are trying to trade Paradis and Cam Smith, and they're both third basemen. So does that mean we're not signing Bregman if they make that deal?
I'll start with the last part of that. I don't think they're signing Bregman. Nothing indicates that they are, despite their offer, the one that's public, because there are multiple teams who spend money and do it in a different way than the Astros do that are in on this. So until we get word from someone who is familiar with the Astros thinking that they're willing to change their philosophy, I wouldn't expect Bregman back. Unless he has, and his agent, Scott Boras, have looked at the market and are completely wrong about what he can get. They've already told teams, hey, he'll play second just to get more teams in the mix. I would say any trade that involves Kyle Tucker, I wouldn't be surprised if a third baseman is involved. Because you're not going to have your third baseman the way things are going. What else did he have? The trade. I was always someone who thought just going, you know what, we needed a pitcher. And the people's approach, because they were desperate to make the playoffs and Kikuchi was going to help them, was a little odd, that approach, considering there was a real possibility that even before we saw what he became, that he may not be someone who was part of the rotation in the playoffs. Now, it turned out he was very good, and that's what led to his big deal that the Astros were never going to match. I just thought, hey, we're just giving away prospects, even if they're middling prospects that you don't think a lot of, for a pitcher that's a rental. People are like, yeah, let's do it. The window's open. And then that pitcher never takes the mound in the playoffs because the Tigers are too much to handle. As far as regretting it, I understand trying to stay in it because your pitchers weren't dependable, whether they were young or injured. But I always was a little hesitant, because who's to say you couldn't have used the guys you did trade away for a different move for a pitcher or somebody else who could be around longer. So, but I get it. It was win now. It just didn't work out. I would say it wasn't hindsight for me. I wasn't so against it, but I just didn't understand why a lot of people were gung ho about using those guys to make a move. And now the Kikuchi acquisition, people question because he wasn't good in Toronto.
I was gonna say at the time, like when the trade was reported, people were like, "Oh my god, what are they do? Is Vlad Guerrero coming back too? Like, is it Kikuchi and someone else?" And then he pitched the way he pitched was super well for the Astros, and then yes, they failed in the postseason. Really through it makes for a weird accounting because it's like it was not received well in the moment. Then he pitched super well and made it kind of worth it. But then ultimately they didn't achieve any goals that they wanted to achieve in the postseason, really through no fault of Kikuchi. Like it was the offense. The offense failed in the Tiger series.
It wasn't good enough to give him a chance in a game. They
And
just couldn't get to a spot where he would be able to start.
And so it does make it like weird to, in hindsight, be like, it was a bad trade because of what happened, but not because of how Kikuchi actually performed.
I'm certainly playing the results, although I did have this thought going in. I asked the question several times. If Kikuchi doesn't pitch well or doesn't get or at least in the playoffs, or doesn't get the opportunity to pitch in the playoffs, is the deal still worth it?
Yeah.
Is it worth it? Because the likelihood is you're not bringing him back. So is it worth it to make that trade simply to lose where you lost? And people were like, yeah, you got to try. You got to try. Now he's gone. Those prospects, whatever you think of them, are gone. And I think those guys could have been ammunition for something else. But now the Astros are going to use established players, at least one in Kyle Tucker, to make a trade for established players and maybe a top 100 prospect. The Cubs apparently are the front runner right now. You heard Eric talk about the guys who the Cubs might be dealing. The Yankees, not so much, mostly because the Astros think the Yankees are trying to lowball them. They are not happy with what the Yankees are offering. This comes from someone who's talked to the Astros. I talked to someone with the Astros front office and was told the Yankees didn't offer anything the Astros wanted. Nothing. They think the Yankees offered crap. So the Yankees certainly desperate to make a move, and Kyle Tucker seems like someone that they will be very interested in, and reports are that they are interested. They're just not offering what the Astros want. So it is good if they know they're dealing Kyle Tucker to have multiple bidders. It just looks like one of them right now isn't upping the offer. There's a report. I saw another report where the Phillies offered Castellanos as part of a package, and the Astros said not good enough.
What? Castellanos isn't good enough?
There
I assume he's on a terrible contract, or not a terrible contract, but I assume that he's in his 30s and signed for a long time, and that's why they're saying no thanks to Castellanos.
I did not see their reasoning, only that the Phillies offered Castellanos and more, and the Astros said no.
Kind of okay, Dana. I'll see what trade you make, and then I'll be like, could have had Castellanos. Castellanos is 32.
He is an older player, which is something they're not all that interested in.
They're not super psyched about trading
a younger outfielder,
younger
better player for an older player who isn't as good. So
just 2 years, $40 million left. Come on.
So that's not awful.
Come on.
It was from Jim Bowden. He said it on MLB Network. It was Nick Castellanos and Alec Bohm.
Two guys I've heard of.
That's a start. Trading Kyle Tucker for a couple guys you never heard of would be a problem, even if it really isn't, because they're great prospects.
Yeah.
It would hurt.
It just psychically, because they're not going to be on the opening day roster more than likely.
So that's your answer, Eric. Another third baseman in the mix. The Astros are making a move to acquire a third baseman and an outfielder because they know they're not bringing back.
They seem pretty hell-bent on getting a third baseman.
All that optimism that Dana Brown was spewing earlier in the winter meetings. Now with Kyle Tucker clearly on the market, you're trying to acquire an everyday third baseman. So where did all that optimism go? Told you just be saying stuff. You guys know the deal, right?
now he just says stuff. I'm not saying he's a liar. That's not what I'm saying.
No,
but
he says stuff.
But he just says stuff, and don't take it to heart. Because people are pulling the quotes now of him talking about how Kyle Tucker's going to be an Astro for a long time, back in like August or whatever it was. Now look at it. And it was very obvious at that point the Kyle Tucker market wasn't going to allow them, or at least Jim Crane wasn't going to allow them to meet Kyle Tucker's market. And by the way, Jim Crane, according to the Chronicle, is very willing to sign off on a Kyle Tucker trade. So any hope if you thinking that the owner's going to step in and go, hey, Dana Brown, knock it off. Hey, we can't trade Kyle Tucker. No. He'll sign off.
Very willing.
At least willing.
Oh, okay. I was going to say.
I don't know if very was put into the article. I'm editorializing.
Like pushing him out.
I'm editorializing.
Get this guy out of
Let's just say Jim Crane's not going to be stepping in and going, no, we're not doing that.
Yeah.
So get ready. You could have had a couple Phillies, and Dana says no, at least right now.
Do you think by Monday we're breaking down the return of a Kyle Tucker trade?
It feels like, since we're hearing names, normally with this, when we're hearing names from actual reporters and not like trade machine stuff, in other sports, it feels like that means we're close. Baseball operates differently, so I'm not sure if that means they're close.
Unless it's the Dame Lillard trade.
Yes, but once again, that was all. Hey, this will be the worst package ever for the Bucks. But we never actually heard anything.
People were talking about the package poorly.
Yes,
and that's why it didn't happen.
Yes, and the Blazers were in a spot where, hey, what the Heat are offering people think is terrible, so we can't make this trade. It's going to make us look very bad. And turns out what they've got now is like the desiccated corpse of Robert Williams and Malcolm Brogdon and others.
Dominating.
Yes, as I said. What they've got now.
Dominating.
Yeah.
Look at his back tattoo.
Okay. Sure. Sometimes when you trade your franchise legend, things don't work out and you don't get enough value, despite what the initial thoughts were by NBA media. While Kyle Tucker isn't a franchise legend, he is your best asset as it stands. That's tradable because you're not trading Jordan until you do a couple years from now. But
that was ugly.
Oh, is that out of the realm of possibility?
Don't let us live in
the world where Jordan
doesn't happen.
You want to live in a world
years.
where Jordan is an Astro for life? Is that the world you want to live in?
Just for a little while longer, yeah.
Okay. We can live in that.
How long is his contract?
We can live in an alternate reality. Jordan is 27, and his contract goes.
He's in his prime.
His contract goes through 2028, where he'll be going into his 32-year-old year.
I kind of wish it was a 2030 year. I'll be honest. 2028 seems so soon.
Yeah, he'll be 32. Does that sound like a guy the Astros are going to give a giant contract to at 32 years old? Hey, you got 3 years left. Actually, 4 seasons left. Don't worry about it.
Okay.
4 seasons of Jordan left. Don't worry.
Okay. I will say, I'm not dying to give Jordan his next contract.
At 32. You and Jim Crane both.
I'm not dying. Hey, once I saw 32, I was like, that is a good point.
Hey. Yankees, you want Jordan at 32?
Oh, he's 100% an LA Angel.
Yeah.
32-year-old
Jordan.
Because imagine the city miles that'll be on him by then. Like
you got that's a good pull.
Yeah, you're going to check the Carfax on
Jordan. The Angels continue to operate like they currently operate. Jordan's an Angel. You know what we're going to do? We're going to hurt the Astros by taking their slugger. Astros are like, what are you giving him? Go on, take him. Yeah, you're right. He's an Angel.
The Kikuchi money just came off the books for him. Now they're itching. They got an itchy trigger finger.
Yeah, we're future casting, but if we're making predictions, you can pencil Jordan in as an Angel in 2029. Yeah, don't worry. Lock that in. All right, we will come back with more from the Texans because D'Amico Ryan spoke. We'll hear from Joe Mixon as well. But first, Sean's going to tell you about Prize Picks.
Yes, Prize Picks, America's #1 daily fantasy sports app, and right now, not only is it Pickmas, or maybe because it's Pickmas, it is the best time to get in on Prize Picks. You got college football this weekend. You got the Army-Navy game. If you want to take some rushing overs and some passing less thans, you're going to want to do it on Prize Picks with the Army-Navy game. You got NFL this weekend, NHL, college basketball, whatever you want. And coming up next weekend, you're going to have college football playoff games on Prize Picks. And because it's Pickmas, you can now win up to 1,000 times your money on Prize Picks this holiday season. So download the Prize Picks app today. Use promo code MAPES to get $50 instantly when you play your first $5 lineup. That's promo code MAPES on Prize Picks to get $50 instantly when you play your first $5 lineup. Prize Picks, run your game.
We'll hear from D'Amico Ryans here shortly, but the Cougars are making moves. They lost their defensive coordinator to Texas Tech. They've hired Austin Armstrong from Florida. They take the Florida defensive coordinator. He is a young guy. He doesn't have a lot of experience at that position. Florida was his third year. At least 2023 was his third year as a DC. He spent some time as a DC with Southern Miss in 21 and 22. Billy Napier hired him from the Golden Eagles. Now he is a Coug. The Cougs had a really good defense. A defense probably good enough to get them to 8 wins if their offense was average. Their offense was not average. Well documented, the 2 Big 12 games where they went scoreless. So Willie Fritz gets Connor Wegman to commit. He gets the now former Florida defensive coordinator. So the Cougs in Willie Fritz's his second year, at least going into his second year, are at least getting prominent names. What they'll do as far as on the field, different story. But Wegman from A&M, Austin Armstrong from Florida.
It is interesting to lose your DC to Texas Tech and to take a DC from Florida. Just as a where guys are going from and leave or going from and coming to. It's just this is an interesting trade-off.
Yeah, it's a weird world. I mean, it happened years ago now where the Cougs are celebrating taking at the time a Power 4 coach when they were still Group of 5 when they grabbed Dana Holgerson. Now they're on that level too, so it's not such a big deal. But the fact that Florida can lose their DC to the Cougs, surprising, unless this is one of those scenarios where Billy Napier's like, go ahead and find yourself a job. I'm not going to fire you yet, but you should be looking for a job, because Florida people weren't happy with him early in the year because they were bad early in the year. They got better and better as the year went on, and they were a team who was holding Ole Miss down. Not a big accomplishment to hold Florida State down, but wins over LSU and Ole Miss and Florida State changed the trajectory of Billy Napier's career. Although he was already given the AD's
vote of
confidence, and normally that feels like, oh, he's about to get fired, but he turned it into a very successful back half of the year. Recruiting picked up because they were winning games and there's positivity there. Now he has to replace his DC because the Cougs have taken him. Armstrong was making $1.2 million with Florida. The numbers eventually will come out for what he's making with the Cougs, but you are a Power 4 school, and if you think you want to compete at that level, you got to pay guys, maybe not top of the market money, but good money, particularly if you're going to take them from an SEC school.
Yeah.
So there it is. Cougs get an former SEC quarterback, and they get a former SEC defensive coordinator. D'Amico Ryans played in the SEC.
He sure did.
He did at Alabama. D'Amico Ryans now the head coach of the Texans. They're coming off a bye, and he has a very simple message about what this team needs to do to close out the year.
The one thing that we have to do, Kim, is finish. Right? We have to finish games the right way. We've been close in a lot of games. Games have turned out good for us and not so good. Right now, down the stretch, the most important part, it's all about how you finish. Right? It doesn't matter how it looks. It doesn't matter what the score is, or how much or how less the score. It's all about how do you finish that game and finish it the right way with the win. That's the only thing that matters now. Is get into December, January, it's meaningful playoff, really football, and every game matters, right? The importance is heightened every single week. So you have to be, of course, be on the details, but it'll be about the team who finishes the right way. Those will be the teams that win.
I don't blame coaches for thinking that way because they have to go game by game, but I do think it matters what it looks like, because what it looks like against a bad opponent kind of tells everyone, and maybe even tells some of your guys what you're capable of against a good opponent. Now, you enter every week thinking you have a chance to win, unless you're one of the worst teams of football. Then no matter what you say, everyone knows you don't think you can win. But playing one-score game, I use the example again. You played a one-score game against the Jags where you had to use your 4-minute offense to close out that game. What did the Lions do against the Jags? And the Texans will tell you, hey, we competed against the Lions. You did. Except their quarterback threw 5 interceptions and they still found a way to win. So are you really that close to them? you can't expect that type of scenario to happen now. Of course, your quarterback threw a couple awful picks in the second half to even it up. But their point remains. They'll tell me we can compete with the Lions. You saw that game. They'll say, hey, we beat the Bills. We can compete with the best. And that'll give credence to what D'Amico Ryans is saying. In one-game situations, it doesn't matter what it looks like. You just got to go out there and win. I kind of differ. I think how you play overall will tell me how you're going to play in the games that matter most. Particularly when you don't have a rest advantage or the team that you're playing knows it's do or die and is as equally focused as you might be about the game, because we can't predict how a team's going to approach a week of practice in a regular season game for whatever reasons. Maybe they had a tough game the week before. They're a little beat up. But when it comes to playoff time, we expect full focus from everyone. And do I think the Texans, the way they've played so far against the best teams of football, when everyone is locked in, are going to compete? I have no reason to believe that right now because of their recent run. You want to take me back to playing the Bills close? Am I going to, for a half, by the way, it wasn't even consistent then, but they beat them. They beat the Bills. Is that the team we see from week to week playing that well in that first half against the Bills? No, we don't. So, yes, win the games, survive and advance. Cool. That plays well against the Jags, not that well against the Titans, but overall in the division, that's fine to win no matter what. But that's only a thing for me if you are acknowledging that you're not one of the best teams of football. You're not a contender. If you are the Bill O'Brien era Texans, then yeah, win the games no matter what. It's better to win than to lose. But if we're talking about starting this run with the Dolphins and playing the Chiefs and the Ravens and going into the playoffs hot and a real title contender, then it does matter how you play and how it looks. And it starts on Sunday. But yeah, win the game. At least do that. Don't lose.
That's a good starting point.
Yeah, losing is worse than winning ugly.
Yeah, for sure. I think D'Amico's like a week early on this message to resonate for me.
Yeah, beating the Ravens and the Chiefs, no matter how you do it, no matter how that looks, cool. I just don't think if
Dolphins is just on the level where it's like before the week you should be like we want to play our best football and crush teams. Like we just the Dolphins. I don't need style points, but I would like.
You would like style points.
I would like just.
You'd like to be coming off a bye.
10-point win.
Against a team who might be playing two backup tackles. And as I talked about in the first hour, maybe their third and fifth tackles.
Yeah.
A defense who gave up big yardage to Devontae Adams and Garrett Wilson. Aaron Rodgers looked like, hey, you're still a pretty good quarterback. That defense, you hope, is not one who comes in here and locks you down.
Yeah.
Yes. Style points are really aesthetics for us. And of course, in the heat of battle where you got to defend Tyreek Hill and Jalen Waddle with Eric Murray and others, however it happens, we just want to win. But I would like to see an uptick in performance.
Or yeah, maybe it is just I just want I can live with a one-score game if it's 31-24.
I'm telling you, if the
34-27.
If CJ lights it up, a one-score game is going to feel better than if it's 20-17 and you need a break here and a break there in a Kyrie Fairbairn field goal to win it.
Yeah.
It'll feel better if your quarterback. Then you go, okay, if our quarterback's playing like this, we got a shot against anyone. If not, and the Dolphins just screw it up more than you do, then we're in the scenario we've been in for the last couple weeks.
Yeah. If they're spiritually an AFC South team.
Yes. Can you show yourself to be a contender, not an AFC South team, please? That's what we should be looking for.
Yeah.
The thought was you were above this. You have shown that you're not right now.
Yeah.
That should change.
We really just need Stroud to shred them. That's
exactly
all we really need. Now that I think about it,
I said if the play well, the quarterback gets back to shredding them. Whole different vibe.
Yeah. Even at the expense of, even if it means that Tyreek Hill has a 55-yard touchdown.
Well, because we know the Texans give those up. I don't think that's going to be fixed. That's just who they are. What legitimately can be fixed, you think, is your quarterback getting back to 2023 levels. They have personnel issues that are going to, unfortunately, maybe some scheme issues, which are going to allow teams to get big plays on them, or at least be open for big plays. Whether the quarterback hits them, it's kind of luck at this point. When they hit, your defense looks really bad, and when they don't, you breathe a sigh of relief and go, "Whoa! Thank God it's Mac Jones out there." Thank you, Trevor. Thanks, Trevor Lawrence. Appreciate it. It doesn't feel like the quarterbacks coming up are going to miss those.
No.
So I just go into games now thinking, all right, you're probably going to give up a couple of explosive plays. You're gonna give up those plays where the secondary is looking at each other with their hands up, going, "What happened?" It feels like that's going to happen, where one guy who gets beat is looking behind him and going, "I thought I had safety help," and the safety goes, "No, I had this guy." It feels like that is something we're just going to have to deal with, unless the bye week fix things. I'll ask you this, because you were very negative on the possibility of Bobby Slowick fixing things in the bye. Which play caller do you feel is more likely to fix the big issues? D'Amico/Matt Burke or Bobby Slowick? With the bye as help. Who got right during the bye?
It's tough.
You got to think D'Amico's he's got more personnel issues than Bobby Slowick.
That's exactly what I was going to say. I have more question marks about the people actually on the field. No Petrie, no Aziz Al-Shaair for 3 games, Eric Murray,
Jimmy Ward.
You
do have Lassiter and Stingley, and I'll give you some numbers about what they've done in coverage.
But the Jimmys and Joes on defense give me pause. Where really on the offense, you're only worried about, I guess,
the X's and O's.
No, just and like 2 offensive line spots.
Oh,
if you want to be nice, be like, you could also go. But isn't that kind of that's the most coachable thing to at least get it to passable?
Scheme around, yeah.
Yeah. I have more faith in D'Amico Ryans and
even with his
Burke.
Personnel constraints.
Yeah, I do.
Okay.
I just have more faith in those guys.
Bobby Slowick taking L's all over the place.
D'Amico's proven to be a good DC for 4 years.
How long was he the DC in? Oh, you mean even his time here?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm counting the two Texans years and two. It might have only been 1 Niners year. Actually.
Yeah, I don't know if he was there very long as a DC back, being Bobby Slowick, being
Robert
Saleh's second in command.
Yeah, but we have a longer track record as opposed to Bobby Slowick has
2 seasons or 1+ season. Nearly getting
good.
One. Even last year, people took issue with.
Yeah, I was going to say
his stuff last year.
Is it 10 non-consecutive games over 2 years of good Bobby Slowickness?
Yes, there have been hits and misses even last year where he was supposed to be a hot hire, mostly because his quarterback exceeded expectations. I mean, if you get into the X's and O's, were they that impressive, or did the fact that his quarterback surprised everyone lead people to believe he was the next hot name?
Yeah.
So
I just don't have high hopes for.
That's fair.
Old
Bobby.
Slowick.
Old Bobby. San Francisco.
It doesn't help that his name's Bobby.
It's not. It doesn't lead you to believe that there's a lot going on as far as genius. San Francisco 49ers. D'Amico Ryans was there for 2 years. That's the DC.
Okay.
So 4
years of being a good defensive play caller or defensive play caller.
As long as the opposing quarterback's aim is off down the field.
If it works, Del.
Yeah. Hey,
make that throw. We're forcing him to make the throw.
Not bad. Hey, I don't trust you. You're not a very good quarterback, so we're going to force you to throw the ball deep down the field to wide open receivers. See how it goes for you.
You won't believe how open they are.
Yeah, we're going to make you so wide. We're going to leave these guys so wide open. You're going to be so nervous. You're going to miss them.
Yeah, you're going to be trying to aim it instead of throw it. We're in your head.
Yeah. I mean, of course, we'll let you dump a ball off 8 yards down the field to a wide open tight end. He runs for 60 yards. But hey, that happened once against the Titans. Just once.
Come on.
Just the one time.
That was Chig Okonkwo, right?
Well, there is a Jonnu Smith coming.
I know.
So
starting him in fantasy.
So not that much faith in D'Amico. Just more than you have in Bobby.
Someone's got to get these yards.
That's true.
If I say it's a shootout,
someone's got to have a good day.
Yeah.
And Jonnu Smith certainly had a good overtime after not catching the football against the Jets. So consistently on this show, shootout expected. Hopefully CJ matches or outplays Tua, and now we can go, look, our guy's back. Outplaying one of the look, Tua's a complicated guy to talk about for people. Playing one of the more productive quarterbacks in the league this year.
Yeah, I was gonna say Tua's in a tough spot where you don't really get credit for outdueling Tua, but also he is good.
Yeah. It's all the priors from before Mike McDaniel got there. I mean, we will ignore the fact that all the crappy quarterbacks that have backed up Tua have been terrible, but we just associate, hey, those quarterbacks suck.
Yeah. Skylar Thompson, please.
Teddy Bridgewater. There was a time where people were like, man, I'm glad they got Tyreek.
Oh, yeah.
Remember that thing?
I do remember
that
are they better off with just Teddy Bridgewater?
Remember that that off-season thing where people were discussing, hey, I'm glad they got Teddy some weapons. Okay. Now Teddy's coaching Northwestern High School. Doing a pretty good job, actually. His team's blowing out teams in the playoffs. All right. We heard from D'Amico. A lot of talk this week is about how desperate the Dolphins are. Well, Joe Mixon says, what about us? So we will hear from the Texans running back when we come back. But first, I want to talk about Aqueduct Plumbing Company. Aqueduct Plumbing Company is the place you go to if you have any problems with your plumbing. You got to understand, you don't know nothing about plumbing. Even if you do, even if you read a couple books, you're not better than the guys at Aqueduct Plumbing Company. Check out what they have to offer. Just go to the website, aqueductplumbingcompany.com. And whether it be something small, like a leak, which can turn into a big thing, or maybe you need to replace something a little bit more difficult, like a water heater, or maybe you need your tankless water heater looked at. Hell, I think Lance is doing that today. He's having the guys come out there and check it out. They will do it all. They have a convenient little drop-down menu that shows you all the services they provide. Like, they'll help with the plumbing fixtures, rerouting, gas piping, new construction, remodeling. They do all of that. And if you need a repipe, they take care of that too. Repipes are important because if you got bad pipes, you're going to have bad, dirty, smelly water, and you don't want that to wash your dishes, take your showers, wash your hands. You don't want any of that. You want Aqueduct Plumbing to take care of that for you. You can call them at 281-488-6238, 281-488-6238, and they'll tell you what they can help you out with, or just go to aqueductplumbingcompany.com.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Del Olaleye.
We normally have Michael Carroll coming up here, but he is on vacation. Well, he'd come up in the next segment, but he's on vacation. If you want to hear Comic Cast, you can every Wednesday. Well, currently every Wednesday from 8 to 9 here on ESPN 975. And of course, you can listen to it wherever you find your podcast. So Michael Carroll on vacation. He'll be back in the building, I think, on Tuesday, and he'll join us next week. So we'll talk to him. So I don't get the enjoyment of watching him watch the Gorge live, the trailer for the Gorge live while we do the show. That's unfortunate. Just want to see his reaction.
The Gorge.
I did take note that Brian McDonald, the co-host of Bullpen, and also the producer for the Killer Bees, is here. And then I was, oh yeah, Michael's probably not going to be here. Brian's walking around here at this time of day. So there it is. Michael, we'll talk to you next week. The Gorge, you still haven't watched the trailer.
No, I haven't. Do you want me to?
Nah.
Okay.
Actually, you know what? Next segment.
Just pull it up.
Would we be allowed to just play it? What are the rules there?
I think so.
We're going to do that.
Why wouldn't we?
I want you to have the sound on.
Okay.
Up. You will.
Is there any
There's no cursing.
Okay. Yeah, we're good.
I'll look at it during the break to make sure. But you will have it up, part of our TV segment, and you can live react, like your Twitch streamer.
Yeah.
You guys can watch Sean watch the Gorge.
Should I do the exaggerated?
Do whatever you
Should
need
I get
to.
up?
Do whatever you need to sell it.
Okay.
The Gorge on Apple TV. Anya Taylor-Joy and what's his name? Oh,
Miles Teller.
Miles Teller. Sean's mom's most hated actor.
Probably not most.
She doesn't get it, I think, is what it is. So we will do that as a tribute to what I've pretty much talked about all week, and the fact that Michael Carroll can't do it because he's not here.
I mean, there's a chance he still doesn't watch it this next week until next Friday either.
Yeah,
there's a chance that
I haven't seen another promo for it since the trailer I watched. So it might not be widespread. He might not have seen it yet.
Yeah, that's the beauty of Apple.
They don't do a great job promoting their stuff.
Apple stuff.
They could have.
If it wasn't for you talking about it, I would not know.
Yeah, they could have an accomplice actress who's very well respected, and Miles Teller, and still and still not promote it the way they should. That's just their model. Like Jake Gyllenhaal can be in a TV show, and they barely told people about it, presumed innocent. So we can do that in the next segment. I did want to get to these numbers on the Texans DBs. While their nickel guys, their safeties aren't great in coverage, Kamari Lassiter and Derek Stingley are in the top 3 of catch rate allowed this season for DBs. This is from the 33rd team. You may want to take this with a grain of salt when I give you what they think about CJ Stroud. But Kamari Lassiter at 42%, number 1, and Derek Stingley at 44.6% at number 3. So top 3 and lowest catch rate allowed this year. Of course, those are numbers. Not quite sure how they do it. PFF is like that too. They have their own formula. But one thing they did put out there that you might not like if you're a Texans fan is where they rank CJ Stroud. If you would guess, Sean, where do you think they rank CJ Stroud this year as far as top quarterbacks in the league?
Probably outside the top 10. I'll go like 14th.
Lower.
16th.
Lower.
20th.
Lower.
Oh my God. 24th.
22.
22.
They rank him as the 22nd best quarterback in all of football.
Whoa. Bottom 10 quarterback, CJ Stroud. Not actually bottom 10. But.
There are other quarterbacks that started. But yeah, that's where they think he's where he lands in terms of how he's played this year.
Oof. What are some of the names ahead of him?
Let's see who you would disagree with. I'm just going off of this year, not projections of what we think.
Yeah, this year,
this year,
15 or so games that everyone's played.
Yes. Russell Wilson, better or worse?
He's played. That's a tough one.
They have him at 18th.
I'm okay. Wow. So he's played much better, or at least considerably better.
Let me pull back. Let me shoot the 33rd team some bail. They actually have CJ at 21st.
Oh, then never mind. No problems. Yeah, I would probably have him above Russ, but I wonder how much of that is projection. And Russ is really driving he's driving this offense. Just keep it between the lines. It is.
Don't
just
color outside the lines,
yeah.
Russ.
Stop at every stop sign.
Throw the
put your
moon
blinker
ball,
on. Like it is.
Follow the instructions. You're a student driver, Russ.
They're not letting him cook.
No, not at all. Just throw the ball down the field deep. We know you don't like throwing to the middle field. We won't do that. He may be without George Pickens this week, so that's not going to help against the Eagles. Let's go with another name you might take issue with.
Okay.
Drake May. Above CJ Stroud.
Okay, guys. All right.
They have him one spot ahead of CJ Stroud, Drake May.
What are we doing?
This is based off of overall skill set and 2024 production. Drake May ahead of CJ Stroud.
Cool.
Kind of invalidates some things, right?
Yeah, that's a tough one.
Yeah.
Although it is, I mean, it's 20 versus 21.
It's not a huge gap,
but
still, he should not be ahead. Yeah. I don't care how poorly you think CJ Stroud is playing. I'm trying to think if you would find anyone else objectionable. Probably would, but most objectionable.
Yeah, my first guess was like 14th, so
yeah.
I'd find 7 objectionable.
Derek Carr.
Okay. What?
19th. So 2 spots ahead.
Drake May's played better than
not
Derek
according
Carr.
to the 33rd team,
Okay.
Sean.
And overall skill set? Come on.
Yeah, what are we doing?
Now I'm mad on Drake May's behalf.
Now you're defending Drake May. Who else is out there? They still have Cousins, considering what he's been like the last couple weeks.
What are we doing? He hasn't thrown a touchdown pass in what, like 3 weeks?
They have him at 15th.
He's like 0-8 touchdown to interception ratio. Like, what?
So when you guys get upset with lists, just realize
that they have Kirk Cousins.
Kirk Cousins is 0-7, and that means touchdowns to interceptions over the last 3 weeks. He's thrown 7 over the last 3 weeks, thrown no touchdown passes, and they still have him 6 spots ahead of CJ Stroud.
And like an above average quarterback.
Yes.
Like he is above 16th.
Exactly. So don't be bothered by things. You can't.
That's crazy.
You can't trust what these guys are seeing or what they're thinking. Don't overreact.
Offensive to me. That is offensive.
It is a bit offensive that Kirk Cousins not only ahead of him, significantly ahead of him.
Half his fan base wants him benched.
Yeah, give him Michael Penix, and yet still 33rd team. Kirk Cousins better. He's been awful. He's cost the Falcons 3 winnable games over the last 3 weeks, and they still have him ahead of him. Kirk Cousins?
Yeah.
Well, he's above Herbert, who's 17th.
Oh, come on.
Bo Nix, who's played better than him this year at 20. They have Bo Nix behind CJ at 23.
That's wow. What a list.
Yeah.
This is just a list of quarterbacks.
The top 5 is Allen, Jackson, Goff, Tua, and Burrow. Purdy's at 8. Not the Purdy I saw yesterday. I guess that's going to change after this week. The Purdy I saw.
I mean, no, it's not going to change.
He's got to drop.
Ask Kirk Cousins if it's going to change.
He's currently ahead of Stafford. He's got to drop. He just lost the head-to-head. He's got to fall behind Stafford.
I don't know. Cousins lost head-to-head to Herbert.
And threw a pick 6 that gave
threw 4 interceptions and a pick 6.
Yeah, and still ahead of Herbert. So, list or list, guys. Take them or leave them.
What a 33rd team.
Good luck to the Jets who just hired them to make all their hires.
Are you serious?
I think we talked about that they were the consulting team they're going to use to, and I said, hey, Tannenbaum's just going to recommend himself for the job again. Yeah, they hired 33rd team to make or help them make hires.
Are they going to trade for Kirk Cousins, the 13th best quarterback in the league, according to their own list?
I mean, they should, because where they rank Aaron Rodgers is at 25. So
there we go.
They should.
You just improved 12 spots.
Yeah, because watching Kirk Cousins pee all over himself the last 3 weeks must be the thing. Maybe they're into that thing. Maybe they're into fetishes, and that's why they have him up there.
It's Mike Tannenbaum and R. Kelly.
Well, we know Rex likes feet. I don't know what Mike Tannenbaum likes, but if he likes Kirk Cousins, he's one of the more recognizable names. He is not the person who made the list, but I'm blaming him for it anyway.
Yeah, sorry, Mike.
Guilty by association.
We know who you are. We don't know.
I don't know who Dan Pizzuta is, so you catch it, Mike. Kirk Cousins at 15. Egregious.
That's like I'm incensed.
It is insulting to not just CJ.
It's insulting to me.
It's insulting to you.
Watcher.
It's insulting to nearly every quarterback on the list below him. Like, you want to put him ahead of Cooper Rush? Cool. Drew Lock? Cool. And Winston's turnover prone. Fine. But Stroud, Nix, even Rodgers. Okay, there it is. There's one more thing I did want to mention before we go. This K Ford Ratings does this thing where they tell you what your record would be if all the one-loss or the one-score games were flipped. So hear about D'Amico Ryans talking about how it doesn't matter what it looks like, win the games. The Texans have been in a lot of one-score games. Hell, CJ talked about that, how they don't want to be a team who is on the 50-50 track when it comes to one-loss or one-score games. They want to be in higher echelon of winning those games because that's what they were early in the year, going back to last year too. D'Amico Ryans and CJ, they were great in one-score games leading up until this more recent stretch. But the Texans would be 6-7 if they flipped their one-score game. So they have still come out very much ahead on those. It's just a what if NFL standings. The Denver Broncos would be 11-2 and have the best record in football if their one-score games got flipped.
Where would the Chiefs be?
They'd be 2-10. You knew the record would be awful.
2-10's probably worse than I thought.
Yeah, 2-10 would be the Chiefs record. They are the.
Imagine if that. Imagine Mahomes throwing to Travis Hunter next year. We'd be having those conversations.
Exactly. Man, I can't believe they let Mahomes get Travis Hunter. That those memes would go off again because they did the same thing with Worthy. They're like, I can't believe the Bills let the Chiefs get Worthy.
He's like another Tyreek Hill out there.
Yeah, clearly. Watch him out there. So they would have the worst record in football if all their one-score games were reversed.
That's so funny.
Yeah.
That is like just the NFL in a nutshell. The best team in the league, or the team with the best record.
Record-wise, yeah.
Would actually be the worst team of the league if all the one-score games were
if
flipped.
what you consider 50-50 games went the opposite way.
And then, boom. That's why you watch. That's why you watch every Sunday.
That's why we're going to watch this Sunday. And watch and see if the Dolphins and the Texans play another one-score game. See how it goes. All right. We will come back with Sean watching the Gorge trailer. We'll play that, and Sean will give his live reaction of the Anya Taylor-Joy Miles Teller vehicle where they bond over killing monsters, possibly, if I go by what the trailer's telling me. So we'll do that as part of our What to Watch segment because Michael Carroll's not here, but it doesn't mean we don't do what we do. So we'll get to that when we come back. But first, I want to tell you about Monument Chevrolet. I went out there a couple days ago, filmed some stuff for them. That'll pop up on social media here maybe in the next week or so. And I got to take a look at the new Chevy Blazer. Beautiful car. And not only is it beautiful, the price is perfect too. And not just what you see when you go on the website. It'll be the price when you go out there. So if you check out the price of the Blazer at monumentchevrolet.com, it'll be the same price when you walk onto the dealership lot. They're not going to change it. There are no up fees. There are no hidden fees, no upcharges. And they understand once you start talking about a deal, you want it to match up with what's in your head. So they're not going to trick you. That's important in the car buying process, that the vehicles are great and that the people dealing with you are great as well. That's what they want you to remember. They're going to make you part of their family. They've been in business for 50 years. And being in business for 50 years means you are doing a great job serving the community and giving them what they want. And that's their purpose. You get out there, you get the car you want, whether it be a Blazer, a Silverado, a Colorado, it's all out there. Maybe you want a Trax. Those vehicles are out there for you, and you can take a look. So if you want a new car, go to monumentchevrolet.com, or maybe you want something pre-owned. They have a great selection there, and if you're a business owner and you need something to add to your fleet, they have those out there too. 6th largest fleet dealership in the country. So 3940 Pasadena Freeway off of Beltway 8 and 225 is where you go. And check out that inventory at monumentchevrolet.com. And if you're out there, you might meet William. He is their salesperson of the week. He is their top salesman, and maybe he's got the belt on for that. And he's a dog person. You can bond over dogs. And I bring that up because they want you to feel like your family. Talk about anything in the process of buying a car and while they're selling it to you. So check them out at monumentchevrolet.com. And remember, Chevrolet, together let's drive.
You're listening to the Del Olaleye Show
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleye.
This will be a shorter segment. We went long, and normally we'd have Michael Carroll here to tell you what you should or shouldn't watch. He is the host of Comicast. He does that with Jong Lee. You can hear that on ESPN 97.5 at 8 on Wednesdays, and also anywhere you find a podcast. But he's not here. He's on vacation. So we're going to do something a little different where Sean is the new Michael Carroll for a segment.
Hello.
That is how Michael introduces himself. Well played. Sean's going to watch The Gorge trailer. The Gorge is a Apple TV show or movie that'll have Anya Taylor-Joy, Furiosa, you might know her from that, or Queen's Gambit, the TV show from Netflix that popped off during the pandemic. Miles Teller, you would know him. You would know him probably more recently as Goose's son from Maverick, Top Gun Maverick. He's done other things. He's not appealing in the Mapes household, at least when it comes to Sean's mom, but he's got a big career. Now he's going to do some type of sci-fi monster / romantic thing with Anya Taylor-Joy. So Sean's going to watch the trailer. He's going to keep the sound high enough for you to hear it, but not so much that it overpowers his reaction. And beware, Sean, there is a trailer before the trailer, which is awful.
I hate this.
It's stupid.
I might just rant about that the entire time.
Okay. So Sean will talk during it. And of course, if he's silent, I'll talk about other things too. But Sean, let's start the trailer for The Gorge, brought to you by Apple TV. There's the trailer before the trailer.
Which is so thanks for 5 seconds of trailering before 3 minutes of trailer.
Yes, Sigourney Weaver's in this as well. So big names all around.
Okay.
I have new orders that require me to go dark for at least a year.
That's her questionable accent.
Yeah.
A special assignment in an undisclosed location.
As an elite sniper, are you presently under any private or military contract?
No, there's not a lot of reasons for me right now.
Very serious.
What if I gave you a reason?
My mom would not be a fan of the facial
There
hair.
she
he
is.
has.
West
It's
Tower
questionable.
Observation Post. You're home for the next 365 days. There is no outside communication here.
So that's the premise. Isolation.
Yeah, they're both sent off to
East Tower.
basically Siberia.
Contact with
Pretty
the other
much.
side is strictly forbidden.
So what's the mission? To keep people from going in the gorge?
No.
First mention of the name of the movie in the movie.
From getting out.
From coming out.
Oh.
Yeah, you knew it.
That's a good premise.
Yeah.
That's a
What the
good
hell is
premise.
The gorge is the door to hell.
Oh.
And we're standing guard at the gate.
See, I'm
Giant
in
gun.
at this point, but then
Giant gun.
they get into the, hey, look at each other from across the gorge.
Oh, there's candles.
Yeah. I thought we're just killing monsters.
She's perving on him, showering,
Mm-hmm.
picking flowers. Oh my god.
What are we doing?
Oh my god.
This is what turned me off from the trailer.
Holding up a sign, what's your name?
Talk,
We're
no
not allowed to
contact. Yeah,
Like it's Love Actually.
this is what I'm saying. And it's coming out on Valentine's Day?
Yes. They're playing chess. Oh, from her other movie.
What's the truth of the gorge?
The tie-ins all around. There's a moment where this movie and trailer changes. One of them somehow falls into the gorge.
February 14th.
The music suggests not just about killing monsters.
The world's most dangerous secret lies between them. Ziplining?
Is it their love? Is that the most dangerous secret? Because they can't talk to each other?
Yeah, the Miles Teller. Believe it or not, zip line gone wrong.
Yeah, she's the one who actually dives in to save him. And I believe you never see the monsters in the trailer.
No, which is
It's fine.
They win some points back from.
This place is evil.
You hear them, but you never see them.
Yeah, they win some points that they lost with the 5-second trailer before the trailer.
Yeah. So after listening, well, you watched it. People listened. After watching the trailer, Valentine's Day, what's the worst part of this particular premise for you right now? There's some good things I'm not going to deny. It was, like I said, it was appealing to me until I saw, hey, we're going to try to make this a romance. What's the worst part of it for you?
Yeah, the romance is the worst
it's
part.
dumb. It's very dumb.
If it was just them cocking guns for 3 minutes and like you got to keep the demons in hell from coming out.
Yeah.
Like, okay. Yeah, but you're the most decorated sniper we have, but somehow you get sent to Siberia to stare at a hole. Yeah, that'd be your country gave up on you.
Things like that, like disavowed, dishonorable discharge, whatever it might be.
This movie would be way cooler if they said the word disavowed.
Yeah, If
no one can know you're here.
If you choose this, no one can know. And if something goes wrong, your family won't know what happened to you. Throw all that in.
It'll be a training accident.
I take that 30 seconds of exposition over them looking at each other from across the gorge.
Yeah, the looking at each other, it's like a different movie was cut and paste into the middle of this trailer.
Definitely.
It was very, very out of place. This gets a maybe from me.
I'm all in. I want to see how they make all that work. As much as I hate the premise, they got me.
You cannot lie that you're intrigued.
I cannot lie.
At first they had your attention. Now.
No. Yeah. I don't want to exactly be compared to that particular character in the movie.
He's a great guy.
Complicated. Let's just say. Leo's character in that movie.
Great businessman.
Complicated. Well, the business
Don't ask what his business was.
Yeah. Let's not dig deep into what his business was. But yes, he was very profitable, Leo, in that movie. It's not called Engorge. It's The Gorge. And it's a movie, not a show.
I mean, there's part of it.
Well, I guess they're trying to sell that aspect of it too. But yeah, The Gorge on Apple TV. Watch it or don't. Just know.
I'm at a maybe. It's hard for me to plan 2 months in advance whether I'm going to watch it.
It'll be on Apple TV. I'm not saying watch it on the day. I'm not saying watch it first day, but it will be on Apple TV until the streaming service evaporates. So you can watch
can't promote any other things. Yeah.
So you can watch it at any point.
I do feel like this will not be the last mention of the Gorge on
not a chance.
The Olaleye Show.
Not a chance. I think it's this show's new movie. We're gonna be we had a house
now that the Sony cinematic universe.
Speaking of the universe you love.
Yeah, my superhero universe
is over, and its final installment not getting well reviewed. At last check, 9% for Kraven the Hunter.
Still early.
Yeah, some of the pictures of Rhino, not great.
Oh, see, I haven't. I don't want it spoiled for me.
Well, the Rhino's in the trailer, but now people have still shots.
I don't really watch a trailer.
You just go in there blind.
I want to experience it with the other Kraven heads.
I hope that is actually
people
something
cheering in the movie.
I hope that is actually something people get called, Kraven heads. I hope you didn't make that up. I hope that's a thing out there in the world.
I just made it
I
up.
know you did, but I hope it's real. I hope somehow that thing that's reality.
There's a Reddit community
that you are on. I don't know what you'd call yourself, Mapes Hunter 45, whatever. And you go in there and just talk about how Aaron Taylor Johnson's being misused in other vehicles, but in Kraven, perfect vehicle.
Yeah. Him and Russell Crowe are believable as a father and son.
Sure. You look at those two and go, huh, I see the genes.
I see it.
And apparently he's in line to be the next James Bond as well. So big times for Wanda Maximoff, his brother. He was in those Marvel movies too.
I'm interested if his best superhero movie will be Kick-Ass, or will Kraven knock it off the top perch?
According to reviews, no. He was Kick-Ass. I think there's a real shot because he's been in Marvel. Was he in Age of Ultron?
He was in Ultron.
I think Kick-Ass will be his best superhero movie, unless they bring him back in another Marvel movie.
Okay.
But at this point, Kick-Ass is his best superhero movie. Where a young hit girl was murdering people with like everything you could look, everything she could get her hands on.
It's also Nick Cage basically playing Batman. Like
Pretty
he's
much.
more or less playing Batman.
And then he came out and said he didn't like the movies because they gave the wrong message, and now he's back in the superhero genre with Spider Noir. But hey, cash those checks, Nick Cage. I turned on a really bad Nick Cage movie yesterday called Season of the Witch, mostly because Claire Foy was in it. I was like, hey, you're from The Crown. I remember you from The Crown. It was back before she was really famous. It's terrible. Ron Perlman's in it too. I'm gonna finish it though, but it's awful. All right, we got one more segment to go before we wrap it up. Gallant and George are up next with no George. It'll be Sean and Gallant taking you till 3. And then the Killer Bees without one of the Bees. But there is a different bee. Barry, I believe, will be with Joel, and I will join them at 4. They really want me to tell them how Tua's going to rip the Texans D apart, I think. We'll see. We'll see what I say at around 4 o'clock with the Killer Bees. One more segment here to go. We'll be back. I think, actually, now that I look at Sean, we're going to stay. We're going to stay because we went long. I had him watch the Gorge trailer. Why not just hang out here? Because, we're almost done anyway. We don't normally do predictions here because what does it matter what we think? I think we'll stick with it's a shootout with the Texans and the Dolphins. Who comes out ahead? Who's to say?
Yeah.
But
shootout, one possession game.
That feels like the vibes for these two teams in this situation where you got a desperate football team in the Dolphins, but they're not the only one. Joe Mixon, when asked about the desperation of the Dolphins, he was like, wait a minute. We want to get back on track too. We don't like how we've played so far. Here's Joe Mixon on matching the Dolphins' desperation.
Put the bow on it. Let's put the bow on it. I think these games is critical. It's also crucial that we approach the week 1 week at a time. Obviously we got a desperate team of Miami, but they're trying to go to the playoffs and make their run, but we desperate too. So, let's not lose track of, what's really going on in terms of how we feel about the situation. You know what I'm saying? I think we just got to go out there and execute, and obviously that's the game. That's how we play the game. That's what you got to do.
We've heard a lot from the Texans about executing. It's been a thing that Bobby Slowick has said when asked about the lack of production in the second half of games. It's a very simple word to throw out there that kind of encompasses all when things are going poorly. Hey, if we just execute better, things will go great. But there's never really an answer about why you're not executing. Like, is it teaching? Is it the players aren't capable? Or are defenses operating at a point where you can't find an answer? We never get there. When we're talking about executing for the better part of a season, maybe it goes deeper than running the plays right. You're either not capable play caller wise, or you're not capable with your players, which would be a shock when it comes to the offense. The offensive line, clearly an issue. But the skill positions, you would say you got more than enough. So we'll see if they can execute on Sunday. If recent trends are indication, no matter what happens, execution will be something that gets pointed to after the game. Yeah, we didn't execute. Okay. Are we going to get to a point where you can? We are now 13 games deep into the year. At some point, we got to talk about, hey, it's great to execute. It was great to execute today. Can we hear that after the game?
Man, we executed the hell out of this game.
Yeah, something like that. We've been hearing about lack of execution for over half this season now. Yeah, we just didn't do it. We just didn't execute. Okay. Switch that up. Man,
find something new.
Or, man, did you see us out there executing?
That's what it looks like.
The Dolphins had no answers for our execution.
Yeah, that's what it looks like when we execute.
That's right. 27-24. Because no matter what we do, it's still a one-score game.
That's the excuse they're hiding behind is look around the NFL. It's all one-score games, which, yes, they're technically right. Can you also deliver that message after a game that isn't a one-score win against the Jacksonville Jaguars or a one-score loss against the Tennessee Titans? Like, maybe you should have saved that for after the Dolphins game.
Like, if you lose a tight game to a talented football team or win one, hey.
Like the Bills win, one-score game. Yeah. That's the NFL.
Yeah, as we said, we're done operating in the realm where we got to play tight games against the AFC South. There should not be one-score games. Yeah. The Lions,
have an excuse for playing one-score games. They got the Packers and the Vikings in their division. What's your excuse?
Yeah, I mean, I think. Okay, so first Colts game was one possession. First Jags game was one possession. Second Colts game was one possession.
All the AFC South games have been one possession.
Titans
games.
was one possession.
They've all been.
Yeah. Oh my God.
I said. I think they're 4-1 with the point differential of +7 in the AFC South. They're all one-score games. The biggest margin of victory was actually the Titans when they won by 5.
I was gonna say that was the one where I was like, was that one possession? Because the other ones were all walk-off touchdowns, walk-off field, not walk-off touchdowns, but touchdowns.
4-minute drive in the game, much like the Jags game was. So we'll see if execution is the issue on Sunday, or maybe they execute the hell out of it and they win. We're done for the day. Gallant and George are up next, followed by the Killer Bees. But first, before we go, I want to talk to you about, or tell you about, MyBookie. You go to mybookie.ag to maybe bet on the Texans' execution. You think they're gonna execute? Great. Put some money down on them. I think they might be in a 2.5 point favorite right now. Maybe you think execution will be an issue. Maybe you take the Dolphins side. I'm not telling you to. Just saying you got an opportunity to make some money. And not just the Texans, the entire slate of the NFL is available for you on the site. And also, maybe you like the Rockets in the NBA Cup semifinals. You can bet on it there as well. From the NFL to the NBA to Army Navy, we got college football as well. I would say don't bet on the Heisman unless you don't want to win a lot of money on Travis Hunter, but you can do that too. That's all there for you at mybookie.ag because you can bet on anything, anywhere, anytime. And remember, use that promo code BET975 as well. Just go to mybookie.ag.
Hello and welcome aboard Gallant and George on a Friday. Gotta get down on Friday, the 13th. Ooh, better watch out. Don't do anything that you wouldn't do normally. Be very superstitious. No, Joe, just me. Sean's behind the glass, and we're going to make this as we used to back in the Gallant at Night days and ask Gallant anything Friday. Hey, Paul asks Paul of himself, what's the weirdest thing that you've seen today? Well, the weirdest thing that I saw is while driving in to the ESPN Houston studios here on Westheimer / West Alabama at an intersection, Westheimer and Chimney Rock, I saw let's call her thick, THICCCCC, stood out of the sunroof. She then lifted herself onto the roof of the car and she began to twerk. Now, did I appreciate her Christmas spirit? I did. Would I have gone for that? Probably not. But it is a Friday, and that is the strangest thing that I have seen to this point. Okay? I know that, hey, Paul, what's the weirdest thing you've ever seen today is going to lead to a slew of perhaps picture texts at 713-780-3776. Please don't send me your hog. It also might result in some comments on the Twitch side of things at ESPN 975. I already see their evil minds percolating. And on top of that, you can join us on YouTube too. So, what the hell's going on with the Astros? I thought things were heating up. We got nothing. I got two search tabs open on X, formerly known as Twitter. One says Kyle Tucker. The other says Alex Bregman. I got nothing. I haven't seen anything of consequence in really the last 20 hours. The last thing of consequence that we got when it comes to whether or not Alex Bregman's returning to the Astros and whether or not the Astros might trade Kyle Tucker came from baseball writer of Associations of America writer Jose De Jesus Ortiz, who used to work here at the Houston Chronicle. Quote, according to AL Folks I Trust, it will be a surprise if the Astros don't trade Kyle Tucker within 48 hours. The Cubs appear like clear favorites until a deal is done. Keep an eye on the Yankees, but Cubs were better positioned. Still waiting on other sources to call back. That's all I got. That is all I got. I see on the YouTube BVB09 is talking about some other potential deal that was on the table. We'll do some research on that. Got to be honest. Trade proposals from the comment section don't exactly get me going because I think some of you might be screwing with me from time to time. But we got nothing new on those two. I know a lot of people got annoyed when we were Aziz Al-Shaair 97.5 and 92.5 as a radio station last week. I got to say, I am annoyed that this has become Alex Bregman, Kyle Tucker rumors heating up 97.5 and 92.5. This is what Chandler Rome had to say. Momentum is growing quickly around Kyle Tucker that trading him is beginning to feel more realistic than at any point this offseason. More glaring is the accentuation of industry-wide concerns about Houston's championship sustainability. Jim Crane has claimed the window will never close under his ownership tenure. Just the thought of moving Tucker runs counter to Crane's declaration, but the owner has given the club his blessing to proceed, according to people familiar with his thinking. So a trade is possible. He has greenlit it. Will it happen now? Will it happen in the weeks to come? I don't know. But things are heating up or something, whatever that means. That's all we got. I saw a My column from Ken Rosenthal, and the title is very annoying. How do the Yankees wash their Juan Soto blues away? Trade for Astros, Kyle Tucker. But that's it. It's all speculation. Can these baseball reporters give me anything? Like, what are you doing at the winter meetings? Are you just getting blitzed? Where are the winter meetings this year? Winter meetings locations 2024. They're in Dallas. Okay. I mean, there's some fun places to go out. Do you think that the Baseball Writers Association of America is going to the original Bottled Blonde? Although I think that's like the second Bottled Blonde. The first one might be in Scottsdale. Do you think they're going there? I got kicked out of the Bottled Blonde in Houston once. That was fun. I got sassy with a bartender. No, not a bartender. It's a security guard. Whatever. It's all fuzzy. Just like everything's fuzzy when it comes to Kyle Tucker and Alex Bregman and where the hell they are going to be next year. You want to jump in, you can at 713-780-3776. That's how you call. That's how you text. You can join us on YouTube as well at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. Keith has a thought, calling in at 713-780-3776, the HRMP listener line. Keith, what's up?
Hey, Paul, big MLB news last hour. Yankees acquired Devin Williams, the closer from the Brewers, for a prospect, and Nestor Cortez. They added Max Fried just a few days ago. They missed out on Soto. You got Fried, you got Williams. Do you think the Yankees finish out kind of the triple crown here and acquire or sign Alex Bregman to the max?
Well, I mean, they're clearly swinging their thing around if they're making moves like that today as well. I feel like they're a little bit butthurt that the New York Mets have stolen their thunder. I would be too, to be honest. I would be too. They just took our guy. And you got Steve Cohen saying, hey, we're friends. We're competitive, but we're friends at the introductory press conference. That if I'm Brian Cashman, I'm clenching my fist. And then I'm blaming the Astros for Steve Cohen having said that. But yeah, I think if you're Brian Cashman, you probably feel some pressure, right? Unless he just has a contract for life. Is that what's going on up there? They really are slow on the trigger finger, and it's kind of boring. It was fun back in the George Steinbrenner days. They would take people out back and take them out all the time. Now, it's just Cashman. I mean, that's the only general manager of the Yankees I've known. Sean, I think he's been general manager of the Yankees longer than you've been alive. Might be exaggerating, but it's got to be close. 1997 birth, right?
Yeah, or 1996.
96. Okay.
So
we're probably like very close to that was when he took the job as GM of the New York Yankees. And look, they did have the dynasty in the late 2000s. They won another in 2009.
February 1998.
Okay. So a wee Sean Mapes was
right before my second birthday.
Just before you turned 2. So he has been there forever. And I would think that at some point, there's got to be pressure on you to do something, as you are in, I guess, now year 26 of being general manager of the Yankees. Wow. That is something else. So maybe they go and get Bregman. Maybe they go and get Kyle Tucker. I think the sticking point for the Yankees with Kyle Tucker is that they don't want to move on from Luis Gil. I think they are trying to give up just prospects for Kyle Tucker. And I think for the Cubs at the very least are floating the idea of adding players who can play now, but they are not willing to give up. I think that prospect, what's his face, that the Cubs have. I'll be honest. What's his name? Cam Smith, last year's first round pick. He's an infielder. Cool. Like, I don't know. Isaac Paredes, Seiya Suzuki. I saw someone post Pro Baseball reference numbers of Seiya Suzuki next to a current Houston Astro. This is not good as far as trying to make me think Seiya Suzuki would be a great acquisition. Career wins above replacement, Seiya Suzuki, 3.5. Career wins above replacement of a random Houston Astro, 3.6. Sean Mapes, can you guess who this Houston Astro is?
3.6.
I think actually this is for their performances last year. My bad.
Okay.
This is Seiya Suzuki versus a Houston Astro who is coming off of this season.
Jake Myers.
Nope. Chas McCormick.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Not that far.
This is basically Chas McCormick's 2023 season was a 3.6 wins above replacement.
So it's Chas 2023 versus Suzuki 2024.
Right. I mean, I guess Chas 2023 was pretty good.
Better.
You're just eating too much pudding,
Yeah.
So
do we know what Suzuki, what his weakness is?
I don't know. It's a good question. I mean, Hopefully he, like his countrymate, Yusei Kikuchi, isn't prone to like 14-hour naps. I feel like that works for pitchers. I don't know if that works for players.
Yeah, that'd be tough. Tough to do before every single game you have to play.
Gotcha. Well, we'll see what happens. But yeah, I got nothing new. From the 281, any news if the Astros are interested in bringing Maldonado back? We can only hope. We can only hope. He needs to help Yainer Diaz.
Mm-hmm.
I know a lot of people would argue Yainer Diaz was perfectly fine last year, and they would be right. But you can always learn a thing or two from the expertise of the greatest defensive mastermind in the history of baseball.
Yes. Defensive strategist, Martin Maldonado.
Yeah. Honestly, hire him. You know?
Honestly, he should be Secretary of Defense, honestly. But
Truly.
as long as he's not getting appointed to that, backup catcher for the Astros, maybe starting catcher for the Astros.
Yeah, move Yainer Diaz to first, huh?
Boom. Boom.
Whoa. It seems like we solved a lot of problems
playing
here.
the parade.
You jump in at 713-780-3776 to call in, to text in, to poor Marine's making some funny comments on the Twitch. Sir, I'm not sure I can relay those thoughts to the public. I'm not sure I can, but those cultural stereotypes might be true. Coming up next on the Gallant and George radio program, no Joe, just Paul, Ask Gallant Anything Friday. We're going to take a look at what's on the table for the Houston Texans. They can seize something that they've given you so many times. Do you really want it, like the NBA Cup? You should. Stick around to find out what that is on Gallant and George, ESPN 97.5, 92.5.
You are back with Gallant and George
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Paul and Joe.
There was an interesting report when it came to a potential Astros move from MLB Network Radio's Jim Bowden. He was on the leadoff spot. Supposedly, the Philadelphia Phillies offered outfielder Nick Castellanos and third baseman Alex Bohm in exchange for Kyle Tucker. But the Astros said no. They don't view Bohm as a third baseman, and they don't like that Castellanos chases pitches out of the zone and that he's older and inconsistent. You take a look at the numbers for those two last year. I mean, pretty good. Bohm's OPS 779. Not great, but 280 with 15 homers and 97 runs batted in. And then you got Nick Castellanos, who had 23 homers, an OPS of 742, hit 254, 86 runs batted in. I mean, this back in the day, I think everyone would have said, hell yeah, to a trade like that, right? Because you look at those numbers and you're like, oh yeah, I'm getting two guys for one. And I'm not paying this guy anyway. If you take a look at the contracts of those guys, that's what I'm curious about.
Castellanos is $20 million a year for 2 years.
Well, that's a lot.
I didn't look up what Bohm was. All I saw was
Alec Bohm is he has 2 more years of arbitration for 2025 and for 2026. He's only $8 million this coming season. Then he's an unrestricted free agent in 2027. He's currently 28 years old. And yeah, Castellanos, as you said, $20 million the next 2 years. So you'd have these guys for the next 2 years, but Castellanos is 33. Bohm is 28. It's a good deal, I think, but I think the Astros want some youth to come out of it.
Yeah, I wonder if the difference between this deal and the Cubs deal that's been rumored is the Cubs prospects, the Cam Smith. I forgot the other guy. There's another prospect too. Like those guys versus whoever the Phillies have, where maybe the Astros just aren't interested in the prospects that the Phillies are offering. Because I doubt it would just be for 2 MLB guys.
Yeah, because they have to know. Like, our farm system blows. We need to get some more
yeah,
guys
exactly.
in the house.
That's the whole point of this trade, is to get at least cheap guy at some point.
Yeah. But hey, I mean, like that's not bad. That's definitely not bad. And they said no.
Yeah.
So maybe the Phillies are still on the table. Maybe they come back and they actually offer one of those prospects or something along those lines. We'll see. But I do think we got to keep this in mind, and we'll talk to Chandler Rome about this at 1:00. He's going to join the show. We'll figure out what the hell's actually going on down there, what the hell heating up means. I guess it's up there because it's in Dallas. But I do think that the bridge has been burnt between Kyle Tucker and the Astros because of the injury handling last year, and now all these rumors around trading him.
Yeah, he's gone. Like he is not playing for the Astros.
It does feel that way. When he comes back, isn't it going to be awkward? You know, if you've watched that Netflix documentary about the Red Sox and Yankees, the offseason where Nomar Garciaparra was almost traded and was actually traded and then untraded. And then like, it was just awkward for the whole year before they eventually traded him at the trade deadline. For not much, by the way, like Dave Roberts and Orlando Cabrera. I mean, it helped the Red Sox out, but it, like that was a loss, massive loss in terms of trade, in terms of what they gave up for what they got.
They were going to trade him for A-Rod, right?
They were going to trade him for A-Rod, yes.
I
think Manny Ramirez was a part of that deal too. It was a wacky deal. It was a lot going on, and then everything came back. I don't know how they won the World Series that year. Anyway. Gallant and George. No Joe, just Paul. It's football time in Houston. How we're ready to play. Guys, a lot on the table in Sunday's Texans-Dolphins game at NRG Stadium. The Texans are favorites in this game. The Texans are favored by 3. You know what that means? Pick the Dolphins to cover the spread. But a lot on the line, because if the Houston Texans win and if the Indianapolis Colts lose, guess what? It's AFC South Championship time in Houston. And what do we say about that, Bill O'Brien?
Bill, obviously, it wasn't the prettiest of games.
Doesn't matter, Brian.
But
AFC South champions 2 years in a row, Brian.
yeah, but you guys are back in the.
Doesn't matter what it looked like. Back in the playoffs. Looking forward to the playoffs.
Exactly.
Go ahead. Sorry, didn't mean to interrupt.
No lie. If D'Amico said that about the sloppy wins, I think I'd feel better about the team. I think I'd feel a little bit better. An us against the world mentality.
It's about execution, DJ. That's what he would say.
Right. You know, there was a lot of positives in the game.
We're never gonna knock being AFC South champion.
Listen, D'Amico Ryans plus 30,000 as NFL Coach of the Year.
I guess they have to put odds on like
everyone. I saw a very misleading post, and I thought to myself, read the room, dude, because apparently D'Amico Ryans has the chance to win a second division title in his first 2 seasons, which is something only 6 other NFL coaches have done. And they're like, yeah, look at it. He could be Coach of the Year. No, he has no chance. Do not waste your money on that. There was this report that came out where like 6% of people win on bets. They actually make money off of it because they walk away with the money. I think SMU did this study.
Yeah, it was the SMU study.
Yeah. Don't bet on that. It's a fun bet. Don't do it. They'd have to kill the Chiefs and they'd have to kill the Ravens, and every team in the AFC would have to collapse, and they'd have to get the 1 seed in the AFC at 12-5, which is rather unlikely.
You said it was 30,000
plus 30,000, which is insane. That's a lot.
What was the Chicago White Sox to win the AL Central?
Chicago White Sox are
50,000
plus 50,000 to win the AL Central.
It's slightly more likely than the AL
that's true.
White Sox winning the AL Central.
What's funny about that is every other team in the division, the White Sox, Guardians, the Guardians, Twins, Royals, and Kansas City. Wait, I said Tigers. You're right. Thank you. Sorry. Again, it's like just removed itself from my brain because I'm still traumatized by my dust busting gone wrong. All of those teams are plus 400 or less. White Sox plus 50,000. It's insane. So look, they should win the AFC South. You're playing the Dolphins at home, and the Colts are playing the Broncos on the road. Broncos are 4-point favorites. They got a really good defense. So I think what Joe Mixon said, it's true. Joe Mixon, he thinks the Texans just got to put a bow on this thing and get it done.
Hey, man, let's put the bow on it. Let's put the bow on it. You know, I think these games is critical. It's also crucial that we approach the week 1 week at a time. You know, obviously we got a desperate team of Miami, but they're trying to go to the playoffs and make their run, but we desperate too.
We are desperate too.
We're desperate.
They should be more desperate. I gotta say, it's so annoying, the lack of urgency that comes as a result of being in the AFC South. And I get it. Doesn't matter, Brian, AFC South champions. But when you're in this division, how can you feel urgency, especially coming into the year, thinking your farts smell like the nicest thing in the world, like perfume. Your perfume farts walking in here. Look at us. We're the Houston Texans. Stephon Diggs, Daniil Hunter. Look at Danico Autry. He's suspended. Doesn't matter. He'll be back at the stretch run. Joe Mixon. Oh yeah, we got CJ Stroud and we got Nico Collins and we got Will Anderson and we got Tank Dell coming back. Guess what? Broke his leg, got shot. Can't stop Tank Dell. He's
Doesn't matter, Brian.
Mm-hmm.
AFC South champion, Brian.
Christian Harris eventually, really, as in now.
We might see him, yeah.
Jalen Petrie, out for the year.
That sucks.
Kenya Green, not out for the year.
In a battle splitting snaps with Zach Thomas.
Well,
Zachary Thomas.
Yeah.
Not Dolphins legend Zach Thomas.
Yeah, that's a little concerning because Juice Scruggs is banged up at practice. It would be nice if 50-year-old Zach Thomas, who has a square neck, will come out of retirement and try to play on the offensive line, but that is not happening. So for the Colts side of things, DeForest Buckner, who's probably the Colts' best defender, and maybe their most serious player, he believes that Sunday's a playoff game.
So really, not just the young guys; it's everybody. We're like I've been saying it all week. People say we're fighting to get in the playoffs, but we're already in it. This is a playoff game, and from here on out, that's what they are. To get to where we want to be, we got to approach each and every game like it's a playoff game, and it is. It's win or go home essentially, and we can't hope and pray on somebody else. For our fortune, we got to make our own fortune. So it starts on Sunday.
Hell yeah. Professional, right? I do miss Jim Mora, don't you? Whenever you hear the Colts talking about playoffs, he was a fun coach.
It's the same background and behind it, the Colts logos.
Yeah.
In the blue background.
I mean, it's a different building now. It's not the RCA Dome. It's Lucas Oil Field, I'm assuming, is where they practice. But you can't help but think about Jim Mora, who was not a very good coach, but between his time with the Saints and Colts, probably had more one-liners than any coach in NFL history, not just the playoffs one. We couldn't do diddly poo. We couldn't do squat. We might have to bring some Jim Mora back at some point during the show. But you know what's funny? Yesterday on the show, it did seem like CJ Stroud's burnt out, right? A little burnt out. And they have played in a football game every single week since the Pro Football Hall of Fame week, right? Stroud didn't play in the game, but the Texans have had a very long year considering their bye week did not come until week 14. So Stroud said, yeah, I checked out. And honestly, good for him. It's nice to check out from work every now and then. But he does sound burnt out. But I think he's got to be concerned because a man who might have checked out of a game because he was winded, Anthony Richardson, he's learned from the error of his ways. And people are making a big deal about this quote by Anthony Richardson as they play the Broncos. If they win, they're sticking around in the AFC South playoff race. He never stopped prepping for Denver.
The guys told me to, take some time off, but it was the next day I hit Coach Shane up. I was like, man, I know it's a bye week, but, what you got on Denver? I was trying to get as much information as I could, ahead of the week. So when they did come back and for us to come back here, it was a little easier for me to get back into the routine.
The bar is so low for Anthony Richardson. Like this was being praised.
He texted his coach. What you got? What you got on Denver?
Hey, man, let me look at that film. And I got to say, I mean, while I think Stroud deserved to take a break, I kind of wish Stroud was studying the film in Miami. Yeah.
He's too busy podcasting.
Did he have a podcast episode this week? I know his mom did.
I assume that's
his mom launched a podcast, for those who don't know.
Anytime Stroud has free time, I assume he's putting on a headset.
Or going to communist China, like he did that one time with Micah Parsons.
Did he go to China?
Yeah, they went to China.
Oh.
They were teaching the youths of China how to play football.
Oh yeah,
I don't like that.
I was thinking the sumo wrestling, but that was in Japan.
Gosh, Sean.
No. I thought you were making a mistake.
I wasn't.
I knew.
Those are two different
I've
countries.
played Ghost of Tsushima. All right, I know what's cracking in Japan.
That's a samurai video game. Well, yeah. Well, I watched Shogun and Tokyo Vice, both seasons. So
I only watch Shogun.
I wear a kimono when I'm home.
Okay.
Nope. Just a kimono. That's it.
Yeah.
Free downstairs. It's a great way to live. 713-780-3776 to call in, to text in. It's an Ask Gallant Anything Friday. No Joe, just Paul. Sean behind the glass. From the 409. Paul, what do you prefer? Boobs, ass, or a nice bulge in the pants? Hey. I mean, who can't appreciate a nice bulge in the pants? But no, I am definitely an ass man. Paul, what does that mean? Paul, how do you conveniently walk on the fence in terms of revealing your sexuality to all of us? Because I'm just a star, dude. Another text. This is from the 346 on an Ask Gallant Anything Friday. Ooh, this is tough. I feel for this guy. Paul, my girlfriend broke up with me because I didn't give her my cell passcode. Should I apologize and give her the passcode? No. And honestly, I would ask anything if you're going to talk to her again, because you shouldn't say a thing to her. You should just cold turkey quit this girl. If she does talk to you, you say, what was it that you wanted to see? What was it that you didn't trust me about? That is a violation of trust. I understand it is sometimes hard to trust another person because of maybe past relationships that you've had. And I'll admit, like I fall in that category. But if you're in that spot, that person is asking for your passcode and you're not like married, that's the only place where I think it's in bounds. And even then, I feel like everyone should be able to have a little privacy to themselves. And your little demon device that you carry around with you all the time, you should be able to have that. What if you have to go research something, because you were feeling a little hot and bothered or something? I don't know. I'm just saying all of us should be able to have our phone to ourselves, and no one should have the passcode to it. It's a violation of trust. From the 832, Paul, no judgment, but kimono is a typical Japanese woman's garb. Well, a man can wear it too. How dare you put a gender on any bit of clothing? It's 2024. That's sexist of you and transphobic of you. Didn't think you could call it that today, did you? So there you go. Another text. This is from the 832 on Ask on Anything Friday. Let's just roll right through. I failed my certification test this morning and then spilled my drink picking up breakfast tacos at the pit room. How much of a loser am I? You're not a loser, sir. You're not. We all have bad days. Come on. Spilling food, spilling your drink, it sucks, and it might look embarrassing if it happens around a couple of people that you know, but that's not the end of the world. That just sucks if it was a really nice drink. Failing your certification test, I don't know. I don't know what you're trying to get certified for. If it's one of those certifications that's really easy to get, like becoming a minister online, or per the movie Am I Racist, getting a DEI expert certification. Like, there are some things where it's very easy to get. My boater's license is essentially a certification ticket. Like, I took an online course in Washington to get a Washington boater's license. I don't even know if it works in other states. And I drove a boat once, and I'm not sure I knew what I was doing. I'm not sure I knew. But I have a license. It's a Washington boater's license. We rented a boat while up in Seattle, and I had never driven a boat before. My friend just decides, I'm going to rent a boat because Paul has a license. And I get in the boat and I'm like, I have no idea what I'm doing. And I'm just trying my best to not let anyone else know I have no idea what I'm doing.
At that point, because a good captain, you can't let the shipmates know that you're worried.
No.
You got to put on a brave face.
Exactly. And you have to go down with the ship ultimately if you hit something. But yeah, I had no
Iceberg
idea.
ahead.
I had no idea what I was doing. I was very thankful that somebody who was on the boat with me, her husband had told me that he was going to teach me how to drive a boat, and he sadly, like, really tragically passed away. So I hadn't seen her basically since all of that went down, and she actually like taught me how to. But I mean, we should not have been driving that guy's boat that we rented. We should not have been driving it. And I felt so much pressure because I was trying to stay cool for not just the other people on the boat. One of the other people on the boat, this is after I'd left Seattle for Houston. One of the other people on the boat was this girl that I was basically madly in love with while I was in Seattle. And I was trying to like seem like I was the bee's knees on that boat. It was like standing up on the wheel, may have been, arcing my back a little bit so she can see the haunches. Got to flaunt what you've got. Okay. So there you go. It's Gallant and George. No Joe. Just Paul. 713-780-3776 to call in to text in. Yeah, some texters are saying kimono is not women only. It's definitely not. Now, maybe no pants underneath is for women, But there you go. Another question. Ask Gallant Anything Friday. What are better? Good God. What are better? Crinkle cut or regular fries? Crinkle cut. Regular fries, you have to ask this question. What's the thickness? How thick are these fries? How thick are they? I don't know how thick they are. Crinkle cut are generally thicker. I don't like the string fries. I know that's what McDonald's does, and I think Whataburger does them too. most places do, like the really stringy fries. I don't like that. Like I'd rather have a thick crinkle cut fry or a waffle fry, like from Chick-fil-A. Chick-fil-A's fries are the best. So there you go. Anyway, we'll keep you posted on what's going on with Kyle Tucker, Alex Bregman. I have not seen anything in the last 5 minutes that makes me believe that they're moving somewhere, but we'll talk to Chandler Rome about those two and what the Astros are doing at the winter meetings at 1:00 today. Coming up next, the Rockets, that win over the Golden State Warriors, it is officially, per the league, a clean win. Plus, we'll go back and remember some of the fun things that happened on Wednesday night when the Rockets took down the Warriors in the NBA Cup to advance to play Oklahoma City on Saturday. A lot of fun little moments that we missed along the way because we were so focused on the big picture. Gallant and George, stay put.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's Gallant and George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Nothing new on Kyle Tucker. Nothing new on Alex Bregman. We'll talk to Chandler Rome about their futures in Houston in about 15 minutes. Also, Texans play the Miami Dolphins Sunday at NRG Stadium. They're 3-point favorites. Dolphins are at least going to cover. Vibes not high for a game you expect them to win. But if they win and if the Broncos beat the Colts, they will be AFC South champs. So if you want to weigh in on those things, you can. But I'm happy for the Houston Rockets, who will play tomorrow night in Vegas against the Oklahoma City Thunder. There was some question about how real the Rockets' victory over the Warriors was on Wednesday, 91-90, with a call that honestly I think shouldn't have been made at the very end, where there's a loose ball and Jalen Green ends up getting fouled with the Rockets down 1 point. The Warriors were in the penalty, so Green takes 2 free throw attempts, makes both, and then the Warriors, after a very, very, very slow inbound, have their last shot of the game blocked by Jabari Smith Jr. Well, ESPN says the, per Steve Kerr, unconscionable call at the end of that game was correct. Some vindication. How about that? There was only one missed call in the last minute of the game. And get this, it was the Warriors taking more than 5 seconds to inbound the ball, which is awesome. So they should have called that. Like, what if the Warriors had made a game-winning shot? NBA rigged? Nope, because the Rockets played good defense on that. It would have
been unconscionable.
Unconscionable, right?
Unconscionable. Whatever that word was that Steve Kerr used.
Yeah. Relax, Steve. Relax. So the Warriors are still taking L's. And there's a couple of moments that I missed after Wednesday's game that we didn't touch on yesterday. First off, just a couple of quotes and from columns that were written about the game. Jonathan Fagan of the Houston Chronicle got this nugget. So desperate were the Rockets to conquer their Mount Everest that center Alperen Şengün after the game told franchise owner Tillman Fertitta that he would have cried if they didn't. Well, thankfully, we do not have to put Alperen Şengün in soft boys next week. God, can you imagine what the Turkish Rockets fans would do if Şengün cried? Oh, man, they would have been merciless. Not exactly the most tolerant or progressive folks, those Turks. Tari Eason had this to say. It sounds like essentially Moses in the 10 Commandments. We are free. We are free. Just letting y'all know we are free. Free at last. Free at last. Thank God Almighty. I'm free at last. Is that a riff off of MLK? Come on. What are we doing, Tari?
I don't know what he is. We're free. Maybe he's free from having to hear about Warriors ever again.
That is definitely true. We also got this moment. After the game, Jalen Green's doing an interview. You can hear a loud Dylan Brooks just being Dylan Brooks.
We ain't never had no situation
Send their ass back to Golden State.
They had no situation.
Send they ass back to Golden State. I love it. They get to dance on the Warriors' grave for a little bit. Now, they got to focus on tomorrow night's game against the Thunder. Can't celebrate about this win too long. You know, there's still 4 teams left. Hawks, Bucks, Thunder, you. You've also had this moment. I missed this. This is a great one-on-one interview with Vanessa Richardson and Jabari Smith Jr. I can't believe I missed this.
It is a collective effort. What did you think of the defensive effort tonight?
Everybody fought. Everybody flew around. Holding a team like that to however many points they scored, it's hard. It's not easy. You know what I'm saying? It takes everybody. It takes a good coaching staff. It takes teammates touching each other. And we just competed from the jump.
Takes teammates touching each other. A little Texas Rangers-y for my taste, but it takes teammates touching each other per Jabari Smith Jr. Slip of the tongue, an unfortunate one.
What was he trying to say?
I don't know.
Takes teammates touching each other.
I think he was excited, and Vanessa did a
grabbing. I don't know.
Vanessa did a great pivot afterwards and said, like, Vegas, though, right?
Yeah.
And he's
I
like,
saw
yeah,
that. Yeah.
Vegas, baby, yeah. Like he's Johnny Drama. Gonna play some craps. We also had this moment. Sean, have we officially censored all of it? Okay. So the Rockets Twitter had a spaces after the game. I don't know who to credit for this. This is just an all-time borderline crying rant by a Rockets fan after they had taken down the Warriors.
Oh my God. Bro, like I'm so dead ass, bro. Like we finally beat these, bro. Like, bro, first of all, I want to say you to Steve Kerr, you bitch ass, you low key racist ass hoe ass. You named your son Nicholas, so you can name your son Nick Kerr. You a bitch. Steph Curry, you too. You a bitch ass. Draymond, you donkey teeth, you loud mouth ass bitch. Ref crying to the ref's ass. You, bro. Also, that nigga Lindy Waters too. That's her girl name, bro. I never saw a name Lindy, bro. Also, a nigga named Brandon Pozimski too, bro. Bro, what the pods? Pods? Get your stupid ass down, bro. Buddy Hill, you look like the Buc-ee's logo with your big teeth.
Jeez. I've never heard somebody be that much of a hater while celebrating an incredible Rockets win. Yeah. Like, could you imagine after winning a championship, Kobe Bryant just absolutely trashing a bunch of people? That's the only NBA player I could think of that would actually have the capacity to do that while being emotional about winning a title.
Yeah, it's like the haters ball, but he's crying.
It was incredible.
Oh, by the way, we got a call during
Yeah?
that. Jabari was trying to say teammates trusting each other.
Okay. He was trying to say that. A couple of texters
He did say
said that
touching
too.
each other.
He did say touching, though. He did not know. No texters. He did not say trusting. He's definitely said touching. Do you want to play that again? So that we're. I know I'm not crazy here. He definitely was trying to say trusting each other. It's okay. We like Jabari Smith Jr. He had the block to win the game.
It is a collective effort. What did you think of the defensive effort tonight?
Everybody fought. Everybody flew around. Holding a team like that to however many points they scored, it's hard. It's not easy. You know what I'm saying? It takes everybody. It takes a good coaching staff. It takes teammates touching each other. And
yeah,
we just competed from the jump.
He definitely said touching each other. And he might have been trying to say trusting each other. I think he did. Listen, I slip up all the time on the air. I'm not gonna hate on it. It was just a funny moment. Rockets are going to the NBA Cup semifinals. Let's go.
Vegas, baby.
Yeah.
Viva Las Vegas.
Viva Las Vegas, indeed.
Like Craig Ackerman said.
Yeah. Craig Ackerman said it. Vanessa said it. Like, they knew what they were doing on that broadcast.
Did they get to go to Vegas?
I think so.
Okay.
The game is broadcast on ABC. I think they are there.
Okay.
Now, they better be there. I'll be upset if they don't get to
I was going to say, they're doing a very good job of being excited about other people going to Vegas.
Vanessa is hilarious in Las Vegas. That's all I've got to say as someone who we got very... Vanessa stopped me from getting in a fight with somebody. It was fun.
There you go.
Yeah. Vegas with Vanessa was fun. Yeah, somebody basically thought that I cut to get in line in the bar. And I'm like, it's a bar, dude. And I said it very condescendingly because he grabbed the back of my amazing Hawaiian shirt. And I was like, dog.
Can't do that.
Can't do that. And then he got so pissed. I was like, it's a bar, though. So Vanessa came in and somehow calmed him down.
Tensions.
Yeah. Because we weren't talking like fancy Vegas. We were talking Fremont, like the Fremont things get rough in Fremont if you don't look twice. So it's Rockets Thunder tomorrow night. Charles Barkley is not liking this Houston Rockets team, who are very exciting. He had this to say after the Rockets win on Inside the NBA.
Hey, impressed with the Houston Rockets? They don't have any idea how to play basketball. Play good defense. But they play the game strictly on talent. Like, they should have won that game by they got so much more talent than the Warriors. But that's one of the reasons I say they got a great record. They're not ready for prime time because the refs had to give them this game tonight. They got a bright future. But man, they're gonna have to learn discipline. They're gonna learn to take care of the ball. They're gonna have to learn shot selection. You
And
can't.
all of that to be said for a team that has like 3 guys under 23 in the,
I know
in the
that,
starting lineup.
but sometimes it happens faster. Like you ask Kenny and Shaq, like sometimes it comes together. Like they got a lot of talent, and they can't play like they used to be. Like they relevant. They got a terrific coach. Now they got to learn. Like we got to take care of the ball.
I'm not 100% sure what Chuck was saying the whole way there, but I do understand the sentiment because they are a weird team. They're winning games, and yet they don't score. They can't shoot. So there's reasons to have doubts about them. They're clearly playing above what they actually are, just given the offensive struggles to this point. It has been fun. I'm curious what it is that they can do to perhaps impress Chuck by the end of the year. It doesn't seem like that's going to happen unless he gets, unless there's like a playoff, we just did this to spite you, Chuck kind of performance, like the Warriors back in the day when they finally ran the gauntlet. Because he was the biggest Warriors doubter.
Yeah,
too.
That's the thing. Like, don't take Charles Barkley downing a young team super seriously. Like,
Right.
that's just what he does.
And that's just what all the old heads do.
Yeah.
Covering the NBA. Nothing against it. Like they're very entertaining.
No, but that's just their slant is just kind of, that's how
Yeah.
they view the game. Yeah, it is because the Rockets, like, we talk about how bad of an offensive team they are. They're 15th in points per game in the league. So they're like an average offensive team. And then they're third in defense in the league. So like third in defense and 15 in offense, that's a good team. Like that you're going to win a lot of games. This isn't don't know how to play basketball. That was Steven Silas. They don't know how to play basketball. This team, like, yeah, Ernie Johnson brings it up like, well, they play good defense, so
Right.
they know something.
Yeah. So I think was a little too harsh, but I get what he's saying.
Especially like being teed up like right after an exciting game, a young team going to Vegas and impressed by the Rockets. And you could tell Ernie Johnson was just expecting like some sort of yes and XYZ. And then for him to go, not really. It was like not what Ernie was expecting at all.
Yeah. Anyway, it is Gallant George, Rockets Thunder tomorrow. From the 832, talking about Vanessa and her getting me out of a situation in Vegas. She stopped you from getting your ass beat. No, this guy was small. This was very little man complex. And his girlfriend thought he was a bitch because I just cut to the front. And I think he was trying to impress his girlfriend by being a violent psychopath. But like I thought about on my way out after Vanessa cooled things down, I thought about giving him the too small. I thought about it. I was like, this is a bad idea. One, I had a few drinks. Like
Rock the baby.
I listen, I'm not a great fighter by any means. I would have kicked his ass. Like I felt very confident in that. Felt very confident. It's like, what are you doing, dude? Ease off the merchandise. Okay. This shirt almost cost $80. Okay, honey. Anyway, it's Gallant George. You don't want to have your ass beat by a man that many consider to be gay. You don't want that. 713-780-3776 to call in, to text, and you can join me on Twitch at ESPN 975, on YouTube at ESPN Houston. What is happening with the Houston Astros? Is Kyle Tucker getting traded? Is Alex Bregman going to leave us? We'll talk to Chandler Rome of The Athletic about it next. Stay put. No Joe, just Paul. The Astros. What's up with Kyle Tucker? What's up with Alex Bregman? I don't know. All I know is that the next time that I see a report that says something is gaining momentum, or that someone has a sense that something's about to happening, or a team is listening to offers for a certain player, or worst of all, that things are heating up, I'm going to just run through that effing window right there and end it all. So hopefully not going to give me something like that, because that's the last thing I saw. John Morosi says that things are gaining momentum as far as a Kyle Tucker trade to the Chicago Cubs. John Heyman, who has blocked me on Twitter, says the deal's getting close. Okay, whatever. Chandler Rome joins us on the HRNP guest line. Chandler, what is happening? What is going on?
I can tell you that there is momentum, and
God.
that it's look. There's a reason I don't tweet everything out that I hear, because again, a lot of this is eyewash, and a lot of it is, just in some instances it's people that just want to be seen and want attention. But I can tell you right now that it is close. To the point where I'm actively working right now on pre-writing the story.
I like it.
That doesn't mean, again, what I'm saying, that doesn't mean it's, getting done. It doesn't mean players have been informed, but there is certainly momentum that is really, really gaining steam. And at this point, it's hard to bet against it that it's going to get done.
And I know that you and The Athletic have been on this Kyle Tucker to the Cubs possibility for a while, with a couple of names that could be coming back from Chicago. Isaac Paredes, Seiya Suzuki, the prospect Cam Smith. What's been the major sticking point for a deal that's keeping it from, I guess, being finalized?
Well, the Astros have to pick kind of what names they want, right? A lot of times how these trades go is, teams will send a list of prospects, teams will send a list of players that they would be okay including, and they'll go down the list like, we want this guy, we don't want this guy, we like this guy, and then it becomes a real negotiation. So I can tell you that I think there will be a pitcher involved, a pitcher from the Cubs side. I'm not comfortable going to names yet, but I know that they are talking about pitchers. I was told earlier this week that a package of Isaac Paredes, Cam Smith, and a pitcher would probably be enough to get this deal done. Whether that is ultimately the final package, I don't know. But it's more than just, I think it'll be more than just Paredes and Cam Smith, if that is the framework of a package.
Very interesting. We'll see what happens on that front. And it is really interesting that things have gone from, as you've pointed out in The Athletic this week, from where, Jim Crane says, hey, the window's staying open as long as I'm here, to he's actually green lighting a possible Kyle Tucker deal. Has anything happened in the months since the season ended that perhaps has frayed the relationship further? I know when we've talked before, I've had questions, and I imagine everyone covering the Astros have had questions about what was going on behind the scenes when it comes to Kyle Tucker's shin injury. Is he perhaps miffed with them? Were they frustrated he wasn't back out there? Is there perhaps a part of this moment where we're at right now has to do with just the relationship between these two, the player and the team?
I'm not saying that that's not a factor. I don't think it's I think they would have kept Kyle Tucker if all things are considered equal. I don't think that would have been, that's not the reason they're trading Kyle Tucker.
Okay.
Now, I can tell you that Kyle Tucker's camp was pretty off put with how the Astros handled how the Astros messaged his injury situation last year, that did not leave a good taste in their mouths, as it shouldn't have, because it portrayed Kyle Tucker as soft, and it portrayed him as somebody that didn't want to come back, and it was just like nursing a bruise for 3 months, when that was the furthest thing from the truth. I think this has more to do though with I don't know what caused them to see the light. I don't know I don't know if there's a watershed moment, but I think they just kind of looked and kind of took stock of everything, and just kind of realized that they you can't keep going to a farm system that doesn't have anything. And, they don't have anyone coming. That is a sentiment shared by both people in the organization and outside of the organization, that farm system's not good. The payroll situation is an issue. It does, I would never say never on going over the CBT, but the people I talk to claim that the people I talk to do claim that Jim Crane is not thrilled with the prospect of going over the CBT again, but he would do it if it's like a monumental kind of deal. But they still would have to clear some money. Jim Crane doesn't want to be carrying a huge, large $300 million payroll. He said that before. And there's only so many ways on this roster you can move money around. I mean, Jose Abreu's money is there to stay. Rafael Montero's money is there to stay. Christian Javier, who's probably not pitching for this team this year, his money's there to stay. Whatever you get out of Lance McCullers, I'm not sure, but that's a good bit of money that's not going to be moved. So there's only so many ways you can go about this. And I do think when Juan Soto got his contract, it really crystallized to them what Kyle Tucker is going to ask for in free agency. And the Astros just are not going to approach that. I mean, Kyle Tucker isn't Juan Soto, but his counting stats and his WAR are pretty close. And you could see him end up with a $450 million contract next winter. And the Astros just weren't going to do that. So I think all the parties involved just kind of looked and said, this is probably the best way we need to go about not only trying to contend in 2025, but also making sure this thing remains sustainable and stays open through the next couple of years as well.
Chandler Rome with us from The Athletic. Also just started a podcast, the Crush City Podcast, an Astros podcast on the Foul Territory TV network with Tyler C. Stafford. So make sure that you're checking that out as well. So we've focused mostly on Kyle Tucker to this point, and it does feel like things are trending towards he will be a Chicago Cub sooner rather than later. What's the latest with Alex Bregman? We have heard other teams, specifically the Yankees, are interested in him. I figured the Boston Red Sox would be in on him, given that Alex Cora is their manager. Does it seem like progress is actually being made? I know that Dana Brown's been asked about it, and he said he's optimistic, but he's also been coy when it comes to revealing any progress in that deal.
Yeah, to be honest with you, I haven't heard much about substantial progress or things heating up or anything like that. I think it's kind of sort of status quo right now. I do think it's interesting that the Yankees today upgraded their bullpen without spending a ton of money. That means they still have money in the coffers. I know they gave Max Fried $200 million, but they were offering Juan Soto $760 million. So they have money. And they didn't have to spend a ton to go get Devin Williams today. So I think the Red Sox make sense. I think the Yankees make a ton of sense. They can move Jazz Chisholm to second. Alex Bregman slides to third. He wears 2 in part because Derek Jeter was his idol growing up. Derek Jeter was the Yankees were Alex Bregman's mom's favorite team growing up. So, I mean, I think he would handle New York very well. But, I don't know. Could there be another team we're not talking about? Could the Tigers kind of be lurking and waiting and, maybe swoop in at the last minute? He really would fit in really well there. Is there a team that's on the cusp of contention that's willing to, go after him and make him the centerpiece of their next good team? I'm not sure, but it certainly seems like all the discussion's been between Red Sox, Yankees, Astros. But I wouldn't be surprised if there's another team kind of laying in wait that no one's really talking about yet.
Would be interesting to see that. And I know there was a report about the Phillies making an offer for Kyle Tucker earlier. Maybe they're interested in Bregman as well. We'll see what happens on that front. Now, also, we were talking about, ways that the Astros could theoretically shed salary or just look at the future and say, we might not be able to give some of these guys the big contracts. Framber Valdez, another name that has popped up as a possible trade option for the Astros. Have you heard anything on that front? Based off of at least what I have seen, it's been pretty quiet when it comes to Framber's future.
I think they'll listen on him like they should. And teams have called on Framber for the last 2 years. I know there were teams last year that called the Astros about Framber, and I reported as much. I think just talking to people within the org and just kind of people on the periphery of what's going on, it sounds like they were always more comfortable parting with Tucker for a couple of reasons. One, I mean, while they have done a great job of developing pitching and developing starters that no one's really heard of, and they've done a good job of that, but it's still really daunting to replace 180 to 200 innings of sub 3.5 ERA ball that Fromber is penciled in to give them. You know, and a reminder too, like, this team does want to contend in 2025. This is not a rebuild. This is not something that they're trying to tear this thing apart. They're trying to contend in 2025. And as flawed as I see this logic, you know, it was expressed to me that, you know, look what they did last year with Kyle Tucker missing 3.5 months. Like, they played without him for 3 months and it went okay. Now, making this sort of decision based off of an 80-game sample size seems short-sighted, but I think there's more going into it than that. But I think they'll listen. I mean, with the price of starting pitching just on the free agent market, how huge it's been, it would be a dereliction of duty for Dana Brown not to listen to Valdez, not to listen on Valdez, because I think they could get a huge haul for him, just given the market that's out there and the teams that maybe don't want to spend a ton of money. You know, go see if you can find a team with a deep farm system that would give you a bunch for Fromber Valdez. But I think, you know, it really seems like Kyle Tucker's the guy that's going to move. It seems less likely that Valdez would join him, but I've been wrong before. Who knows? But my read on it right now is it's less likely that Valdez gets traded, but it could still always happen. Dana should listen on it.
Chandler Rome with us, HR&P guest line. One last question for you, Chandler, and appreciate you taking the time because I know a lot of stuff is percolating at this moment. Ryan Presley is another name you mentioned. Hey, maybe the Astros want to shed some salary. That's probably a salary they would like to move, but I imagine his contract is very difficult to move, especially considering he has a no trade clause. I saw a report that they were basically aggressively shopping him, which seems to me like there's not that much interest in Ryan Presley, at least with the way the Astros are offering him. Do you get the sense that he will be an Astro next year?
Well, they are extensively shopping him, and, you know, from what I understand and what I reported a couple of days ago, pretty much every team that's calling is asking them to eat some of the money. And right now, they're not interested in doing that. Whether that changes as we get deeper into the off season and deeper into the winter, I'm not sure. But, you know, look at the going rate for relievers. I mean, Aroldis Chapman, who had, by every statistical measure, a worse season than Ryan Presley last year, got $11 million from the Red Sox. Like, I mean, this is a thing. This is a thing that, you know, happens, and, you know, that's what kind of the market value is. So, I think if I was a betting man, I'd probably say Ryan Presley is an Astro in 2025. He's comfortable in Houston. His wife's from Houston. Both of his kids were born in Houston. It's a tough thing to give up, you know, that family comfort, especially when he's happy in a place. He's done a lot in Houston as an Astro, and I think that means a lot to him. But if there's a situation where he can close and he knows he is the guy that's going to be the closer, I could see him entertaining waiving the no trade clause. But as of this moment, I would wager that he's going to be an Astro in 2025, but things can change.
He is Chandler Rome. You can catch his work covering baseball's winter meetings and specifically the Houston Astros for The Athletic. He also has a podcast that just started, the Crush City Podcast on the Foul Territory TV network with Tyler C. Stafford. Chandler, always appreciate our annual visits. I guess we'll talk next year. Hopefully this Astros team will actually be good this coming season.
All right. Thanks, Paul.
Anytime, Chandler. That is Chandler Rome. It is Gallant and George. No Joe, just Paul. Ask Gallant anything on the table. We'll keep you posted on everything going on in the winter meetings for the Houston Astros and more. And on top of that, the Texans have a game on Sunday. They can win the AFC South. Huzzah! Stick around.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's Gallant and George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
You just heard from Chandler Rome in the last segment from The Athletic that a Kyle Tucker trade to the Chicago Cubs is imminent, and we just got this 2 minutes ago from Ken Rosenthal. Cubs close to acquiring Kyle Tucker from the Astros for a package led by infielder Isaac Paredes, right-hand pitcher Hayden Wesneski, and third base prospect Cam Smith. So it seems like Kyle Tucker's time in Houston is over. I don't think it's been finalized, but when Chandler was with us, he was saying that there's a pitching name that was potentially going to be included in this deal, and that's the pitching name. So this would be a great time to have Joe with his intricate knowledge of the Chicago Cubs, right?
Yeah. How do you say this man's name?
Joe, how do you say any of these guys' names? Although I know how to pronounce Cam Smith.
Yeah, we got that one.
Unless he's like Calm Smith or
Smythe?
something like
Yeah.
that. Yeah. So Hayden Wesneski is a right-handed pitcher. He is from Houston, was born in Houston. He's 27 years old. He is coming off of a year where he went 3-6 with a 3.86 ERA, a 1.138 walks hits per innings pitched, 8.9 strikeouts per nine. So seems like he gets some strikeouts. The man also has had his fair share of walks, it seems. Unless I'm reading his walks per nine. It's like his walks per nine are essentially 2.8. So put some guys on the base. But the guy gets strikeouts. So you've got that going for you. And on top of that, Cam Smith, that is seemingly a potential replacement for not Jose Altuve. Jeez. If Alex Bregman ends up leaving in free agency. And then you got Isaac Paredes. So we'll see when this is official. But if Ken Rosenthal is putting that out there, it's pretty damn official. A 3-for-1 deal for the Houston Astros. Now, the bright side. You were going to lose Tucker after this year. Right? We all agree on that? The Astros weren't going to give him north of $300 million, let alone $400, $500, or any deal that's approaching what Juan Soto just got. And while I don't know that he's worth that money, some team probably will think he's worth that money. Will it be the Chicago Cubs? I don't know. In Paredes, you got a guy who's got some versatility in the infield. He hit 238 last year, 739 OPS, 19 homers, 80 runs batted in. So you can play him at first if you find a way to bring Alex Bregman back. Maybe that's what you're thinking here. I mean, it's definitely better than Jose Abreu.
That's a very sunshine and rainbows way to think about it.
I'm trying to look at the positives first.
Not that they got the short-term Alex Bregman replacement and the long-term Alex Bregman replacement.
Yeah,
sorry if I'm being too real.
No, I was trying to do the positive side first.
Sorry.
Sean.
Sorry.
This is
okay.
Also correct though. This is also correct.
Mouthpiece of Dana Brown, Paul
Hey,
Gallant.
he doesn't pay me for that. I would.
Dana Brown's John Heyman, Paul Gallant.
I'm not putting enough Astro stuff out there to, Michael Schwab, he might be on the take. I strongly feel like there's someone in the front office that is telling them what to say.
What's Wesneski's B War? Do we have that?
I don't even know what that is. I refuse to learn what B War is. Okay.
I love this because the explanation is very stupid.
Mm-hmm.
It's just something that would only upset you more, but I actually like you not knowing what it is.
Yeah, I don't want to know it ever. I only want to know what his Klondorp is. And for those who don't know, Klondorp, not an advanced statistic. I just say it all the time because I hate that this game has been invaded by nerds. Paul, you're a nerd. Yes, that's true. But I'm not a smart nerd. Those numbers are too much for me. I don't have a big brain, you see. I often get dyslexic just reading things when I speak to you guys. Luckily, I'm able to say it with a little bit of bounce in my voice. Some would call it a flounce. I call it a bounce. To bring it back, 3 players for Kyle Tucker. One of them is a long-term guy. Coug Blaze is bringing up his numbers in the minors. 313, 7 homers, 24 runs batted in, a 1,005 OPS. I mean, for the minors, it's good, but it is the minors.
Okay.
Take everything with a grain of salt.
Yeah.
If you are getting a big-time prospect, this move is palatable, but you're still losing Kyle Tucker, who, yes, was gone for 3 months last year, and yes, has sucked in the postseason the last 3 years. I sound like I am giving the propaganda right now, but it is someone that I think you will miss. I know you somehow won without him last year, and perhaps that emboldened the Astros over the last couple of days and weeks to actually say, you know what? I mean, screw it. We're going to lose him anyway. Let's actually get something in return for him.
Yeah, the move itself, like you said, I think it's palatable. I think it's fine. But a lot of it is banking on Isaac Paredes pulling balls into the Crawford boxes. I've seen a lot of the spray charts where all of his fly balls, and then if you put it in Minute Maid, not Minute Maid, Daikin, he would hit like a ton of home runs. He would hit like twice as many home runs as he did, hitting them to the Crawford boxes. So sure, again, Cam Smith, we'll see on him. That's more long term. Yeah, you're gonna still have to make a move though to actually replace Bregman and Tucker.
Yeah,
if we're assuming they're both leaving, he's like, sure, you got the Bregman replacement, whatever. We'll see if he's as good as him. And then, okay, now you need a Tucker replacement.
Your outfield blows right now. Your outfield just blows.
And then combine that with what Chandler just said last segment about the Astros' willingness or tepidness. They would prefer not to go over the competitive balance threshold, but they're willing to if it's a big move. But it really sounded like it was 30 seconds of Chandler Rome saying why they won't go over the competitive.
I felt the exact same way. And look, there's only one move to make. It's Bregman or it's somebody else. Just one move. They're in a spot right now where if Bregman's salary is gone, they can replace it, or Bregman's salary is back. That's where they're at as far as the collective balance tax.
It needs to be and for filling the holes on your roster now, it needs to be either Bregman is back or you're filling in outfield or first base. Like those feel like the moves in the lineup you need to make.
Yeah. And it's I don't think you're going to be able to do some sort of 2-for-1 deal where Michael Brantley's lying around and you're able to get him for a ridiculous deal. The Brantley was an incredible signing. It's probably one of the best moves. That was a Click move, right? Like I think it was Click.
No, that would have
was
been
the
Luna.
last Luno move.
That was Luna.
Yeah, it was whatever it was. I was like, whoa, look at his numbers. Really? That's it? Maybe it was the shoulder stuff that obviously became an issue. Then Jeff Bagwell's like, "Ooh, he has no shoulder. I'm going to pay him exactly what he's been making before." From the 409, some people are happy Tucker's gone. Tucker's gone. Yes. Other texters. Oh, this is actually the same texter. A little bit later. This is a fleece job. My God, no one wants Wisniewski. Where the hell is Suzuki? Because that was one of the names that was linked to the Astros. It is interesting that they got a starting pitcher when they said that they have all this starting pitching depth, huh? Does it make you think that Dana Brown is, I don't know, full of crap? Does to me, but we already knew that. But we got 7 to 10 pitchers. Here's another starting pitcher, by the way. Here's another. It's fine. Don't worry about it, okay? We're just getting more arms. Maybe he's really good. That's the report. The report from Ken Rosenthal. The Cubs are close to acquiring Kyle Tucker from the Astros for a package led by infielder Isaac Paredes, right-handed pitcher Hayden Wisniewski, and third base prospect Cam Smith. We might have to get Joe on the phone. I know he's got his day off to tell us more about these Cubs players. It is Gallant and George. No Joe, just Paul. Also an Ask Gallant Anything show. The Texans have a game on Sunday against the Dolphins, which we will discuss. And I suppose we're going to talk about one of the most beautiful football games we've ever seen, which took place last night. Al Michaels doesn't know what he's talking about. That game was good old-fashioned football. Yeah. The kind of football that Teddy Roosevelt outlawed. We got back to our roots last night. Stick around. Ken Rosenthal reported that the Cubs are close to acquiring Kyle Tucker from the Astros for a package led by infielder Isaac Paredes, right-hand pitcher Hayden Wesneski, and third base prospect Cam Smith. We'll keep you posted on when that deal becomes finalized, but it does seem like Kyle Tucker has played his last game for the Houston Astros. Now, We're going to go around the NFL very quickly. Did anyone watch that beautiful football game last night? Oh, man, it was amazing. And Al Michaels was so excited as Brock Purdy threw this beautiful throw into the end zone for what could have been a 49ers touchdown.
Taylor is the running back. Purdy going for it all, and it's going to be picked off in the end zone. Darius Williams on an overthrow.
It was really an overthrow. It was a terrible throw. That was a good old-fashioned football game, where no one could throw the football. 12-6, the final score. So 6 field goals. I like it. I like a little foot in my football, just like I like a little football in my basketball. I like to see the occasional World War I scrum.
It does remind me of every time you see something where these teams haven't played since 1904 and that score was, and you're like, oh my God, I can't believe this became the biggest sport in America.
I couldn't either.
JJ Watt weighed in on the game.
What'd he say?
He quoted Al Michaels saying 6-6 ball game heading into, or 6-3 ball game heading into the fourth quarter. Defensive guys have to be loving this. And he just goes, no, we don't. No.
I like it. I like defensive football. What? This is better than baseball. Come on. What was better? Game 5 of the 2017 World Series or this?
That. They also scored more.
I hope you guys saw my tongue in my cheek on this one. Yeah, that was a rough watch last night. LA now is 8-6 after beating the Bills on Sunday and this win. The 49ers are done. 6-8. 3 straight wins for the Rams over the 49ers for the first time since 2001. Deebo Samuel for the Niners dropped a touchdown pass after whining about not being involved. But the worst thing of all, this is honestly the biggest story of the game. 49ers linebacker Devondre Campbell just refused to play in a game where Dre Greenlaw, who tore his Achilles in the Super Bowl, came back. Devondre Campbell's like, nah, I'm good, and just leaves the field, which led to an all-time quote from Charvarius Ward, a San Francisco 49ers cornerback.
He's a professional. He's been playing for a long time. If he didn't want to play, he shouldn't have dressed out. He could have told him that before the game. So I feel like there was some subtle that he did. Definitely hurt the team because, D went down, and we needed a linebacker, and I think Flynn was named up too. So for him to do that, that's some subtle stuff to me, in my opinion. Probably going to get cut soon, so, it is what it is with that.
Some sucker S-word. I love that. I think that's what we do the rest of the show. We find things to call. That's some sucker bleep. Was the Astros trade of Kyle Tucker to the Cubs for what they got some sucker S-word? 713-780-3776.
I think if the headline of a trade involves Hayden Wesneski, that might be some sucker bleep. Actually, you know what? No. When Dana Brown first comments on how excited he is to get Hayden Wesneski, that's sucker bleep.
That is sucker bleep. All right. We're done with the 10-minute drill because it is official. Jeff Passan of ESPN reporting this. Breaking, the Chicago Cubs have acquired star outfielder Kyle Tucker in a trade with the Houston Astros. Sources tell ESPN deal is done. And I am assuming that the details of this deal are what Ken Rosenthal had reported about 22 minutes ago. Cubs close to acquiring Kyle Tucker from the Astros for a package led by infielder Isaac Paredes, right-hand pitcher Hayden Wesneski, and third base prospect Cam Smith. So ultimately, what is Kyle Tucker's legacy here with the Houston Astros? He did help you win the 2022 World Series. He did have some moments where he looked like an MVP kind of player. And his last year, he missed 3 months with an injury that was clearly worse than the Astros believed. And I'm going to take Kyle Tucker's side on this. A bone bruise does not keep somebody out for 3 months. And I imagine the Astros knew the writing was on the wall as far as a huge contract. They were never going to be able to give him $300 million, let alone $400 million, let alone $500 million. But I do think that the Astros played a role in this going the way that it did. It's not like Kyle Tucker was forcing his way out of town, but I bet that the Astros knew, given that they fought over what, $2.5 million in arbitration after 2022, and this, that they were not going to get a hometown discount from Kyle Tucker. Wasn't going to happen. So now he's gone. And in exchange, you get somebody who can play in the infield in the short term. Does that person play first base, Isaac Paredes? Does he play third base for Alex Bregman? I don't know. You get a third base prospect in Cam Smith, who was a first-round pick of the Cubs last year. That's cool. He's a prospect. You don't know what that's going to lead to. And you get a pitcher in Hayden Wesneski, who gets a lot of strikeouts. I'll say this about whenever the Astros get a pitcher, especially if that guy has some high strikeout numbers. We all saw what they did with Yusei Kikuchi last year. We've seen what they have done with pitcher after pitcher after pitcher. I do think that they will get something out of Hayden Wesneski this coming season. I think you're crazy to doubt the Astros' ability to get the most out of any pitcher. Now, am I a little annoyed with them saying, yeah, well, we got all this depth in our starting rotation? Yes, because they were clearly lying. Like, all your pitchers that you're talking about, this depth that you have in the starting rotation, none of them are going to pitch this year. Christian Javier, Lance McCullers, is Jose Urquidy still on the team? I don't know.
He isn't.
Luis Garcia? Right. Like, what are we talking about? So, obviously, the Astros lying to us a little bit, but I feel like they're going to get the most out of this guy. I don't really know what to make of the Paredes move, though. Like, to me, it's like, okay, he's better than Jose Abreu. Not to say he's a bad player, but he's solid. Gives you some power. I don't know what he's like as a fielder. Supposedly, he's got the versatility to play first base, second base, and third base. So, is he a Mauricio Dubon plus? Like, I don't know. Look, you were going to lose this deal no matter what. You got a prospect, and the hope is that Cam Smith is, maybe not this year, but next season, 2026, not 2025, going to be on this team and somebody that we're thinking has a lot of potential. So there you go. There were some rumors about a 3-team trade. I don't know if we'll get more on that from Jeff Passan in the near future. I'm waiting for Jeff Passan to send another tweet that gives us the official details, but I am assuming that what Ken Rosenthal put out there is what just went down. Kyle Tucker, no longer a Houston Astro. He is a member of the Chicago Cubs. And that is a bummer.
Rosenthal said it's done, and it'll be the 3-for-1 that you mentioned.
Okay.
Paredes, Wesneski, Smith.
Okay. You want to weigh in on it? You can. 713-780-3776 to call in, to text in. Gallant and George, no Joe, just Paul. It's an Ask Gallant Anything Friday. We will maybe sneak a little bit of Texans-Dolphins talk in, but this is the number one story. We will be on this for the majority of the next hour and 15 minutes before we wrap things up and turn things over to the Killer Bees. Kyle Tucker, a Chicago Cub. Stay put.
You are back with Gallant and George
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul and Joe.
Damn, Sean. This one cuts deep. How long will they mourn me?
Tell me, Lord, why they take King Tuck? We won't have to hear King Tuck anymore.
Well, yeah, you won't be potentially blinded by the crowns in right field, but on YouTube at ESPN Houston, Cebu says King Paredes at Dakin Park just doesn't hit the same. I'm with you, dude.
Really doesn't. Every part of that makes me sad.
Yeah. It is a bummer. He's been here a while. The playoff moments makes it easier to say goodbye. They do. I mean, it does make it easier.
I mean, but he is. I mean, it wasn't like it was some fantastic catch, but he, like, when they showed the last out of the 2022 World Series, it is Kyle Tucker in right field. That makes
You're
the
right.
catch.
He does make the catch.
He does live on in that way.
He did have a big home run in that World Series. Yeah. But you weren't going to re-sign him. I hate to sound like a propagandist. Really, how I feel about the Kyle Tucker deal, and I think all of you guys should feel the same way, depends on what happens with Alex Bregman. I can handle Tucker leaving if Bregman stays. If Tucker and Bregman leaves, damn it!
Yeah,
I will be pissed.
I think we've been saying that all week, where I think we could stomach one of the two leaving.
Mm-hmm.
But if you go 0 for 2, that's when the Astros will have not a serious problem on their hands as far as wins and losses, although maybe, but a serious problem on their hands when it comes to the fan base. Not like they're gonna lose anybody or lose like swaths of the fan base, but just the vibes will be at an all-time low.
They're very low on the Twitch. SRTX86. Dana Brown is an effing moron. He got fleeced again. Dana is a moron. He said it twice. Poor Marine. Dude is a horrible GM. He is like Dusty. Hey, we do not slander Dusty Baker on this show.
Watch it there.
I got a text from a friend, and she said, "Are you serious? You like Martin Maldonado?" And I was like, "Yeah, because he wins.
Winner.
The Astros haven't won the World Series since he left."
Since they scapegoated him, yeah.
Right. Hell, they haven't been to an ALCS since he left.
Makes you think.
How long will we mourn Maldy?
Forever.
Maldy more important than Astros than Kyle Tucker, if we're being honest.
Now you are a propagandist.
No, he was more important. He was more important. We're talking about the defensive mastermind that knew how to call a game in a way that others didn't. I'm not saying that sarcastically. Stop smirking. I'm not. He is like an actually good Bill Belichick at catcher. You know, like if Bill Belichick actually beat the Giants in Super Bowl 42, that's what Martin Maldonado brought to the table. You know, he's not going to get beat by Eli Manning on the throw.
Never has.
Now, maybe by a pass ball, he'd get beat by that. Or by any runner trying to steal a base, he'd get beat by that.
Yeah.
But that's not where you get beat. You only get beat in your heart and in your mind and in your soul.
I was going to say, to be fair, you're comparing to Bill Belichick. Bill Belichick wasn't he wasn't out there pass rushing. He wasn't out there intercepting passes. No, he was the brains of the operation. That's what Martin Maldonado is.
So it's out by everyone now. Ken Rosenthal, Chandler Rome, Kyle Tucker to the Cubs for Isaac Paredes, Hayden Wesneski, and Cam Smith done. Wesneski, a Cy Fair product, is a Houston guy. I think people wanted Suzuki instead of him. I think this makes sense. Look, the pitching is a problem at this moment in time. I don't think they have as much depth as they are being chesty about. They needed a guy, and I believe that they are interested in that. And I actually do trust the Astros when it comes to bringing in a pitcher. You saw what they did with Kikuchi. That's the best Kikuchi's ever looked. And I covered the guy in Seattle, and he had that electric stuff. But, I mean, right away, he's throwing 12 strikeouts, you know? Yeah. This guy gets good strikeout numbers. You've seen Hunter Brown's development this year. You've seen Spencer Arrighetti's development this year. they do a good job with pitchers. Fromber is the question mark, and some people are wondering if Fromber's next to be traded. We talked with Chandler. Doesn't sound like anything's truly on the table as far as a deal the Astros would accept. I think people are just calling about Fromber, doing their due diligence.
Yeah. It seems much more like when people say anyone's on the table, it's more of that, where it's they don't immediately hang up the phone when someone says Fromber's name like they would for Jordan or Altuve. I do think that this does put a lot of pressure on Cam Smith.
For sure.
This trade, like Cam Smith, you better be good, because while you're optimistic about Wisniewski, and I agree with you in principle that if he's gonna figure it out, it'll be at a place like the Astros. I'm also not like I don't know how high to set the expectations for this guy though. Like he's kind of seems like a guy in his numbers. Like he's a guy. He's not a top line starter. For most of it, he's not. Most of his appearances are as a bullpen arm. So I'm not sure where to like slot him in on a rotation. Like,
is he like Christian Javier? Like, what happens? Because Javier, of course, when you start using him more, that's when all of a sudden the health issues happen.
So I'm not ready to be like, sweet, they got Hayden Wisniewski, Isaac Paredes, good stopgap, whatever. It all kind of lands on Cam Smith's shoulders and he has to be the goods.
And if they're willing to break the CBT to keep Alex Bregman.
That too.
We don't know what Bregman wants. I'd imagine he wants more than what the Astros have offered, because the Astros are married to this idea that you can't give somebody more than a 5 or 6 year deal. We have Joe George's official take on this, texting from vacation. Hardworking man. Cam Smith is a stud. Joe does know the Cubs system very well. Probably see him in 2026 at the latest. Hayden is solid. I don't really like the trade for the Cubs because I don't think they pay Tucker. That definitely sounds on brand for the Cubs.
Yeah, no.
And that's on brand for Joe, expecting the worst out of the teams that he roots for.
And for the most part being right.
Yeah, that's true. Really true.
Yeah. That part, I don't know why, but it does make me feel better about the trade. Just the fact it's worse for the Cubs.
Joe doesn't feel good about it.
Yeah.
We fleeced them. How about that?
Boom.
Didn't think about that, did they?
But yeah, that sounds like Cam Smith. It's your time. It's your time, buddy.
Yeah. Isaac is listed as a third baseman, says Luis on YouTube. So are they planning on Bregman leaving? I hope not. I really hope not.
It sounds like at the very least, it's insurance for if he does leave, they can slot him in at third. Like Chandler said, he does have experience playing first base in the past. So that is the optimistic.
It's propaganda, yeah.
Yeah, that's the optimistic.
So Michael Schwab, I'm sure, is reporting, quote, quote, right now.
Paredes, first baseman.
Mm-hmm. It is an Ask Alon Anything Friday. A couple of questions that I will answer. Paul, my random superpower is randomly thinking about someone I haven't seen in a long time, and I end up seeing them in a week or two.
That's
a
interesting.
Superpower? Okay. What's your random superpower? I have just always been really white. That's really it. That's all I got.
Untannable skin.
I'm incredibly white. Just so white. So white. I mean, I can go out in the sun and I have to put on sunscreen. I can burn, but I'm also very good at not getting sunburned despite my whiteness. Am I a day walker? I don't know.
That is interesting.
Am I Lestat, the gay vampire from have you seen that movie? Tom Cruise, Brad Pitt?
No.
Oh. It's a fun movie.
It sounds
Interview
fun.
with the Vampire.
It sounds fun.
It's a fun movie.
Haven't gotten a chance.
This is from the Twitch at ESPN 975. Who asked this one? Trying to find the handle. I think this is HTX Rhino. Paul, is there vodka in your Stanley? I wish, because Kyle Tucker's gone.
Yeah, if we knew this was Kyle Tucker gets traded day,
I would have brought some booze. I surely would have brought some booze.
Pour one out for our homie.
Mm-hmm. Patrick 64228 says Cam Smith is our highest rated prospect. He's 77th overall. He's only 77th. Now I don't know what that means, and obviously these rankings are like subjective year to year.
Yeah.
So maybe this season, maybe that's last year's ranking, and next year's ranking is going to be better.
Let's get an update.
Right. Because, I mean, he did get drafted last year. I don't think they maybe they do update it on the fly. I don't know.
I think it's like a twice a year thing because they always
Okay.
make like it's before the season, after the season. Yeah, I think.
SRTX 86, very pessimistic. Cam Smith was a 29% strike shot guy in the minors and has changed stances twice. He's Jeremy Pena minus the pop. Jeremy Pena didn't have pop last year.
Yeah.
You're trying to walk people onto the ledge. Honestly, I prefer propaganda to that.
Yeah.
SRTX.
Also, that sounds like Low Profito. Low Profito without pop. That's what he
You
is.
say like velocity pitching, he misses a lot too. Oh boy. King of all Twitches did bring up the point that like, hey, I mean, Kyle Tucker might have struggled in the postseason, but in the regular season, he did get you to the postseason.
Yes.
To a degree. I do think the last 2 years, you needed Tucker in 23. You needed everything in 23. You barely got there. But the last 2 years, like, did he help that much, you know? Like 2022 and 2019 when
they didn't need
skull bleeping all of baseball.
Yeah.
Like, that was awesome. And he was a part of that for sure. But I would say the last 2 years, and again, the injury thing, he was playing great before the injury happened. That's what sucks. Like he was, I remember, like we had like MVP conversations.
Yeah,
and all of a sudden he's out for a few days.
It was a little bit like 3
months later.
It was a little bit like
out.
Nico Collins too, where he was so high up in the home run like hierarchy in MLB that it was several weeks after he got hurt that he finally dropped out like the top 10 in MLB home runs, because I think he had something like 19 in the first in the first 2 months of the season. Yeah, I agree with that a little bit. Of they will need help just getting to the postseason now. Never mind actually in the postseason, but there will be. You can't think so October centric now if you're an Astros fan, because you need to get there.
We don't say that. We whisper that. We don't. Okay. We don't say that aloud. Okay. We say it like it might be a little harder. Yeah, might be a little harder.
ALS, like it's not. ALS isn't incredible.
Sean, stop.
But are the Astros incredible?
Sean, stop it. Stop it. Okay. My whole life is based on the identity of being the best. I don't want to find another bandwagon. You know I have to do it. If they're not good enough, I'm a little slut. I'm a little baseball slut. Gallant George, ESPN 97.5, 92.5. No Joe, just Paul. 713-780-3776 to call into text. And you can join us on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975, 713-780-3776 to call into text. And Kyle Tucker, no longer a Houston Astro. He is a Chicago Cub. That is subject numero uno the rest of the show. If you want to weigh in on it, you want to vent, you happy about it, call in 713-780-3776. Stick around. First, let me tell you about my friends at MyBookie and MyBookie.ag. The Texans do have a game on Sunday, and it is completely on the back burner after this Kyle Tucker deal. They play the Dolphins. They are 3-point favorites. You know it. I know it. We all know it. The Texans don't cover. But Paul, they kind of covered like against the Cowboys and against the Patriots. But they didn't against the Jaguars. They didn't against the Titans. Come on, people. They're not going to cover this game. The Dolphins are good, relatively, compared to those two teams, one of which you lost to. MyBookie.ag, promo code BET975. You enter that promo code, you're going to double your initial deposit right away. On top of that, once you get that deposit, you can bet on so many things. Basketball, college basketball, the NBA, the Cup of Life, the Houston Rockets on Saturday. What are they going to do against the Oklahoma City Thunder? You can bet on so many things at MyBookie.ag. Promo code BET975. It's MyBookie.ag. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere, only with MyBookie.ag. Kyle Tucker, no longer a Houston Astro. He has been traded to the Chicago Cubs. Still feels weird. The Astros get in return infielder Isaac Paredes, who can play first base, second base, third base. Maybe he is your short-term replacement for Alex Bregman. Say he leaves in free agency. They get third base prospect Cam Smith, a first-round pick of the Chicago Cubs last year. And they get right-handed pitcher Hayden Wesneski, who is a Houston native, went to Cy-Fair, and on top of that, pretty good strikeout numbers. The Astros supposedly have liked him for quite some time. So he ends up being the third piece in the deal instead of somebody that we thought the Astros would get when we first heard about the Chicago Cubs, of all teams, being in on Kyle Tucker, Seiya Suzuki. So a pitcher, an infielder, and a rookie prospect. You're definitely worse in the short term without a Kyle Tucker, even if he did miss a lot of last year. And I think how we all should feel about this deal depends heavily on whether or not they bring back Alex Bregman, at least for this baseball casual sitting here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. No, Joe, you want to ask me anything or weigh in on this, you can at 713-780-3776. Let's go back to the phones. We've got Larry. Larry, what's going on, bud?
Hey, guys. Yeah, in the MLB network, they have Paredes already at third base in the lineup. That doesn't look too good for the Astros.
Well, I think Larry, right now, I mean, he's on the roster and Alex Bregman isn't. So I understand concern over that, but he is right now not a member of the Houston Astros. He could be a member of the Houston Astros.
Well, at least Tuck didn't go to the Yankees or the Red Sox.
I agree with that. I appreciate that part of it, too. He's not staying in the American League. You traded with the Cubs, and, I mean, what happens? What happens? What if the Cubs don't re-sign Kyle Tucker? Do you think he decides to come back? No, he won't. I'm kidding. Sorry. I'm not trying. That was mean. I don't want to get people's hopes up, at Christmas time and stuff, but they're not giving him a $400 million deal. They're not giving him a $500 million deal. There would have to be a tragic mishap that happens to Kyle Tucker in Chicago for this 1 year, and they don't give him a deal for Tucker to be a free agent and the Astros to potentially consider signing him again, like some sort of leg accident where all of a sudden he's club-footed,
Even then, would we want club-footed Kyle Tucker?
Well, depends on how much we're talking about.
Can he put that club on first base? And,
yeah, I mean, he was a 5-tool player. He will definitely not be a 5-tool player. But
after he gets maimed, yeah.
Could he be a 1-tool player with club feet? I don't know.
Yeah,
I've never had club feet.
He'd be Juan Soto more or less. Yeah, there is a chance that he Juan Soto's the Cubs, where he gets traded there, balls out for a year, and then leaves. The problem is, I don't see the Astros getting in on that market.
I agree.
When he becomes a free agent.
It's sad. It's a bummer because I know that they've let guys walk before, but when they've let them walk before, they were in the midst of better seasons. When you let a guy go, and you didn't let him go, you traded him, of course. This is better than letting him go. We all have to agree on that. But when you're trading him because it feels like you're not going to be able to pay him and there's still a year left on his contract, it is depressing, especially when you consider that you are going to be paying, I think, Lance McCullers for at least multiple seasons more. I'm not as down on that because he wants to be buried in the H. Key part of the 2017 team. Whatever, Sean. Key part of the 2022 team. Let's at least have some respect for our champions, okay?
Yes, no, I agree. I agree. Normally, I defend him when Joe takes a cheap shot on him.
Yeah, I mean, Joe's always taking cheap shots. He's punching down at the disabled and the
someone who
not
can't
in
throw
baseball anymore.
Someone who can't throw a punch back.
Right. You've got the Rafael Montero deal, though, and the Jose Abreu deal, and the Ryan Presley deal.
Hey, all off the books. after next season.
Yeah, fine, but Christian Javier deal. Like you're paying a lot of guys
To not play?
to
Yeah.
not play.
You sure are. You sure
and
are,
you
Paul.
just traded a player who didn't play much last year, but theoretically, that's not going to happen to him again. Like that was a flukish.
It was a fluky
bone break that the Astros thought was a bruise because they're kind of a-holes. Like, we have to call them what that is. That's what it is. They definitely, as Chandler said, and we did an interview with him right before the trade went down, but you got to admit that the way that they were portraying Tucker's injury last year was essentially implying that he's a.
Yeah.
I'm not saying that word anymore. Growth. I have not been told to not say that word anymore. I want to say shout out to this place, which truly does give me probably too much freedom when it comes to what I say. But that's what they were implying Kyle Tucker was. And that's not cool. So they certainly did not do themselves any favor. He was never going to take a hometown discount. But who does take a hometown discount these days? No one.
Yeah. I mean, Altuve.
Right.
Maybe. That's about it.
Yeah, it's like the players that you basically robbed blind by bringing them from the Caribbean for $3,000.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Years.
I was gonna say Jordan too.
Yep.
Yeah, it is tough for an American player to be like, "Yep, give me that, give me that deal."
Isn't that so sad? Isn't that so sad? Like, oh man, if only Kyle Tucker wasn't from the United States of America, we could probably afford to keep him. Because he actually appreciates generational wealth. I would, but if you had the opportunity to make $500 million, wouldn't you go for it?
Yeah, it's a little bit different for like guys that grew up in like abject poverty to be like, to sign away and get the security. The security means way more to them than does some guy from St. Petersburg, Florida, which I think is that where Kyle Tucker's from?
I think he's from Plant.
Oh, okay.
Which I think that's where Lance McCullers pitched as well. Could be wrong on that, but they're both in the general same area. It is Gallant and George. No Joe, just Paul. 713-780-3776 to call into text in. River to the Sea asks on Twitch, do you have any tattoos? Yes, a tramp stamp counts. I do not have any tattoos. I used to want to get one, but my shoulders aren't big enough, and I feel like I would look tacky if I had the deltoid tattoo. What I wanted to get was the most masshole thing ever. It would have been the Boston Red Sox logo, but green on top of a shamrock.
Oh my God, Paul.
I mean, hey, it's not a tribal band. It's not barbed wire.
I think you could pull off barbed wire, but wow. I was literally trying to think of the most Boston thing of like an area code over a shamrock. Or
King of all Twitches brings up a good point. You'd look like a prison hooker with tattoos. I don't even know what that means, but I agree. I can't pull off tattoos. I can't. I'm a prep school boy. I went to the two douchiest sounding schools in the history of America. Thayer Academy, Shorecrest Preparatory School. Amazingly, the school in Florida sounds worse.
Ooh, I don't know. I think Thayer Academy is worse. But Thayer Academy, because it sounds like the rival school to Charles Xavier's School of the Gifted. It sounds like that's like where the bad kids go.
Thayer had some Hogwarts-looking buildings on it. Thayer was out of control. Like a hockey superpower, basically, back in the day. Yeah, that's the one thing we had, like, up in the Northeast. Like, as far as sports go, like, in Boston, like, the hockey teams are legit. And I wanted to play bad, but one of my best friends has had, like, 5 concussions playing and, like, can't do it ever again. Like, he can't skate anymore on the off chance he slips.
That's great.
It's a shame. He was a great player. He played in college, too. All right. You want to jump in, you can. 713-780-3776 to call in, to text in. It's an Ask Alon Anything Friday. Kyle Tucker is a Houston Astro. Up next, we pick the 6 best sports games of the weekend. Then we pick them against the spread. No Joe, just Paul, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. We'll work in some thoughts on Kyle Tucker, who has been traded to the Chicago Cubs in the pick 6. I saw this from Ben Verlander, who literally tweeted an hour ago, Astros fans, remember this. These are the hard decisions an organization needs to make. The Angels lost Shohei for nothing. Jim Crane doesn't do the type of deals it'll take to re-sign Kyle. Trade him for all you can. But then after seeing the return that the Astros got, if I'm the Astros, I'm not sure I do that deal. Isaac Paredes, Wisniewski, and Cam Smith. Make up your mind, Ben. Make up your mind.
Is that how comfortable is that fence you're sitting on?
Exactly. You got an exclusive deal with 790 to provide that analysis? Sir. I mean, it's ridiculous enough that we can only have Chandler on once a year, basically. Like, this is our one time. Maybe we'll have another time.
By the way, let's pat ourselves on the back. Tremendous timing to have him on.
I don't think Chandler feels the same way. I think Chandler was like, this is actually the worst timing ever. He did text me that. I said, thank you. He's like, the terrible timing. And I was like, listen,
hey,
I asked you what time would be good tomorrow.
Sorry, we have our fingers on the heartbeat of the Astros.
So the deal is Tucker for Isaac Paredes, Hayden Wisniewski, Cam Smith from the Chicago Cubs. Nothing new on Alex Bregman. This deal sucks if Alex Bregman also walks. All right. The 6 best games of the weekend. This is one of the more fun Army-Navy games on paper that we've seen in a while. Why? Because Army is ranked 11-1 and number 22 in the country. Their only loss to Notre Dame. They play the Navy, who is 8-3. It's at the Commanders Stadium in Landover, Maryland. Now, I love this game. I think that the uniforms that each of these schools bust out is always pretty cool. I've not seen what Navy is wearing, but Army a 6-point favorite, the Black Knights against the Midshipmen. This is the best Army team of my lifetime. I am taking Army to win and to cover.
Ooh, I'd see. I think.
What did you throw it out when the rivals clashed against each other?
Yeah, it's Army, it's Navy. I mean, 6 points. There's gonna be 3 possessions in this game. Give me the Navy.
3 possessions.
Yeah. If they get one stop, they're not gonna cover.
That is a fair point. Very fair point. Okay, to the NBA we go. This is Saturday night. The Cup of Life. This is the one. It's the Houston Rockets and Oklahoma City Thunder in Vegas for the semifinals of the NBA Cup. Oklahoma City, 5.5-point favorites. Now, remember, last time the Rockets played the Thunder, the Rockets won. It was a very satisfying victory, arguably their best victory since the pandemic, which you could also say about their win over the Warriors.
Yeah, it got topped a little while later by the Warriors.
That is, I agree, because you hadn't beaten the Warriors in such a long time. A changing of the guard in the Western Conference. Look, I am lifted off, baby. I talked about this yesterday. I am so lifted off in my pants. Like, I don't want to stand up because I think it would make a lot of people uncomfortable and I might get an HR write-up. So I am taking the Rockets to, at the very least, cover and move on to the NBA Cup Finals to play either the Milwaukee Bucks or the Atlanta Hawks.
Thunder are favored by how many?
Thunder by 5.5.
Oh man, that's a you know what? Sometimes you got to hand it to my bookie. Great line. I don't know how to feel about that one. I'll go with you in the era of good feelings that we're in with when it comes to the Houston Rockets.
Yeah.
I think we're the two reddest rowdies, or the rowdiest Reds.
We are
that there are. So yeah, let's break out the Thunder sticks. Let's both go with the Rockets.
especially with the Astros. You know,
now more than ever, Rockets. If you want to capture the hearts and minds of the city.
Yeah. The comment section, whether it's the text line or YouTube or Twitch, pretty angry right now.
Not loving it.
King of all Twitches. Bregman's walking. Why the F do you think they got Paredes? To play first base, we hope. To play first base, of course. Mac on YouTube says, F him, I'm done. So stupid. Come on, at least wait until Bregman leaves.
I was going to say wait until they're 10-15 the first 25 games of the season.
Well, I mean, did that happen last year?
Yes.
And then we doubted them? Yeah.
Now you would have more of a leg to stand on to doubt them. In my opinion.
Yeah, that's true. Anyway, all right, you got to pick one of these three.
Okay.
One of these three. One of them is in a game. The Heisman Trophy presentation is tomorrow night. Do you want to watch the Heisman Trophy presentation featuring Cam Ward, Travis Hunter, who just won the Chuck Bednarik and Fred Biletnikoff awards for best defensive back and best wide receiver? That is truly incredible. Oregon quarterback Dylan Gabriel, Boise State running back Ashton Jeanty. I'm having some troubles with the mybookie.ag website finding the Heisman odds. I feel like that is a me problem and not a mybookie.ag problem. Would you rather watch the Heisman Trophy presentation? I'll get those odds when I can. Or one of these two NFL games on Sunday, 325, the 7-6 Bucks on the road against the 8-5 Chargers. Chargers 3-point favorites. Justin Herbert, get this, banged up. Or the Sunday night football game, the 9-4 Packers at the 8-5 Seahawks. Packers 2.5-point favorites. Seahawks have been red hot of late. Two NFL games for the Heisman Trophy presentation, Sean. What would you rather watch?
I really never watched the Heisman, like the actual presentation of it.
They used to always release an awesome 30 for 30 right after the presentation, and I would stick around for that.
Yeah. Now, like, if I hear that the speech is really good, maybe I go back and listen to it. Like, I know Joe Burrow had an awesome speech back in the day. I'm probably not going to watch this, to be honest.
It's Hunter's to lose. I'll be shocked if Hunter doesn't win this.
And that's kind of why I don't want to pick it. If it was more of a toss-up, maybe we try to pick it. But it feels like we'd all say Hunter, and it would be a free win for all of us. So,
do you want to know what Hunter's odds are on mybookie.ag?
He's like minus 5,000.
Minus 30. Yes. That's a lot.
Well, yeah.
Jeanty's plus 920. Cam Ward's plus 50,000. Dylan Gabriel plus 34,000.
Yeah. So let's do the Sunday night game. Let's do Packers Seahawks.
Yeah, Seahawks-Packers game. Seahawks game's always weird.
Yeah, rematch of the 2014 divisional round.
Rematch of the Fail Mary game all the way back in time, too. The Seahawks have always had their number. Again, it doesn't really matter history here because we're talking about a totally different era of Seahawks football. You know, this is a spiteful pick. I don't want Mike McDonald to succeed. I don't.
Wow.
Because I like Pete Carroll. I don't like that Mike McDonald and the Seahawks are winning. Their defense has been better. I am taking the Green Bay Packers. I don't want to work. I just want to bang on the drum all day. That's what they play when they score a touchdown.
Oh, okay. Seahawks are a weird team, man. I feel like we say this every time.
Oh, very weird.
They're such a weird team.
Not as tough a place to play this time around, though. I think there will be a lot of Packers fans there, even though they are 8-5.
Okay. That's good information to know. I'm just still going to lean into the weirdness of Seattle.
Okay.
Because I think the Packers are better. I think they should win this game. But I can also see, like we mentioned with the two more memorable times these teams played, weird stuff happens. So just give me the points. Give me the Seahawks.
Okay. We got a lot of good NFL games this weekend. These two are the creme de la creme. And of course, Kyle Tucker, yes, he's a Chicago Cub. We'll get back into it.
Still traded.
He's still traded. Nothing new on Alex Bregman. Sunday at 3:25, the 10-3 Pittsburgh Steelers are on the road against the 11-2 Philadelphia Eagles. The Eagles are 5.5-point favorites. Some tidbits this week. First off, A.J. Brown said his relationship with
Jalen
Hurts. I wrote down the wrong Jalen in there.
It's written Jalen Green.
Is good. Saquon Barkley is having so good of a season that if you took away his first half stats, he would be second in the league in rushing. Philly clinches the NFC East with a win and a Washington loss. They're on the road against the Saints, 7.5-point favorites. The Saints are starting something named Jake Haener.
Oh, he was a baller back at Fresno State.
Oh, he's interesting.
Yeah.
One Fresno State Bulldog, Derek Carr, turning it over to another Fresno State
It might
Bulldog.
not have been Fresno State now. That I think
Okay.
about it.
Well, thanks for that misinformation, Sean. Honestly, that might be called malinformation by some. I just learned that's a thing last night.
He was a Fresno State Bulldog.
Okay, there we go. The Eagles clinched the NFC East with a win and a Washington loss, or a tie and a Washington loss. Noah Brown, by the way, who we all wanted to stay, and Jeremy Brandon was throwing a hissy fit over him not being a Texan. He suffered a significant internal injury, out for the year for the Commanders in that game. Pittsburgh clinches the playoffs with a win or a tie, or a Miami Dolphins loss or tie to the Texans, or an Indy loss or tie to the Broncos. Indy a 4-point dog against Denver. It is their first of 3 games in 11 days. And get this, Russell Wilson, Steelers quarterback, is 4-0 in games in Philadelphia and 6-0 all-time against the Eagles. He was asked if he's aware, and while he said it doesn't matter, yes, he's aware. Steelers country, let's weld! I'm taking the Steelers. Let's go.
I was on the fence. I was going to make a vibes-based pick with the A.J. Brown weirdness going on. I just cannot in good conscience say that this Eagles team is going to beat a good Steelers
by
team
5.5,
by a touchdown.
Right. Yeah, I don't see it.
Now seeing that Russell Wilson stat, I feel even better. Give me the Steelers. I agree with you. Steelers country, let's weld.
Sunday, 3:25. Super Bowl preview. The 10-3 Buffalo Bills head to Detroit to take on the 12-1 Lions. Detroit, a 2.5-point favorite. Dan Campbell's been hyping up Josh Allen this week. He said he's the ultimate competitor. Buffalo had to cancel a practice this week and hold it virtually due to weather yesterday. The Lions, of course, they got to hold off the Vikings, who have 10 wins, and the Packers, who have 9 wins in the NFC North. And the Lions revoked the season tickets of the fan who got into it with Matt LaFleur during the national anthem.
That sucks.
I don't like that. I think that's a bad vibe here. I think that the Bills take down Detroit. I think the Bills are the best team in the league right now. I think Detroit is right there with them. Detroit and Kansas City have a hold of some sort of voodoo magic that allows them to keep winning these close games.
Yeah, Bills coming off a loss against the Rams. I think
that too. That adds to it as 2.5 dogs.
I was going to say, I think that helps them.
I agree with that.
So, yeah, give me the Bills. I feel like we agree way too much, but give me the Bills.
We are agreeing a lot, and we'll see what Joe picks.
We still disagree on Army-Navy.
We do.
And Packers-Seahawks. Okay, we're doing all right.
Sunday, noon. AFC South on the line, assuming that the Broncos help the Texans out. The Broncos play the Colts. They're 4-point favorites against Indy. The Texans can clinch the AFC South with a win. Tua Tagovailoa was asked, what's more important, a run of wins or the completion percentage record by someone that actually happened? He says he's more focused on wins.
Oh.
He's also got armed bodyguards. Honestly, I like it. I like it. This guy's got armed bodyguards.
Yeah.
You know what? If the Texans can't fix their offensive line by the end of the year, can we go last Boy Scout? Like, I get it. Like, it's Kenyon Green or Zach Martin. Can we just have, like, some armed guy with, like, a Glock?
It's Zach Thomas. I wish there was Zach Martin.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Can we just get,
Give him a shotgun?
Yeah, just giant armed man protecting his blind side.
Dolphins are going to cover. We know it. We all know it. The Texans probably win and the Dolphins cover. Texans are 3-point favorites here. I'm taking the Dolphins to cover. Sean?
Yeah. 3. I wish it was 2.5. I wish I had the ability to win on a Kaimi Fairbairn last-second field goal. That would only be a push, which that doesn't help me, really. A push is a loss in this. So, yeah, give me Miami. If he would have said that the completion percentage record was more important than wins, I would feel way better about the Texans' chances. But unfortunately, Tua is focused on wins.
That is our pick 6. Up next, Kyle Tucker is a Chicago Cub. He has been traded for 3 players. We'll tell you about those players on the other side. And I have a unfortunate, ugly question to ask about the Astros. You're not going to like it. On the other side, stay put.
You are back with Gallant and George
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul and Joe.
No Joe, just Paul. You want to jump in on an Ask Gallant Anything Friday, you can at 713-780-3776. That's how you call. It's how you text. You can join us on YouTube at ESPN Houston. You can join us on Twitch at ESPN 975. Oh, Kyle Tucker has been traded to the Chicago Cubs. He has been traded for 3 different players. Isaac Paredes, an infielder. Is he going to replace Alex Bregman at third base? Or is he going to be a first baseman? They also get in return Hayden Wesneski, a pitcher who's a Houston native that has pretty good strikeout per 9 numbers, and third baseman prospect Cam Smith, who was a first-round pick of the Chicago Cubs last year. In the short term, barring a move that I'm not even sure the Astros can make, you got one of the worst outfields in baseball right now. This outfield sucks to the point where you're actually thinking about putting Yordan Alvarez in the outfield again, even though this offseason the Astros said we're not going to do that anymore. I mean, he really was holding your outfield together. They have an obsession with Jake Myers that I don't understand. Chas McCormick came way back down to earth last year. Was it injuries? I don't know. I think that 2023 might have been more of a fluke. Mauricio Dubon's your super utility guy. You got rid of Joey Loperfido, who I liked, but I don't know what's going to turn into one of the best players. But you did give up Joey Loperfido for a rental in Yusei Kikuchi, who you didn't bring back. Would have been nice to bring back Yusei Kikuchi. Maybe makes you feel a little bit better. But unfortunately, due to some of the contracts that the Letterman Jacket Skull and Bone Society gave out, specifically to Jose Abreu and to Rafael Montero, and on top of that, the contracts that you already have on the books for Lance McCullers and for Ryan Presley and for now Christian Javier, who was a great deal at the time, but as a full-time starter, let's just be honest, the durability is a concern. How are you going to add to this outfield? I don't know how you do it. I saw some people say, oh, resign Jason Hayward. Yeah, that's going to do it. That's going to make this outfield better. Clutch City comments on the Twitch, we should just go all in on the worst outfield in baseball and bring Miles Straw home. Was he a James Click guy? A Dusty Baker guy? I forget. I was gone for the Miles Straw era.
He was a Dusty guy that James Click traded to Cleveland for Yainer Diaz.
Oh.
And it was a
nice
let
trade.
me trade this guy so you stop playing him type of move.
Yeah. Air Up There 24 is one of many Astros fans who seem to be annoyed that there is not faith in the Astros, that people believe they maybe haven't done the right thing. He says, Astros played their best baseball with Tucker out. Y'all fans, something else. Keep him and lose him for a comp pick. Well, he's gone. You can't, you don't have him anymore. So are you saying they should have kept him?
I think they're saying keep him for this year and then take the comp pick on the back end. I would also say that
you can't do that now, though. He's gone.
Yeah. And also, this isn't like the Buffalo Bills last year who played better once they stopped throwing it to Stephon Diggs. Like, there's no reason
it was flukish
that the Astros. Well, part of the reason they're so much better is that they play like ass for the first 2 months of the season. Everyone on the team, except for Kyle Tucker, was terrible the first 2 months. Kyle Tucker was the only good one when they were losing games. And then he goes out and everyone else starts playing better. Like, this isn't a basketball team where there's some sort of style that didn't. No, it was pure fluke.
I think Alan Bede says Straw was an all-star and won a Gold Glove after he left. Yeah, there definitely was some buyer's remorse, I think, at first. But okay, you got Diaz out of that ultimately. So I think you should be feeling better about that right now. Another comment. This is from the text line. Classic Fairweather Houston fans in the chats. Bunch of meow. No, I think they're being very realistic. I'm not going to call fans that. It is frustrating that they felt they had to trade Kyle Tucker. And in the short term, they are worse. Especially if they lose Alex Bregman. They are definitely worse if Bregman is out. So those are some of the people who are backing the Houston Astros. One person who was just asking this question, wouldn't signing a really good outfielder with a lot of pop be better than signing a declining Bregman? Are there any outfielders the Astros have been linked to? That is a good question. Cody Bellinger on the Cubs was a name that was linked to them. But of course, yesterday we talked about how some report was out there how there are weird things there. It's like, yeah, like Bellinger was an a-hole to the Astros clubhouse. Now, most of that clubhouse is gone. Like, it's just Lance McCullers and Jose Altuve if Bregman doesn't return. But that's the only one that I've heard them linked to. And with this move being made, like, how are they getting that outfielder? They're going to trade Fromber too, So I'm not sure on that front. And then we got the people who were mad at the Astros. Astros will not make the playoffs in 2025. They're going to lose 85 games. Not in the AL West. They're not going to lose 85 games. Come on. Seems like each year they get a little worse. I agree with that. It comes to a head this upcoming season. Because of Kyle Tucker? I don't know. If Bregman leaves, maybe I'm thinking along your line of thinking too. Astros can shove those $20 beers up their butt. F that hot-ass stadium. But it's named after air conditioning down. What if it's better? What if it's a little bit better? It might be better. Probably won't be. Air conditioning-wise better. But it might be better. Alan Beeds thinks they should have gone after Tyler O'Neill instead of sitting on their thumbs early. But you get why they're sitting on their thumbs. Like, I think really they're just looking at Alex Bregman. I don't think they're really looking at anybody else because of the collective balance tax being the way that it is. And I mean, you heard Dana Brown say, look at all the depth that we have in the rotation, even though they just got a pitcher who's probably a starter. With the way that the Astros look at guys, I would imagine that they did not trade for a reliever, unless they're trying to face Ryan Presley. I wonder if they will be able to dump Ryan Presley on somebody else. But he has the no trade clause, and that is a frustrating thing. His wife, as Chandler pointed out earlier in the show, I think she's from here. So we shall see. What else do we have on YouTube from Keith Edward? Tucker only played 100 or more games 3 times. I'll miss him for sure, but this isn't the end of the world. Our window is shutting, and this is a good sign for the long-term future. This is definitely better than letting him walk for nothing. But at the same time, you might have the worst outfield in baseball right now, or one of the worst outfields in baseball. Definitely the worst outfield among contending baseball teams at this moment in time. I'm not going to make the comparisons. I'm not going to do it. Just trust me. I feel very confident in saying an outfield featuring Jake Myers and Jazz McCormick, and possibly, like, you're hoping you bring back Jason Hayward, for God's sake. Like, that's one of the worst outfields in baseball.
Yeah. I also, while I understand that him getting something for Kyle Tucker, not letting him walk for nothing, is better than all the other guys that they let walk for free, I'll also say that the reason they let those guys walk for free is because going into each and every one of those seasons, they knew that they were a World Series contender. What's changed?
Nothing really. I mean, the expanded playoffs mean that they are technically still a World Series contender. And while most people would have them after the Yankees and Orioles, I'm very curious as to how far they go down after this trade happens. Obviously, those moves, not official yet, I think. Like, you haven't heard a statement from the Astros about it yet. And I imagine that's what they have to wait for before they shift the lines. Everything's probably on hold right now.
I saw something that it was pending medicals.
That makes sense.
They need to take physicals.
That makes it. Well, what if his bone bruise isn't healed all the way? What if that would be so awkward if the trade just gets canceled?
Yeah. Ask Carlos Correa how that goes.
Dude.
He signed with 2 different teams.
That was wacky, the Correa experience. More comments here. 713 says that the Astros take a step back this year, then bounce back and complete the next year like the Warriors dynasty. That's very optimistic. From the 281, when you watch Tucker choke up close and personal over and over again in the playoffs, play a third of a regular season and ask for $600 million, yeah, that dude should have been traded last trade deadline to Toronto for Vlad and prospects. We would have had another ring. Astros are a better team today than yesterday. Damn, you are really sipping the Kool-Aid, sir. I appreciate you sipping that Kool-Aid. It is Friday. I'm not going to ruin your Friday. Key from LA says, ha, 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 ha. The Astros suck again. He is a Dodgers fan.
Did he not hear the last text? They're better now.
Exactly.
Stop laughing, Key.
Joke's on you.
They're better.
We're coming for that. Ass. Didn't even play the Astros in the World Series. So honestly, it's the second World Series with an asterisk. Never really exercised the demon, in my opinion.
Played the choking Yankees. Congrats.
That was what the Astros were doing all along. Like, you know what we're gonna do? This is play an elaborate prank of the Dodgers. We're not gonna make the World Series or the ALCS.
Not even close.
Or the divisional round. Yep. We're not going to do any of that.
Barely going to even score in the wild card round.
And the Dodgers, they can win the World Series, but they're not going to beat us. And they're going to be thinking, why did we get to play the Astros?
Yeah. There you go.
God, we're doing a lot of gymnastics there. It's an Ask Alone Anything Friday before we do garbage time from the 832. Paul, what's your drink of choice that's not Pendleton? Depends on the day. Number 1, margarita. Actually, check that. Check that. Nope. Wrong. Number 1, Paloma. It's basically a grapefruit margarita.
I was gonna say that shocking that wasn't number 1.
Number 2, Margarita. Number 3, Arberg Scotch. It's like very peaty Scotch. Basically any peaty Scotch, but that's the Scotch of choice right now. 4, Vodka Martini. 5, Bloody Mary. 6, Espresso Martini. I get a lot of espresso martinis. Paul, you would get a lot of espresso martinis. Yeah, I would. It tastes great. You're crazy if you don't. 7, it's hard to find them. Pina colada. So good. Paul, you would like a pina colada, more like pinas coladas. Shut up! Okay?
That was a good one.
It's
by
a good
Fake
drink.
Fuzz.
It's a good drink. I don't like White Claws. I don't really like High Noons that much. I don't know what a Bellini is. Sounds too classy for a man like myself. Basically, what's going to happen is I'm going to find beers. I drink pretty much any beer except for Red Dog and Purple Haze. Like, those are the only two I will not drink. I'm a beer guy. But if I can get a cocktail. Paul, you would like a cocktail. Come on. It's what a drink is called. Stop. You're bullying me. Stop bullying me, random theoretical audience person in my head. God. Gallant George. No Joe, just Paul. Shots behind the glass. Kyle Tucker's a Cub. Damn it. Hopefully Alex Bregman stays. Ugh. Garbage time's next.
This is Gallant and George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Paul and Joe inside the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
Last chance to dance, Gallant and George. Kyle Tucker is a Chicago Cub. The Astros did get Isaac Paredes, an infielder who I hope will play first base, but could also play third base. Hayden Wesneski, who is a Houston native and Cy-Fair product, and Cam Smith. So Cam Smith is who you're hoping turns into Kyle Tucker. I think he's last ranked per Baseball Prospectus, 77th overall. Oh, Sean, you put a bad thought into my mind. It is a Friday. Friday, got to get down on Friday and ask on anything Friday with no Joe in. I don't like that you suggested that this weekend could lead to a very depressing Monday show.
Yes, I said it could happen. That we are 2 factors away from a very, very sad show on Monday.
Alex Bregman leaves for insert team.
Really, anywhere, it doesn't matter.
Phillies, Red Sox, Yankees are sniffing. Rockets lose to the Thunder. NBA Cup run over before it even began.
I didn't even think about that, but yes.
Texans lose to the Dolphins on Sunday.
Yeah.
I mean, that's
the unholy trinity.
That's the very unholy trinity. And now I think it's possible because it is Friday the 13th.
It's possible. It's definitely possible.
Friday the 13th, dude. It's Friday the 13th.
Could this trade be bad luck for the Chicago Cubs? There we go.
I don't know.
There we go.
I don't know, man. I mean, that's a good way to look at it. But
Please?
The Cubs, they've got that World Series. Clutch City says Friday the 13th is BS. Well, when you say that, I mean, I don't know.
I've seen a lot of movies that say Friday the 13th is actually very scary.
Some of the Twitchers are coming up with cocktails that are based off of ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 show hosts. I'll admit it. I chuckled at a few of them.
Can you read one? Can you? That's how I not will you, just can you?
Milk, ketchup, grenadine, and piss. Who do you think that is? That's too garbage time. That was mean. Did you know that Odell Beckham Jr. was on the Dolphins? Not anymore. They waived him.
Yeah. They waited for Houston to prep for him, and then they cut him.
Nico Collins got fined $5,000 for giving a ball to a child. That's ridiculous.
No fun league.
The Ravens are 16.5-point favorites against Tommy DeVito and the Giants. Apparently, Tommy DeVito at practice went 0 for 14 in the red zone with 4 interceptions.
There's another one where he went 0 for 4 in the red zone against air. There's no defense on the field. They didn't score.
Yeah. Oh boy, that's really bad. Mattress Mac, he's okay, and he's already back to work. I thought it was very weird that I got an email from, I guess, Mattress Mac's PR team. Media coverage requested. Can you please drop off a get well soon card at Gallery Furniture? Like, they wanted me to promote that. And Mac's fine. The man's a tank. I thought it was kind of weird that, like, what? I got to tell people to give him cards? I got to do my own Christmas cards. Mac, I got other things to focus on. But we do wish you well. And hopefully his recovery is speedy. Man, open heart surgery, like when you're in your 90s, jeez, ow. Anyway, on that note, Kyle Tucker getting traded to the Cubs was like open heart surgery today. Am I right? Hopefully the Rockets and Texans win this weekend because, yeah, Monday's going to be a bummer. Anyway, for Sean Mapes, for our callers, for our texters, YouTubers, and Twitchers, I am merely Paul Gallant. Kyle Tucker, a Cub. Killer Bees are going to talk about it. So long, farewell. Have yourselves a wonderful weekend. Peace. Ooh, what up, H-Town? Hey, how we doing? It's a Friday edition of the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 FM. As my man Barry Laminack joins me yet again today. He'll be back chewy on Monday as well. So if you're keeping score and watching your calendar, adjust accordingly. As Barry will be here through Monday, Jeremy will be back on Tuesday. AJ Russ is back to do better today than what he did yesterday, but hopefully.
What up, Pimpin'? Oh man, is my mic on? I could barely hear myself.
That's probably the way I had it set up.
Oh, thanks.
So before we
AJ
get to
just hates
anything
me.
further,
He pods me way down. That's
No,
what it
you're
is.
good. You're good.
See, I blame AJ because he gave me every reason to yesterday.
Yeah, he keeps me way down. That's what Nick used to do, though. That was the thing. You guys always conspire against me.
Wow.
I see how it is.
I normally live that every day. Now,
tables are turned.
Yeah. So we had a whole show lined up. We still got a great show. DJ Bieniemy is going to join us in the 5 o'clock hour to talk about the Texans and the Dolphins and that matchup. Mopey's going to join us in the 4 o'clock hour. One half of Mopey and Mapes. Del Olaleye, huge Dolphins fan.
Like, who
That's
the
what
hell is
Granado
Mopey?
calls him, Mopey.
Oh, okay.
He's called me plenty during our career here, so I don't really care. I kind of took on his philosophy that way, but he's going to join us to talk Dolphins.
He's like Eeyore.
I'm not going that far again either. Eeyore was an ass, right?
I didn't say that.
I'm just asking a question.
Saying like,
all right.
yeah. Okay.
We got breaking news as we were on our way here. Obviously, the deal is now done. The Chicago Cubs have acquired right fielder Kyle Tucker from the Houston Astros for a package led by infielder. Please hear me when I say this. For those of you that aren't in the know, it's Isaac Paredes, right-handed pitcher Hayden Wesneski from the Houston area, and I guess one of the two gems in the trade, because Paredes is a proven commodity, and the number 7 prospect in the Cubs system, third baseman Cam Smith, coming to the Cubs. This is a safe space for you, for everybody but King of Twitch. So basically, we don't need to get a whole bunch of guests on. We don't need to get others' opinions. We want to hear from you. We've heard rumblings they didn't want to deal with the Yankees. We knew the Cubs were involved at a certain point. We thought it was going to be Bellinger or Suzuki as part of the package. Did they get enough? Are you pleased? Are you pissed off? What are your initial feelings, Barry Laminack, hearing now the deal is done, Tucker's gone, and this is what they got in return?
Well, you had to do something. I mean, you knew this was coming. You knew once Jim Crane said he was approving a trade, he approved them being able to trade. You kind of knew that something was in the works. We talked about that yesterday. So I was fine with them making a move. I mean, we've been talking about it for 2 days and the different options and this and that. And, we both said, hey, we felt like the Cubs deal was the best deal. And, Isaac Paredes being in the deal.
Thanks, Paul.
Isaac Paredes being in the deal was great. I mean, the kid, I say kid, the kid's got a lot of promise. He's a hell of he didn't have a great half with the Cubs, but ton of talent, versatile infielder. He actually doesn't play a ton of first base, but he can. And I want to get back to him in a second. Mm-hmm. But, you get the 7th best prospect in the Cubs organization, first round draft pick for them.
Instantly becomes probably number 1 in your farm system.
Oh, yeah. He's definitely up there for sure. And you get a pitcher who has a ton of upside as well. So I like it. I mean, I don't know that there was anybody that presented any better options. So I don't hate it. It beats the alternative, which was he walks like every other star that you've had in this organization. So you got a bona fide, I don't want to say superstar, but you got a bona fide star. You got a good pitcher.
You think Paredes is a star?
I mean,
he's pretty good. I'm asking because I don't know that I ever considered him a star, but I know they were trying to get him at the trade deadline a year ago, and I do think that he is a very talented, versatile player, and he's under team control for like 3 more years. So I think he puts you in a good spot.
I'll say this: I think he has star potential.
Okay,
he has all the makings of a star. He was an all-star in 2024. He got some votes in the MVP race in 2023. So just the fact that he was in consideration, I mean, he had 31 home runs in 2023. So he had a 840 OPS that year. He did some things for Tampa. So just he's a bit streaky. So he probably needs to be a bit more consistent, but he's got star potential. How about that?
Okay.
So you've got a guy who, he probably just needs a bit more seasoning. He's 25. So you got he's younger. But he can play third, he can play second, he can play first. It doesn't play a ton of first, but he can play first, right?
Yeah.
You did get a third baseman in the deal for your farm system, and you got a versatile pitcher in Wisniewski who I did a little bit of research on the dude as I was driving. Don't research and drive, kids. Because I obviously didn't know a ton about him. But some of the good things about him, he's got an excellent strikeout to walk ratio, 3-1, which is killer. 2-1 to 3-1. 2-1 is good. 3-1 is great. And he's got a 3-1 strikeout to walk ratio. He can start. He can also come out of the pen. He had 22 starts, 46 relief appearances. And the Astros, they love those versatile arms. They love guys that can, they love those Brad Peacocks. They love those guys that can give you some spot starts, and they love those guys that they can use in the playoffs to do both. He's got a plus slider. He's got a really good cutter for lefties. Only problem is he's susceptible to the long ball, and he can be a bit inconsistent.
So let me just interject
a
little bit here in terms of my initial feeling was similar when you were talking about the fact that, look, you can go and say from a value perspective, I question if they got enough. I thought if you could have gotten one more prospect, and we had talked about the 2 infield prospects with the Cubs, and or if you could have talked about either Suzuki. I don't really want Bellinger. I don't know that many people did, although as a short-term fix, he would have helped you offensively. It's just his price tag was extremely steep for a guy that already had kind of a bad blood situation with the fan base coming in. But I thought you could have gotten more because you look at Soto.
You think that would have been an issue? I'm sorry, but you think that the bad blood thing would have, I mean, the
with
fact
the
that this
team
fan
itself,
base,
no. With the fan base, I think there are still fans that would have had problems, but you're
this
really
is a
just
city
dealing
that
with
embraced Charles
Altuve and
Barkley.
McCullers. Yeah,
I mean, that was after the whole Chucky Who thing.
Yeah, but I don't know that Charles ever crossed the lines the way that Bellinger did about, pointing fingers at cheating and saying that Altuve didn't deserve the MVP and taking everything to the levels that he did.
True that.
But I think that the big thing to me is you look at what Soto went for in both trades. And a lot of people saying, well, the reason why you have to make this trade is, and they're right, is because if you're not going to pay the kind of money that Tucker was going to command in a year, then you don't let him walk for free. And you look no further than in your own division a little more than a year ago when Ohtani was a free agent to be with the Angels. And the Angels, on the cusp of trying to get into the wild card discussion, decided, nope, we're not trading him, knowing full well they weren't going to pay the price he was going to command. They were going to lose him anyway. They didn't make the playoffs. They didn't get anything for him. He threw insult to injury by going across the town and into Dodger Stadium. They won the World Series the next year, and you were left holding everything other than the bag to realize you got zilch. So from this perspective, I said a week or so ago, I fully think that they should trade Kyle Tucker. And I'm glad that they did, because I think they did it at a point when he's not just a rental, and the Cubs feel like they've got a good window to negotiate to try and get something done with him. But they got a good package. Do I think it's enough? Do I think they could have gotten more? Yeah, maybe. But I think that as I look at some of the comments, a lot of people are mad about this trade. A lot of people want Dana Brown out. A lot of people think they got fleeced. A lot of people are just mad, period, that they let him walk away. I mean, if you look at their track record, would you rather them just say, hey, we're going for it one more year, Tucker's going to stay, Fromber's going to stay, and oh, by the way, they're both going to walk away for nothing at the end of the year, but sure do hope we win the World Series.
I think that's a very I think do you want to go for one more World Series? Sure. But I think that's a very nearsighted and a very, how do I put this nicely before I get a ton of calls and people hating on me? It's a very fan-centric view.
Mm-hmm.
You're that's playing checkers. let's just go for one World Series, and then we don't care what happens after that. We'll just suck for 5, 6, 7 years again. What these guys are trying to do is they're trying to limit damage. They're trying to stop a sinking ship, and they're trying to, do some damage control and not have a repeat of Springer and Correa and all of these other things that have happened, and get some value back. Because if Cam Smith becomes Alex Bregman and Alex Bregman walks, then guess what? This trade was a success.
Yeah, you've got,
and you don't know that yet.
See, here's the thing.
And that part of my thing was to that point is this might be that part of the reason why they did it is because this might be signaling to you that, well, Alex Bregman might be out the door, or the other signal might be they may be re-signing Alex Bregman. And that's why they did this trade, because the plan is Paredes is going to play first. They're re-signing Bregman, and now they got some work to do in the outfield, but the infield is set now.
I don't disagree.
I don't know.
But
you know what I mean?
But here's the thing. Let's look
hoping.
at Dana Brown. Let's look at some of Dana Brown's comments too, though, because this is there's so many different lessons to be learned here. I mentioned the Ohtani situation. Another lesson to be learned, which we constantly talk about, is don't put all your stock in whatever Dana Brown says, because Dana Brown a year ago said Kyle Tucker is going to be an Astro his whole career. We feel very confident we're going to get the job done with Kyle Tucker. Dana Brown has diarrhea of the mouth a lot, and most of the time what he tells you is, and this is what I would expect of any general manager, but there's too many people out there that are just hanging on a thread going, whatever he says, it's got to be true. Okay, good. Tuck's going to be an Astro for life. No, he's not. It was the exact opposite, okay? That's why you can't put too much stock in any of these press conferences and anybody telling you, even in the Bregman back and forth, about Bregman's going to be back, and we don't have a plan B. BS, you don't have a plan B, because I think you just showed that part of your plan B was just executed. Because regardless of what else you do going forward, like you said, your infield now for the short term and long term looks like it could be pretty locked up. If Bryce Matthews is truly more of a shortstop than a third baseman, and Smith is your third baseman of the future, there's that whole side of the infield taken care of right there. And from the standpoint of the next 2 to 3 years, you have a guy like Paredes who's a better third baseman than a first baseman that can play two different positions. If you choose to bring Bregman back, then Paredes is your first baseman, and you're a better team on the infield. If Bregman doesn't come back, then Paredes is your third baseman. You still have financial means to go try and find an outfielder and a first baseman, but you have a guy that is, as we talked about, an above-average major league player that can play two different infield positions.
Here's one thing I want to caution people about. Be very careful about comparing other players and trades and what they get to this trade. Trades occur in a vacuum. And you don't know the desperation of other teams. You don't know the value of other prospects. You don't know the mindset of what those GMs are, you don't, because some teams make trades because they're in the middle of a pennant race, and they have, their farm system is so loaded that maybe they have 2 or 3 second basemen, and they can afford to get rid of them because maybe 2 of their top 10 prospects are second basemen, and they know that one of them's in AAA and one of them's in single A, and so they don't care. You know what I mean? So you can't always just look at it and say, hey, they got 5 great prospects or 5 great players for Juan Soto. Well, you don't really, and I'm looking at the 5 players that they got. 2 of them are no longer with the Padres. One of them is with the Rangers, and one of them is with the White Sox. 2 of them are already gone. So you gotta, some of this happens in a vacuum. You know what I mean?
It's also, everything's got to be tempered until you see how it all plays out before you draw the final line. So we're just getting started. We got phone calls lined up, a ton of text messages coming in. Your comments are what we want. Dr. Dre on 290 already telling me that the rebuild has started. Get ready to go, because this is the beginning of the end and the inevitable.
Dr. Dre he loves to hate watch sports.
I mean, think about Breggy waiting in the wind and his plethora of nicknames of negativity for Alex Bregman, from wet blanket to others that we probably shouldn't say on here.
Dre.
We're going to get to a break. We're going to come back with more. We're going to get to your phone calls. I'm going to read some of these text messages. Let us know how you think. Are you pleased? Are you pissed? What are you feeling? Is Bregman next? What are we doing? It's the Astros talk in the aftermath of the Kyle Tucker trade. It's ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 FM.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Back on the Bees, Barry Laminack in with me and AJ Russ. Jeremy called A-Rod B-Rod because he had to be a killer bee. I don't want to know a B word for you right now, AJ, because I'm still
badass.
Yeah, I like that one.
Yeah, I had one in mind after the mistake filled yesterday that I'll just wait and just start fresh today.
Okay.
But we've got as I mentioned, just a deluge of responses. And I like that because, again, I don't need to give you beat writers and other things. We need to talk. And this is, if you want to use this as kind of a therapy session, or if you just want to get it off your chest, we'll do that. But, I'll read some of the text before we get to the phone calls, and we have several lined up. But, 1604 says, I think people forget this would have been Tucker's last year under team control. I don't love the trade, but it's definitely not a fleecing. Then 5354 said, Cam Smith is a stud and he will develop. Let's hope so.
Yep.
0794 says, do you think the Astros should have accepted the Phillies offer, or was the Cubs offer better?
Cubs offer was better.
I think Cubs offer was better too, even if they didn't
Phillies
involve.
offer was the worst of the three.
Because it was two veterans, and basically you know who they are, and I don't know that you know what.
There was no. I don't know. It's hard to say prospect wise, but I would say if you rank the three offers that we knew about, it was Cubs, Yankees, Phillies.
That was dependent upon who were the Yankees throwing in,
right?
Because there was a chance if Heel and Schmidt were in there from a pitching perspective, and then Dominguez, you're getting three really upper level quality prospects. But we don't know. And then I've heard rumors out there that the Crane and the Astros did not want to deal with the Yankees and make them better. And for that, I'm not mad at them. It's just, I don't know if their package was worthy enough of saying, hey, if you're offering me better than any other team I can get something for, then I got to consider that. 3977, I think they're going to be in for a total rebuild. They're not going to pay Bregman. They said pray Bregman. I think you want to pray Bregman because you don't want to pay Bregman. But I don't think that they're wrong. I don't think they ever wanted to pay the kind of money that Bregman wanted or wants. And we'll see if he gets it. But if he does, he'll get it somewhere else. I think they're going to be really close to what they offered initially, which is the 6 and 156. 2128 said AJ Hoffman's star sure has fallen because now he's your producer intern. Well, AJ's not an intern. He's a producer.
That's not the AJ. Yeah,
and I think the two of us are very happy to have AJ behind the glass. Leave it there. Viva San Antonio. People bitching about the trades are the ones screaming to trade Tucker during his playoff failures. Not wrong. But at the same time, and then 8576 says that the trade sucks. Astros fans, time to put your chin straps on, strap up. I mentioned
really
them
like
yesterday
that
with your stupid Alpy nicknames.
I really like that point, though. And you were included in that too. You weren't a big fan of Tucker in the postseason.
I've never been a fan of Tucker overall. Because I told I got killed
but
because
I like
there were
that,
times early in his career when he was falling way short that I had said consider trading him. See what the market is.
So
and people got mad at me.
So are you like, okay, this isn't so bad after all?
No, this is the trade I said that I wanted to see simply because we know who the Astros are. They don't have to fool us, or we don't have to hear things in a press conference and try and extrapolate, oh, he means this or that. The Astros do not give more than 6-year deals, and they are not in the market of giving hundreds of $1 million contracts out, and that they have shown. And so for that reason alone, and the track record with multiple examples says they don't do that, I knew he was gone after next year, and I don't know because of what they were able to do while he was out for 3 months last year, that whether he was there or not, postseason or regular season or not, did I feel like they could be as good of a team and get creative? We mentioned, he said at the end of the season, we're going to be creative. We're going to look to do some things in a variety of ways. If you lose Tucker, but you add a corner outfielder and you make this trade and you get this and you get some prospects for your farm system, and now you're freeing up money that you can still go out and add pieces with because you don't have to pay Tucker. You may not have to pay Bregman. Depending on what you do, if you can move Presley and you can create a little bit of a pocket of money that you can spend, I still think that this team can win the division. I still think this team will win the division.
Okay, I don't disagree with you. I think that is all pending, though, what they do in the outfield.
Sure.
Because driving in, I was listening to Paul, and I think he has a really valid point. Right now, this outfield is trash. As it stands right now, post-trade, he said it's probably one of the worst outfields in baseball. Don't disagree with that. Now, are you saying, is Jordan your left fielder or is he a DH, right? What are we counting that as? Is Jason Hayward, I mean, he's a free agent. Are you going to resign him? But as it stands right now, if you say Jordan is your DH and not your full-time left fielder, this outfield is garbage.
Now, I'm going to throw a name out there that Astros fans are familiar with that is out there, and I don't think that it would be a bad move. And it just depends on his market as well. Teoscar Hernandez had a really good year for the Dodgers last year.
Say less, fam. Say less.
I would love Teoscar Hernandez, whether he plays left or right. Teoscar Hernandez,
he'll play right,
and he'll be quite a bit cheaper than what the going market rate is for the production he's going to give you. He's got a World Series ring already, so he doesn't worry about the whole Dodger part of all of this.
Former Astro, too.
And that's what I'm saying. He was a former Astros prospect. You bring him back, and there's a lot less sting on Kyle Tucker.
Yeah. And you know what? You replace some power. You replace some run production. He's got a cannon for a right arm. I like it. I mean, that's hopefully, you get a guy like that. And really, that's about all that's left. I did a little research. Here's the center fielders that are left. If you were going to go that route, Harrison Bader, Manuel Margot. Yeah, Kevin Pillar.
No, look, I think that they're going to platoon Jake and Chaz.
Your right fielder options: Teoscar Hernandez, Randall Grichuk, Adam Duvall, Jason Hayward, Ramon Liriano, and Whit Merrifield.
I'll start with Teoscar. Now, you forgot one, and I think it's not realistic because I saw people throw the name out there, and Santander is going to cost you an arm, a leg, in the middle of your torso. You cannot pay and will not pay. If you're not going to pay Tucker, you're not going to pay Santander. That is unrealistic to think that way. Teoscar Hernandez is in the realm of possibilities.
I don't know why Spot Track won't pull up here. Do you have it blocked?
All right, we're going to get to a break, and then we're going to get to David and Travis and the calls that are waiting and your comments as well. 713-780-3776. You can call us. You can text us. You can hit us up on YouTube. You can hit us up on Twitch. We want to hear your comments, and we want to make sure that we get this open dialogue and keep it going because this is your avenue and your opportunity to vent, get it off your chest. Let us know how you're feeling. It is the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 FM.
Coming to you live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Hey, just what the doctor had ordered, it's a chance for you to vent, get it off your chest as we talk about the aftermath of the Kyle Tucker trade. Got through a lot of texts. There's a lot more, and there's some really good ones, and we appreciate that. We do have some calls waiting. Let's get to a couple of those before we go any further with anything else. Travis, what's on your mind with this Tucker trade?
Hey, how's it going? So I'm going to try to keep it brief because I have a lot. Let me turn this down. Yeah, I'm trying to keep it brief because I have a lot that I was kind of thinking. So first thing is I was sort of just thinking that we kind of felt, it feels like as a fan, the team kind of lied to us with the way Dana Brown was talking and saying that, you know, he was for sure coming back and we were going to work a deal with him last year. And the way we've over the years kind of say we can't pay Springer because we got to pay Correa. Can't pay Correa because we got to pay Bregman. Now it's can't pay Bregman because we got to pay Tucker and trades Tucker. And now we don't even know if Bregman's coming back. So as a fan, it just feels like the team is just sort of folding. Not folding, but just sort of folding under the pressure of keeping guys in, even though they say they're going to keep them in before. So we don't know when we can take Dana Brown and Astros front office for it. Their word even before Dana Brown. So as a fan, I felt like we should have did more effort to try to keep him back or get more for him. I understand that Ken Smith might be good as a third baseman, or even I'm worried that he could be a right fielder just because of the cannon he has as an arm. He might not be as athletic as the other third baseman that we've had, so he might actually have to move out there later on in life. But that's a different conversation. But it just felt like the trade was rushed. I don't know if Isaac Paredes has the feeling that we need or that we even expect him to have, or if he could even grow from the season he had last year. So knowing that Tucker is an MVP level player, I, as a person, as a fan, just wanting to see our guys like stay at Astros, I would have rather them like hold on, not make a trade, see if they can get more, not kind of fold under the pressure just because I think if we'd have kept, I know the alternative is you hold on to it, he walks away for nothing. Maybe you get a draft pick compensation kind of thing. But on the flip side, maybe from a player standpoint, Tucker sees, okay, this is how much the team values me, that they chose to deny trade after trade after trade with the hopes that, you know, I stay. So I think that it's kind of like showing that image to the players that we're not going to fold to any type of trade just because you're in the last year, especially someone at MVP level, would have meant a lot more than the package that we got for Tucker. Maybe I'm overreacting, but I want to kind of get you guys' thoughts.
Appreciate the call, Travis. Look, I think that there's a lot to extrapolate there, but when you look at this, I just think you have to be realistic. And I think the first part you have to be realistic on is never, ever, ever should you think between a player, a general manager, or an owner that, aside from Cal, because I don't think he knows better, that whenever a comment is made at a press conference that it is 100% truth or that it's something that that's going to hold weight. Because Brady told you this a long time ago when he was playing. He's like, I always looked at the worst corner on their team that we were playing that week, and I pumped him up. And I said that we were intimidated or that we were worried about him because he could play. And I knew damn well in our playbook and what we were working on all week, we were going to exploit the hell out of him and we were going to attack him on every play. But I'm not telling you guys that. I have to talk to the media, but I don't 100% have to give you a single morsel of truth. And that's what we have to take away from Dana Brown. That's what we have to take away from so many of these situations in Houston sports. I mean, Kyle Tucker was supposed to be out 4 days. He was out 3 months.
I'm surprised that it's taken everybody this long to get this. Has everybody really been believing everything that they hear in press conferences? I know you don't, but right. Are the fans real? Is this breaking news to people?
There's a lot of people that they hang on every single word that any GM or coach says in this market.
Oh, man.
Like, here's the other thing, too. People seem to think that once the regular season started that you still could have gotten this much for Kyle Tucker or more for Kyle Tucker. The fact is, once the season starts, he is a bona fide rental. And he is more of a rental than he would be right now in the offseason.
Look, at the trade deadline, I'm of the belief that if he's playing well and it's a contract season, and just like Juan Soto bet on himself, 1 year deal, remember that. Everybody thought Juan Soto was crazy because he signed a 1-year deal, and everyone was like, "You're an idiot."
But you know,
and he just signed the richest deal in sports history. And let's be honest. Let's be real honest. Juan Soto is not the greatest baseball player on the planet.
No. But teams, the first
go back and look at his
first
stats.
conversation
Aaron
is,
Judge,
though, he's a rental. I'm not giving
he's not
you
even
as
the
much.
best hitter on that team. Aaron Judge is.
Well, from last year's Yankees team you're talking about.
Yeah.
I mean, going to the Mets.
I mean, go look at the numbers. He made Aaron Judge better, but Aaron Judge was the better hitter on that team. Juan Soto's more consistent. He gets on baseball. He's got a better eye. But come on, like
in season though, in the year that his contract expires, no team is going to give up. As they're going to tell you, they're going to be hell bent on. I'm not giving up a whole lot because he's a rental. Unless he decides to sign an extension with me before the trade is done.
They will work that out though. There are teams like you're
Bill O'Brien's on line one,
but there are teams that will rent arms down the stretch. But there are also teams that will rent bats for a World Series run. If they're a left fielder. If they're offensive deficient, but they are loaded
but you
with
just said
arms,
they will rent a bat. But renting a bat is not giving as much as if you are renting to own.
But they'll rent a bat, but they will also go in and try to say, hey, would you be interested in, or if we gave you X? And those deals can be made. Those deals have been made. They will go and do that. So, I mean, there is some value if a team feels like this is our year. We can win it all this year. I mean, this is a different sport, but look what the Rams did that year. The Rams just shoved. They went all in, and they gave up everything. And, it worked. And it can happen. Look what the Marlins do, right? The Marlins go all – they haven't done it lately, but the Marlins would go all in. They'd make all these trades, and then they would bail.
And then they yard sale.
And then they would suck. And then they'd go all in again, win a World Series. I mean, it could be done. It could be done.
David wants to get in here to continue the Tuck Talk before we get to a break. What's up, David?
How's it going?
What's up, man?
Hey, Joel, to your point earlier, my biggest issue with this is that when it was Luno and he had Mike Elias and that nerd squad back in his days as GM, these trades that he would do, he would always scour the farm system of the team he was dealing with and find some guy that had ridiculous spin rates but was really struggling, or he'd find a journeyman that was like a 4A player, and that would be a throwaway or a throw-in, and he wouldn't give in to the trade unless he got that throw-in, and then sometimes they could. Our instructors or whatever could turn that guy into a serviceable player. And with the Kikuchi deal, and I even think Raphael Stone probably had that ability too, but with Brown, with the Kikuchi deal, and now with this deal with Tucker, I honestly think he could have held out for some throwaway if they looked deep in the farm system and said, well, this organization doesn't think much of this player, but maybe if we grab him, we could change them. And I know that's like a long shot, but still, that's better than just settling for the 3 players that we got.
Well,
it's a solid trade. It's not bad, but I just don't think we're holding out enough to go get that throwaway player that we used to be so good at with the previous GM staff.
I think your throwaway player is this Wisniewski guy. That's your throwaway player. He's got decent numbers. I mean, he had a minus WAR for last season, but he's got a plus whip. He's got a plus strikeout to walk ratio. So his numbers are up and down, right? In fact, and then I'm about to nerd out on you because it sounds like that's what you like, but he's got a 451 FIP, which is fielding independent pitching, which is higher than his ERA. And usually it's the opposite. Usually a guy will have an ERA, but his fielding independent pitching will be lower because he's surrounded by bad defense, or you take away all the errors and whatnot. And so their fielding independent pitching is lower. His FIP is actually higher, but his XFIP, which is kind of like X OPS, where it's just a number at 100 and above. I lost it now. But you
lost me on the first numbers.
But those numbers, so they're across the board. They're kind of off and on, right? But when you look at that strikeout to walk ratio, when you look at that whip, it shows you that overall he's got a ton of control. He's got a cutter for lefties. He's got a nasty slider. So I think
And they know about him. He's from here.
Dude, yeah, he's from Houston. I think that's your throwaway project. And we've seen what the Astros can do with guys like this. Guys that other organizations look at and go,
I mean, look at Kikuchi last year all in itself.
3.93 ERA. This dude is on nobody's radar. You know what I mean?
Kikuchi's a guy that they turned around that has a really good arm. This is a guy that, from some of the reports I was reading, that they've had their eye on for a long time because they were able to watch him easily being in the Houston area.
As I said it yesterday, y'all, this is what Dana Brown does. This is what he's known for, is scouting and finding these kind of guys. I will not be surprised. Now, could he be a bust or whatever? Sure. But it will not surprise me at all if Hayden Wesneski becomes some sort of name that Astros fans fall in love with because he goes out and he's the next Kikuchi or he's the next whatever. He ain't going to be the
Charlie
next Cole.
Morton, Garrett.
Yeah.
But I'm just saying,
he's not going to be the next Cole,
a
but he might be the next Morton. He might be the next Kikuchi.
Mm-hmm.
It's not going to surprise me one bit. And let me ask you, I know we got to go to break, but let me ask you this. If Isaac Paredes lives up to what he is, if Cam Smith is a stud and he becomes the Alex Bregman replacement and Wisniewski is your next Morton, is this trade a success?
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Okay.
Look, I think the fact that you got what you got, regardless, you got something. And that was the point I was trying to make. For all these other guys, you didn't get anything. They walked out the door, they put on a Boris hat, or they just, winked at you and tipped their cap and said, thanks for the memories, I'm gone. At least here you're getting
even
something
if he's your
back.
next Brad Peacock, the guy that
you
floats.
do like bringing up Peacock.
I
That's
love the Peacock.
And that's something that we'll save for an audio file for a later day. We've got more commentary from you to get in here so that we can discuss it. We've got Del Olaleye coming up at 4:00 to talk about the Dolphins and the Texans matchup. And of course, we want to hear from you. 713-780-3776. You can call, you can text, you can hit us up on YouTube TV, and you can hit us up on Twitch. It's Barry, Joel, and AJ. It is the Killer Bees on a Friday, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 FM.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Back on the Bees, first hour of the program, we kind of had the idea that we could throw the format out the window today, that this was going to be exactly what you needed and we wanted, which is open discussion about the trade that just went down with Kyle Tucker going to the Chicago Cubs for essentially 2 packages and Isaac Paredes. We've got a lot more commentary coming off the text line. Some people saying callers are just emotional. It's a good deal for just having 1 year left of Tucker. You get a new number 1 prospect in the system, 3 years of a pull-hitting third baseman and who is built for the Crawford boxes, and a potential 4 or 5 starter for down the road. I don't disagree with any of that. I think that there's 2 things. There's the diehard blowhard fan who's just emotional you're traded Kyle Tucker, because that to them is the sign that the sky is falling and everything's over. But realistically, when you look at this is a move that the franchise had to make that they weren't willing to make in the past. They were willing to throw all their chips into the center of the table every time a guy was approaching imminent free agency and walking out the door and going, well, at least we got one more chance to win it all. But now, because you know that you have Yordan under contract, because you have Yiner for the foreseeable future, you still have Jeremy Pena under team control, that you have enough pieces still with Altuve still at second base and really good starting pitching and bullpen pitching. You have enough to where when Dana Brown says, I'm going to get creative this offseason, there are ways to get creative to keep this team intact, not only for the short term, but to kind of revisit getting it ready for the long term by getting some prospects back in. And I don't think they're done. And I don't think that they should be. I've said this before. I'll say it again. I'll say it right now. They still should trade Framber Valdez between now and the start of spring training. They should get even more for Framber Valdez. And again, another situation where you're probably going to lose them at the end of the next season. So for whatever his value is, and there are teams that are saying the pitching market, there was a ton of money given out early, but now there are teams that still have money to spend and or desperation for getting a top quality starter that are saying, yeah, aside from Corbin Burns, is there a guy I can trade for? Framber as a lefty, too, should be at the top of a lot of people's list. And if he is, that means Garrett Crochet got you 4 top-level prospects. I don't know if you can get 4 because this Cubs trade looks like maybe you got a little less than I was expecting. But even if you get 3, and these guys are set up for the next 2 to 3 years to get in and contribute, now the window stays open because now whether you trade them or play them and they turn out or not, you've got the potential to do more things. Pause.
I think what's funny is you've got your advantage right now is your pitching staff, right? And more so, my point about Tucker having value at the trade deadline is even more the point when it comes to a pitcher. So I'm with you. I wouldn't be crushed if they traded Framber Valdez.
Yeah.
And if teams are desperate right now and are willing to just unload and give you everything you want, then I would do it. But if you cannot get everything you want, I would wait until the deadline.
Let me ask you a question.
Because there's just so much value in teams being desperate.
The Mets are supposedly interested in Framber.
Mm-hmm.
The Mets would like to trade for Framber.
Mm-hmm.
If you got Clifford, if you got the 2 prospects back from the Mets that you had to give up in the Verlander trade and 2 other prospects for Framber Valdez, would you take it? Because those guys are both outfield. Clifford is the third base outfield proposition. The kid from Tennessee, the center fielder, the first-round pick, is a legit outfielder with some power. You could get those 2 and 2 more. Framber goes to the Mets. I'm in on that.
No.
Depending on the level of the prospects I'm getting back.
No.
Why?
I wouldn't, because you don't trade a 1 for 4 farmhands.
The White Sox just did.
Yeah. Well, that's why they're the worst team in baseball, too.
No, that's because they know they have so many holes to fill that by the time they're good,
But this is a team that we just said the window is still open. And if you're going to trade an ace and you still believe you still have a chance to compete for a World Series, you've got to get some major league talent back at the same time.
Do you not think you still have other aces on this staff?
Yeah, Hunter Brown's your ace now. I mean, Hunter Brown is going to be
Blanco's an
your
above
ace.
average starter. Blanco's your 2.
But you have to be careful and like, okay, if Hunter's your ace and he's proven that, and Blanco and you're going to get, however many arms you think back that you can count on, and everybody in this town can just please forget Lance McCullers, never bring up his name again. He's he's never going to pitch in this town again. That's my mindset, right? But you've got to get something back. Is it going to be an arm? Is it going to be depth? Is it going to be, is it going to be an outfielder? But you've got to get back a major league starter for one of the best arms in the American League. You just can't, because you really, this, man. You played baseball. You still cannot arms or players at the minor league level. There's still no guarantee of what they're going to be when they come up.
No,
I mean, think about it. Back when John Singleton was the man in the minors, if you would have thrown him in on a lot of deals, people would have loved it. So, but you give me a guaranteed bona fide major leaguer, then I know what I'm getting.
But I
know what I'm getting.
You have to face the fact that Fromber's going to probably be gone at the end of the year too.
Yeah, I know. But what I'm saying is, I'm not saying I don't want prospects for him. So don't get me wrong there. But what I'm saying is, instead of 4 prospects, give me a bona fide stud major leaguer and 2 prospects. And then I'm happy, because now I'm putting two high-end farm systems or high-end players in my farm system. So I'm replenishing it there, but I'm also getting a ready-made, good to great player that's ready to go for my roster, whether it be an arm, an outfielder, whatever.
We can agree, and we can agree to disagree there. I hear you. I just don't know that anybody on the Mets is someone that I'm considering to be an above-average major leaguer that I'm going to plug and play when they're trying.
Well, that's fine. If it's not the Mets, if it's not the Mets, it's not the Mets. But like you said, there's plenty of teams out there that are going to want a Framber Valdez.
Like someone
plenty of teams.
0511 says Baltimore needs Valdez, and we could use some of that young talent. They've got a farm system full of it. Yeah, and
you could use some of the young talent that's on their roster
and
too.
Baltimore's got a GM that knows Fromber,
and they would
very
be happy to give you some of the young talent on their roster and bring up some from their farm system. Let them take the risk. You know what's on their major league roster. Let them take the risk and call up their farm system. Why should you?
Well, and they're going to lose. They're going to lose Corbin Burns. Corbin Burns is probably going elsewhere. He's going to get paid a boatload of money. They're looking to try and plug and play as well. If they want to give you a good package of prospects for a Framber Valdez, I'm in on that too. Because the other thing that I don't think that you can, as much as I understand, believe me, I understand how many people hate the Yankees and why. But at a certain point, it's a business. And
exactly right.
And you have to get
put
the top of the line prospects you can get and the talent you can get. And if you can get a heel who was the American League Rookie of the Year as a pitcher last year and is going to be a staple in your rotation for the next 5 to 7 years under team control, then you make him one of the 4 prospects you get, and you go, you know what? I'm doing pretty good here for the long haul.
Yeah, if you let that whole "we hate the Yankees" thing cloud your judgment when you're making trades or any other team.
There's rumors out there that that's what Crane said.
Well, if he did, he needs to sell the team and get out of baseball, because that's the stupidest way to do business. It really is. If that's true, which I don't necessarily believe it is. Maybe it is. Now, look, I understand about not trading a player within your division because you don't want him to come back to haunt you or whatever. I get that. That's a strategic move. But if you're not doing business with a team because you hate them, that's stupid.
Someone said Fromber's brain would explode in the New York scrutiny. That's their problem, not ours.
Exactly.
Yeah, I'd bunt on him on every single play, and I'd make him feel this position. Exactly. And I'd say, you know what?
And
we know what a lot of people don't. Deal with it.
I would be up 3-0, and I'd step out of the box on him, too. Take a strike. Just to fluster him. Yeah, absolutely.
Now, and 1177 says you're not going to get a major league ready guy from a team that's playing for the World Series. Completely false. Completely false. The Yankees just went and signed Fried to go with Cole and to build and the guys that they already have under contract like Rondon. They're looking to get rid of the youth that they don't know that they trust enough to get as many veteran guys as they can to do what they want to do right now. And if it means Clark Schmidt or it means Heel, they could go, but they could add a guy that could give them immediate clout for what they need in Fromber and another top of the line left-handed starting pitcher. They're going to do it, and they're a World Series. They were in the World Series last year,
and especially it's not just World Series contending teams, it's playoff contending teams. Now that Major League Baseball has expanded, that's the beauty of this. There are so many teams that are contenders now. There are so many teams that have hope. That's who you take advantage of. that the Reds or teams that are like, oh, we're on the bubble, we could do this. Great, give us all your give us some players. Give us your, you know what I mean? Give us your a couple of 2-3 guys from your farm system. And one of your good arms or out of the bullpen, or you know what I mean? Like that's what you do. That's what you take advantage of, because there are teams that have four good outfielders, or you know what I mean? Like or they have depth on the infield. So
All right,
that's what you take advantage of.
That's the first hour in the books. Now let's pick up the pieces and where do we go from here? A lot of people think that Tucker's gone, but they had to make a move on Tucker before they make a move on Bregman. Now, are they going to make a move on Bregman? Is he going to stay? Is he going to go? What are your feelings there? And then is Fromber a guy that's could be next to go? I think Presley, as long as he waives the no trade, is a guy that I'm all about getting rid of and telling him to go. And for the texter that said to me, questioning that they have a good bullpen too, they have two of the better guys in the 8th and 9th inning in the back of their bullpen, regardless of where Ryan Presley plays next year. Because you have to realize Abreu, especially at his price, but his reliability and his ability puts him as an unbelievable setup guy. And Josh Hader, yeah, he didn't have the quite Josh Hader year of the past. Josh Hader over the last 5 years has some of the best stats as a closer in all of baseball. Yeah. They have a bullpen that, yes, it could get better in the middle, but they do have a lot of pieces. All right, that's hour number 1 in the books. 2 hours still to go. AJ said break in my ear, and he yelled it, so that means he means it this time. We'll be back with hour number 2. It is the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 FM. All right, our number 1 in the books. 2 more still to go. Barry and myself, along with AJ, who is a screamer today, as we continue with the aftermath of the Kyle Tucker trade. A lot of people chiming in. ESPN article, texter says, ripped the trade for the Astros, but made one positive point. If Paredes is the Bregman replacement, Bregman marginally better now, but with the age gap, how long does that last? And if Bregman doesn't leave, Paredes is a massive upgrade at first base. I think we kind of touched on some of that.
That's exactly
Now
what I
it's
said.
just a matter of, I think the other thing that we have to kind of factor in here, because everybody thought that they had this glutton of money that they could spend to in free agency, which wasn't the case. But now you free up probably in arbitration 15 to 18 a year you'd have to pay Tucker. So that's off the books. If you don't pay Bregman, you have the salary that you had slotted in for Bregman, which was mid-20s.
Well, okay. Do you, though? Think about this. If Crane was going to pay either of those guys, he was going to move a little off center for them because of the nostalgia of who they are and their contributions to the team and, you know what I mean, their history. I don't know. It probably was like, all right, I'll slot this much for third, this much for right field. But because of the World Series history and the last 7 years in the run and all of those things, I'll move X amount for Bregman and X amount for Tucker.
But
now,
I'm not taking,
now that they're gone, that those numbers move back to center.
Right, but I'm not taking the 5 or the 6 and 156. I'm saying what he was making through last season was upper 20s.
Okay.
So if I get Teoscar Hernandez now instead of Alex Bregman,
and
I get Teoscar at 24,
7, something like that.
so if I 24, if I get Teoscar at 24, Paredes plays third base.
Yeah.
I think I like the fact that they'll be okay at third base,
big time prospect,
and you got a big bat in the outfield that will help. I think will make up a lot of what you lose in Tucker. And one thing we know about Teoscar that we still are questioning with Tucker is in the postseason, Teoscar steps up.
Yeah. And that was one of the points that we made earlier. That's what I said is, one, what does this signal? Or does it signal anything? But does this signal that they're going to re-sign Bregman, or does this signal that they're not because they went out and got a third baseman, or did they go out and get a guy that can play first? And now that this signals that, hey, we got a guy that can play first base for us because we don't need a third baseman because we're going to re-sign Bregman. So we don't know what that means. But if it does mean that they re-sign Bregman, then this is even better news, obviously, for the Astros, because Bregman's back and he's back in the lineup. And this, like the article said, and it is true, it's a massive upgrade on the infield and on the lineup. And all of a sudden, now you just have to figure out what you're going to do in the outfield. And if the Astros go out and sign Teoscar, I'm a happy
I'm
camper.
good because, someone just texted in, Tucker's going to get probably 10 and 400. Okay, I don't know if it's the 10, but I know that he's going to get somewhere hovering around 400 mil or more for whatever he signs for. And I think that that's exactly what Crane was not in for. That's exactly what should have terrified a lot of people looking at all this. And I think that they made a smart business decision. And I don't think in the short or the long term, it made you that much worse. I think the bigger problem is, like you said, the rest of that outfield scares the hell out of me because I don't want Chaz as my everyday left fielder. I'd love him to be my everyday center fielder. I'd love Jake Myers to be somewhere else. But then people were saying, cut your losses and get rid of those contracts. Those contracts are cheap. If Jake Myers is your Jake Marisnick of now, and he's just your defensive replacement late in the games, and you can platoon him sometimes, he ain't bad at $3 million a year, or whatever it is. If Chaz is closer to 2 years ago than last year, Chaz is a really good fourth outfielder. Chaz can play a lot of different outfield positions. But I think that for me to really be pleased, because I am a fan of Paredes, and I think that he is going to be good here.
Yeah.
I think you have to get at least one corner outfielder.
So I'm just perusing Spot Track, and I missed a few names on here, but Santander, because they have Teoscar listed as a left fielder because he could play left
that's what
field,
I thought.
but he plays right field also. But Santander's market value, according to Spot Track, $17.7 million.
I call BS on that.
5 years, $88.6 million is his market value, which would rank him 7th among right fielders.
I will tell you this right now. If you tell me Teoscar's worth 24, he's getting more than that in the open market this offseason.
I mean, that's what this is saying, and that's from both of those guys, and this is who they have him statistically compared to: Ian Happ, Christian Yelich, Brian Reynolds, and Nick Castellanos.
Based on the year he had last year, and I think there's going to be demand for him. I think he's getting
and their age when they signed them.
My initial guess is 25 to 27 a year.
Well, I mean that's what they have listed. He's 30 because that when they signed those contracts, they were 28 also.
Okay, because I had read a couple of articles, just to, in guessing where they thought, at the end of the day, where these guys were going to land and what they were going to make, and between the different websites, I had seen everything from 24 and above. And I think it just depends on, who's guessing where and how many, even if they have inside sources, unless there's a market and there's competition, you really don't know what they're going to get at the end of the day. And when we're dealing with this with Alex Bregman, I just think he had a monster year last year. And I think that they said that right after that first domino falls of Soto, he's the next guy that a lot of teams are going to look to fall in line with to say, hey, I can't afford to pay Juan Soto money, but I can get Anthony Santander.
MLB trade rumor says free agent slugger Anthony Santander is one of the top power bats on the market. Santander is also of interest to the Yankees, Red Sox, and Blue Jays. They're expecting a 5-year deal, $20 million a year.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm bringing up Bleacher Report right now because that was one of the articles that I had read, and they were pretty spot on with Adames.
So 5-year, $100 million is what they're reporting. Oh, sorry, 4 years, worth $20 million per season is what the MLB trade rumors is saying.
Okay.
So, I mean, listen, if you could get Santander for 4 years at $20 million a year, 4 years, $80 million, or 5 years, $100 million. I don't hate it. Same thing with Teoscar at those numbers. I mean, those are good replacements. They're not Kyle Tucker, but at this point, that ship has sailed. So
they got Teoscar. Bleacher Report's got Teoscar at 20 a year.
At 20 a year?
Yeah, 5 for 100.
That's interesting.
So, I mean, I think you can play ball in that market.
Yeah, Spotrac has him at 24. So they're obviously way off. But
Santander they have at 4 years and 80. So again, essentially 20 a year.
Okay.
Of the two guys, which would you rather have?
Probably Teoscar.
I think so too.
Yeah, and mostly, well, honestly, partly because of his postseason experience, familiarity, and his power.
I mean, Santander hit 44 bombs and had 102 ribbies.
Yeah.
So that, but again, was that an anomaly or is that consistently what he's going to do the rest of his career?
I don't know what's his I would have to go back and see what he had done year over year. I can pull that up,
but I mean, if you're looking at either guy in the $20 million a year range, I think that's lighter than I would have expected, and I would hope that that's something that the Astros consider adding, especially if you're not done and you're trying to trim some more salary a couple other places. Dana already said he was going to try and bring in at least one guy and try and do some things. If it's not going to be Bregman, and you can bring in one of those two guys to kind of make up for Kyle Tucker's loss and give you a little bit more pop in the outfield and a little more ability, I'm all for that. And then I think people start to ease up a little bit, realizing, hey, the rest of this roster is still good enough.
Yeah. Yeah. See, those 44 were kind of an anomaly. Now, if that's what he is going forward, cool. But previous to that, it was 28, 33, 18, 11, and 20.
Tough park to hit home runs in, too.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. But Teoscar was 33, 26, 25, 32. He had a 16, but he only played in 50 games. That was the 2020 season. But then prior to that, 26, 22. So, I mean, he's been a lot more consistent. You're going to get consistently about 30 home runs out of him. So, I mean,
Paranoid Panda said on YouTube, while we're in the market of trading, can we trade the name of the new park and go back to Minute Maid? I'm with you, Panda. I really am. Because, I mean, that's going to be a tough one. What are we calling that thing? Because
what was the name of the place again?
Daikin. Yeah. And I said, Jeremy was kicking it around. He said, "Are we going to call it the Dike?" And I'm like, "The big Dike is what I think."
The big Dike
or the big ice box, right?
Yeah, I think that's what most people are saying is like the big ice box because it's
It's
air
an air
conditioning company.
Yeah,
The big Dike.
I mean, what are you throwing in the back of the train?
You know me, I'm bunch of flannel shirts, bunch of flannel shirts, and a Subaru logo.
That was you, not me.
Yeah, it was me.
Yeah.
Send all your email to
joel.blank@gmail.com.
No.
Here, after your dumbass suggestion yesterday with the Shengun fan club.
There you go.
Send in your suggestions. What should go in the back of the train? Now it's it's Diking.
Yeah, there we go.
Gee.
Send it in. What should it be? Flannel shirts and Subaru logos.
Cats too, right, AJ? Oh, I didn't say that. Okay.
We got to go to a break.
Oh, do we? Okay. All right. If we let's see, we moved Dell to 4:30 because this had some legs to it still, and we were talking more about this. But if you got any more on the Tucker situation or what do they do next, whether it's in regards to Bregman or, as I said, I would trade Fromber. If I could trade Presley, I'd trade him too. I still think that there's enough, but there's work to do, and I'm really interested in what Dana Brown is going to do and what they're going to allow him to do if Crane is still hands-on as much as some people are saying when you're reading some of this stuff. So let us know your thoughts. 713-780-3776. Call, text, and social media is always available to you. Our social media is also fantastic about kicking out videos and things that we've said throughout the day. Del Olaleye will join us at 4:30 to talk Dolphins Texans, and we'll get into some of that stuff before we close out the show. It is the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 FM.
You're locked in with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
All right. We're going to probably put a wrap on the Tucker Talk after this segment. So if you got anything else you want to get in here, as it relates to what I set up before the break and where do they go now? A lot of people thought that they weren't going to do anything with Bregman until after they figured out what they were going to do with Tucker. And now that shoe has fallen, that shoe has dropped, and they made that move, does this affect Bregman? And if it does it affect it positively or negatively? Because to me, I still think he's gone. I still think that when, as early as this morning, Bowden was saying on MLB Network that there were 4 teams still heavily interested in Alex Bregman. If they're interested and they include any big market teams like the Red Sox, like the Mets, like potentially the Yankees, and then another team like the Blue Jays, I got to believe they're all willing to go more than 6 and 156. And I also think from an Astros perspective, I understand emotionally what Alex Bregman has meant to this city, to this team, to the World Series titles, and all of that. But I can't understand people being unrealistic and not being able to open their eyes and see his best days are probably well behind him. And if he's going to get that kind of money, that's where you have to be smart enough to tip your cap and say, thanks for the memories. Good luck to you unless we're playing you. But I can't pay you that much for that long.
I would agree. But you know how people are.
I do.
The sentiment, and he's one of the few that's left from the OGs, right? The originals. I mean, it's him and Altuve?
And McCullers, if you want to count them. I mean, other than that, from a position player standpoint, yeah, it's those 2 guys.
Yeah. So you look at it and it's like, I get why, everybody gets why Altuve got it, right? So you look at it and you say, why is Bregman not getting it? Is it production? Is he overpriced? And I don't think that's the case.
I think he wants too much.
You think he wants too much?
He's got Scott Boras, which is the natural, match to say they are going to demand top of the market money. And then when you get teams, like I mentioned, but as long as you have 2 teams, you're going to boost the price up. But I think that you have 4 teams and at least 3 are major players in throwing money around in Major League Baseball to where that's going to be tough for you to compete with anyway. And that's why I think internally, as much as you say this is the offer you made to him, do I believe they could go higher on both money and years? I believe they could if they wanted to. But I think internally, before the discussions even start, I draw a line in the sand and say, if we go past this number, that's our threshold. I'm not going, then he's going somewhere else. If he gets 180 to 200 and he gets it for 6, 7, or 8 years, I'm tipping my cap and saying, hey, go get your bag.
If he gets 200, for sure. Yeah, I'd be out on that.
Because initially, Schwab was saying that
how old is he?
The 6 and 156 was $50 million off what they were looking for. Well, good luck to you. He's in his early 30s. I can't
30.
see doing that.
So he'd be 36. That's not horrible. But
I'm not going more than 6 years, and I'm certainly not going upwards of $180 million. I personally just am not in. I'm not open to that.
Well, 27 minutes ago, who's this on Twitter? Oh gosh, the internet is so slow here.
Thanks for playing.
Yeah, never mind.
It's I don't mind trading Fromber. I don't mind trading Presley. I don't mind if Bregman walks away as long as we're not talking about complete rebuilds.
That's the problem, though, you saying that part. I don't mind if Bregman walks away. That's the part that's frustrating. You had a chance to trade him. You knew you weren't going to pay him what he wanted. And that's the part that kind of pisses me off from a fan's perspective. Is everybody that's mad, I just want everybody to stop for a second. Every fan that's out there listening, if you're mad about the Tucker trade, I want you to stop for a second and be really, 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 really mad if Alex Bregman walks away or if Alex Bregman doesn't get re-signed and signed somewhere else. You should be really mad at that point because at least they got something of value for Kyle Tucker because they have got nothing of value for Carlos Correa, whom they drafted, George Springer, whom they drafted, and Alex Bregman, whom they drafted. Nothing.
No, and the only one that walked that wasn't a draft pick was Garrett Cole, and they kind of
Right.
they did
They
him
traded for him
they did
and-
him a solid too because he wasn't the pitcher that he was
No, and
in
like
Pittsburgh.
you said, he wasn't going to re-sign here. But
No.
I'm talking about of the core that they went out and drafted and developed and built this whole thing out of. Nothing. How do you get nothing? You knew. You can't tell me that they knew, all right, this is what they're asking. We ain't paying that. Maybe we'll get them a hometown. Look, you're not Drake McClain, okay? We got Craig Biggio gave him the hometown discount and didn't go to Colorado. It was really close, and then he ended up signing. And look, it's not. This isn't that. This isn't that.
It's
you
not.
should have got some value for both of those cats because you knew it wasn't going to happen.
I think in the situation with Cole, because they knew what he meant for the rest of that season for that team to have a chance to win the World Series.
I'm fine with that.
I was fine with that. But I think to your point, when you start talking about Springer and you start talking about Correa, I would hope that they, the same way I just said that they're handling the Bregman situation is they had a number in their head, they had a term in their mind, and the minute that it passed that threshold, they went, we're not going to do this. But if you knew that prior to the trade deadline, then it becomes the riskier proposition of, are you trading away your best chance to win a World Series for the fact that you're going to get something in return for a guy instead of letting him walk away for nothing?
And again, then you're, if that's the case, you have cost yourself the future.
But
that's where you're at.
But they're rolling the dice.
Yeah, they were like,
on the
hey,
year.
We got 7 ALCS appearances. Awesome. You're right. You did. But get ready for 7 years of suck because you got nothing for all those guys. And I look, maybe it all works out.
Barry, it's a tough
maybe it all
proposition
works
because you're
out.
stuck in the middle between saying now if you weren't a legit World Series contender,
And they were.
it's a different. It's a much easier conversation to have about make the trade, and get it done, get something for them. But because in those situations, in those scenarios with those specific players, you were a World Series contender every one of those years. That's what takes a baseball guy with that hungry desire to win every chance you get in Jim Crane that says, if that's the case, he's shown his cards. He's going to gamble on trying to win the series as opposed to getting what he needs to keep this thing going.
And they knew they had Jeremy Pena coming up, and he was the next behind.
But they didn't know that next year.
Oh, yeah, they did.
No.
Oh, yes, they did. Because they wanted Correa to move to third.
Eventually, but
they knew. Joel, you're going to sit here and tell me that they didn't know that Jeremy Pena was the heir apparent to Carlos Correa?
Not the very first year, because they were talking about Aledmys Diaz as possibly being the starting shortstop.
Bro, come on. They knew.
They did not know Jeremy Pena was going to
Absolutely.
be there the year Correa walked and was going to be as good as he was.
Well,
I disagree.
maybe they didn't know he was going to be a World Series MVP, but they knew that he was the replacement. He was going to be the guy. He was good. They didn't know how good, but he was going to be the guy.
But to my
and they
point,
wanted Correa to move to third. And Correa was like, I want to play shortstop.
But they weren't going to do that the year Correa was
also,
up.
To that point, okay, you have all of the contracts in front of you. You know who's expiring when. You're going to tell me that a year or two prior, when George Springer's contract was coming up, you couldn't have traded him at the deadline for a shortstop to be? You couldn't have gone out to somebody's farm system and got a shortstop that was a year away from the majors who was a stud? You couldn't have said, hey, we'll give you Springer for that guy. Oh, okay, cool. We'll do it. Boom. Now you've got a shortstop in waiting that if Correa leaves, there goes your guy. And then the next year, when Correa is ready to leave, you go, oh, hey, we'll trade you for a third baseman or a right fielder. Oh, cool. Okay. You take Correa, you give us a right fielder, and now you got a right fielder in waiting for when Tucker wants to leave. And then Tucker wants to leave, and you trade him and go, give us a third baseman. I mean, bro, it ain't that hard. You've got all the years that they're leaving. You just got to find the right candidates. And again, I get it. You can't predict if these guys are going to be stars.
Right. And it's also tippy-toeing the line as an owner of saying, I'm so fed by the fact that winning is like a drug. And he's in those situations,
the windows never close when I'm here.
Yeah.
Well, bro, you know what? Sometimes you got to pay to have your window maintained, and he ain't paying.
Oh, he did. He paid Abreu. How'd that work out? He paid Montero.
Yeah. And
Let's
he
get
paid
Gary
out
in
too.
here. Gary wants to get in here before we switch gears with Del. Gary, what's going on? Gary.
Hey guys.
What's up, man? Go ahead.
Hey, just wanted to say on Bregman. I mean, sometimes you have to ignore people. Like, what were we supposed to do? Like, when was the last time Alex Bregman was a $30 million player? 2018. Like, he's a good player, but if I'm not mistaken, he has like a sub 800 OPS. So why are we going to extend him for 6 years at $30 million? Like, the economics of baseball is really just kind of messed up. Like, if I was a Yankees fan, I would be happy we didn't extend Juan Soto for like $8 trillion. Like, that's absolutely going to be a terrible contract in like 5 years. So long story short, I think it's smart. Replenish the farm system. Let's try to continue to compete. And I love Bregman as a player, but like, you have to be realistic. Like, the dude is not a $200 million player. He's just not. Like, not based on any metric. So if we can keep him at something reasonable, fine. If not, let's replace him and let's move on.
Good call, Gary. We appreciate it. We know you're our local general manager in waiting and on multiple sports, so I appreciate you chiming in. Look, I think that's you. I know you were getting a little fired up about that, but
No, I'm what I did like that. No, it was my laptop is just dying. It's running so slow.
I just think you have to be realistic. To Gary's point, a lot of these people are going back of the baseball card. They're going for what Bregman has meant both emotionally and when he was at his peak, he was here. But you also have to be realistic in the fact that, is he ever going to be anything close to that again? Is he above average defender? Yes. But is he going to be the kind of player that, normally commands 30 mil plus? No. And when you start talking about 6 years and even more is what he wants, then your return on investment is so diminished that you have to be realistic.
I mean, he does have a career OPS of 848. He didn't have he had a 768 OPS last year. But he has an 848 OPS.
Okay, that's fine to Gary's point. But then, what do you think going forward in the next 6 years? You think he's gonna be steady above 800? Because I don't.
I think it depends on who's around him in the lineup.
A whole lot of dollar signs.
And yeah, I do. I mean, what?
I don't.
Why?
He's slow. Because last year, he's a slow starter. He's a slow starter. He started slower than he's ever started before last year, and he fought like hell to get where he finally got to. But nothing tells me that was just a one-year thing, and he's going to be fine this year because he does start slow, and because he was chasing a contract, and now because he wants this many years, I don't think, but in the next 6 years, he'll come close to the averaging
so
above 800.
He's had 3 years with an OPS under 800. Last year, 2021, when he played in 91 games, and his first season in the big leagues. That's it.
Okay.
That's not wildly inconsistent.
He's
and it's not.
He's in his 30s now.
Yeah.
He's
a hell of a defender.
He just won a
his
Gold
Glove.
Elbow broke down, and he had bone chips removed there. He's not rangy by any means.
He's a great leader.
Okay, great.
I mean,
I don't disagree with that.
Look, there's a lot of things that Alex Bregman does really well. I think because he's not super sexy, super flashy, that we tend to sell him short on what he brings to the table, because he is kind of streaky and he kind of puts it together. I don't have like what he does month over month, but it feels like it kind of comes in bunches. You know what I mean? But
I mean, yeah, especially this last year, because he had such a big hole to dig out of that, if you could have eliminated the pitfall of the first month and a half, 2 months where he was really struggling, yeah, he's still capable of putting some things together. But when you start talking about 30 million plus a year for a corner infielder, I don't think it's fair to say and realistic to say that the expectation is offensively he's going to be anywhere close to what he's been in his past.
Well, I mean, as guys get older,
But so then there's a reason why, for me, that's why I've set a threshold in a bar and said at a certain point, money in year wise,
but
I'm
he's
not going
still
over
young.
that.
He's 30. That's young still in baseball terms. But you're talking a 6-year deal. If he was 34, 36, then yeah, I wouldn't go 6-year deal. But at 30 as a 6-year deal, I'm good with that, because now you're only risking year 5 and year 6 possibly of him aging.
Rob wants to get in here before we switch gears. Rob, what's up real quick?
Did you roll your eyes at me?
Because I can. Go ahead, get Rob. Rob, you there? Rob? Going once, going twice. Good segue, Rob. Okay, Del Olaleye comes up next. He's going to talk a little bit of a preview of his favorite team, the Miami Dolphins, against your favorite team, the Houston Texans. That's coming up on Sunday. That's a big game for both squads. We'll get into that with Del as we get back on the Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 FM.
You're locked in with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Jeremy's out. Barry Laminak's in as we continue to roll through a Friday edition of the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 FM. I'd say friend of the show coming in next. That's not true. He's host of the Dialed Into Dolphins podcast weekly. He is a big Dolphins fan. You can hear him every day, Monday through Friday, here on this very station. Del Olaleye joins us. And Del, welcome into the Killer Bees. Always great to have you. You know Barry Laminak, of course.
I appreciate it. Clearly not a friend. You bumped me 30 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, there's other bigger things that happen sometimes, but, you know, we aren't going to, like, completely bump you off the show. We just kind of shuffled the deck a little bit, as you have to do every morning dealing with those two guys.
No, I appreciate it. Just giving you back what you gave me. I'm happy to be on.
Del, I'm curious because, I mean, all kidding aside, and I know that you do follow this Dolphins team very closely. I'm curious because of the fact that, in my opinion, looking at this game Sunday, yes, it's a must-win situation for the Dolphins, but at the same time, I really think that it's almost that same kind of feel for the Texans because they have played so inconsistently all year. And from a Dolphins perspective, not that you're licking your chops, but you got to feel pretty good knowing that you're You're not going to see Azeez Al-Shaair. They're not going to have Jalen Petrie. And Tua's been playing his ass off since he came back.
This is beyond the fact that they need to win out to make the playoffs. This is a narrative game for the Dolphins. They don't beat good teams. They don't beat winning teams on the road. This is a team, at least in the Texans, I believe the Dolphins see as a team that can get the environment's controlled. They don't have to deal with the cold. They're going to be on a fast track. And the Texans, as you said, have not been consistent all year. So they can get a win against a team that has the moniker of being a good team, that has question marks. The Dolphins know it's playoffs every game from here on out. This is the one road game that won't be in cold weather the rest of the way. I think they see this one as a way to jumpstart a playoff push.
Are the Dolphins back? You know what I mean? Like, they lost Tua, they kind of lost their way a little bit. They've had some injury issues. They got pushed to overtime. Is this team back? Are they the Dolphins that we thought they would be when the season started?
I don't think they're back. To be honest with you, I think they're weaving to the finish line, and they hope that having their quarterback back will carry them. They just gave him a lot of money. He's one of those $50 million a year quarterbacks, and he's had to play like it to keep them afloat. And he's had to do it against good teams where they've lost close ones to the Bills and the Cardinals in his return, and they've had to play some close ones against teams that aren't so good. They've got injuries across the offensive line. Kendall Lamb, who's a former Texan, barely practiced today, so they think he could play to fill in for a current tackle who's hurt. Teron Armstead is listed as doubtful. I think all chips are in on Tua carrying them, but he's not getting the support that they thought he was going to get. So they're not back. They're just trying to find a way to salvage what has been a disappointing year.
Kind of a two-part question, Del, but you touched on it. There was a lot of scrutiny and quite honestly criticism of Tua, and was he worth the money, and should they pay him, and was he ever going to be the quarterback that everybody thought he was supposed to be when he was drafted? But he, like I said, he's played his tail off, and he has really kind of shown his value by giving people a realistic, response to what if he wasn't here, because that was pretty ugly when they were losing. But then as it relates to him and how efficient he's been and how successful he's been since he's been back, the other thing is when you look at where the Texans are hurting right now defensively, and the fact that your Dolphins like to go all over the middle of the field, both with Jonnu Smith and with, slants and crossers and quick action with Hill, this has to be a situation where the offense looks to flourish against this Texans D.
I think they like the matchup. I think they like the fact that the Texans seem to be ones who will allow their safeties and their nickel guys to be one-on-one against the other team's best receivers. We've seen that all year long. So motion has been a big part of Mike McDaniel's offense, but I think you will see the Dolphins try to get Tyreek in the slot, have Jalen Waddle in the slot, and work on those linebackers, work on those nickel guys. And if Stingley's not going to follow one or the other, I think they look at this matchup as one where they can thrive. And I know the Texans with their defensive front is going to try to get there with 4 and mess with the timing. And that's where the screen game comes in with Achane, and even just simply throwing a ball to Jonnu Smith like we saw in overtime last week. I think, he's not going to come out and say it. He has a lot of respect for DeMeco Ryans because of their time together. But I think this is a matchup that the Dolphins think they can make some hay with.
What about defensively? Are we sleeping on the Dolphins defensively? They're giving up 22 a game, but they're not terrible against the run or the pass for that matter. Is this a better defensive team than I think we're giving them credit for?
I think their pass rush with Chop Robinson, the rookie, can cause some problems. They have maybe one functional linebacker that you'd like on a good defense in Jordan Brooks, and he's dealing with, I think, a rib injury, but McDaniel said he should be back and playing on Sunday. They're okay. They're probably exceeding their talent level. Bradley Chubb is back at practice. He may play on Sunday. McDaniel has said he likes him more the following week than he does on Sunday. So maybe the Texans don't have to deal with Bradley Chubb in his return. Anthony Weaver, the former Texans defensive coordinator who spent 1 year, has spent a lot of time in Baltimore, is now in Miami. He's mixing and matching. They've had issues in the secondary with either old players like Jordan Poyer or health with Kendall Fuller, who's had concussion issues. They're okay. They're not awful. If the Texans can hold up front, they can probably put up a lot of points on this team, because you look at who they played against as far as good quarterbacks, whether it be Kyler Murray, they gave up 28, they've given up 30 plus to Josh Allen in a couple of games. good quarterbacks have had their way. They've been able to make those numbers look okay against some of the worst quarterbacks in the league.
Del, what's the perception of McDaniel? Because I know that Jeremy's been clamoring about, if Bobby Slowick goes away and if Miami was continuing to struggle, Mike McDaniel and D'Amico are friends, and it'd be a great OC. I'm like, that's Mike McDaniel is a really good offensive mind, and I think that as any team would experience, when your franchise quarterback goes down like Tua did, it's going to alter everything that they do. But I'm curious, just from a Miami perspective, this is still your long-term guy, right?
I believe so. I think the organization considers him very highly, particularly for what he's done for Tua. Tua, obviously, we know the history of the franchise quarterback didn't flourish under Brian Flores. McDaniel, his main job was to turn Tua into a guy that the team could eventually pay what they're paying him. So I think he's fine. I don't think he'll be going anywhere. You can point to, as you mentioned, he lost his starting quarterback for 4 games in a short-circuited year. There are some questions, certainly, some of maybe his stubbornness, his inability to find ways to adapt to running the football. There's some questions about short yardage, but that's kind of play calling stuff. The overall feel, I don't think there is any doubt that he's returning. Certainly a nice run to close out the year helps his cause. He's made the playoffs 2 years in a row. The first year he had to go into the playoffs with a backup quarterback. Last year they played in one of the coldest games in NFL history. So I think the outside noise is more a thing than actually as opposed to internal pressure.
What the heck happened to Raheem Mostert? Is it just age? Because it seemed like, with him and Achane, it was like this 1-2 combo, this 1-2 punch of, boy, watch out, especially with that passing game. And then, I mean, I know Mostert was hurt for a while, but it became Achane. We know it's his backfield, but Mostert just kind of fell off. What happened?
I would say he fumbled. He fumbled a couple of times in games where the Dolphins had very little margin for error. There was a game against Indianapolis where they were up by a score coming out of halftime. They're in Colts territory with a chance to go up 2 scores with Tyler Huntley playing quarterback. He fumbles the football. It changes the trajectory of the game. And then he fumbles against the Bills. Same scenario. Tua's back. They're leading the Bills after the half. They're going down to go up 2 scores. He fumbles again. The Bills take over, changes the game plan, changes the momentum of the game. So they kind of punished him with taking away carries. They've leaned on Devon Achane. They've leaned on Jalen Wright, the rookie. So he's a veteran who did rookie things, and it's cost them carries.
All right, Del, how do you see it playing out? I mean, overall, no weather to deal with, no below 32, indoor type conditions, a hot offense for the Dolphins, and a struggling Texans coming off a bye. How does it play out?
I think at last check, the number was like 46. I'd play the over. I think that's where I see the game going. As far as who wins,
yeah,
I lean Texans just because why take a team who never beats a team over 500 until they do it? We've all watched the Texans play. They haven't instilled me with much confidence, but I'll lean with the trend. I did say earlier the Dolphins believe they can get this one, and they have every right to believe it, but until they show me, I'm not taking a team who doesn't beat good teams on the road. So I'll take Texans in the close one, just like they always play. Pretty much a 1-possession game.
So Vegas added the hook. It's 46.5. Does that change your mind on the over?
No, because I don't. As long as the Dolphins can hold up and their offense is built on getting the ball out quickly, I think they'll be able to score. And even with Anderson and Daniil Hunter out there trying to wreak havoc, I think they'll be able to put up points. And a good quarterback, despite his struggles this year, C.J. Stroud is that's given that defense trouble. So I think the Texans should be able to put up points. And if they don't, I will add the caveat that Anthony Weaver was on that Ravens staff. He wasn't the DC, but he was on the staff last year. Bob Slowick is going to face a Ravens-type defense without the personnel. And they didn't score an offensive touchdown last year against the Ravens. So if anyone's going to have a plan to hamper what the Texans do, it'll be a guy who was on that Ravens staff last year. So that would be what I would look out for. But I do think the Texans should win.
Good stuff, Del. We appreciate you, man. Have a great weekend. Enjoy the football game. And again, everybody here knows Del Olaleye, host of the Del Olaleye Show, every day here on ESPN 97.5. And what is it? Dialed on Dolphins? That's the podcast?
That's a podcast name you just made up. Maybe it's real, but I'm not on it. Thank you for having me on.
There he goes, Del. Thanks for joining us. I kid, because Joe's now got some Locked On Bears podcast he does. So there you go. Everybody's got something. All right, we're going to come back. We got a couple of more Texan segments we can get to because of the fact that we're going to have DJ Bieniemy join us, the beat writer for the Houston Texans, as he always does on Friday, so we can uncover some of the last-minute tidbit stories and what to look for as we get closer to game time on Sunday. And, of course, we'll get back to and double back on the story of the day, Kyle Tucker being traded to the Chicago Cubs for a package of 3 players. It is the Killer Bees. It's ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 FM.
Coming to you live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Hey, Jeremy's out today. So is Brian McDonald, sort of. He's been elevated to do more important things. So AJ Russ is behind the glass and Barry Laminek's with me. Still being an ass. Well, we're going to get to Monday with Barry before Jeremy comes back off vacation.
Sir,
Tuesday.
how dare you?
Band will be all back together on Tuesday, I believe. Brian, you're in on Tuesday as well, right? So we will all be back on Tuesday.
Do we get any more entries into what to put in the back of the train at the Big Dyke?
Yeah, there was a few that were not ready for air.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I had more. We could throw in some wallet chains.
I know it's Christmas, but toys were mentioned, but we won't. Yeah.
We could do wallet chains and those big plastic combs like the Fonz used to use.
You know.
Yeah. No. Okay.
No. You could do those little like you put on the end of your handlebars on a trike when you get a baby, but you put them so that the air conditioner shows you that the air is blowing.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. No.
Okay.
No.
No,
That's
not doing that.
That's enough of that.
All right.
So I forgot to ask Dell, but and it's interesting because of the fact that the Dolphins cut OBJ today. And it was a $3 million deal. They said it was a mutual parting of the ways. He did play in 9 games this year. And I'm just curious, like with the timing and everything, like why now? Is he trying to latch on with another team, or is it just like this just wasn't working? There was frustration involved, and they just decided, hey, let's both go our own separate ways.
This is sad. I just looked it up. 9 games, 9 receptions on 18 targets and 55 yards.
Yeah.
Ugh. Ugh. Yeah, I could see why they'd cut him.
I don't know that anybody would look at him, right?
I mean, why would you at this point? How old is he?
It's just that he's broken down. You know, he hasn't been anything close to his Giants years. He's bounced around. He's tried to chase a championship and a Super Bowl and, the Rams. And then, and then he was with the Ravens and now this Dolphins thing. And I think this is as close as we can possibly get to probably seeing the end of the road for OBJ.
So does this mean I shouldn't have him on my fantasy team anymore?
Probably not. Well,
he's 32.
See, and he used to be so damn good that's why I can understand teams that were enamored with, hey, we can take a flyer on OBJ.
He was a flyer guy. That's what it was.
But
right?
now I think that the wings have been clipped. I don't think that's even worth taking a flyer on. I just don't think that he's close to anything that any really good team would
He
want
hasn't
to take.
had a productive season since his first year in Cleveland. I mean, he hasn't done anything.
I saw people saying the Texans should kick the tires on him, and I'm like, when?
Why?
Maybe 2 years ago, but not now.
Yeah, I mean,
Mechie will do exactly what he will, but he won't be a locker room problem, and everybody loves Mechie. I'm not sure that OBJ doesn't rub a lot of people the wrong way, especially when he's not getting the football.
Yeah, I mean, if you want a headache, sure, bring him in.
Because the thing to me that is so worrisome is the fact that when you look at this game on Sunday, and that's why I said it's a playoff game for the Dolphins because all of them are down the stretch because they have to win, as Dell said, they have to win every game just to have a legit chance to get in the playoffs. But if you're the Texans team that's played as inconsistently as you've played all year, and now there's questions on your mainstay, which is your defense, because you're going to lose you lost Petrie for the year, you're going to lose Aziz for the next 3 games, and now you're dealing with a team that is explosive. They love quick hits. They love to pound the middle of the field. They've got a good tight end. And the Texans have not had a game yet, short of maybe the Patriots game, where they have both offense and defense, running game and passing game, all clicking and working the way we expected it to at the start of the year. And that's why I really believe that there's some intensity behind the fact that this is a really important game for the Texans too.
It is. It is. I mean, at this point, kind of feels like all of them are.
Yeah.
Because
I don't think it's good enough
until
to just
they
say
clinch.
they could wrap up the division, right?
Yeah, I think it's all important until they clinch. Once they clinch, then you gotta just start resting guys.
See,
you gotta start. You gotta start either. I know we debated this yesterday and got into it, but you either gotta. I'm team rest guys and get ready, but get healthy and don't tip your hand. But if whether you're agree with me or agree with you, but it's right now. It's all about clinching. It's all about just making sure you're in, because you mentioned it. I don't know if it was Monday or Tuesday or when it was, or not Monday or Tuesday. I don't know if it was Wednesday or Thursday or whenever it was, but you mentioned that, look, it's very possible that this comes down to the last week of the season
at Tennessee.
It's very possible that the Colts, they're not out of it.
The big one, the Colts schedule is really soft after this week. You got to hope that Denver wins at home this week and beats the Colts just to pretty much solidify it for you, because you don't want.
If they don't.
But that's why I'm saying the big thing why this game has so much more importance from a Texans perspective too is you don't want to, limp into the playoffs. Gosh. I get that. But what's worse is backing your way into the playoffs.
Yeah.
Like you have to back in and get help in order to get the clinching game. Or you've got to go beat Tennessee in the final week of the regular season and put way more into it than you would have liked to be able to get ready for the playoffs. That would suck, and that would be just basically a microcosm of what this whole season has been.
Yeah, because after the Broncos, the Colts have Titans, Giants, Jags.
Done.
Yeah, and we've already established what the Texans have. It's what they have: the Dolphins, the Chiefs, the Ravens, and then the Titans.
Yeah.
So, and we've seen what we saw with that. What happened this first game against the Titans, which is whatever. Yeah, this turned out to actually be a nightmare scenario, and quite honestly, it's been a nightmare year for this team and for this fan base after one of the most fun off seasons in the history of this franchise. I mean, I was even contemplating, and this is going to sound wild, I was even contemplating getting a jersey. I'm not even a jersey guy.
Whoa. I thought you were the one. I've called you out multiple times,
I know.
you and Nick, about at a certain age you don't wear jerseys anymore.
I know. I'm that guy. I don't wear jerseys. I don't buy jerseys. I don't have jerseys.
Oh, but now hypocritically you're going to go be a jersey guy.
No, I still didn't get one. I thought
You're
about
lucky
it.
You didn't.
I thought about it when they did the little logo and the little H and all those.
You get a John Weeks jersey?
They had the colors, huh?
You gonna get a John Weeks jersey?
I mean, if I was gonna get one, it'd be something like that.
You're a long snapper.
I'd get a punter. You know what I mean? I'd get a Kaimi Fairbairn jersey.
Yeah, I could see that.
But I was like, oh, we got the little logo happening, a little dope little throwback to the, I didn't. But that was the point is there was so much hype. Ugh. And it's just,
I mean, I said I was realistic.
It's been some great moments and it's just been some awful moments.
I knew the schedule was tough this year. And so I was always harping on that, but I expected more competitiveness in the games that were going to be tough, right? I didn't expect them to get their doors blown off by the Minnesota Vikings. I didn't expect them to hiccup against the Tennessee Titans. I mean, we had DJ on during the season, and he said, "Hey, this is a 3-game stretch where you're gonna show everybody who you really are. You're gonna beat Dallas, you're gonna beat Jacksonville, you're gonna beat Tennessee handily, and everybody's gonna forget about everything prior to that. And then you slip up and lose to Tennessee, and
but I
people
feel
are
like you're a negative Nancy a little bit on them.
That's what I am.
do, because you're not giving them credit for beating Buffalo
early in the season.
Yeah. Why you got to put an asterisk on it, Joel?
Because they're a different team than they were then.
But you still beat Buffalo.
Okay.
I mean, they were a missed field goal away from beating the Packers, right?
If you watch that game, that they were not as close as you would like to believe.
24-22, missed field goal away from beating the Packers. Same thing with Detroit. They were a field goal away from beating Detroit. They should have beaten Detroit.
When you get 5 picks and it could have been 6.
They poo-pooed that game away.
Yeah, that's not a good
period. Look. End of story. They could have and should have beaten Detroit. Look, they didn't. I get it. It's an L, but they have played well enough to beat both Green Bay and Detroit in this season. Plus, they beat Buffalo. Yeah, they got their doors blown off against Minnesota. That's a fact. But other than that, they played really well against 2 of the upper echelon teams in the NFC.
And then they screwed around for 3 weeks with Dallas, Jacksonville, and Tennessee.
You see what I mean? You just can't give them credit for anything.
Damn it, because I'm a realist.
No, because you're just being negative.
That's not true. Well, let's get a realist.
You're in Houston, right?
DJ Bieneme, who is as middle of the road as it gets, even though he does cover the Houston Texans for ESPN.com. He's going to join us as he always does on Fridays. Coming up next, we'll continue to talk some Texans. You're welcome to join us. Throw some questions our way, 713-780-3776. Call, text, hit us up on Twitch and or on Twitter. DJ's next. Before we do that, I do want to tell you about my good friend, Doc Linville. Doc Linville is the best in the business. If you don't have AJ's hair and you'd like to get your hair back, I have a solution for you that's not the sprays and the creams and the foams that just mask the problem that you see on late night TV when you're trying to find the right game show. You need something that's actually going to fix the problem. And that is Doc Linville and his staff here in the medical center, because it's your own hair that he's getting back for you. And Doc met with me and said, hey, I want to set up a consultation. I just want to walk you through some things, see if it might be something you'd consider. And I was open-minded and I went in. And during that consultation, he explained to me the NeoGraft procedure and PRP treatments. PRP treatments is like fertilizing your lawn. When you have hair on your head, but it's not as thick and strong as it used to be, you do the PRP treatments in no time at all. It's like fertilizing those blades of grass. They get thicker, stronger, longer, and they end up being just like they were when they were in their heyday. And if your hair's already gone and you feel like that's not the alternative, when you have the consultation, Doc will look at your scalp and he'll say, hey, you need the NeoGraft. The NeoGraft is pretty simple. It's taking hair where you're never going to lose it, the sides and the back of your head, and repurposing it where you need it most. Maybe it's that forehead that's become an 8 head in the front, or that baboon's ass that's showing on the top of your head and back, and you need something to cover it up. When you get your hair back, you get your self-confidence back, because you like the way you look again, and that's why I love sending people to Doc. You get that consultation like I got for free if you go to 975hair.com 975hair.com right now and set it up. People off the street pay $150. You listen to me and want to talk to him, 975hair.com. Set it up for free. No commitment, no signing on the dotted line, no money out of pocket. Just a Q&A after they explain how they can help you too. They help Granado. They help me. You could be next in line. Check them out today. Go to 975hair.com. You heard the man, DJ Bieneme, who he always joins us on Fridays leading up to big Texans games and the weekend that will be, is joining us right now. You're on with Barry Laminack and myself as your man Jeremy is on vacation till Tuesday, DJ. Thanks for joining us as always. I was saying this prior to getting you on the phone. We know this is a must-win for the Dolphins. We know that this is every game's like a playoff game to them, but it almost feels like, because we know the stretch of games coming up and everything, that this is kind of way the Texans are looking at it too, that they know everybody's been waiting for this point in the schedule. They know they haven't been playing their best football. They know that with Petrie out and Aziz out, that the deck looks a little bit stacked against them defensively, but it seems like they feel like they can send a message, make a statement, and treat this like a must-win type game too.
Yeah, I think this is absolutely a borderline must-win because I'm looking at the Colts' schedule. Like, I know it sounds kind of crazy, but the Colts play the Broncos, Titans, Giants, and Jags. Not saying like they'll sweep all that. Obviously, there's a good chance they won't. But let's say they win out. Like, you're gonna have to get 2 more wins, right? And if you lose this one, right, you're 8-6. And you can't beat the Dolphins. Why should I think you could beat the Ravens or the Chiefs? So if you lose, let's say you lose this week, you could be staring at 8-8. Wait, if you lose this week, lose the next 2 games, that put them 8-8. You know what I'm saying? And now like you beat Tennessee, who already beat you. Like this is as important for the Texans as it is for the Dolphins. Like you have to. Granted, yes, the last game, like you did win that, but you didn't win that convincingly, even though the vibes were good. But this is the type of team that if they lose this game, things can really start to unravel because they did start 6-2 but then they would look up and they would be 8-6, and basically at that point would have lost what, 2 out of, if my math's correct, 2 out of 4. You know what I'm saying? Like, no, not 2 out of 4. You'd have been 2-4 since starting 6-2, and yeah, you're 8-6, but now you got to go to Kansas City, and we know Kansas City they just don't lose close games, which the Texans are 50-50 in those games. And then the Ravens, who have had your number historically, right? So just as much as this is a must-win for the Dolphins, it's just as much win for the Texans, in my opinion. You can't come off the bye and come out flat and lose to a team that is primed to be beaten. They struggle on the road against good teams, supposedly winning teams. They're going to be down as 2 starting tackles. It's prime. They don't really have a great pass rush, so she's not going to be under great duress. They're solid at stopping the run, but this is going to be a comfortable-ish game if Six was there. So, like, you have everything. You have the formula to beat this team, which is make Tua hold the ball by getting a little funky and creative on the back end. So then you keep force them to hold it, and then your pass rush can get to him because they will be able to get upfield and get to him. So there'll be a rookie Patrick Paul, Houston, go Cougs, and Kendall Lyon, or whatever his name is. But regardless,
did you really drop a Jeremy Branham go Cougs in there? What are we doing?
My fault. But I know people that's listening who are Houston Cougar fans know who that is.
Yes.
Vacating to the fan base.
All right. Well, let it slide.
DJ, listen, man. What is you mentioned left tackles for the what is the situation with the Texans O-line right now? What can the fans expect to see on Sunday?
Yeah, I can see. Right now it's looking like Zach Thomas, the left guard. He's only playing a little bit of part, but he could get in there. And there is the wild card of Titus. I don't think it's going to be Kane this week. I'm very confident that it's not going to be Kane this week. And I think you have Zach Thomas left tackle or left guard, or the wild card of Titus going to left guard. He doesn't want to play left guard, and then putting Blake at right tackle. So I think that that technically at this point would be their best 5. It's just that Titus doesn't give you much at guard. He doesn't give you much at guard in terms of run blocking. But your pass blocking will be superb at that point because that's how he will be locked down. Because Titus and Laramie together had success last year, so I think that's the wild card. But I think if I had to gun in my head, I'd probably go Zach Thomas at left guard.
Well, so Kenyon Green's out, Scruggs is out. So you said Zach Thomas is playing. He's going to start.
Yes. So I'm thinking I'm leaning towards Zach Thomas starting at left guard with the wild card of Titus being at left guard with Blake at right tackle. But I do think you could see a scenario where you do see Titus at left guard. There would be some scuttlebutt about that, but I don't necessarily think that they're going to pull that trigger at this point.
So you could see that though as a rotation probably at some point.
Yeah, possibly. Okay. Yeah, for sure, possibly.
Okay.
What are we talking about defensively, DJ? We know that Christian Harris was designated to practice for return, but I don't expect to see him. Even if they activated him, I wouldn't expect him to play much. And we know how much Miami likes to work the middle of the field. It's a scary proposition no matter who plays them offensively with the way Tua's been playing. But now when you have no Aziz and have no Petrie and Christian Harris isn't coming to save the day, defensively, that seems to me personally to be the biggest concern I've got other than the offensive line. What say you?
Yeah, I would say that also because beyond just the linebacker, I think the safety unit has not, been up to snuff this year. I think anybody could have predicted that coming in. It's kind of funny sometimes how, I'm not going on a tangent, but, how it's so clear what's not going to work, and teams still try it, and then when it blows up in their face, they just throw their hands up. You know what I'm saying? It was very obvious. Yeah. It's so obvious the safety group wasn't going to be good enough, especially once you put Petrie in a nickel. And obviously Petrie is playing good ball in the nickel, but you basically took one of your better safeties out of the nickel. I mean, basically from removing them from safety to nickel. But I think the spine of the defense from a pass coverage standpoint is going to be a little problematic. Even when Christian Harris comes back, because he didn't play football since January, right? He didn't practice at all in training camp. So he hasn't tackled somebody since God knows when. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm sure he'll be like off of just pure like talent, he'll be fine, but this is the wrong team. They emotion so much, and you got to have great eye discipline. So I think that this week, that's why I don't really know who's going to win. Like, it's not a game I'm really confident in because both teams have ways that they can exploit the other team, like their strengths and the other team's weaknesses. So it's really like who can cause the other team to have to play into their weaknesses, which benefits the other team's strengths.
DJ, do you think that, I mean, in hearing everything that you said, is Jimmy Ward going to be the guy that gets moved down to the slot and replaces Petrie for the long haul now?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, again, like he's played a lot of nickel. But again, like I think Jimmy at this point in his career, like he's kind of at the jag stage. Like he'll probably use something in the run game, but he's not giving you much in the pass game because he can't run.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like he can't run like sometimes I feel like he's running with a piano on his back down the field sometimes. So like, you know, he might be fine intermediate, but like if Tua has any moments where he has time, like it can get a little tricky. You know what I'm saying? So him being like that Petrie loss is a huge loss. It's a huge loss because he had, even though he wasn't like the best cover guy, but he's for sure better than like, you know, he's better than Jimmy Ward at that spot or Eric Murray at that spot. You know what I'm saying? Like you can leave Jalen Petrie on the island and he'll give great effort and it'll be like bang bang at times, right? Like the touchdown he gave it to Garrett Wilson, like he was right there. Aaron made a great throw. Garrett made a great catch, right? Obviously him and Devontae, like that was a mistake to begin with. But again, like a coaching staff could feel like, hey, all right, I think you can hold up there. But Jimmy or Eric Murray in those spots, because the thing is, you can't put Kalen in those spots because he's basically a free safety. Like he's through and through a middle of the field safety. He's not going to be in the box. So like it kind of limits your options. So I mean, you could try Miles Bryant, but he's, you know, he is what he is. You know, maybe the team might be missing Desmond King a little bit, but
yeah,
obviously he's in Baltimore.
They actually, I'm looking at the depth chart on ESPN. They actually have MJ Stewart at the nickel right now.
That's what I'm saying.
Listed.
Like, yeah,
I
like,
mean,
this is a bottom 3-4 safety unit across the league. Like this is like it's easily a bottom tier safety unit, which is why they give us so much explosive because like teams just find ways to get their best receivers matched up on their safeties and they have their way.
Yep.
You know, to me, it's not even like the safety's fault. Like, it's not their fault that they're being asked to do things that they're just physically not capable of. Like, it's not their fault. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's the organization's fault for putting them in those positions by not getting guys that were more equipped to like do the things that they needed them to do.
You think the D line now getting Foley back and the fact that this D line seems to be complete again, that's their best chance to like get some pressure on Tua and really disrupt some things early?
So the issue is, he gets the ball so fast.
Yeah.
Like he averages 2.4 yards. I mean, 2.4 is the time he takes to throw it, 2.4 seconds. That he can neutralize a pass rush if the coverage isn't good. So if he's not good on the back end, or he's not good enough, or he doesn't make a hitch, it doesn't matter. You know what I'm saying? Like it doesn't matter at all. Because the Jets have a good defensive line. Quentin Williams, Tom Reddick, Will McDonald, and they got 0 quarterback hits and 0 sacks on him, right? So it really comes back down to your back end. Like you need your back end to be like on point because as much as some quarterbacks, yes, you need your D-line to get to them, but some other quarterbacks that really get it out fast, you need your coverage to hold up long enough so then your D-line can get to the quarterback, right? I know it's like the old adage and the old cliche of, just try to get there with 4, but to get there with 4, you need your back end to really, it's as 50-50 as it gets. You need your back end to force the quarterback. Because it's rare where a guy, like, gets a field and is there in 2 seconds. Like, that's super rare. Even, like, the T.J. Watts, the Myles Garrett, they still need time to get there. But if you're not going to hold up in coverage, then, it is. And another thing, too, like the best time to attack the Texans is first and second down. Because they're very simplistic. So, in reality, like, I could see Miami, like, they might run here on there on first down, but I could see them like just throwing a lot on early downs just to and using that as the extension of the run to keeping it third and manageables, but also being able to exploit the Texans' secondary, because that's going to be something so simplistic and vanilla that's what you can attack. Because that's what we saw not Green Bay do, but that's what we saw Minnesota do, where you saw them throwing with Sam Allow early down. So then obviously they made adjustments in the second half, even though it didn't matter. But I can see that kind of more or less being the case,
especially with their speed.
By the way, DJ, thanks for getting Barry's complete and utter philosophy since he went through puberty. Your back end has to be on point as something that he has stressed forever. I just want to let you know.
What?
Thank you.
What on earth?
Yes.
How critical is it for the Texans to get the run game going? It feels like, I know they had 100 yards last week, but it just feels like it didn't feel like a 100-yard game, and maybe I'm just not remembering it correctly. But that magic that they had early in the season when Joe Mixon, it felt like he could not be stopped and he was running over everybody. It doesn't feel like that's there right now, and maybe it's just because they don't respect the pass anymore. But how do they get it going? And I know it's critical, but how do they get that going again?
Yeah, so I think you're not completely off. In the sense of yes, he ran for 100 yards, but it was basically they had a few pops, but everything else was kind of, really grinding it out. I don't think it's due to respect the pass. I think with the interior combination of Juice and Patterson, they're just gonna move guys off the ball. And I think that's mainly what it is, which is why I can see a scenario where they probably just try to get Titus out there at left guard, but he doesn't want to play left guard. He wants to play tackle.
Mm-hmm.
That's why he had in this Twitter thing, I'm a right tackle. So, and Miami saw that stopping the run also. So, I think it's going to be very critical that they get the ground game going, because this defense, they play a lot of too high. They play too high. Split safety coverage on 47% of their dropbacks. And CJ this year has a QBR scale 0 to 100, 50% to average. Obviously, anything, 70, 80, those are great. He has a QBR of 36, which ranks 30th in the league. 1 touchdown, 1 interception. 6 touchdowns, 6 interceptions. He has not been that. And again, a lot of it also is because they see a lot of it because they see a lot of third and longs. So you combine all that leads to him not being that effective in third and too high situations. And the run game hasn't been good in those situations either. I believe they have a success rate, rushing rate of 36% according to Next Gen Stats, which is third worst in the NFL. So a lot of that again stems from their inability to move guys off of the ball and work to the second level across the board. So I would say, man, it's going to be very vital to get the ground game going, because I anticipate that the game plan that Texans use is going to be Dolphins use is very similar to what they used against the Rams, where they held Matthew Stafford and that company to roughly 15 points on Monday Night Football. And a lot of too high, forcing a lot of tight throws while trying to get pressure up the middle with some stunts and things of that nature.
DJ, we always appreciate your time, my man. Have a great weekend. We look forward to catching up next week after the game on Sunday.
All right, no problem.
There you go. DJ Bieneme, beat writer for your Houston Texans on ESPN.com, joins us every Friday right here on the Killer Bees. All right, we're going to take a quick break. We're going to come back as we lead up to the top of the hour and wrap up a full week of shows. But Barry and I have got plenty more to get to. If you guys want to revisit the Kyle Tucker situation, we can get into that, get into more Astros, or we can continue with the Texans talk. We can get even to the Rockets talk. They got a big game Saturday night. They're already in Vegas. They're already fired up. They're playing a tough OKC team. And DJ, please pick up your phone if you want to talk Rockets with our man AJ, because he loves his Houston Rockets. We've got plenty more to get to. It's the Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5
FM. This is Ron Ansana with your market scoreboard report on ESPN 97.5.
I'm Frank Miller for Ron and Sana. Well, stocks closed the week out on a mixed note following an up-and-down day in general on Wall Street. There was some early strength thanks to positive earnings news from chip giant Broadcom. Those gains came after the company reported better-than-expected fourth-quarter earnings, and they also said they expected strong demand for its custom artificial intelligence chips. Wall Street gave up those gains as the day went on, though, as traders began to look ahead to next week's Federal Reserve meeting. The Fed is expected to lower rates by another 25 basis points. However, economic data could still impact the outlook for future rate cuts. In today's economic news, the Labor Department said that import prices unexpectedly climbed a bit higher in the month of November. In corporate news, aerospace giant Boeing is reportedly planning a $1 billion expansion to increase production of its 787 Dreamliner jets. The company's looking to increase production to 10 jets a month. And President-elect Trump is supporting the Dock Workers Union's opposition against automation ahead of a potential strike. The Dock Workers Union could go on strike as early as mid-January.
You're locked in with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Hey, back for the final half hour of the program. Age is trying to keep us on schedule. Very valid effort today after the less than stellar performance yesterday, AJ.
I thought you did great yesterday, AJ. You don't have to take that from him.
Thank
I mean,
you,
you do, but still.
Is that why you backed me and gave me specific examples of how many times you left our mics open?
Listen, don't. That's neither here nor there.
That's just a fact.
Water under the bridge.
It's right.
Oh, okay. God, it seems like old times. You guys are teaming up on me.
What?
I never have
We've
to deal
never
with that
teamed
situation.
up on you.
No, you haven't, but I deal with it normally.
I was just saying.
In case you were concerned about this kind of thing because
I
we
hate
did
this
have
chair, by the way.
good. We had someone that texted us in earlier and said after reading the ESPN.com reviews of the trade that they didn't think that the Astros did very well. Baseball Trade Values has come out and said that with the Cubs acquiring Kyle Tucker, their evaluation is the deal would have been rejected by our models as an overpay by Chicago.
Boom. Roasted.
So
suck it, nerds. See?
Again, I think your point is the most valid one of all, which is
It always is, Joel. I'm sorry.
which is
Why'd you make that face?
I mean, it's even with the football trades, and you go back to the CJ and Will and the Texans move. You can't evaluate that the day of the trade and say that you know exactly how it's going to play out. You have to see, look, the Verlander trades, either one of them, or the trades that were made when you acquired, either Justin Verlander or Garrett Cole or Charlie Morton or
Verlander
Zach
again.
Greinke. Yeah. You never know that day how it's going to play out because you got to see how the prospects perform. Look, we're talking about Kikuchi from last year. Well, Joey Loperfido is going to have to turn into something. Will Wagner is going to have to keep doing what he started doing and then do it every day for you to, and the rest of the prospects have to live up to billing to some degree, or it's a different evaluation. And I think that's why this Tucker trade right now is one of those where at least realistically they looked in the mirror and they said, we know we're not going to be able to re-sign him. So we might as well get something and get as much as we can now and prepare for the future immediately instead of trying to ride it out, chase your dreams of another World Series title, and then watch him walk out the door for free.
You're damned if you do and you're damned if you don't. That's the saying, right? I mean, everybody in this town bitched and moaned when they let Correa and Springer walk. So they go out and make a move and get value back for Tucker. And everybody's like, I mean, you're never going to win. You're never going to win unless you spend $8 bajillion on it's never going to happen. You know what? I've said this before. I probably said it on this air. I know I've said it on my show, Barry on Deck. I know. Look, this is the
deck,
result.
Right?
Yes.
Okay.
The E is critical.
Just checking.
The E is, there's never been a more important E in the history of E's.
Just checking.
This is the result of winning World Series, not just one, but two. This is the result of a dynasty. Yeah, I said it. I said the D word.
I think you're right.
This is the result. You have to these are the problems that come from being a winning franchise. And so this is what you're dealing with, as opposed to we suck again. Like this, be happy that this is your problem, right?
Here's the other thing, though. The fact is that people forget from day to day what they have felt in the past when they draw the conclusion now that suddenly they're pissed off because you traded Kyle Tucker and he's out the door and you're going to miss him and you don't think he got enough. Those are probably the same people that for the last couple of playoffs said, what has he done for us in the playoffs? And it doesn't matter what you do in the regular season. You're just like the rest of the Killer Bees when it matters the most and you disappear and you haven't done anything when we needed you to do things in the postseason. So be gone and good luck to you. And now you're pissed off because he actually is.
Yeah. And he's, again, damned if you do, damned if you don't. Did you want to keep him around? You're never going to make everybody happy. You're never, I've learned that in radio. I've learned that in stand-up comedy. I've learned that in life. You're never going to make everybody happy. What you have to do is you have to make decisions that you feel like are best for your franchise. And, if it means you got some people upset, I promise you the same people that are upset now, if Cam Smith becomes an all-star third baseman, no one's going to remember this.
No, you're right.
Everyone's going to forget about it. They're going to be like, remember how we fleeced the Cubs for Kyle Tucker and
Think about
Cam Smith?
The Larry Anderson trade and the fact that, hey, you turned out with Jeff Bagwell, who turned out to be a Hall of Famer. Yep. And at the time, I'm sure there were people going, why are we trading one of our best relief pitchers? And for who? And it turns out that you got a Hall of Famer. Or the Jordan trade, when everybody was like, you got what back for a major league relief pitcher that has had some success in the past, and suddenly you've got the heart of your lineup for the next 10 years.
And that's a great point. That's a great point. Is no one even, I promise you, when the trade was made for Yordan Alvarez, 99.99% of the people that watch sports in this city that didn't even know. Didn't even bat an eye, because you don't know until they get to the majors and become a star.
By the way, the Dodgers didn't even know.
No!
The first time the Astros asked for him, there's another guy named Alvarez in their system. They're like, oh, hell no, you're not getting him. We think very highly of him. And they had to clarify and say, no, this is an outfielder
the
that
Astros
we were looking at.
knew who they wanted.
And they knew who they wanted.
Tried to sign
and the Dodgers were like, no brainer, take him, go ahead.
Oh.
Oops, how'd that work out?
Oh, you want Yordan? No, they didn't even know how to say his name. Yeah, no, like the Astros knew they wanted Yordan Alvarez. They tried to actually sign him, but they just didn't have the international player pool money to do it. So when they had a chance to trade for him, boy, they were excited. So again, props to the Astros for knowing what he was, even when they couldn't get him the first time. That's why, this is a public service announcement. If you're out there and you're, crying and you're orange milk, calm down. This team, for the last 7 years minimum, you can go all the way back to 2015 if you really want, and beyond that, really, because the drafts, while they were losing 100 games, really affected 2015 when they started that first year winning and making it to the playoffs. And yeah, they lost in 2016, but that was a building block. And in 2017 and beyond, but those years that they were losing 100 games, they were drafting and they were building a dynasty. This team has made really good decisions year after year after year. And you can say that they haven't, but letting George Springer go,
it was the right move.
It was the right move. Look what has he done since he left. Now, you didn't really have any control over Garrett Cole leaving, like you said. I think your point about him, he was going no matter what. Sometimes you just can't, right? Has every decision been great? No. But for the most part, this team has a lot more hits than they do strikeouts.
Correa, no matter how much he had a decent year last year, you were never going to pay him that money anyway.
Yeah, my biggest beef is I would have loved to have seen them get something for the guys that they let walk.
And I think the other thing
they did that now.
That you take away from when we say that this team can still be competitive, that this team can still win the division, that this team between now and the start of the season, if they do some things and handle their business correctly, still has a chance to be a very successful baseball team, is because they're not the Nationals. When they pulled the plug and they just started unloading, they let Rendon walk, and then they traded Soto, and all the guys disappeared that they had that made them a World Series team. Or the Marlins, as you mentioned, when they were in go for it mode, and the minute they won the World Series, the plug was pulled and everybody was traded, and it was, we really suck. Mm-hmm. In this case, yes, it hurts to lose a guy that's been a foundational piece, and potentially you could lose two foundational pieces of this run with Bregman as well, but it's not going to leave you high and dry to where you can't be competitive as soon as this coming season.
Exactly. And you can still, they still have a ton of talent on this roster.
If Altuve's still batting leadoff,
it's not like this is a killer division either. Let's be real.
Yordan's in your
Seattle's
top four.
Good.
You got Altuve and Yordan and Yainer in your top four already. You've got great pitching. You've got great pitching. You have the ability now with some financial flexibility and some things that you can still do between now and the start of the season, to where you can add a bat, you can get an outfielder. The trade that you made got you an everyday third baseman that could also play first base if you do bring Alex Bregman back. And you have the ability to compete in your division, as you mentioned.
Also, you could still get Tucker. Preston Tucker is probably still available. His brother? No, you don't.
You looking for an opening act or some guy that's available on nights and weekends?
Well, he's a Tucker.
There were a couple of years when they really liked him here, too.
Everyone was like, oh, we got his brother? Oh, no, he sucks. Yeah. I remember that. Everybody was like, Kyle, who? And then I remember one guy compared him to Ted Williams' swing.
Oh, man. Even Blummer used to, with the TED talk. Yeah. That used to boil me because of the fact that you knew I was just never the big fan. I never believed, because it took him too long to get going.
Yeah. Well, I'm glad if I take myself out of
homer mode
media guy. No, if I take myself out of, what are we called? I know we're sports talk
guys.
We're
media guys. Jeremy likes to say that he's an influencer.
No, pundits. Is that what are we pundits?
Some people call it that. Some people say that.
What, pundits?
Yeah.
Yeah, whatever we are. Idiots. I'll use idiots. We're idiots. But if I just take that out and as a fan, if I'm just allowed to enjoy it and be a fan for a moment, I'm good. As a baseball fan, as an Astros fan, I'm good. I'm not upset about this because I would rather this than what it's been every year since they won their first World Series, which is watch our beloved draft picks who have been a part of this dynasty slowly trickle out the door for nothing. I'm good.
I said it then. I'll say it again. I really am glad they got something for him. I thought that they should trade him. I think that they should trade Framber Valdez. If you can find a trade partner for Ryan Presley, you can do that too.
You ain't finding nobody to trade for Ryan Presley.
If Philly wants to dump Baum and you want to dump Presley and they need help in their bullpen, let's make something happen.
Mm-hmm.
I'm fine with that.
Extreme Buffalo Right Wings on Twitter said, we have the worst outfield in the majors. Stop being positive. First of all, thanks for listening. We've already addressed that. We said earlier in the show that is a problem. You do have one of the worst outfields in the majors, but they're not done yet. At least I hope not. And that's part of what we talked about is, okay, so this is the first shoe to drop, but they can't be done. This has to be step one of at least one, if not two more moves this offseason. Because if this is the end, if this is the move and they let Bregman go and then they're like, okay, that's our offseason, then this is a failure of an offseason. Because they do have one of, if not the worst outfield in baseball. But this as a starting point for a move, because we spent, I don't know, maybe 30 minutes going over right field and center field and even left field options. But hey, at least you listened.
Yeah.
And I'm the idiot.
I think so. All right. We've got a couple segments to get to before we get to the end of the program. So we do need to get to a break. We'll come back and continue to rap about baseball and a whole lot more. If you guys want to join us, car wreck of the day, by the way, we still have car wreck of the day to wrap up the program. There's plenty. So if you guys want to get involved, please send all your calls. Just call directly and talk to AJ. He loves talking to the people. He'd love to hear from you.
I'll give you a cell phone number.
713-780-3776. AJ would love to talk to you directly, and he would judge if your car wreck of the day is valid. Other than that, we are the Killer Bees, and it's ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 FM.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Back as we head towards the finish line on a very successful and fun week with Barry here, filling in for Jeremy, who's on vacation, and AJ there, filling in for BMAC, who's somewhere in the building doing something where he thinks he's more important. It's funny to me, by the way, and I'll never understand this, and I think you and I are on the same page with this, but it's funny to me, watching all of our different, YouTube and Twitch and the text messages, where you can get a lot of good commentary, feedback, and it creates some good discussion. And then you get the just complete
garbage,
a-hole
trash
that comes in, like Corey from Chicago, who calls in and wants to get in the YouTube chat because he just wants to go into enemy territory to try and gloat.
Is this him?
No. And so it's funny to me that he comes in saying Tucker's going to hit 40 bombs in Wrigley and you guys are going to be in a complete rebuild. Okay, tough guy. One, sign Tucker before you become the Yankees of the next coming season, where you go and you make a dumbass trade and then you don't finish the deal like Bill O'Brien and you don't sign an extension. And then, oh, by the way, I had to add the footnote because I've seen it and know it from experience. Quit being little brother to big brother that's a small market team above you in Milwaukee because you took their manager, you try and take all the salary that you can and use it towards your team, and every single freaking year, you can't even win your own damn division. So suck on that before you start trying to gloat about Kyle Tucker.
Right? You finished 10 back.
And you had their manager, which you paid double for.
Not only
you had
that,
a way bigger payroll, and you sucked.
You know what's crazy is I'm looking at the standings. The Cubs were a plus 67 and still finished tied with the Cardinals at 10 back, who were a minus 47. How do you do that? How bad are you that you're a plus 67 and the Cardinals are a minus 47?
Sweet
and you're
life,
both,
bro.
You're
You should get in on a
both
Twitch
10
chat.
back.
At least they would like to attack you.
That's wild.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's, you know what that is? That's a whole bag of suck right there.
Enjoy that.
Yeah. I have cracked the code, by the way.
What's that?
I have figured this whole thing out. I know why. I know what all this is about.
Okay.
I know what's going on. I know why this is happening. It's the HEB curse. Think about it.
Oh, Breggy and Tucker are in the commercial.
Everybody that's been in the commercials, except for Altuve.
Pena.
Give it time, bro.
Oh, boy.
Give it time. But everybody.
Your boy Lance is still in there.
But he's not playing.
But he's still here.
Doesn't matter.
He's
It's part of the curse, man. Everybody that's made commercials.
People are raving about his coffee.
Great. And people raved about Bregman's salsa. But everyone that has made commercials, gone. Gone, son. Gone. I'm telling you, it's like the Madden curse, the SI cover curse. It's the HEB commercial curse. Eventually, somebody makes a commercial for HEB Astros. Eventually, they're gone. If their name's not Jose Altuve. And you know what? He might be gone too. He might be part of a trade for Fromber. Who knows? It ain't over yet. I'm telling you, man.
Boy, way to get everybody ready for their weekend, Barry.
Telling
way to
you.
be uplifting.
I'm telling, this is it.
Jeez. Hey, AJ, our intern didn't say who's back calling because she didn't put the name on it, but I'm gonna assume.
Is this how she talks?
And she moves her head. Is that Keith?
She's like a bobblehead.
Keith, come on in. What's going on?
Hey guys.
What's up, Keith?
Hey guys, thanks for having me. Love hearing Barry on the radio.
Appreciate you.
Wanted to get a call in before the show ended on a Friday. I love the Tucker trade. Love the Devin Williams trade. I have a question for Barry. Comedy question on a Friday evening. Comedy question. Super Bowl. NFL on Netflix for Christmas in a couple of weeks. 2 games, obviously. 22 people working the game, including Nate Bargatze, comedian. Just wanted to see what your thoughts on Bargatze working some NFL, what he brings to the table, and how funny do you think he is?
Oh, dude, Nate is.
Isn't his Twitter account Nate is funny?
No, I don't
Oh.
think that's Nate's Twitter handle. Dude, Nate is one of the best in the biz right now. And not only is he absolutely hilarious, he works clean, which he's so good at it. He's so funny that you don't even realize he's working clean. That's how you know a comic is really good, is you don't even recognize that they're not cursing because they're just that funny. Another one that's like that is Brian Regan. You just watch Brian Regan and you laugh your ass off. And then when you're done, you realize he never said a filthy thing the entire time. He's just funny. Jim Gaffigan's another one that's kind of like that. You just watch and laugh, and then you go, oh, yeah, this was family friendly. And he's not, Nate's not out there like, I'm a Christian comic, or he's just funny. He just doesn't curse. I mean, I'm real good friends with Dusty Slay, and he kind of runs in that circle with Nate Bargatze. But the other thing about Nate, man, is he's slowly building an empire. So it doesn't surprise me at all that he's part of this Netflix crew, because he's got his own kind of, he's pumping out specials for other people. In fact, I got a buddy who's trying to get me in touch with him because I did my Dry Bar special, which is clean comedy. And so they're trying to get me to get in touch with Nate's production company to do another clean special, which that's not really my realm, clean comedy. I don't really do
I don't
that.
really associate you with
It's
clean
not,
comedy.
but I mean, I do it, but I don't like it, but it's where the money is. It's, but no, Nate's killer, man. I'll be interested to see how he holds up with comedy. I'm always fearful as a stand-up comic and as a sports guy. And we talk about it on here and stuff, but I always try to stay true to both. But Dennis Miller really set back comedians when it comes to sports.
Oh, by doing Monday Night Football?
Yeah, because he was just a goofball and he really didn't know anything about sports. And he would just get on there and just try to make obscure references. And it was bad. So I'm always nervous about this when I see comments. Bert Kreischer's also on that crew too, by the way.
Way too many people.
So there was a ton. I read all the names to you at the break. I'm just curious if they're going to make Bert wear a shirt. We'll see.
Okay.
That's his big thing, is not wearing a shirt. It's not pretty.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he's got moobs.
Oh, Phil Mickelson like?
Yeah, bigger.
All right.
It ain't sexy. It's gross.
Hey, we've got one segment to go. It's Car Wreck of the Day. It's coming up. If you guys got any nominations, please get them to us. But before we do that, I do want to tell you about Stella Rosa Wines. Stella Rosa Wines are the best in the business. If you're having people over this weekend and you want to get a party to watch some sports, nothing goes better with whatever you're serving from a food perspective than Stella Rosa Wines. They have an unbelievable selection and variety of different flavors that are a combination of all natural fruits and a lot of different spice that makes everything taste nice, whether you're serving wings or pizza, chips and dips, or anything else that might be on the menu. There's a Stella Rosa wine that will go with it and complement everything that you've got. And it's a great way to give other variations of choices to the people that are going to be at your party. You can serve beer, you can serve hard liquor, but it's the right amount of alcohol with the perfect taste complement to whatever you're serving so that people can pace themselves naturally and they can enjoy a refreshing beverage served cold like Stella Rosa wines. And the best part about Stella Rosa wines is they're available at your local retailer. You don't have to go to a liquor store, though you can, but they're available at your grocery stores and your retailers too. Check them out today. And the next time you're having a party or you're going to someone else's party, bring some Stella Rosa wines and make sure that you serve them chilled. And as I always tell you, please celebrate responsibly. Car wreck of the day, as we do to wrap up the show just about every day now, is something that we always ask for your suggestions. And I think the first and most obvious, fellas, that we can nominate is one Devondre Campbell. If, with everything going on with Tucker, we didn't have a whole lot of time to recap what happened, and you didn't miss anything if you fell asleep and didn't watch that football game that didn't have a touchdown last night. But the most exciting and interesting part of the entire game was in the third quarter when linebacker Devondre Campbell just decided that he was going to take his helmet and go home when they tried to put him in the game. And evidently there's a little bit of sour grapes. He had been playing while Dre Greenlaw was coming back from the injury he sustained prior to the Super Bowl last year. So he got benched this week so that Greenlaw could play. He was evidently already upset about that. They tried to put him in the game after he didn't play the first half. He refused, walked off the field, and boy, do I love the fact that his teammates did not let him get away with it. But that was embarrassing.
Yeah, you can't just quit on your team like that. You knew the deal. You knew the deal. And even if and there was talks about, he had told him he didn't want to play and he kind of got bamboozled and hoodwinked and they were like, well, just suit up. You're not going to play. And then they needed him. And he was like, I told you I wasn't playing. And that's why he walked off. And it doesn't matter. Like it doesn't matter. You quit on your team. Bad look. Now, the only question is how was his mentals? Was he having a mental crisis and was he not there? And we are in that era where we have to be cognizant of that.
But
so I don't
want
to judge 100%, but I'm 99. I'm 99.
You got guys on both sides of the ball, including big names like George Kittle, basically coming out and saying, you can't do what you did. Ryan Clark was killing him. And I think, quite honestly, you have to ask the bigger question of, will any other team in the NFL employ him ever again? Because, like you said, you do have to at least leave the window open a little bit that maybe he was dealing with something. But overall, you do that to one team, and there's not a single other team that's going to want to employ you on their team going forward.
But I mean, that somebody said it best on Sit Down or Get Out or whatever. They were like that. That could have been his walk into retirement.
Yeah,
I believe it.
You just, in the brotherhood of the NFL, that's one thing you just don't do.
You just don't walk out on people.
Right. As you walk out. Hey, don't let the door hit you in the ass on the way out.
I was like, what was going on?
I mean, AJ's already so overconfident. He'd be ready to fill in on, like,
AJ's face for half a
he's
second,
becoming
he was like,
BMAC Jr.
He was like, what is happening right now? What is he doing?
He hasn't seen us in the past.
No. Yeah.
We both have done that,
Yeah,
actually.
we've both walked out on their show before.
Yeah. In the middle, yeah.
100%.
Yeah. AJ, you don't realize there was a time when we hated each other.
Well,
yeah.
Seriously?
Oh, big time.
Yeah. And there was a time when we would do wild and crazy stuff on this show. On our show. Yeah.
When you were an intern, you would have been in trouble.
Yeah, you would have.
Yeah.
Yeah. You would have hated me.
Any other nominations on the car wreck?
I think I got to go with Xavier Liggett. When I found that, I know this is kind of old. It's almost 2 weeks old, I suppose.
Oh, I thought I heard it this week.
Was it this week? But I just saw this on Instagram.
The raccoon one?
Yes.
That was from this week or something like that.
Yeah,
Did it came out this week?
Yeah.
Bro, this man, there's a video out on Instagram where he was excited because his brother was making Thanksgiving dinner and they're having raccoon. What? First of all, no thank you. But my favorite part of this train wreck is when instead of just saying like, oh, he's preparing a fine meal, he's like, yeah, they got the clothes off. What? What? So I guess you skin the raccoon and obviously you get the fur off, but he said they got the clothes off, and I lost my mind when he said that. That was so funny to me, man.
I'd say
that's a
hopefully
car
he's
wreck.
got the gloves off, but even the gloves haven't helped him catch footballs this year.
That's a car wreck, a train wreck, a plane wreck. That's
less than, to say the least.
Yeah.
I don't think there's any question, though. Is Devondre Campbell winning?
Oh, 100%.
Yeah.
For sure. Easily.
I think so.
Yeah.
All right. Well, that'll do it for us. We do appreciate you. That's AJ on the ones and twos, pushing it to level 12.
What?
He's got to finish the way he started yesterday. Yeah. For AJ Russ behind the window, doing a whole lot. I don't know what he's doing half the time.
He doesn't either.
And he's doing the hard work, I think, because that's what you're supposed to say. Barry Laminack and myself will be back on Monday, wrapping up whatever happens on Sunday between the Texans and the Dolphins. You guys have yourself a great weekend. I got the Texans winning a 3-point game.
Oh, yeah? Okay.
What do you got? I said they were going to lose 3 in a row, but I changed my mind.
24-23 Dolphins.
Okay. There you go. We'll see who's right on Monday.
Okay.
Buy me a Coke. All right. You guys have a great weekend. For AJ and Barry, I'm Joel. Have a great one, and we will talk to you on Monday right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 FM.